Zhang Shu was reborn into the year 1990. As his parents faced penalties for having an illegal child, the family planning office was tearing down their house and threatening to forcibly sterilize and fit his parents with IUDs. Remembering the tragedy of his past life, he kicked aside the woman who would one day betray him, still tangled in the blankets, and threw himself headfirst onto the wealth-building train bound for the Soviet Union. Reborn for a second chance, his hands this time would not only cradle the smiles of his loved ones, but also tightly grasp the currents of the air, determined to live a life that others could only envy. Chapter 1. You're crushing my hair. You're crushing my hair. Zhang Shu heard a woman's voice. He opened his eyes to see a woman lying on her side in front of him. His left arm was looped under her neck, his right arm wrapped around her shoulder, both hands clasped together over her chest in a tight embrace. His palms pressed against softness, the sensation exquisite. Damn it, where the hell have I ended up? Zhang Shu looked around. The room was small, about 8 or 9 square meters. The floor was compacted clay, uneven and glistening with a dark, oily sheen. To the right of the bed stood a wooden wardrobe with a mirror, faintly emitting the smell of camphor balls. On top of the wardrobe sat a clock and a calendar. May 8, 1990, 8:21 a.m. Zhang Shu's pupils shrank. He shoved the woman in his arms away and scrambled to his feet. He took a few quick steps to the mirror, staring at the young man reflected there. I've been reborn. Distant memories began to resurface. He was 22 this year, unmarried, from Yanshi City. He had dropped out of middle school after just 1 year and had been jobless ever since. His father, Zhang Jianjun, was a temporary worker at the town's state-owned liquor factory. His mother, Qin Xiuxiu, worked as a farmer at home. Though their family was ordinary, Zhang Shu, as the eldest son and grandson of the Zhang family, was literally pampered-coddled like something precious that might shatter if dropped or melt if held too close. This unconditional indulgence only made him more reckless. He fought and brawled constantly, becoming a notorious local hooligan known throughout the surrounding villages. Zhang Jianjun, seeing his son's behavior, felt deeply insecure, believing he could never rely on him in old age. After discussing it, the couple decided to have another son to secure their future. Thus, in the year Zhang Shu turned 16, his younger sister Zhang Shui was born. He remembered it clearly. His parents' faces were grim when they brought the baby home. Back then, the idea of preferring boys over girls was deeply rooted. But Zhang Jianjun didn't give up. When Zhang Shu was 19, the third child, Zhang Huahua, was born. Like gamblers desperate to recoup their losses, the couple had a fourth child, Zhang Lan, the very next year. Recalling this, Zhang Shu's lips curled into a faint smile. Counting the days, the fifth child, Zhang Ting, would soon arrive. Ting meant stop, though he had no choice. Life was too hard, and with so many young children, they simply couldn't manage more. Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu had no option but to abandon their plans for another child. What are you doing standing in front of the mirror? At least put some clothes on. Zhang Shu snapped back to reality and turned to look at the woman in bed. Dead memories continued to assault him. She had long, jet black hair, a face that was both pure and alluring. For some reason, her cheeks still held a faint flush. Sun Tong was his middle school classmate. They had run into each other by chance a few years ago on the street, and gradually they had started an affair. Why are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Sun Tong tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Zhang Shu subconsciously rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on her. In his previous life, he had read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber too late to grasp the wisdom of Zhang Wuji's mother. He never imagined that the woman who had followed him for over a decade would eventually betray him for money. When confronted, Sun Tong was blunt. The other party had offered an astronomical sum, and she couldn't refuse. Only then did he realize that in Sun Tong's eyes, money was supreme. Everyone had a price, it was just a matter of whether the offer was high enough. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Tong's eyes filled with concern as she sat up in bed, the blanket slipping slightly. Zhang Shu, already dressing, gave her a narrow-eyed smile. I'm fine. I just noticed you look even more beautiful today. Couldn't help but stare a bit longer. He hurriedly finished dressing, eager to leave. He had to get home quickly. May 8th, 1990 was the day his sister suffered. A day he would never forget. From this day forward, his family would know no peace. Where are you going? Didn't you promise to go shopping with me at Julin Commercial City today? Seeing him head for the door, Sun Tong couldn't help but call out. Zhang Shu didn't even turn back. Something came up at home. We'll talk later. Over the years, he had spent a lot of money on Sun Tong. Recently, she had set her eyes on an Yingke gearshift bicycle, which cost nearly 700 yuan fortune at the time. He couldn't believe she had the nerve to ask. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He stopped just as he stepped out the door. The suffering he endured in his past life deserved some interest repaid first. He walked back to the bed, reached out, and roughly squeezed Sun Tong's fullness, pinching hard several times. Ouch! You're hurting me. Sun Tong's face contorted in pain, letting out a pained groan. You beast! Using so much force. Zhang Shu ignored her. He walked to a 5-drawer chest, opened a drawer, took out a pack of Hongdashan cigarettes, and casually slipped it into his pocket. Your dad doesn't smoke. It'd just go to waste. Sun Tong panicked. What if my dad finds out? Tell him you gave it away. Oh, and lend me your bike for a while. What? Then how will I get to work? You can walk. Good exercise. With that, Zhang Shu was gone. If it weren't for the urgent matter at home, he'd have given her a proper lesson. But he wasn't in a hurry. They had plenty of time ahead. Sun Tong gently rubbed her chest, feeling that Zhang Shu was acting strangely since waking up. Could it be that she'd asked for money too often lately? That didn't make sense. He had always been generous with her. Unable to figure it out and still feeling a dull ache, she could only curse Zhang Shu in her heart, calling him a beast who knew nothing of tenderness. Sun Tong lived in Shangyan village, while Zhang Shu lived in Xia village. The two villages were close, both part of Huagang town. Riding along the small path, 20 minutes later, Zhang Shu could already see the outline of Xia village. It was early May. Along the roadside fields, several middle-aged women stood in a row, slowly retreating as they planted seedlings. As the village grew closer, Zhang Shu's heart pounded fiercely. In his previous life, though he later earned a lot of money, by then his parents and most of his relatives had already passed away, and his relationships with his younger sisters were strained. It's said, when the child wishes to care for their parents, they are no longer there. That was exactly his fate. Now, reborn, the flame to mend the regrets of his past life burned fiercely within him. He had the ability and the duty to make his family's life better. In 1990, the tide of reform and opening up was sweeping across the nation. This was an era where you could bend down and pick up money. At this moment, his heart surged with boundless excitement. Chapter 2. The Family Planning Office Fine. Group 3. Xia Village. Huang Gui pushed back the thinning hair around his head, pointed at the brick house in front of him, and shouted, "Move quickly. 2 more people, get up there and tear off the roof." Hearing the order, several young men in uniforms quickly brought over a long ladder, leaned it against the wall, and climbed up. At that moment, a little girl, 6 or 7 years old, ran out of the house. She rushed to the ladder, grabbed it tightly, and pleaded desperately, "Don't demolish our house, please." Huang Gui, annoyed, strode forward and grabbed the girl by the collar. Her body was yanked forward, her feet kicking wildly on the ground, but she clung to the ladder, refusing to let go. "Your family has an illegal birth. The house must be demolished, and the 2 pigs in the pigsty will be taken away." Hearing this, the girl felt the sky collapsing. At this moment, she didn't know whether to grieve for her demolished home or mourn the pigs being taken. The house continued to be violently dismantled. The entire brick structure trembled slightly, the white slogans printed on the wall glaringly conspicuous. "Fewer births, better lives, happiness for a lifetime. Fail to abort? We'll tear down your house and take your cattle." "Damn it! Baldy, get your hands off her!" Huang Gui turned his head. The young man before him had a neat side-parted hairstyle, slightly thick hair on both sides, a white striped shirt tucked into work pants fairly handsome. But the stream of curses made him frown. Even the onlookers shook their heads, their expressions filled with disappointment. Dressed like a hoodlum, who knows where he was off gallivanting last night. Spent all his money, now he's back to beg for more. What a tragedy. Old Zhang's son is completely ruined. Who says otherwise? If they weren't utterly disillusioned with this son, would the couple risk having children at their age? TSK. Relying on him for old age support? Nearly impossible. Ignoring the pointing and whispering of the neighbors, Zhang Shu strode forward and yanked Huang Gui's arm away. "Why are you grabbing my sister?" Several young men on the roof, who had been viciously jabbing the beams with shovels, stopped and looked down. Huang Gui stumbled from the sudden pull. Regaining his balance, he forcefully shook off Zhang Shu's hand. "Having extra children is illegal. How many kids does your family have? Go after whoever's having extra kids. Picking on a child? What kind of thing is that? You think hiding your parents makes it okay? Once I catch them, I'll make sure they're both sterilized. This is pure lawlessness." Zhang Shu didn't argue further. His earlier shouts were just a tactic, not his goal. He had successfully drawn the attention of the men on the roof, causing them to stop their work. His objective was achieved. In 1990, demolishing homes and confiscating property from families with extra children was completely legal and justified. Unlike the underhanded demolitions of later eras, they did it openly, right in front of you. If you dared to obstruct them, you were the one breaking the law. You'd be inviting disaster. Zhang Shu turned to Zhang Shui. In his past life, he had been out partying with Sun Tong in the city. 2 days later, when he returned home, he learned his sister had been hit on the head by a tile from the roof. Though neighbors rushed her to the clinic, the medical conditions at the time couldn't diagnose the injury. They simply gave her a few anti-inflammatory pills and sent her home. After returning, she could barely manage daily life, but her intelligence was severely impaired. The family couldn't afford to send her to a big city for treatment, so she stayed with her parents. The day before her 15th birthday, she suddenly collapsed and passed away. Thinking of this in his past life always caused him unbearable pain. Zhang Shui timidly glanced at him. She was deeply afraid of her eldest brother. Ever since she could remember, she had often been beaten by him. Where are Hua and Zhonglan? Zhang Shui pointed inside. Still sleeping. Well, with all this commotion, they hadn't woken up. Their sleep was really something. Zhang Shu surveyed the scene, sensing the tension easing, and instantly forced a smile onto his face. Leader, you really can't demolish the house. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to bring these little ones and move into your home. Huang Gue sneered coldly. When had he ever been threatened by a hoodlum like this? He extended a finger and jabbed it hard into Zhang Shu's chest. Obstructing the family planning office in the performance of their duties? What? Do you want to spend time in jail? The Strike Hard campaign had only ended a few years prior. Who dared to take on that kind of label? If he pushed back hard, he really could be thrown into the police station, and even if he survived, he'd be skinned alive. Zhang Shu gave a nervous laugh. Leader, you can see for yourself. The adults aren't home. Harassing his kids won't accomplish anything. Huang Gue looked up at Zhang Shu, who was taller than him. You call this a child? He immediately turned and shouted at the roof. Who told you to stop? Keep demolishing. Everyone don't move. Zhang Shu suddenly bellowed. Huang Gue instantly grew furious, waving his hand at the man. Get down. Arrest this kid and take him to the police. Leader, you're too hasty. Can't you listen to what the people have to say? Without waiting for a response, Zhang Shu pulled Huang Gue aside and played the emotional card, suddenly becoming tearful. Leader, you know our family situation. 3 younger sisters, the oldest is 6, the youngest is still breastfeeding, and another can't even walk steadily. Zhang Shu spoke with a pained expression, forcing tears into his eyes. If you demolish our house, you're literally driving us to despair. Hearing this, Huang Gue instinctively glanced toward the house, his brows knitting into a deep frown. Seeing this, Zhang Shu continued, Leader, I know you have your difficulties. Ultimately, it's all about money. Here's what I propose. Issue me the fine for the extra birth. Give me a 2-month grace period to raise the money. If I don't pay by the deadline, you won't even need to come. I'll demolish the house myself. Zhang Shu looked utterly sincere, pounding his chest in guarantee. Huang Gue pondered for a long while before slowly speaking. Logically, that makes sense. I don't want to make things hard for you, but your parents keep hiding. I've heard they're secretly trying to have another child. This is utter nonsense. Zhang Shu nodded vigorously, appearing deeply convinced. Yes. Uncle, you're absolutely right. I will look for them right away. If I find them, I'll drag them straight to the clinic. She'll get an IUD. He'll get sterilized. No hesitation. Chapter 3. Brother, why are you crying? Upon hearing this, Huang Gue felt a sense of relief in his heart. In this era, the family planning office wields considerable power. Yet due to the nature of their work, they are not well received by the public, making it a rather perilous profession. Take him for instance. He had encountered violent confrontations more than once or twice. Being cursed at and insulted in public was a common occurrence. Forcing people to undergo sterilization and fitting IUDs was akin to severing their lineage, and such incidents often led to bloodshed in these times. Yet, he had no choice. This was national policy, and when orders came from above, he had to brace himself and comply. Zhang Shu opened a box of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, extracted one, and offered it to him, striking a match to light it. He lit one for himself as well, flicking the match to extinguish the flame. Huang Gue stole a glance at him. Hongtao Mountain, quite a high-end brand. If only I could afford such luxury, Huang Gue sighed, inhaling deeply and exhaling smoke rings. He thought to himself that this lad's eloquence was better than rumored. He was not as utterly useless as people claimed. Uncle, does this work? Zhang Shu inquired once more. Huang Gue nodded. Very well. I shall issue you a fine, but remember, it must be paid in full within 2 months. Rest assured, uncle, we are family. I wouldn't let you struggle. He called out to Zhang Shui, who stood to the side. Zhang Shu, go fetch some of our eggs to share with the comrades. They've worked hard. Zhang Shu glanced at him but remained unmoved. There were no chickens at home. Where could they possibly find eggs? Zhang Shu was well aware of this, and with so many neighbors watching, these individuals could hardly shamelessly demand anything. Nevertheless, extending a gesture of goodwill was essential. Regardless of its utility, at least the sentiment was conveyed. Huang Gui chuckled and waved his hand. Your family has it tough as well. Keep the eggs for the children. He grasped Huang Gui's plump hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. What a great leader. You truly care for the common folk. Zhang Shu then shifted the conversation, pointing at the significantly damaged roof and revealing his ultimate intention. Uncle, the matter has been addressed, but the roof is too precarious, especially with so many children at home. Could we ask the comrades to assist in restoring it? Rest assured, they shall not labor in vain. He called to Zhang Shu again. Go get some money. Buy some better cigarettes for my uncle and the comrades at the family planning office. The cheap ones are too harsh. Zhang Shu remained still, not even glancing at him. Did he not know the financial situation at home? As soon as Zhang Shu finished speaking, Huang Gui firmly grasped his arm, speaking earnestly. I appreciate the sentiment. However, we represent a national entity, embodying the image of the people's government. Accepting even a thread from the masses is ingrained in our very being. With so many eyes upon us, if anyone dares to accept the cigarettes, they would be drowned in a tide of spittle. Zhang Shu clutched Huang Gui's arm with sincerity etched on his face. I am truly grateful. He then took several steps forward, standing beneath the eaves of the blue brick house. Calling up to the people above, comrades, my uncle has stated that since you have put in so much effort, please assist in restoring the roof. He tossed up the pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes he had just opened and cautioned, be extremely careful while repairing the roof. Huang Gui's lips involuntarily twitched. When had he ever agreed to help restore the roof? Yet, upon seeing the expectant gazes of the family planning personnel, he nodded in acquiescence. Restoring order was not as simple as merely discarding everything. Not long after, the backs of the group on the roof were already soaked. Zhang Shu retrieved a 1 yuan note from his pocket and beckoned to Zhang Shu. Go buy some popsicles for our comrades to quench their thirst. This time, Zhang Shu finally sprang into action. She took the money and dashed towards the village's small shop, feeling a sense of unease about her brother's unusual behavior. He was typically indifferent, even to a fallen broom. Yet today, he seemed to have transformed. Many tiles had shattered, but fortunately, there were remnants by the haystack. So he moved some over. Huang Gui had already prepared the fine notice. Despite being mentally prepared, his heart still jolted upon seeing the amount, a staggering 9,800 yuan, which included a one-time fine of 6,000 and 3,800 for social maintenance fees. Zhang Shu held up the fine notice towards Huang Gui. Uncle, did you make a mistake? Huang Gui brushed back his sparse hair with a hand. The policy is as such, according to regulations. A labor fee of 20 should also be added. If cash and assets are insufficient, property must be liquidated. However, considering your family's special circumstances, we have granted you this extended period, which is quite lenient. Huang Gui had made himself very clear. Further contention would only be unseemly. Thank you, uncle. Huang Gui extinguished his cigarette and patted Zhang Shu's shoulder. These days, everyone has it tough. Zhang Shu jogged back, presenting the bag in her hand. Brother, I bought the popsicles. In the early 1990s, popsicles in the countryside were quite simple, made only of water, saccharin, and food coloring, yet they were still very refreshing. Unlike the ingredient lists of later years, which resembled dense essays, Zhang Shu tore open the packaging and handed it to Huang Gui, who accepted it without hesitation and took a large bite. Comrades, take a short break and enjoy a popsicle, Zhang Shu shouted to the few on the roof. Tossing it up. Finally, he handed the remaining ones, along with the bag, to his sister. These are all yours, enjoy. The sudden surge of happiness felt almost surreal to Zhang Shu. Brother, what about you? I'll smoke. Zhang Shu pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. 2 hours later, the roof was restored. Zhang Shu earnestly tried to persuade the family planning officials to stay for a meal. Huang Gui smirked. You can't just rely on sweet talk to keep people for dinner. After some back and forth, it became clear that Huang Gui's principles were unyielding. He refused to dine in the homes of the masses. And Zhang Shu had no choice but to relent. Brother, it's time to eat. Zhang Shu called from the kitchen. Zhang Shu was taken aback. Had lunch already been prepared without him noticing? Zhang Shu appeared in the main room, a thermos in one hand and pickled radish in the other. Brother, There is not much to eat at home, just boiled rice and pickled radish. Make do for now. I'll fetch some vegetables from the field tonight and prepare a dish for you. The eight immortals' table was quite tall, and her head barely peeked over. Standing by the table, she carefully picked up the grains of rice that had fallen and popped them into her mouth. Seeing this scene brought tears to Zhang Shu's eyes. He walked over and gently lifted his sister, placing her on his lap. She was so thin and light. Zhang Shu lifted her gaze towards Zhang Shu. Brother, why are you crying? Chapter 4, Making Money. Zhang Shu's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his eyes stinging with emotion. He raised his hand and gently stroked his sister's dry, brittle hair. It's nothing, just a bug flew into my eye. I'll blow it away for you. At that moment, a commotion arose from within the house, and Zhang Huahua emerged, rubbing her eyes. Elder brother, you're back. The youngest sister, Zhang Huahua, was still too young to have faced his wrath, and their sibling bond remained strong. Zhang Shu stood up and served her a bowl of rice. The little girl was not picky at all, eagerly shoveling the plain rice into her mouth. By the way, did Mom and Dad leave you any money? They did. Dad left the money with Grandma, telling me to take it if I needed it. Then why haven't you taken it? Zhang Shu tilted her head and replied. They worked so hard for their money, and with Mom unable to work right now, I thought it best to spend less. Zhang Shu was far too sensible for her age, displaying a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings, a maturity that should not belong to a child of her years. Reflecting on his own behavior, Zhang Shu felt as if he had been little better than a brute, squandering money on Sun Tong. If only he had spent that money on his sister's food instead. Damn it, what a shame. He cursed inwardly. Did Dad say when he would be back? In his memory, Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu should be at Aunt Qin Ru's house by now, preparing for the arrival of a new child. He didn't say, but he comes back every few days to check in. So you are all staying home by yourselves? Grandma is here too, but she just went back for a bit since Uncle returned today. She'll be back soon. At that moment, a wailing cry echoed from within the house. The fourth sibling, Zhang Lan, had awakened. Zhang Shu, now accustomed to the sound, set down her chopsticks, yanked a sun-dried diaper from the clothesline, and walked into the west room. Zhang Shu followed her, opening his arms in a gesture of embrace. Let me take care of her. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhang Lan burst into loud cries. Refusing to comply, Zhang Shu chuckled. She must be hungry. I'll go prepare the formula. The formula was stored in the East Room. Their house was a typical three-room, two-kitchen self-built home in rural Jiangsu. Usually, the Zhang couple and Zhang Lan lived in the East Room, while Zhang Shu and Zhang Huahua occupied the West Room. As for Zhang Shu, he rarely stayed at home, making do with the sofa in the living room when he occasionally returned. At that time, a can of Yashili formula from the supply and marketing cooperative cost 19 yuan, while Zhang Jianjun, working as a temporary employee at a state-owned distillery, earned a monthly salary of 82 yuan. Little Zhang Lan required at least 3 cans a month, and even that was not sufficient. Thus, they had to mix it with rice porridge. The rice porridge had been reprocessed by Zhang Jianjun, cooked until thick, spread thinly on a bamboo sieve to dry, and then ground into powder. It could simply be prepared by stirring in hot water when needed. Zhang Shu handed over the prepared formula, and once the little one finished, her cries ceased immediately. Make money. Quickly make money. Searching through his pockets, he found only 15 yuan remaining. Just then, a chubby boy in a floral shirt, his hair slicked back with gel, poked his head inside. Hey, Shu Ge, you're at home. Zhang Shu smiled at Zhao Sanqiang. Well, your outfit is quite impressive. Hee. My aunt brought this back from Yang City. Isn't it handsome? Zhao Sanqiang is the son of Zhao Lei, the party secretary of Xia village, and his family is quite well off. Zhang Shu has a vivid impression of his aunt, Zhao Haitang, although she is from a different generation. Their actual ages are only a few years apart. In their childhood, she often took them fishing and catching shrimp. Back then, conditions were poor, and it was quite normal for little boys to run around the village bare-bottomed at the age of 5 or 6. He recalls that Zhao Haitang once playfully tugged at him, an incident that certainly needs an explanation. Influenced by the reform and opening up policies, Zhao Haitang ventured alone to Yang City for work a few years ago. During that time, the wages for workers in Yang City were unparalleled nationwide. An ordinary assembly line employee could earn over 250 yuan, while those in slightly better factories could make 400 yuan or even more. It is said that Zhao Haitang has since left the factory and started her own small business, earning quite a bit of money. Shu Ge, shall we watch a movie? Recently, Xiaoyu has brought back a number of Hong Kong films, and I've heard there are a few thrilling ones. Zhao Sanxiang said lecherously. Zhang Shu suddenly recalled something and asked, "Isn't Xiao Yu's father a pork seller?" "Indeed." Zhang Shu stood up and embraced Zhao Sanxiang. "Let's go watch a movie and take your father's three-wheeler while we're at it." Zhao Sanxiang's face instantly contorted like an orange peel. "My dad treasures that three-wheeler. He usually doesn't let me touch it. Are we not good brothers anymore?" Zhao Sanxiang gritted his teeth. "Wait a moment. I'll sneak it out. Worst case, I'll just get a beating when I return." Zhang Shu solemnly remarked, "I knew I could count on you." Zhao Sanxiang left, embodying a sense of melancholy reminiscent of a lone traveler in harsh winds. "Brother, are you going out?" Zhang Shui inquired, looking up. Zhang Shu nodded, extinguishing the cigarette but beneath his foot. "I'm heading to Xiao Yu's house. I'll return in the afternoon to cook meat for you." "Really?" "Of course," Zhang Shu assured her solemnly. The sound of Zhang Shui swallowing was distinctly audible. It had been several days since she had eaten meat. When was the last time she had meat? Zhang Shui tilted her head in contemplation, recalling that it was probably last month when a weasel had killed a chicken at her grandmother's house, and she had indulged then. "Xiao Shu, you're back." Grandma Lu Guilin approached, carrying a plastic bag. He smiled and nodded, moving a chair closer to her. "Grandma, I apologize for causing you worry during this time." As Lu Guilin was about to sit down, she suddenly stood up again, bewildered by her grandson's unexpected maturity. Tentatively, she asked, "Are you out of money again?" "I don't have any on me today. Shall I go back and get you some?" As she prepared to rise, Zhang Shu quickly pressed her down. "What kind of reputation do I have?" Chapter 5. Eating meat. "Grandma, my brother has money. He said he would cook meat for us tonight," Zhang Shui declared proudly, her head held high. Although Lu Guilin was skeptical, she did not want to dampen her granddaughter's enthusiasm. "That's wonderful. Xiao Shu has finally become sensible and knows how to care for his sister. By the way, your uncle just returned from the city. He brought you a big cake and some peanut bars. Try them." She handed over the plastic bag. Uncle Qin Zhenghua works as a laborer at a construction site in Salt City, earning only 2 yuan a day, and his living conditions are quite poor. Even so, every time he returned home, he would still bring some food for the children. Reborn into this life, he felt deeply that the care found in these mundane daily interactions, the companionship forged through trials and tribulations, is the essence of true familial affection. Suddenly, the sound of a raucous engine echoed through the air. Zhao Sanxiang arrived on his three-wheeled motorcycle, its exhaust billowing thick black smoke. After greeting his grandmother, he mounted his vehicle and set off towards Huagang town. The Little Fish Video Hall, though its name may seem unrefined, embodies the distinct character of this era. Upon arriving at the entrance, a cacophony of noise assaulted him, mingling with the sounds of fighting from the film. Zhao Sanxiang seized Zhang Shu and rushed inside, where the dimly lit atmosphere revealed a screen showcasing Chow Yun-Fat in God of Gamblers. Finding a corner to sit, he bellowed, "Little fish, bring me 2 bags of sunflower seeds." A young man with small eyes, thick lips, and earrings approached. "What new tapes do you have? Let Brother Shu have a taste." Upon hearing this, Little Fish turned his attention to Zhang Shu, his face adorned with a smile as he produced some cigarettes, revealing a knowing expression. "Brother Shu, it's been ages since you last visited the video hall. The recently released The Golden Lotus and The Lustful Scholar are absolutely thrilling." Zhang Shu tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Is that so? I shall take a closer look. However, I came to see you for an important matter." He regarded Little Fish with a solemn expression. "Isn't that right, my good brother?" Zhao Sanxiang paused, the words striking a familiar chord. Little Fish sensed an impending unease, his eyes darting nervously. "Brother Shu, feel free to ask me for anything. I will surely assist you in what I can." Zhang Shu cut to the chase. "I need to borrow some money." "How much?" Little Fish inquired cautiously. Zhang Shu raised a single finger. $10? Zhang Shu shook his head. Little Fish plopped down onto a nearby chair. "Brother Shu, the shop has only about $20 left. If you want it, you can take it all." Zhang Shu placed the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Last year, when you were shaken down by Zhang Long, it was I who helped you out, wasn't it? The video hall has been operating for over half a year, and no one has ever collected protection fees. Don't you have any inkling?" Little Fish hastily interrupted. "Brother Shu, I remember how well you treated me. But honestly, I don't have that much money. I wouldn't deceive you." Zhang Shu scrutinized him for a moment, causing Little Fish to feel a shiver run down his spine, instinctively drawing his neck in. Suddenly, Zhang Shu burst into laughter, playfully nudging his chest with his fist. "We are brothers. Since you are in such a predicament, I shall let it go." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Little Fish asked. Brother Shu, what do you need so much money for? Zhang Shu slapped his forehead. Actually, this matter involves you a little. Little Fish, surprised, replied, involves me? Yes. I intend to start a small business and wish to purchase a few pig heads from your father. At the opportune moment, Zhao Sanqiang interjected, sharing the line Zhang Shu had taught him. Brother Shu, since Little Fish has no money, you could directly borrow the pig heads from him. After all, they are family. To put it simply, it's just a matter of transferring from one pocket to the other. Little Fish nodded thoughtfully, sensing a glimmer of truth in the fat man's words, though something felt slightly off. However, in comparison to borrowing money, the prospect of acquiring a few pigs was far more palatable for him. After all, the money was his own, while the pigs belonged to his father. Utilizing his father's possessions for personal endeavors was undeniably advantageous. Having known each other for some time, Zhang Shu was well aware of Xiao Yu's character. He would lend a hand in minor matters, but when it came to substantial sums of money, regardless of Xiao Yu's financial status, he would never agree to lend. Thus, he had to approach the situation indirectly, leveraging Xiao Yu's willingness to part with his father's assets while feeling no remorse. Moreover, given Zhang Shu's previous kindness towards him, Xiao Yu had already declined once. He found it impossible to refuse a second time. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yu remarked, borrowing a few pigs is certainly feasible. But rest assured, I will return the money by the night after tomorrow at the latest. What are the current prices for the pigs? The smaller ones are 12. The larger ones are 21. If you want them, I can give you the smaller ones for 10 each and the larger ones for 20. Zhang Shu calculated for a while and decided on 5 larger pigs. That would conveniently total 100 yuan. Also, please get me a few pig tails for the children at home. Certainly. The tails are on the house. I'll throw in a few for you. He nudged Zhao Sanqiang, who was engrossed in watching a video. Go get the pigs from Xiao Yu. Zhao Sanqiang, with a distressed expression, pointed at the screen. It's just getting to the climax. What good is just watching? Once I find some time, I'll introduce you to a woman to practice with. Really? Zhao Sanqiang's eyes lit up as he urged, let us go and get the pigs. Brother Shu, where are you headed? Zhang Shu waved his hand. I'm off to buy some spices. Let us gather here later. By 1990, the individual economy had begun to flourish, venturing into various goods, including spices. Although certain special items were still under planned supply, the overall commercial environment was gravitating towards a market economy, which was an undeniable trend. When Zhang Shu returned to Xiao Yu's video hall, the clock was nearing 1 o'clock, and time was of the essence. He quickly called for Fatty to head home, and as the 3-wheeled vehicle belched out black smoke once more, the two sped towards the village by the river. Grandma, brother has brought back many large pigs. The little girl shouted at the top of her lungs, fearful that the neighbors might not hear. After setting down the pigs, Zhao Sanqiang prepared to tidy up the vehicle to return home, but Zhang Shu halted him with a single remark. Don't you want to pursue a relationship anymore? I do. At that moment, Zhao Sanqiang responded with unwavering conviction, as solemn as a party oath. Then come with me to sell pig meat. Zhang Shu began to delegate tasks. Fatty would handle the hair removal, Grandma would shave the meat, Zhang Shui would boil water, and Zhang Huahua would assist Zhang Lan. The personnel arrangement was meticulously coordinated. Without one, the operation would falter. He was responsible for adjusting the marinade, as the pig heads and spices entered the pot, steam swirling with an enticing aroma. 2 hours later, Zhang Shu prodded with chopsticks, easily piercing through the pig meat. Zhang Shui, no longer focused on stoking the fire, leaned over the stove, captivated. Even Grandma could not resist sniffing the air. During this period, rural life was still challenging for most farmers. Rice paired with pickled vegetables was the norm. Meat and eggs were luxuries reserved for holidays or when guests visited. Farmers primarily relied on agriculture for their income. But with low grain prices, after paying taxes, the remaining earnings were meager. Electricity is connected, yet frequent power outages plague the community, and the cost of electricity is exorbitant, necessitating careful management of usage. Access to water is limited. Villagers either rely on wells or trek to the river to fetch it, as few have running water. Life in the countryside during this time is indeed more bearable than in the 1960s and 70s, yet it remains far from affluent. Zhang Shu picked up a piece of pig face meat and tossed it onto the cutting board, casually chopping it a few times with his knife. The meat, freshly cooked, emitted a billowing steam. Xiao Shui fetched some bowls. Zhang Shui hurriedly brought several large bowls, and he divided the chopped meat into piles, placing them into the bowls. The entire room was filled with an enticing aroma, causing everyone to swallow in anticipation. Eldest brother, is it ready? Zhang Huahua urged in a childlike voice. Here is the first bowl for Grandma. This one is for Xiao Shua. Zhao Sanxiang grabbed a large piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth, giving a thumbs up. His praise mumbled. Shuj, I didn't expect you had such culinary skills. Zhang Huahua gulped down her food, a look of utter satisfaction on her face. This meat is truly delicious. Grandma cautioned, eat slowly, don't choke. There's more in the pot. Eat to your heart's content. From now on, we'll have meat every day. Let us retire the plain rice. Zhang Shui licked the grease from his lips, his eyes narrowing in delight. Chapter 6. Bad Girls. Don't waste. Zhang Shu selected 3 more pieces of pig head meat and carefully packed them in a bag. One piece was for Grandma to take home that evening, to share with Uncle and Grandpa over drinks. Another piece was destined for Grandpa, who had a particular fondness for it and never hesitated to ask for anything. Tomorrow, he would visit his second aunt's home to investigate the situation with the Zhang couple. As for the pigtail, it would serve as a snack for his sisters. A few village women, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. Are you living the high life? Zhang Shu turned his head. The voice belonged to Huang Li, the wife of his father's colleague. His father and Huang Li's husband had long-standing conflicts, each undermining the other behind closed doors. Zhang Shu suspected that his mother's secret of childbirth was reported by this woman. Otherwise, how would the family planning office know? He seized the slop bucket, freshly emptied of pig bristles, and flung it outward, dousing Huang Li in filthy water. For a moment, she was taken aback, then the acrid stench invaded her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn. Instinctively, she looked down at herself, horrified to find her skirt smeared with sticky vegetable leaves, greasy residue clinging to the hem and neckline. Pig hairs plastered against her face. Stunned by this sudden onslaught, Huang Li hesitated, then shrieked, Zhang Shu, how dare you douse me? Today, I'll settle this with you. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Zhang Shu, her hands clawing toward his face. Zhang Shu stood his ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, calmly stating, if you dare to touch me, I will break your leg. Huang Li froze, her hands suspended in midair. It dawned on her that Zhang Shu was not one to be trifled with. Yet, retreating now would cost her face. Her cheeks flushed red, chest heaving. She forced out a mock smile. Humph, who would want to fight with you? With that, she slowly lowered her hands, feigning composure as she patted down her clothes. As the sun descended in the west, Zhang Shu felt disinclined to engage in further banter. Glancing at the time, he noted that the workers would soon finish their shifts. He gathered his knives and cutting board, dragging a table onto his tricycle in preparation for his stall. Observing Zhang Shu's departure, Huang Li erupted once more. With such a mediocre character, how dare he attempt to enter the business realm? He should take a moment to reflect on his own worth. She laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, prompting a wave of laughter from the surrounding women. With his skills, I wouldn't he even accept his offerings for free. A sharp-faced woman chimed in. 10,000 yuan is no trifling sum. I fear his family is in dire straits this time. Huang Li's enthusiasm grew, her face radiating delight. If you ask me, his parents should never have had him. Now look, unable to pay the fine, how will they manage their lives? With a splashing sound, another bucket of slop was poured out. Their grandmother, Lu Guilin, hefted a tin bucket, her murky eyes now glinting with a fierce resolve. Keep gossiping. And when my grandson returns, you shall face the consequences, she declared, slamming the bucket down with force. Bravo. Well done. Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua cheered, clapping excitedly. Huang Li's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Hurry, hurry. That old woman is quite fearsome, urged the other women, disregarding the filth as they hurried home. Huagang Middle School is situated at the heart of the town, oriented from west to east, with a 3-way intersection in front. Whether students were finishing classes or workers were ending their shifts, everyone passed through this area, and Zhang Shu felt a sense of solitary strength in his position. He chose the prime spot to park his tricycle, unloading the table and meat from the vehicle. With no customers yet, he knew he needed to sort the meat, as different cuts commanded varying prices. A middle-aged woman approached, and Zhang Shu initially thought she was a potential customer. He greeted her with a smile, only to be met with a tirade. Are you new here? Do you understand the rules of this place? Zhang Shu set down his knife, asking, what's the matter? The woman pointed to a nearby cart adorned with a small coal stove and a pile of flour, belonging to a vendor selling fried dough twists. This spot is mine. We've been here for over half a year. Move to another location. she urged impatiently. Zhang Shu found humor in her claim, thinking to himself how absurd it was for her to mark territory in such a manner. Ignoring her, he continued to chuckle, which only fueled the woman's ire. She called out behind her, "Hey, old man, this kid is being obstinate. Come take a look." A bald man approached, setting down his cart, and kicked the bundle of straw beside Zhang Shu. "Don't create trouble for yourself. Can't you see? We were here first," he warned. Zhang Shu glanced at the straw bundle. "If this thing is so influential, it should be sent to America. Then the entire country would belong to you." With a swift kick, he sent the straw flying and gestured, "Now your spot is over there. Hurry along." Enraged, the bald man advanced, ready to confront Zhang Shu. Observing this, Zhao Sanxiang swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. He clutched his abdomen and staggered back a few steps, his face contorted with rage. His eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "You little brat, this matter isn't over. Some people are not to be trifled with. Just wait." Zhao Sanxiang rushed forward and delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Old man, are you all right?" A woman hurried over to assist him, then turned to scold the hefty man, "You ruthless knave. Why did you strike so brutally?" The man in a crew cut forcefully shook off the woman's supportive hand. "Go fetch Husan. I will pay him for protection, and this is how he safeguards us? This matter demands an explanation." The man gritted his teeth while setting up a stall across the street, casting menacing glances at the pair. Meanwhile, the woman jogged away, cursing and calling for help. Zhang Shu paid no heed to them, continuing to sort the pig's head meat. The glossy, soy sauce-colored chunks swayed slightly, the aroma of the meat mingling with the scent of spices, wafting enticingly into the air. An elderly man selling sweet potatoes approached, sniffing eagerly, his eyes fixated on the pig's head meat. "Young man, how much for this meat?" Zhang Shu, without pausing in his work, replied, "It depends on what you want. Pig ears are 6 yuan per pound, snouts are 7, and tongues are 750. Other pig head meat is 5 yuan. The old man gulped. "Pork at the market is only 240 per pound. This is exorbitant. Lower the price, and I'll buy some." Zhang Shu chuckled, "Old man, the spices used to marinate this meat cost quite a bit. Besides, one pig's head yields only half the meat. At this price, I still feel like I'm selling it at a bargain." The old man smacked his lips. "Young man, what spices do you use for this marinade? I'd like to try it at home tomorrow. That's a trade secret. I can't just divulge it. If I share it today, you might set up a stall beside mine tomorrow. And then who would I turn to if I need to settle disputes?" The old man expressed his discontent with a huff. Zhang Shu smiled silently and continued his work. "How about this? I'll trade you a few sweet potatoes for some meat. That should be fair. They're homegrown and guaranteed sweet. If it weren't for wanting to get some meat for my grandson, I wouldn't be so willing to trade." Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. "What is so special about being a farmer? My family has been farming for 3 generations. We're as solid as it gets. I say, old man, if your grandson wants meat, you shouldn't be so stingy. That's just not right." Seeing that his attempts to bargain were futile, the old man pouted and walked away to continue selling sweet potatoes, though he occasionally glanced back. As the clock approached 5:30, workers gradually emerged from the factory, preparing to head home. Wang Jiang, a mechanic from Changhua Machinery Factory, slowed his bicycle as he passed Huagang Middle School. What a delightful aroma of meat. It was the scent of smoked meat. Having been relocated to Huagang town for nearly half a year, he had developed a fondness for smoked meat paired with a couple of drinks. Yet, this town had none for sale, forcing him to ride all the way to the city whenever he craved it, which was quite a hassle. After securing his bicycle, Wang Jiang approached, holding an aluminum lunchbox, and noticed a young man preparing a sauce. "Comrade, how much for the pig ears?" A nearby hefty man answered, "Pig ears are 6 yuan per pound." Wang Jiang handed over the aluminum lunchbox. "I'll take half a pound of pig ears and half a pound of smoked meat." Coming right up, Zhang Shu grasped the kitchen knife, pressing the pig's head meat firmly upon the cutting board, the dark red skin glistening with fat. The blade sliced through, producing a rhythmic thud against the board, releasing glistening meat juices. "The young man has quite the skill," Wang Jiang praised. Hearing the compliment, Zhang Shu smiled. In this life, he had never even cooked a meal. His knife skills, including the preparation of the marinated sauce, were honed after the age of 40 in his previous life. As men grow older, they often develop peculiar hobbies. After achieving financial independence in his past existence, Zhang Shu had taken to sequestering himself at home, delving into culinary recipes. And now, unexpectedly, he found himself utilizing that knowledge upon his return. Zhang Shu placed the meat into an aluminum lunchbox, ladled a spoonful of sauce over it, covered it, and handed it over. Wang Jiang extracted a 2 yuan bill and 2 10-cent aluminum coins from his pocket, offering them to Zhao Sanxiang. The stout man accepted the money, chuckling. Perfect, no need for change. Wang Jiang received the lunchbox, and the enticing aroma compelled him to pinch a piece of pig's ear and pop it into his mouth. The tender texture melting away. Quite delicious. I shall return tomorrow. Wang Jiang nodded appreciatively. As more pedestrians filled the streets, their blue-gray work uniforms merged into a tapestry beneath the setting sun. Zhao Sanxiang moved from behind the stall to the roadside, calling out with a raised voice. Pig's head meat, 5 yuan per pound. Pig's head meat, 5 yuan per pound. A bargain. A bespectacled middle-aged woman jostled to the front of the stall. Young master, please slice me a pound of pig's head meat. Make sure it's fatty. She retrieved a porcelain jar from her basket. Having longed for this delicacy since the establishment of a pig's head meat vendor in Huagang town, the sound of a bicycle bell approached. As the postman steadied himself on one foot. Quickly, quickly, help me slice half a pound. I'm in a rush to deliver the last batch of mail. Before Zhang Shu could respond, the bespectacled woman stepped back. Postman first, please. Thank you so much. In an era where communication largely relied on letters, postmen enjoyed stable employment, good wages, and a generally elevated social status. As time passed, an unanticipated queue began to form in front of the stall. A slight smile crept across Zhang Shu's lips, revealing a characteristic crooked grin. In all of Huagang town, there was no competition. The feeling of running a unique business was truly exhilarating. Peering into the cart, he noted 5 pig heads, half of which had already been sold. It appeared his culinary skills were quite favored by the people. Life was on the upswing. Zhang Shu resolved to visit Sun Tong in a couple of days to treat her well. He recalled a wise saying from a master in his previous life: cherish the good girls, do not squander the bad ones. He found this sentiment profound. In times of scarcity, every resource must be utilized. Wastefulness is shameful. Chapter 7 Goodness. The canvas bag hanging from Zhao Sanxiang's neck began to swell. You have to help us out, Lao-san. Teach that brat a lesson. Otherwise, don't expect us to pay you protection fees in the future. At the stall selling fried dough twists, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, pointing across the road. You dare. Hussein spat out a toothpick, speaking with fierce intent. If everyone behaved like them, shirking payment for minor grievances, how could we maintain order? Hussein's tone was particularly resolute. The middle-aged woman recoiled in fright. Her voice softened. Now that we've paid, this matter must have a resolution, right? Wait here. Let me see which little brat is so unreasonable. Come with me, brothers. The 4 swaggered forward, strutting with their legs turned out, heading straight for Zhang Shu. As Hussein passed by the old man selling sweet potatoes, he kicked over a bench mat for the queue. The steel pipe in his hand struck the roasting potato oven repeatedly, and upon witnessing the scene, the crowd dispersed in a rush. Hussein stepped forward, the steel pipe pressed against Zhang Shu's chest. Do you understand the rules? To do business here, you must first pay homage to my territory. In this vicinity of Huagang Middle School, no one dared to challenge him. Hussein decided that today would serve as an example for Zhang Shu, a warning to those who refused to pay protection fees about the consequences of crossing him. The old man selling sweet potatoes, unable to bear the sight, trembled as he spoke. Please, have mercy. We are just trying to make a living with our small business. The boy is young and foolish. Grant him another chance. To hell with your small business. Hussein erupted, sweeping the steel pipe across the roasting potato oven with a resounding crash, sparks flying as scalding sweet potatoes scattered everywhere. The old man stumbled back in fright and fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Several onlookers clenched their fists, preparing to intervene. However, upon seeing the steel pipe in Hussein's hand, they could only suppress their outrage. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Shu's eyes as he stepped forward, seizing Hussein's wrist and twisting it, causing the steel pipe to clatter to the ground. He picked it up and swung it forcefully down onto Hussein's shoulder. Ah! Hussein howled in agony, clutching his arm, cold sweat pouring down as he felt numbness in his left shoulder. His face was a mask of disbelief, his voice trembling. You dare to retaliate? Zhang Shu remained silent, bringing the steel pipe crashing down onto his leg, causing Hussein to collapse to the ground, writhing in pain. A few onlookers, witnessing this, prepared to rush in, but Zhang Shu whipped around, his gaze sharp as a blade. If anyone moves, the next one will be him. Zhao Sanxiang brandished a cleaver from the cutting board, pointing it at the others. Whoever comes forward will be chopped. The three thugs froze in place, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. From the crowd, someone shouted, "Well done." Hussein lay on the ground, his face ashen, realizing he had kicked a steel plate today. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to rise, glaring menacingly at Zhang Shu. You wait for me." Zhang Shu sneered, weighing the steel pipe in his hand before striking again. "I'm waiting for your mother." The pipe fell relentlessly upon Hussein, the dull thuds accompanied by his anguished cries. "I give up. I surrender. Please stop. I beg you. You are my grandfather." Zhang Shu's eyes remained cold, not relenting until Hussein lay curled on the ground, devoid of the strength to plead any further, at which point he ceased his assault. He crouched down, gripping Hussein's hair firmly. "I've been running these streets since I was 14. You've crossed the line, acting so high and mighty. Now speak. Who do you belong to?" Hussein, bloodied and battered, his face swollen like a pig's head, stuttered. I'm with Dog Brother." "Dog Brother?" Zhang Shu let out a cold laugh, forcefully slamming Hussein's head against the ground. He pointed at the few individuals still standing nearby, demanding that scoundrel Go Ziqiang come over at once. He would wait for him right there. Hussein lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, while the small thugs, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, fled without even a glance back. Zhao Sanxiang set down the cleaver in his hand, raising his chin towards Hussein with concern, saying, "Brother Shu, did you go too hard? What if something happens?" Zhang Shu grinned. "What is there to fear? There are so many witnesses. This is self-defense. I'm risking my life to combat evil forces and protect the people's property. If this reaches the police, they'll have to award me." Zhao Sanxiang paused, taken aback by this. They had always played the antagonistic role. Suddenly being the justified party felt rather strange. He scratched his head. "The role reversal is too abrupt. I didn't have time to react. So, is it really all right to kill this bastard?" Zhao Sanxiang took the steel pipe from Zhang Shu's hand, exclaiming, "Let me give him a taste too." As a large, hefty man approached with the steel pipe, Hussein, incoherently pleading for mercy, even wet himself. The couple selling fried dough twists across the street dared not continue their business, hastily stuffing their goods into their basket and fleeing in a panic. Zhang Shu surveyed the startled customers around him, clapped his hands, and called out loudly, "Dear uncles and aunts, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance just now. We are all old neighbors. Today, all remaining pig head meat is at a 10% discount as a way to make amends and ease your fright." Zhao Sanxiang immediately caught on, shouting, "Freshly braised pig head meat, 10% off. First come, first served." The crowd began to stir. The onlookers who had been hiding now gathered around, with a few bold ones even striking up conversations. "Young man, those moves were truly satisfying. It was about time someone dealt with those thugs." Zhang Shu deftly cut and weighed the meat, responding with a smile. "Who could disagree? It's not easy for us to run a small business. Besides, I can't stand bullies, especially those who prey on the elderly." The crowd erupted with praise, voices of admiration rising all around. With Zhang Shu's swift actions, the remaining pig head meat was rapidly sold out, simultaneously winning over hearts. Even if the situation escalated, there would be witnesses ready to testify. In these times, everyone is a vigilant citizen, eager to help. Zhang Shu sliced off a large piece of pig head meat and approached the elderly man selling sweet potatoes, jesting, "Old man, today's events were quite manly." He placed the meat in the elder's hands, adding, "You should eat first to calm your nerves. I'll make sure you receive a proper explanation." "Oh no, that's unnecessary. I'm fine. It's just a waste with the sweet potatoes scattered. I'll just pick them up and eat them myself. It's no trouble," the old man insisted, suddenly becoming polite. Zhang Shu chuckled. "You can't possibly eat all this on your own. Too much of it will cause bloating and gas. At your age, you can't handle that. It's better for the young ones to enjoy." Inside the arcade, a nearly 2-meter-tall man with a black face continuously furrowed his brow, listening to the unfolding events. Go Ziqiang felt that the rewards from the electronic platform had lost their allure, yet his companions behind him were devoid of such reservations, fixated on the embarrassing scene before them. "Brother Go, what should we do now?" Hussein is still sprawled out in the middle of the road. "How the hell should I know? Do you lot have some serious issues?" "Yes, they're selling pig's head meat. What is it to you? And you want to go over there to pay your respects? What audacity!" Go Ziqiang berated them vehemently. He then picked up the Ashima on the table and kicked the messenger with disdain. "Lead the way. Brother Go, are we just the few of us? Shouldn't we call a few more brothers? Call your mother. I'm going to negotiate, not to fight. What is the point of bringing so many people for such trivial matters? Are you trying to provoke me? Go Ziqiang shot him a stern look. Brother Go, how could I dare? Damn it. Talking back again. Another kick followed. At the front of Huagang Middle School, Sanxiang, have you settled the accounts? How much is it in total? Brother Shu, take a guess. Zhang Shu lowered his head to calculate. The small fish had given him pig heads weighing about 25 jin each, and after removing the bones, the net meat was approximately 13 jin. Calculating at an average of 6 yuan per jin, each pig head could be sold for 78 yuan, totaling 390 yuan. After deducting what was eaten at home and a portion given to the old man, and considering the recently discounted sales, was it around 300? Zhao Sanxiang grinned widely. Brother Shu, your guess is spot on. It's a total of 305.7 yuan. After deducting costs, you've earned more in a day than many do in half a year. Zhang Shu had initially thought he would be left with 1.5 pig heads, but the business had surprisingly thrived. It seemed many onlookers, drawn by the discounts, had ended up purchasing some despite not intending to buy initially. Indeed, the curiosity of the crowd was an innate trait of the Chinese people. Despite the chaos, not a single person had left. When Go Ziqiang arrived, he found Zhang Shu and the others munching on sweet potatoes, spitting, and boasting. Husan lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, utterly still. Frowning, he approached and prodded Husan with his foot. Suddenly, Husan convulsed and emitted a hoarse wail. Damn, am I being scammed? Go Ziqiang waved his hand. Get this fool to the hospital. I don't want him dying on the street and bringing me bad luck. Having said that, he walked straight to Zhang Shu's side. Reaching for a sweet potato from the grill and taking a large bite, Go Ziqiang furrowed his brow. The sweet potato was indeed sweet, but it carried an unpleasant odor. The old man stood up, trembling, and explained, it fell on the ground during the scuffle. I was going to take it home to feed the chickens. And I didn't expect you. Go Ziqiang interrupted, damn it. Chapter 8. I did it. Go Ziqiang regurgitated what he had eaten a few days prior. Feeling it was about time, he raised his hand to adjust his collar, cigarette dangling from his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at the greasy meat stall. How did you end up doing this? Zhang Shu took a bite of sweet potato, mumbling indistinctly, what else is there to do? Continue loitering on the street? At this rate, we'll either end up in jail or eating peanuts. Which do you prefer? Go Ziqiang took a deep drag from his cigarette. Without further ado, he exclaimed, could you possibly refrain from eating sweet potatoes? I'm about to be sick. Have you heard about old Joe? Which old Joe? Go Ziqiang inquired. The one from West Street, the one who got locked up before the new year. He was just sentenced yesterday, life imprisonment. Zhang Shu took another bite of his sweet potato and glanced at Go Ziqiang. What prospects does he have left in this life? Go Ziqiang crushed the cigarette, but fiercely into the ground. What can I do about it? No skills, no capital. Without connections, I can't even afford to eat. If you ask me, you should join me. Join you in selling pig's head meat? Go Ziqiang scoffed. I could manage pig's head meat. Those with money are the true rulers now, Zhang Shu remarked. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. What pretense are you putting on? Do you know how much I earned this afternoon? Zhang Shu gestured with his hand, forming an okay sign. $300, just in half a day's work. Are you serious? Go Ziqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. You're a stunning beauty. Is there any need to deceive you? What? Do you look down on this small business? Not at all. Go Ziqiang rubbed his hands together. I just feel it lacks dignity. Who told you to sell pig's head meat for a lifetime? This is what we call primitive accumulation. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Go Ziqiang's temper flared, and he sprang up from his seat, ready to explode. Zhang Shu continued. Do you know what the most lucrative business is nowadays? What? Go Ziqiang silently sat back down. Ignorance is truly terrifying, Zhang Shu remarked, sneering at him. 9 out of 10 people are failing, and the last one is still searching. Have you heard that saying? Go Ziqiang shifted in his seat, suddenly alert. Are you planning to become a dealer? Zhang Shu discarded the sweet potato skin, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. So what do you think? Interested? Of course. I'm interested. But why would you want to bring me along? Zhang Shu did not respond, but instead fell into deep contemplation. In his previous life, Go Ziqiang met a tragic end, brutally murdered in the street during a gang conflict involving over 30 people. He needed to prepare for the upcoming plan. Certain tasks were well suited for his current identity, and if he could be resourceful, Zhang Shu would not hesitate to lend him a hand. However, Go Ziqiang was painfully aware of how precarious his situation was. Relying on extortion for a living was ultimately unsustainable. Yet what could he do? Lacking education, connections, and a clear vision for the future, Zhang Shu's words provided him with a fresh perspective. Who would want to live a life of crime if they had money? Wouldn't it be far more appealing to wear a suit and drive a luxury car? Noticing Go Ziqiang's silence, he grew impatient and leaned forward. What exactly are your plans? What do you need me to do? Just say it. How much money do you have? Zhang Shu asked directly. Go Ziqiang replied honestly. I can immediately put together over 800 in cash. Give me a little time, and I can gather up to 1,200. That's far too little. Seeing Zhang Shu's slightly disdainful expression, Go Ziqiang felt a tinge of embarrassment. This amount was all of his savings. This was even after his mother had forcibly helped him manage it, claiming it was for his future wife. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have spent it all. This is all I have. What if I postpone collecting the protection fee? Go Ziqiang suggested. Zhang Shu cast a glance at him, inwardly cursing. Truly a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement, incessantly reverting to old ways, only adept at extorting protection fees. It seemed that Go Ziqiang had truly run dry of resources. Henceforth, no more protection fees would be collected. Zhang Shu waved his hand, instructing those under him, who were sullied, to hastily rid themselves of their burdens, retaining only a few reliable individuals. Go Ziqiang felt a twinge of regret, smacking his lips. Without income, it becomes challenging to manage the crew. We must walk a legitimate path. Why gather so many underlings? Moreover, bring your identification and money to me tomorrow. We shall establish a company, and everything must be formalized moving forward. Go Ziqiang instinctively nodded, yet suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. Had he not come to negotiate? How had he inexplicably been conscripted, and that too with his own funds at stake? He hesitated, having been a leader for so many years. The abrupt shift to being subordinate left him somewhat flustered. Zhang Shu discerned his turmoil, opting not to elaborate further. This was a test for him. If he could not overcome it, there would be no need to take him along. Having returned from rebirth, he viewed matters from a godlike perspective. The avenues to generate wealth were innumerable, and he was not reliant on that meager sum of 800. However, this contribution from Go Ziqiang was essential. It was his entry ticket. Otherwise, why would he, a stranger, be inclined to help him prosper? Zhang Shu then turned to Zhao Sanqiang. By the way, when will your aunt return to Yangqing? It should be next week. Why do you ask? Arrange for me to treat her to lunch tomorrow. Zhao Sanqiang grinned. No problem. Your aunt inquired about you just a couple of days ago. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Zhang Shu, seeing Go Ziqiang still deep in thought with a furrowed brow, lost patience and began to pack up to head home. The three-wheeled vehicle sputtered to life, belching black smoke. Zhang Shu inhaled deeply, finding the scent rather pleasant. Since childhood, he had enjoyed chasing after tractors and motorcycles, relishing the aroma of exhaust fumes, finding it inexplicably delightful. Go Ziqiang suddenly slapped the sweet potato stove. I'm in. Only then did he realize that Zhang Shu and his group had already departed. Damn it, they left without so much as a word. How rude. Noticing the old man occasionally glancing at him, Go Ziqiang felt a surge of irritation. Why do you keep staring at me? The young man who just left claimed that your subordinate ruined a batch of my roasted sweet potatoes, demanding compensation, which is why I've been waiting here. The old man trembled as he spoke, feeling the oppressive presence of this fellow, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Fei. Damn it! Go Ziqiang slammed his thigh, stating, whoever did this, seek them out. It's none of my concern. The old man remained silent, merely continuing to stare at him. Go Ziqiang found himself at a loss. This old man was as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive plaster. Fine, I shall cover the costs for now, and I'll reclaim it from Husan tomorrow. He sighed and inquired, how much does it cost? The old man swallowed hard. Just the cost price. 8 yuan will suffice. Go Ziqiang paid the amount, ultimately doing so out of respect for Zhang Shu. Otherwise, he was not one to be easily pacified. He had come to realize that the path of a rogue could not be traversed any further, especially after hearing that old Zhou had been sentenced to life imprisonment. He genuinely felt a pang of fear. He feared that one day he might find himself like old Zhou, confined within that cage for a lifetime. Indeed, death would seem a preferable fate. In some obscure way, Go Ziqiang sensed a foreboding. Following Zhang Shu, his life might blossom into something extraordinarily vibrant. Chapter 9. The ferry. Upon returning to Xia village, Zhao Sanqiang tidied up the three-wheeled vehicle, preparing to head home. For tonight, he was to face a formidable challenge. In the old secretary's house, daring to secretly take the tricycle out was as serious an offense as committing murder. The plump fellow could very well face dire consequences tonight. Zhang Shu extracted 30 yuan from his bag and handed it over. Brother Shu, what is this for? Am I to accept money for helping you? He said this while starting the engine, ready to depart. Zhang Shu detained him. This is not for you. It is for the vehicle. Well, if you put it that way. Zhao Sanxiang pondered for a moment before accepting the money. In the early 1990s, some major cities began to gradually open gas stations, offering negotiable prices. However, in Huagang town, gasoline still had to be purchased with fuel coupons, which was the reason Zhang Shu provided the 30 yuan. Acquiring gasoline in this remote village was no easy feat. Gas stations were not like everyday necessities. Private enterprises had no access. In 1992, a directive was issued from higher authorities, permitting private enterprises to enter certain segments of the refined oil retail market. Even so, most private gas stations were primarily affiliated with state-owned enterprises. It was not until the approach of the new millennium that private businesses were explicitly allowed into the refined oil market. However, this led to an influx of foreign capital, with companies like Shell and BP entering the fray, resulting in the forced closure or acquisition of numerous private gas stations. Don't forget to arrange a meeting with your aunt. Zhao Sanxiang waved his hand. Rest assured, I won't forget. When Zhang Shu returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. His grandparents had undoubtedly fallen asleep, and it was not the hour to disturb them. He would visit them in the morning. His grandmother had lulled Zhonglan to sleep, and the entire Xia village lay in tranquil silence. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a silvery glow upon the muddy ground, while a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of freshness. At this time in the countryside, televisions were yet to be widespread. With scant entertainment options, families could only engage in intimate affairs at night, which certainly posed challenges for the family planning officials. Zhang Shu's thoughts meandered aimlessly until he drifted into slumber. Morning arrived, and Zhang Shu rose from the sofa. His grandmother was already tending to the fire to cook porridge. He rummaged through the sweet potatoes he had brought back the previous night and beckoned to Zhang Shui. Come, this is for you. Wow, roasted sweet potato. Zhang Shui exclaimed dramatically, wobbling over with Zhang Lan in tow. Big brother, you're being biased. I want some too. Zhang Huahua pouted, peering from the east room, clearly displeased with her brother's favoritism towards his sister. You have some too, would I deprive you? Zhang Huahua's face instantly brightened, and she eagerly snatched the sweet potato, unable to contain her excitement as she began to peel it. After washing up, Zhang Shu carried a pig's head towards the northern part of Xia village. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted his grandfather, Zhang Guoqing, in the distance. In the early morning, the old man was applying organic fertilizer to the cabbages in the field. Upon seeing Zhang Shu, he tossed aside his dung shovel and called out, Wife, our eldest grandson has arrived. Quickly fetch the peach pastries that Jianjia brought a couple of days ago for him to savor. Grandma Wang Yuzhen responded from the house. And at that moment, Zhang Guoqing had approached. Xiao Shu, why are you not resting at home a bit longer this early? Zhang Shu raised the plastic bag in his hand and offered it, saying, Grandpa, this is what I marinated yesterday. I brought it for you and Grandma to taste. Oh dear, keep it for yourself. Your grandma and I have no worries about food and drink. Just take it away, take it away. Zhang Guoqing's hand trembled slightly as he held the plastic bag. His grandson had never before taken the initiative to bring him something. A smile broke through the wrinkles on his face, unable to be suppressed. Grandma hurried out of the house, clutching the peach pastries, her eyes fixed on the plastic bag. Did Xiao Shu make this himself? When did you learn such a skill, child? Zhang Guoqing swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a warmth in his eyes. Memories of Zhang Shu as a child, riding on his back, flooded his mind. Time had swiftly passed, and now his grandson had grown up. Even thinking of their old couple. You silly child, Zhang Guoqing's voice trembled as he lowered his head, pretending to adjust the bag's opening, while tightly grasping it, fearful that it might be snatched away. Old man, hurry to the town and get some meat. Today we must have a good meal with Xiao Shu. No. Zhang Shu shook his head repeatedly. I need to visit my second aunt's house shortly to check on things with my parents. Mentioning this made Zhang Guoqing grumble. Xiao Shu, you are too understanding. I have already told your parents not to have more children, yet they insist on it. I wonder if Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu will finally have a boy this time. And the fines from the family planning office, if they do not address them. They might lose the house. Humph, I will never assist them. But rest assured, Xiao Shu, your grandma and I have saved our money. When we grow old, it will all be yours. No one else can lay claim to it. Zhang Shu was at a loss on how to persuade his grandfather, who held traditional views of favoring boys over girls, deeply rooted in the minds of the older generation. In his previous life, he had taken advantage of this sentiment, causing considerable turmoil among his uncles, while his two aunts harbored resentment towards him. Yet, the old man had a particular fondness for him, leading to strained relationships with relatives on his father's side. After chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Zhang Shu took his leave. His second aunt, Qin Ru, lived in the southern Lusha village, and to reach it from Shiha village, one had to take a ferry. After waiting for over half an hour, the boat finally arrived. As Zhang Shu pushed his bicycle onto the vessel, it noticeably sank lower, and the wooden deck creaked under the strain. 2 dimes for both man and bike, shouted the ferryman, who was smoking a cigarette. At that time, the ferry was still made of cement and could carry no more than 7 or 8 people comfortably. It was no exaggeration to say it felt cramped. Being a poor swimmer, Zhang Shu felt no sense of security on the boat, with the slightest gust of wind. The vessel swayed perilously, and his heart remained in a state of unease throughout the journey. Until the dawn of the new millennium, cement vessels were gradually supplanted by steel-hulled ships. The true conclusion of the ferrying era, however, would not arrive until the completion of the Liaoshazhuang Bridge in 2010. That marked the final occasion. From henceforth, I shall never set foot on such contrivances again. Upon arriving at my aunt's residence, I beheld Qin Xiuxiu, her belly prominently rounded, basking in the sun at the doorway, while Zhang Jianjun busily tended to the chives. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, reveling in their contentment. Zhang Jianjun, noticing Zhang Shu's arrival, expressed his surprise. "What brings you here?" "I came to deliver some pig's head meat to my mother," Zhang Shu replied, extending the offering. "What a waste of money," Qin Xiuxiu murmured softly, yet without hesitation, she seized the meat and began to savor it. "How is everything at home?" "Quite well, except that the family planning office paid a visit yesterday." He then recounted the details regarding the plans to demolish the house, along with the impending fines. "What, 9,800? Good heavens!" Qin Xiuxiu suddenly found the pig's head meat less appetizing. Chapter 10. Leave financial matters to me, Jianjun. How much can our family muster up at this point? Not even 1,500. Qin Xiuxiu nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, pondering their predicament. They still had a considerable amount to cover. My mother could shamelessly borrow 500. But what about Qin Ru and Zhenghua's family? She paused, contemplating. Perhaps I could broach the subject with my father-in-law. If it's a son, we might manage to borrow 2,000. Zhang Jianjun ground the cigarette but into the dirt. But if it's a girl? He didn't need to finish, for Qin Xiuxiu understood all too well the chilling memory of the last time Zhang Lan was born, when Zhang Guoqing had brandished a shoulder pole to strike Zhang Jianjun. "What about your uncles and aunts over there?" "Don't hold your breath." Zhang Jianjun shook his head. Even borrowing 30 or 50 yuan would be considered a significant favor. The kettle in the kitchen sputtered with steam, and the atmosphere grew heavy, prompting Qin Xiuxiu's tears to cascade down her cheeks. "Sister," Qin Ru appeared at the doorway, clutching a crumpled handkerchief. "I have over 200 here. Please take it for now." "No, how can I accept this? You and your husband are struggling as it is. Even if the family planning office demolishes the house, I cannot accept your money," Qin Xiuxiu insisted firmly. Zhang Jianjun nodded in agreement. "Xiao Ru, it is already quite burdensome for Xiuxiu to stay here for her delivery. We truly cannot accept your financial assistance." With a sigh, Qin Ru pressed the wrinkled handkerchief into Qin Xiuxiu's hands. "Sister, take this as an emergency fund. A gift for the child's introduction to the world. My hardships are still better than what you are facing now." Zhang Jianjun contemplated the corner of the room where a spider spun its web for a moment before declaring, "I will inquire at the distillery tomorrow. After so many years, surely I can secure an advance on my wages." "Forget it, brother-in-law. I've heard about your distillery. The inventory is piling up, and they're on the verge of running out of funds for wages. Father, leave the financial matters to me. You? Please, just don't cause trouble. And I'll be grateful. I dare not hope for much more." Zhang Shu scoffed, sensing that old Zhang harbored considerable grievances, and recounted his experience selling pigs head meat the previous day. "Xiao Shu, you earned 300 in a day?" Qin Ru exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you pulling my leg?" Zhang Jianjun could hardly believe it. If it were said that Zhang Shu spent 300 in a day, he might accept that. But earning 300 was a notion he simply could not fathom. Such a feat was not in Zhang Shu's character. Zhang Shu corrected, "It is 200. And the other 100 is the cost. If you do not believe me, join me tonight, and you shall see for yourself." Zhang Jianjun felt as though his worldview was shattering. He would rather believe that the money was earned by Zhang Shui than accept that Zhang Shu could make such a sum. Yet, he wore a facade of unwavering conviction as he swallowed hard. What if I indeed go to sea? If you are deceiving me, I shall be very angry, and the consequences will be dire. In the face of Zhang Jianjun's feeble threat, Zhang Shu maintained an unusual seriousness. Father, rest assured, I will never deceive you again. A shiver ran down Zhang Jianjun's spine, his hair standing on end. Could this boy truly be serious? Is it possible that the good days for the Zhang family are finally arriving? Xiao, today I shall return to Xia village. In the evening, I will accompany Xiao Shu to take a look and bring back some meat from the town to treat you. Zhang Jianjun felt that unless he witnessed the event with his own eyes, he would not believe a word anyone said. Naturally, Zhang Shu relished the idea of extra help, feeling quite pleased with the prospect. The father and son rode their bicycles, though Zhang Jianjun frequently turned to glance at him, which left Zhang Shu somewhat speechless. Indeed, the prejudices in one's heart are formidable barriers. They did not return home, but instead rode directly to the Little Fish video hall. Upon seeing Little Fish seated at the counter, Zhang Shu wasted no words and placed 190 yuan on the counter. Please give me 4 pig heads, the bigger, the better. Also, a pair of pig feet and a portion of pork belly. All right, Shu go, I will fetch that for you right away. Little Fish grinned widely, his small eyes squinting with joy, and hurried off to the storage room. Zhang Jianjun observed the boldness with which Zhang Shu spent money, clicking his tongue. When will I ever be able to spend like that? To be fair, this boy's manner of paying was indeed stylish. He handed over nearly 200 yuan without even a furrow in his brow. After 20 minutes, Little Fish returned on a tricycle, laden with 4 pig heads, 2 pig tails, a pair of pig feet, and 4 jean of pork belly. Shugu, everything is ready. The pig feet and pork belly are at cost, and the pig tails are complimentary. Excellent. Thank you. As noon approached, the father and son made their way back to Xia village, each carrying 2 pig heads. The sun shone warmly, yet it was not oppressive. The temperature was just right, making it quite comfortable. Father, I have made plans with friends for lunch and will not be home to eat. Go. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. Nowadays, Zhang Shu informed him of everything, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Hiding, why aren't you eating? The old secretary Zhao Lei leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he asked. Someone is treating today, so I'm saving my appetite, she replied. Who? A man or a woman? Zhao Haiding rolled her eyes. Of course, it's a man. What is the fun in dining with a girl? Oh, who is it? Do I know him? The old secretary was intrigued. Of course, it's someone from Xia village. Look, he is here. The moment Zhao Lei caught sight of Zhang Shu, his brow furrowed. His son had always followed him around, but the more he ran, the further he strayed, turning into a rogue. Had it been in the year 83, Zhang Shu would have likely been reborn by now. Even more outrageous, Zhao Sanxiang actually took his tricycle out yesterday, undoubtedly under the instigation of Zhang Shu. He parked the bicycle at the entrance, and Zhang Shu, balancing on one foot, patted the rear seat. Zhao Haiding quickly approached, sat down on the back seat, and casually wrapped her arms around Zhang Shu's waist. Brother, let's go. She called out to Zhao Lei. The old secretary, with a cigarette in his mouth, frowned deeply, glaring at Zhang Shu, whose floral shirt was unbuttoned, appearing increasingly displeasing. Come back early, Zhao Lei managed to utter after a long pause. We're off, Uncle Zhao. Zhang Shu greeted with a grin and pedaled away. At the Dongfeng restaurant, a small eatery in Huagang town, menus were not yet in vogue. Prices were still chalked on a blackboard. Most restaurants at that time were family-run, with the husband cooking in the kitchen and the wife serving and collecting payments outside. Zhang Shu meticulously wiped down the greasy plastic stools. Sister Haiding, what would you like to eat? Zhao Haiding turned her gaze to the blackboard, her hair brushing against his hand. Zhang Shu glanced over. Her ear-length hair flipped outward. Paired with shoulder-padded shirts and fitted athletic pants, her naturally oval face now exuded a touch of maturity. I'll have a large boiled dried tofu and a stir-fried 3 delicacies, she declared. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was a bit stifling, with the ceiling fan struggling to turn. The scent of sweat mingling with the aroma of food wafting through the air. Zhang Shu nodded and shouted towards the kitchen. Boss, stir-fried 3 delicacies, stir-fried kidney, stir-fried eel, and a large boiled dried tofu. Hurry up. The portions at that time were truly generous. A 3 yuan order of stir-fried eel filled the plate to the brim. Unlike later times when the ingredients often outweighed the main components. Zhao Haiding stood up to grab 2 bottles of soda, opening one and handing it to Zhang Shu. Now we can talk, right? Do you need me to bring something for you? She asked, displaying an expression that conveyed her understanding. At that time, Guangdong Province, as the forefront of reform and opening up, had become a gateway for new trends to flood into the mainland. It was enviable for anyone to have relatives or friends working in cities like Guangzhou or Shenzhen. People would often ask them to bring back fashionable items, like Hong Kong-style clothing or Walkmans. Zhao Haiding pondered that Zhang Shu's visit was likely for this very reason. Chapter 11. It's all for your own good, Sister Haiding. I would like to ask you to help me obtain a business license for Hong Kong. Without warning, Zhao Haiding sprayed soda all over Zhang Shu's face. She hurriedly wiped her mouth with her sleeve, while Zhang Shu helplessly wiped his face. You want to obtain a business license for Hong Kong? Zhao Haitang's voice pitched higher, as she scrutinized Zhang Shu, bewildered by how the conversation had suddenly turned to Hong Kong. Yes, it's for legitimate business purposes, Zhang Shu emphasized. Zhao Haitang's mind raced with disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? It felt as though she was meeting Zhang Shu for the first time. Xiao Shu, I don't know how to go about this. Although she dabbled in small business herself, it merely consisted of sourcing goods from the wholesale market to sell, acting as a middleman. Zhang Shu smiled and said, it's quite simple. You just need the money. Zhao Haiding instinctively sat up straighter, listening attentively. Under normal circumstances, obtaining a business license for Xiangjiang necessitates a trip to Hong Kong. However, as fate would have it, you find yourself in Yangqing and can enlist the services of an agency recommended by the Guangdong Provincial Foreign Trade Bureau. Simply submit the materials I provide to a licensed secretarial company, which specializes in corporate registration. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Within approximately a week, the business license will be dispatched back to Yangqing. Zhao Haiding listened, bewildered, swallowing hard before speaking. So, as you say, this matter must be handled by someone on the Xianjiang side, correct? Their labor is quite costly, and the expenses will undoubtedly be substantial. Zhang Shu nodded in agreement. It will likely cost around 5,000 yuan. Unfortunately, traveling to Xianjiang at this time is too cumbersome. Zhao Haiding felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly slipping off her plastic stool. 5,000 yuan. That amount represented the wages of an ordinary worker over 4 or 5 years. Do you truly have 5,000 yuan? Rest assured, before your return to Yangqing, I will provide it for you. Zhao Haiding clutched the soda bottle tightly, the cold glass biting into her palm. She suddenly realized how unfamiliar yet mature this childhood friend, with whom she once stole watermelons and caught chickens, had become. As they continued to dine, their conversation was predominantly led by Zhang Shu, with Zhao Haiding listening intently. Observing Zhang Shu before her evoked a sense of reverence within her. Each question she posed elicited responses from Zhang Shu that seemed like pre-prepared, standard answers. From the tax policies of Xiangjiang to the development plans of the Pengqing Special Zone, from import-export trade processes to fluctuations in international exchange rates. His discourse was peppered with terms like offshore accounts and transshipment trade, words she had never encountered before. What astonished her most was the ease with which Zhang Shu discussed these topics, completely shattering her memories of him as a carefree youth. How do you know so much? Zhao Haiding finally inquired. Read more books, peruse more newspapers, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more, he replied. Even after leaving the Dongfeng restaurant, Zhao Haiding remained in a daze. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Shu pondered how much she truly absorbed from their discussion, realizing he would likely need to explain things to her several more times. Meanwhile, upon seeing his sister return in a daze, the elder brother's anger flared. Zhao Lei slammed the carrying pole onto the ground. Haiding, tell me the truth. Has that Zhang Shu boy been bullying you? He moved toward the door, ready to confront him. Brother, it's not that. Then what is it? I talked with him for a while today, and I found him quite impressive. Impressive in fighting, perhaps. What are you talking about? I mean his knowledge and insights. Come on now, Zhao Lei responded, as if hearing the greatest joke. He reached out to feel Zhao Haitang's forehead. You're not feverish, are you? That boy didn't even finish middle school. He has only been to the city grain station. What could he possibly understand? I'm telling you, don't be fooled by him. His greatest strength lies in his words. Just be cautious. Zhang Shu returned home. Big brother is back. Zhang Huahua dropped the small wooden comb in her hand and ran over with her greasy little hands raised, her 2 braids swinging behind her. Hug me. Zhang Shu bent down to scoop her up, the little girl still carrying the scent of pig hair and soap pots. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Sanqiang arrived. But the prospect of pilfering was futile. The old secretary now carried the keys with him, leaving no opportunity for theft. Zhang Jianjun had somehow acquired an old cart, and together they transported a pig's head towards Huagang town. Upon reaching the entrance of the middle school, Go Ziqiang was crouched there with a few young associates, indulging in cigarettes. Noticing their arrival, he kicked the leg of a nearby companion, urging him to assist. Stop dawdling. Call Shu, go over and lend a hand. Show some initiative. Zhang Shu, unperturbed, handed a knife to a young man named Wang Lin and began instructing him on how to categorize the meat. Once he felt the lesson was sufficient, Zhang Shu retrieved a small blackboard from the cart, inscribed with the words, "Observing is merely watching others succeed. Engaging directly is the true path. Be a practitioner, not a dreamer." The phrase, "Do you aspire to earn 300 daily?" was boldly emphasized in red chalk, capturing immediate attention. Zhang Jianjun, Go Ziqiang, and Zhao Sanxiang gathered around, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Zhang Jianjun poked at the blackboard, questioning, "What does this mean?" Zhang Shu shrugged, explaining, "It's quite literal. They pay me, and I share the formula with them." Go Ziqiang quickly inquired, "How much do you charge per person?" 800. Spots are limited. First come, first served, Zhang Shu replied. Go Ziqiang laughed derisively. 800? First come, first served? Do you think people are fools? Only someone with a screw loose would pay to learn this nonsense. Zhang Shu chose not to argue with him, recognizing that reasoning with such a simpleton was a waste of breath. At that moment, an elderly man selling sweet potatoes was staring intently at the blackboard, lost in thought. After 5 minutes of contemplation, he finally asked, "Young man, if I join you, will I be able to sell pig's head meat?" Zhang Shu nodded with a smile. "You will teach us all the sauce recipes?" "Of course." The old man pressed further. "How much will it cost in total?" 800. Zhang Shu replied. The old man furrowed his brow, suddenly concerned. If too many people learn, and the streets are flooded with sellers of pig's head meat, business will surely suffer. Zhang Shu reassured him, "I will only teach 6 individuals. At most, 2 per town, first come, first served." Upon hearing this, the old man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, distributed some to those nearby, and then sat down on a bench to smoke. After 3 cigarettes, he approached with determination, saying, "Save me a spot. It's 800 in total, right? I'll bring the money tomorrow." Zhang Shu shook his head. "It's actually 1,000 in total." The old man's expression changed instantly, his face flushing red. "Wasn't it agreed upon at 800? How did the price suddenly increase?" "Young man, that is not fair." Zhang Shu replied calmly, Now, don't be hasty. Let me explain. 800 is the tuition, and the additional 200 serves as a deposit." "A deposit is required?" the old man questioned. Zhang Shu continued, "Think about it. If 6 individuals are involved, and someone from Xia village decides to sell in Yun village, it will disrupt the market. Furthermore, pricing must be uniform, no undercutting. Anyone who disrupts the market will have their deposit forfeited and redistributed among the remaining 5. This is to safeguard everyone's interests, and after 2 months, the full amount will be refunded to you. I'm keeping this money for your benefit." After a moment of contemplation, the old man nodded. "Yes, that makes sense. This money is indeed necessary. Setting a 2-month deposit control period ensures that these paying students have ample time to recoup their investments. The extent of their profits will depend on their own capabilities. As for the future, competition will be solely based on merit." Meanwhile, Go Ziqiang was utterly taken aback. Is it truly so effortless for Zhang Shu to earn money? With just a mere touch of lips, one could extract 1,000? Observing the old man's contented demeanor, he appeared quite pleased. Chapter 12. The source of the company. The old man had completely lost his desire to sell sweet potatoes at 20 cents a pound. Compared to pork head meat, which cost at least 5 yuan per pound, he was well aware of which was more lucrative. Though the money did not line his own pockets, merely witnessing the transactions was gratifying. He shifted his position to nudge Wang Lin aside, saying, "Young man, allow this old fellow to handle this task. You should take a moment to rest." The old man had his own motives. By personally overseeing the process, he could learn more, and most importantly, ascertain the daily earnings of the stall. 800 yuan. He realized that he could never amass such an amount from selling sweet potatoes over an entire year. Investing such a sum was indeed a bold move. He had tapped into his savings. Zhang Shu was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that the first franchisee would be a jobless youth from the town. At this point, the trend of venturing into business had already taken hold. Many young individuals were willing to abandon the security of state-owned enterprises to pursue their ambitions. As the workday drew to a close, the streets gradually filled with people. "Hey, boss, I need 2 pounds of pork head meat. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the knife. So much. Today, he was visiting his father-in-law, and he needed to bring extra pork head meat to share a few drinks. He handed over 10 yuan. Zhao Sanxiang laughed as he accepted the money, while the old man began chopping with a rhythmic thud on the cutting board. He mentally calculated that this single order was nearly equivalent to the earnings from half a day of selling sweet potatoes. Indeed, this was a quick way to make money. Boss, same old routine. 2 tails of pig ears and 2 tails of pork head meat. Wang Zhang presented the money alongside an aluminum lunchbox. A queue began to form in front of the stall. The old man's hand grew steadier as he sliced the alternating fatty and lean pieces of meat, neatly organizing them into plastic bags. Half a pound of beef tripe for me. Do you have any pig snouts left? Boss, could you add more sauce? The old man licked his lips, casting a discreet glance at the bulging bag of cash hanging around the neck of a plump customer. Could you cut faster? We've been waiting for quite a while. The crowd grew increasingly impatient. The old man, now drenched in sweat, became flustered until Wang Lin stepped in to assist. Go Ziqiang pulled Zhang Shu aside and handed him a plastic bag filled with a stack of cash. Here is 1,000 yuan, along with my identification. What shall we do next? Zhang Shu was taken aback. Hadn't they agreed on just over 800? He refrained from asking further questions, though he was quite pleased with Go Ziqiang's remarkable performance. How many people do you have left? Only 2 childhood friends remain. The unreliable ones have been dismissed. I'm currently a lone commander. Zhang Shu nodded and raised 2 fingers, stating, during this period, you have 2 tasks. First, learn Cantonese. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you must be able to impress others. Immediately set off for the salt market and seek out those state-owned enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy. The more desperate, the better, particularly focusing on the food processing and clothing sectors. Go Ziqiang, bewildered by his erratic directives, took a moment to collect himself and scratched his head, saying, I haven't even graduated from elementary school. Isn't learning Cantonese rather inappropriate for me? Besides, no one is teaching me. You can watch the recordings, the pure Cantonese version. If that fails, resort to the stimulating materials. This task must be accomplished. Go Ziqiang's smile gradually turned lewd. Well, that might work, but will learning these actually bring us profit? Nonsense. Do you think I'm merely playing house? Yet, I believe this learning is of little use. Your belief is irrelevant. Just do as I instruct. Go Ziqiang contemplated saying more, but ultimately held back. He had resolutely decided to stake his entire fortune on Zhang Shu, knowing that hesitating would only lead to failure. He was now betting that Zhang Shu was a significant figure capable of achieving results. He would act decisively. Go Ziqiang departed, leaving all his money behind, heading to the salt market with nothing but his bare essentials, accompanied by Wang Lin and Chen Zhong. Across the street, several vendors formed a circle, staring intently at Zhang Shu, their eyes brimming with envy interlaced with jealousy. The chestnut vendor counted on his fingers, noting that each pig's head netted at least 60 yuan. He had sold 5 yesterday, equal to what I would earn in a month. Old Li, the middle-aged woman selling sundries, poked the ground with her pole, asking, after boiling noodles for so many years, can you discern the recipe for that braising sauce? The noodle vendor, Old Li, rubbed his apron, his eyes sparkling. I'll buy some meat tonight and give it a try. Hurry up. The slight shoe repairman lowered his voice, exclaiming, that guy is practically robbing money off the street. He glanced at the blackboard across the stall that read daily earnings. 300, snorting disdainfully. Is all the money going to him? Isn't he afraid of overindulging? Keep your voice down. The middle-aged woman tugged at his sleeve. Have you forgotten how he swung that steel pipe at Hussein? The slight man puffed out his chest defiantly. Am I afraid of him? Yet, his tone noticeably weakened. Did you see that fellow who resembles a black bear? I heard he used to collect protection fees for Hussein. He's one of his lackeys. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Old Li swallowed hard and said to the shoemaker, I can attempt to concoct the sauce, but it should be sold to you first. Why should that be? We should sell together. The slight man became instantly agitated. Selling together meant that even if someone faced difficulties, the principle of the law does not punish many would apply. Alone, one would be at the mercy of others. Especially when faced with such unscrupulous thugs, he felt apprehensive. How small is Huaging town? At most, there could be 2 or 3 vendors before saturation. Any more, and no one would profit. Old Li furrowed his brow. The crowd fell silent, their gazes drifting toward the queue forming at the opposite stall. First, prepare the sauce, the shoemaker said, somewhat irritated. Old Li nodded in agreement. He could attempt to concoct the sauce, but he had no intention of being the one to stick his neck out. He was earning a decent living selling noodles and had no desire to offend anyone. With so many people flocking to sell pig's head meat, whether they could actually turn a profit was another matter altogether. Across the street, a young man wearing black-framed glasses pointed at the small blackboard and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the owner?" The young man, impeccably dressed in a white shirt, appeared conspicuously out of place on the street. An elderly man, engrossed in slicing meat, pointed towards the school gate without lifting his gaze. "There, the boss is smoking." Zhang Shu, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, squinted upon noticing the newcomer. It was rare these days to see someone wear a white shirt so meticulously. "Greetings, I am Li Guangda," he introduced, extending his hand with an upward palm, fingers perfectly aligned. Zhang Shu hesitated, taken aback by such a formal handshake for the first time since his rebirth. "Hello, I am Zhang Shu. May I inquire about how I might join your ranks?" He proceeded to outline the conditions for joining. Li Guangda quickly waved his hands. No. You misunderstand. Boss Zhang, I do not wish to set up a stall. I want to join your company." Zhang Shu chuckled, gesturing towards his modest cart. "This is merely a small stall. Where is the company?" Chapter 13-2b. Li Guangdao wore an expression of disbelief. "Boss Zhang, you ought to adopt a broader perspective. Many great companies began as humble street vendors. The McDonald brothers initially sold hamburgers from a roadside stand in California, and now they have become the largest fast food chain globally. Your franchise model is excellent. Allow me to plan it, and I assure you it will yield substantial profits." Zhang Shu appraised Li Guangda, already anticipating his intentions, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "It seems you intend to transform my smoked meat into the next McDonald's. Please, continue." Li Guangdao adjusted his glasses. "First, we shall showcase several successful cases." He lowered his voice, suggesting enlisting relatives and friends, outfitting them in uniform attire. "Setting up stalls in the busiest areas of the county. We'll arrange for people to queue daily, creating an illusion of soaring demand." Zhang Shu exhaled languidly. "Forming smoke rings. Then we'll place advertisements at the county broadcasting station." The more he spoke, the more animated Li Guangda became, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together. "Raise the franchise fee to 1,500, no, 2,000. Those country folk won't even calculate that amount." Zhang Shu interjected abruptly. "What about those who have already paid the franchise fee?" Li Guangda paused, then revealed a knowing smile. "Boss Zhang, in business, one must understand the art of trade-offs. By the time they realize they've been duped, we will have." He made a gesture of counting money. "Such business disputes are beyond the precincts of the police." Noticing Zhang Shu's silence, Li Guangda leaned in closer. "You only need to provide the recipe. I will handle the planning and promotion. The profits this time will surely reach 6 figures, and we'll split it 70-30, with you taking the larger share." He pointed to the throng of people queuing across the street, much quicker than earning a couple of coins at a time. The toad yawned. "What audacity!" Such franchise traps have become all too common in later years, yet many still fall prey to them. They first display false sales figures and exaggerated profit claims, using persuasive language to entice those eager to change their circumstances. Subsequently, they fabricate success stories, hiring actors to repeatedly purchase at the stalls, creating a facade of booming business, leading franchisees to mistakenly believe their stall is immensely popular. Then comes the harvesting, mercilessly cutting into the naive investors. If Zhang Shu truly wished to pursue this path, he could execute it with even greater ruthlessness. The approach taken here does not involve imparting technical skills, but rather insists that franchisees procure all supplies directly from him, extracting profit from every aspect, be it spices, ingredients, or even the carts. This is not due to Zhang Shu's inability to comprehend the situation, nor is it a manifestation of excessive benevolence. Rather, it is a matter of principle for him. As a reborn individual, he scorns the notion of exploiting those who already lead impoverished lives. Having lived a second life, he is destined for success and sees no necessity in profiting from such predatory practices. If he were to deceive anyone, it would be directed towards foreign enterprises or those stagnant state-owned companies. He seeks to benefit, yet will ensure that those who contribute are not left entirely bereft. In this era, the common people face enough hardship. Li Guangda continued to prattle on. "Boss Zhang, these rural folk are rather naive. Just a little incentive and they won't leave. If you find the profit margin unsatisfactory, I can offer an additional point, splitting it 80-20. Zhang Shu shot him a glance, his smile devoid of warmth. I, too, hail from the countryside. Li Guangda's expression stiffened. That's not what I meant. I was merely suggesting. Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette on the sole of his shoe. Generations back, we all came from rural origins. Why do you carry an air of superiority? So noble, are you a descendant of Zhang? The Qing dynasty has long since fallen. Business may require a certain wildness, but it must not descend into the sordid. If one possesses true skill, let them deceive the affluent. To prey upon the uneducated common folk merely showcases your own lack of ability. Zhang Shu's anger escalated, and he seized Li Guangda by the hair. A resounding slap sent Li Guangda spinning around, leaving a clear mark upon his face. Covering his face with his hand, Li Guangda took a moment to process. You fool. Why would you strike me? Damn it. How dare you retort? As Zhang Shu raised his arm once more, Li Guangda quickly crouched down, shielding his head. I won't argue anymore, I swear. A few more kicks followed, sending his glasses flying as he curled into a ball, pleading for mercy. You have until midnight to keep your ears pulled, 1 minute less, and I'll show you no mercy. Zhao Sanqiang, who had been observing from a distance, approached. Pointing at Li Guangda, what is happening here, Shugo? Nothing of consequence, just a con man attempting to exploit my identity for some cash. Zhao Sanqiang nodded, suddenly slapping his forehead. Shugo, there are a few individuals over there who are quite interested in your claim of earning 300 daily. And they've been waiting for you. Zhang Shu walked over to find several young men in work uniforms sitting on benches, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Zhao Sanqiang stepped aside to introduce. This is the boss. Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that these individuals were temporary workers at the local agricultural machinery factory, earning a mere 69 yuan a month. Discontent with their meager wages, they had come to purchase pig heads and were intrigued by his small blackboard. Boss, can we have a smoke? The leader, Chen Huarong, produced a blue salt tobacco and offered it to him. Ah, this tobacco is delightful. Gentlemen, are you interested in starting a small venture? Zhang Shu posed the question. Absolutely. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they nodded in unison. Chen Huarong rubbed his hands together. Boss, could you elaborate further on what we need to do? Zhang Shu meticulously outlined the requirements and preparations necessary. The group exchanged hesitant glances. And a petite young man ventured. Boss, could we possibly reduce the costs? We cannot possibly come up with such a large sum of money. Zhang Shu shook his head, stating, this is the regulation. Everyone else is contributing the same amount, and there is no way to amend it. What shall we do then? If funds are tight, I suggest you partner up. 2 individuals working together would be more suitable. At the outset, one person would find it challenging to manage alone. Boss, let us discuss this further, Chen Huarong suggested. Indeed, this is not a trifling sum. The 7 of them formed a circle and began to share their thoughts. The required capital is excessively high. Even if 2 people team up, we would still need to raise 500 yuan, which I cannot afford. Chen Huarong nodded and surveyed the others. What do you all think? I will contribute 1,000 yuan. One exclaimed. In just this half hour, I observed that the portly fellow has already made a substantial amount. Is it really that remarkable? How much profit must this stall be generating in a single day? Chen Huarong continued. I would like to secure a position as well. However, given the varying financial circumstances of everyone, if you are genuinely interested, it is imperative to discuss this with your families to avoid jeopardizing a promising opportunity. Come to a consensus and respond to the boss shortly. Ultimately, Chen Huarong and a few others secured the remaining 5 positions, with 3 individuals setting up their own stalls while the other 4 collaborated to manage 2. Zhang Shu readily agreed. After collecting a 100 yuan deposit, he removed the small blackboard and stipulated that the remaining funds should be gathered within 2 days. Subsequently, Zhang Shu informed them to procure 4 pig heads from Xiaoyu the following day and to head directly to his home afterward. The group nodded in agreement, eager to learn and earn as soon as possible. By 8:50 p.m., all the pig head meat had sold out, yielding a gross profit of 312 yuan, a result that Zhang Shu found quite satisfactory. He calculated that, given the scale of Huagang town, selling 4 pig heads in a day was just right. Preparing too much would lead to waste. With the weather warming up and no refrigerator at home, unsold goods would pose a significant problem. Occasionally offering discounts could be acceptable, but if discounts were frequent, customers would merely wait for lower prices, making sales increasingly difficult. In these times, many were willing to wait hours just to save a few dimes. Zhang Shu returned to Shahe village by 10 p.m. At the entrance of Huagang Middle School, Li Guangdao remained squatting on the ground. Upon seeing Zhang Shu and the others depart, he contemplated leaving but hesitated. He had endured for so long that being discovered by that brat would render his suffering in vain. Lacking a watch, he was uncertain of the time and whether it was already midnight. Damn it, he thought, it would be wiser to wait a bit longer. The extra time could be considered a reward for that brat. Chapter 14. Speculating big. The following morning, Zhang Jianjun carried a large bag of pork towards Liasha's Wang. He had taken most of the month off, and with work resuming tomorrow, thoughts of his impending salary filled him with dread. The memory of Zhang Shu's earnings from the previous night only deepened his discontent. Although he was his son, he could not help but curse, lamenting the unfairness of fate. A mere ne'er-do-well earned more in one afternoon than he did in an entire month. Was there no sense of justice? Furthermore, 6 individuals were scheduled to meet him that afternoon, each with a 1,000 yuan franchise fee. A total of 6,000 yuan. What a staggering concept. In the rural areas of 1990, the average annual salary was merely 800 yuan, and at that time, everyone was still striving to save money for the 3 major appliances: a television, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. Zhang Shu is on the verge of becoming a wealthy individual in just a few days, which undeniably stirs a sense of imbalance within him. Zhang Jianjun's heart has yet to find complete tranquility, though his visage remains as steadfast as an ancient dog, betraying no hint of change. Qin Xiuxiu, basking in the sunlight on the doorstep, rises to greet Zhang Jianjun as he approaches, burdened by a snakeskin bag. What do you have in there? You seem to be struggling with it, she inquires. With a playful smirk, Zhang Jianjun raises an eyebrow and responds, take a guess. What else could it be but radishes? Potatoes, cucumbers, and such? Qin Xiuxiu dismisses his antics. Zhang Jianjun deliberately drops the bag onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Look at your lack of ambition. Think bigger. Qin Xiuxiu's nose twitches as she remarks, I seem to smell sweet potatoes. Guess again. He retorts, didn't I tell you to think bigger? Irritated, Qin Xiuxiu exclaims, just tell me what it is instead of making me guess all day. Suddenly, with a prolonged drawl, Zhang Jianjun flings open the bag, and the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafts into the air. There are 4 pounds of pork belly, a pair of pig's trotters, 2 pounds of pig's head meat, and 20 pounds of roasted sweet potatoes. Seizing the bag's opening, Qin Xiuxiu marvels at the golden red sweet potato skins glistening with syrup, while the pork belly shines under the sun. Good heavens! She gasps, have you brought the entire market home? What vegetables did I bring back? Qin Ru and her husband Zhao Wenhe emerge, intrigued by the commotion. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Jianjun announces, Xiao Ru, we shall feast on a pure meat banquet this noon. Qin Ru's face pales in alarm. Are we abandoning our livelihood? Brother-in-law, don't throw caution to the wind. Think of my sister. Zhang Jianjun, taken aback, responds, what are you saying? All this is from Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu bought this. Qin Ru's eyes widen. Realizing the truth in Xiao Shu's claims from the previous day, she covers her mouth in disbelief. Zhang Jianjun nods emphatically, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He made over 300 in profit last night alone, and he even secured a franchise deal, with 6,000 expected this afternoon. 6,000. The trio exchanges astonished glances. This. Qin Xiuxiu stutters, her words faltering. Brother-in-law, did Xiao Shu really earn over 6,000 all at once? Zhao Wenhe, still skeptical, questions, are we talking about the same Xiao Shu? Could it be that he has been feigning ignorance all along, biding his time for a grand opportunity? It is perplexing, for he was hardly discreet in the past. Brawls and altercations were commonplace, and even Zhao Wenhe had to intervene on several occasions. Qin Ru abruptly pinches her thigh. Ouch! What was that for? Zhao Wenhe protests, clutching his leg in annoyance. Xiao Shu has truly made something of himself. I must see if this is merely a dream. Then why not pinch yourself? Pinch myself? That would hurt too much. Qin Ru expresses her concern. Brother-in-law, is Xiao Shu truly engaged in legitimate business? Are you certain? Let us not be fooled, or... She hesitates, her implication clear. She fears that Zhang Shu may have strayed onto a dubious path, given his less than savory past. Zhang Jianjun, understanding her apprehension, waves his hand dismissively. What I witnessed was beyond reproach. He was selling pig's head meat right outside Huagang Middle School, and the line was exceedingly long. A few individuals exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Qin Xiuxiu cradled her belly, a mix of laughter and tears welling up within her. If this mischievous boy had understood matters sooner, I wouldn't have had to bear so many children. Sister, you are indeed fortunate. This is a blessing, with many offspring. And now that Zhang Shu has proven his capabilities, you can look forward to a life of ease. Qin Xiuxiu nodded incessantly, her hands instinctively entwined before her, gently massaging, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes betraying a hint of joy. Observing her sister's broad smile, Qin Ru playfully nudged Zhao Wenhe with her foot and inquired, Sister, do you think Wenhe could manage selling pig's head meat? This caught Qin Xiuxiu off guard. She was unaware of her son's precise circumstances, yet her sister rarely sought her assistance, making it difficult to decline. She cast a pleading glance towards Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, taken aback, responded, Wenhe is considering a career change? Isn't he employed as a cashier at the cement factory? Qin Ru emphatically patted Zhao Wenhe's thigh, exhaling heavily. Please, don't mention it. That wretched place is worse than your distillery. They haven't paid salaries for over half a year. Why didn't you mention this sooner? My sustenance these days relies entirely on your support. Qin Xiuxiu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Sister, do not speak of such things. It is merely a matter of a few extra chopsticks. You should focus on your delivery. I had not intended to bring up these worries. However, there happens to be an opportunity for Zhang Shu, and I was hoping. Zhang Jianjun interjected, Rest assured, Xiao Ru, I will handle this matter. I will speak to Zhang Shu. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Wenhe quickly rose, enthusiastically shaking Zhang Jianjun's hand. At number 68, Hehe Village, Zhang Shu had just concluded a lesson with Zhao Haiteng. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a throng of individuals carrying several snakeskin bags, standing at his doorstep. Have you come so early? He mused, glancing at the clock. It was only 10 o'clock, not the agreed-upon afternoon meeting. The old man selling sweet potatoes grinned widely. We want to learn quickly and start earning sooner. Zhang Shu nodded, remaining silent. After all, he need not engage in operations at this moment. Merely standing and speaking would suffice. As for lunch, they would feast on roasted sweet potatoes. Since deciding to sell pig's head meat, the old man had directly exchanged the sweet potato stove as collateral, embodying a spirit of determined resolve. Chuan Huarong handed over a large bag of plastic money, stating, Boss Zhang, this is our collective tuition, totaling 3,900, with another 1,000 still being gathered. We shall bring it to you tomorrow. Understood, Zhang Shu replied, dragging over a stool to sit down. In this era, unlike the future, there were no WeChat or Alipay. Cash transactions required meticulous counting face-to-face. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Shu stroked his chin. At this moment, Teacher Ma still appeared to possess 91 yuan. Teaching in linen. Should he encounter him, he would surely inquire whether he had any interest in money and if teaching was indeed his source of happiness. As for Xiao Ma, he was currently studying at Pingqing University. In the future, he could seek advice on online dating, a domain in which he held considerable expertise. Huangli, I just saw a group of over a dozen people heading towards Zhang Jianjun's home. Is the family planning office back to rummage through his house? Or are the creditors knocking at his door? Huang Li's eyes lit up, abandoning her half-knitted sweater. Quick, gather more people. Let us go witness the spectacle. In a state of urgency, they hurried towards Zhang Shu's residence. Huang Li felt a deep sense of grievance. For the past few days, her husband had preferred to sleep on the floor rather than share a room with her, claiming that she emitted an unpleasant odor reminiscent of spoiled food mixed with a hint of pig's blood. Despite her attempts to remedy the situation, even scrubbing with loofah fibers until her skin was raw, the smell lingered stubbornly. Have you heard? That rascal Zhang Shu has accumulated quite a debt, and the creditors are already at his doorstep, one woman remarked. Is that true? Another asked, incredulous. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. We should keep our distance while watching the spectacle. One must be cautious of potential bloodshed. Indeed. Huang Li and her companions tiptoed cautiously towards the back wall of Zhang Shu's home. Suddenly, a woman grasped Huang Li's sleeve with trembling hands, her voice quaking. Look over there. Underneath the old locust tree by the entrance, Chuan Huarong was sharpening a bone-cutting knife with fervor. Scattered around his feet lay various blades, their edges gleaming ominously. Aren't they here to collect a debt? A nearby woman gulped, her legs feeling weak. Let us leave. Another voice quivered. Huang Li seized the person attempting to flee, exclaiming, What are you afraid of? We owe no debts. In a hushed tone, she instructed, Go fetch the old party secretary and gather more people. Let the entire village witness how Zhang Shu has driven his creditors to such extremes. All right, I'm on it. The woman hurried off, lifting her skirts as she dashed to the village committee. Huang Li crouched low and crept a few steps closer, pressing her ear against the wall to eavesdrop. Chun Huarong slammed the bone knife onto the cutting board, declaring, "Boss Zhang, my knife skills are quite commendable. Would you care to test this blade?" Huang Li's heart raced. There was an underlying meaning in his words. From within the house, another voice called out impatiently, "Enough with the delays. Bring the knife here and aim for the center of his head. Prepare a fire, and we'll burn off his hair. Fetch a brush too. Make sure to scrub his ears, nostrils, and the corners of his eyes thoroughly." Huang Li, listening from outside, felt her heart race in dread. What were they planning to do to Zhang Shu? Could a brush even fit into his nostrils? The intimidation from the creditors was appalling. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. The village secretary, Zhao Lei, arrived with over 20 villagers, many wielding pitchforks and hoes. Zhao Lei was puzzled. Zhang Shu had only just left his home. How had he attracted the attention of his creditors? The woman who had delivered the alarming news spoke of a dire situation, and he had rushed to assemble a group. Zhao Sanxiang and Zhao Haidang also arrived. The uncle and niece, upon hearing the news, were initially in disbelief. Yet they dared not underestimate the threat. Zhao Sanxiang, in particular, gripped a hatchet tightly. "Make way. What is the situation?" he demanded, uncertain. "I heard they planned to poke Zhang Shu's nostrils with a brush," Huang Li stammered. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. Such an act could surely cause harm. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He waved his hand towards the rear. "I will count to 3, and on 3, we all rush in. Remember, avoid conflict at all costs. Our primary objective is to rescue Zhang Shu." Huang Li muttered in discontent. That good-for-nothing can't even clean up his own mess, yet he drags everyone else into his troubles. Silence. As long as he is a villager of Xia village, we have an obligation to save him, Zhao Lei admonished fiercely. "Enough, Dad. Stop wasting time with this nonsense. Why engage in such futile conversation with a madwoman? She wouldn't comprehend anything. Everyone, follow me." As his words fell, Zhao Sanxiang brandished a mountain axe and circled to the front door, roaring as he charged inside. The few individuals within the room turned their attention to the entrance. Upon Zhao Sanxiang's abrupt entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Chen Huarong, who stood at the chopping board with a cleaver in hand, surrounded by 4 processed pig heads at his feet. Subsequently, a throng of villagers surged in. "What is happening here?" Zhang Shu exclaimed, dumbfounded as he stared at the densely packed crowd at the doorway. The villagers who entered were equally bewildered upon seeing Zhang Shu holding roasted sweet potatoes. One by one, they turned to look at Huang Li. Huang Li scanned the room and, spotting Chen Huarong, quickly stated, "Isn't Zhang Shu in debt to you? Our village's secretary Zhao has arrived and will certainly advocate for you. Please, put down the knife." Chen Huarong, bewildered, scratched his head and replied, "I owe Boss Zhang 1,000 yuan, but we have already come to an agreement. There was no need for such a show of force." "You owe Zhang Shu. Isn't it the other way around?" Huang Li questioned loudly, her voice rising in disbelief. Chen Huarong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Boss Zhang makes a daily profit of 200 to 300. How could he possibly owe me money?" As these words left his lips, the surrounding villagers could no longer contain themselves. Huang Li found it utterly absurd. She could not fathom that Zhang Shu could earn such a sum. 200 to 300. Her husband worked tirelessly for an entire month and earned less than Zhang Shu would in half a day. This was simply unacceptable to her. Impossible. Huang Li shook her head vigorously. Not with someone like Zhang Shu. A mere thug, earning 200 to 300 a day? No way. Her voice was shrill, echoing in the cramped room. The villagers exchanged awkward glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. The old sweet potato vendor muttered softly, "You're not a prominent figure. Why would anyone deceive you?" Today, Boss Zhang collected several thousand just in franchise fees. Huang Li abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at the old vendor. "Stop inflating his worth. Are you all in cahoots? He could earn more than my husband? Ridiculous." At this juncture, the policies regarding family planning allowed for certain quotas for pure female households, families with only daughters and no sons. Huang Li and her husband had waited 5 years for this quota, even considering drastic measures, yet her husband remained a temporary worker. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun's family had children one after another, and they too could secure positions in state-owned enterprises, which left Huang Li and her husband feeling a profound sense of injustice. This was the crux of their conflict with Zhang Jianjun, two powerless temporary workers, entangled in a web of sabotage within the factory. The hefty man shrugged. Whether you believe it or not, it matters little. Huang Li dismissed him entirely, pointing a finger at Zhang Shu's nose, her mouth frothing with a pungent aroma of leeks. Even if he truly has this money, he must have used some underhanded means. Perhaps it was obtained through deceit. Yes, deceit. I shall report this to the authorities and have them deal with him. Zhang Shu seized Huang Li's hair with a firm grip. The sharp crack of a slap reverberated throughout the room. With the force of the blow, Huang Li was propelled several steps sideways, crashing into the tables and chairs behind her. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The once boisterous room fell into an abrupt silence, all present rendered speechless by Zhang Shu's commanding display of authority. Huang Li covered her face, incredulously glaring at him. You dare to strike me? It was aimed at you, you insolent fool. Zhang Shu looked down at Huang Li, who lay crumpled on the floor, his icy gaze chilling the air around them. Huang Li shuffled closer to Zhao Lei, sitting on the ground, clutching his thigh with one hand while flailing the other. She began to wail, Secretary Zhao, look, that little rascal has struck me. I can't go on living. Zhang Shu's expression darkened as he picked up the cleaver from the table and strode toward Huang Li. Zhao Lei quickly intervened, grabbing Zhang Shu's arm, urging, calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. Unmoved, Zhang Shu shrugged off Zhao Lei's grasp. The cleaver gleamed ominously as its blade struck the red brick beside Huang Li, sparks flying. She felt a warm sensation in her pants, a stream trickling down her thigh, rapidly soaking the ground beneath her. Trembling, she scooted backward, leaving a damp trail behind her. Zhang Shu regarded her expressionlessly. Reasoning with such a shrew was futile. If he did not subdue her completely this time, she would find ways to annoy him again. Zhao Lei grasped Zhang Shu's arm once more, imploring, enough. She understands her mistake now. Zhang Shu appeared deaf to his words, his cold gaze fixed intently on the quaking Huang Li. The fear in her eyes starkly contrasted with the ferocity she had displayed moments ago. Her lips trembled as she sought to speak, but Zhang Shu's frigid stare silenced her. Sighing, Zhao Lei crouched beside Huang Li, steadying her shaking shoulders, apologized to Zhang Shu. We all live in the same village. We see each other often. Huang Li's lips quivered, her voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry. Listen well. If you dare to spread malicious gossip about my family again, you will face the consequences, Zhang Shu warned. Huang Li nodded vigorously, her disheveled hair sticking to her sweat-drenched face. Zhang Shu waved his hand, and several women quickly helped Huang Li to her feet, leading her away in disgrace. The somber expression vanished from Zhang Shu's face, replaced by a warm smile as he clapped his hands. Despite the day's tumult, he appreciated the goodwill shown by the villagers. He turned to Zhang Shui. It's time for a meal, and there's little to offer. Xiao Shui, please bring out all the roasted sweet potatoes for our esteemed guests. Oh, Xiao Shu, you are too kind, one villager exclaimed. Indeed, we haven't contributed much. Another added. This child has always been considerate, an elder remarked. Chapter 16. He has yet to encounter me. Zhang Shu set out stools, inviting the villagers to sit, and the atmosphere became lively once more. The village head, Zheng Yukai, took a hearty bite of the sweet potato, giving a thumbs up. Wow, this yam is truly sweet. In rural areas, sweet potatoes are predominantly consumed by steaming or cooking them in porridge, their sweetness invariably falling short of that achieved through roasting. Zheng Yukai swiftly finished the sweet potato in his hand, rising to pat Zhang Shu on the shoulder. Xiao Shu, is it true what those comrades just mentioned? You can earn 200 to 300 a day? A group of people in the room unconsciously perked up their ears, eager to hear the perspective of the individual involved. Zhang Shu nodded. There was little to conceal regarding such modest earnings, and he succinctly recounted the sequence of events. This kid Jianjun is truly fortunate. Blessed with a good son, Zheng Yukai remarked. Indeed, such an income is quite respectable even within our town. Comparisons can be disheartening. My own little rascal spends his days gallivanting, utterly incomparable to Xiao Shu. As Zhang Shu listened to the surrounding praises, he felt no stirrings within. It was this very group that had once labeled him a drifter. The sole difference now was that he had managed to earn a little more. Human nature is inclined toward elevating some while diminishing others. Adults focus solely on outcomes, regarding processes as inconsequential. As long as one achieves considerable success, experts will eventually emerge to advocate on your behalf. Zhao Haidang observed Zhang Shu, encircled by the crowd, her eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. After several days of interaction, she was convinced that he was the most astute and knowledgeable individual she had encountered. She pondered how a student who had dropped out in the first year of middle school could possess such wisdom. Furthermore, she contemplated the motive behind his request for her to procure a business license in Xinjiang, a question that lingered in her mind without resolution. As idle chatter continued, the villagers began to rise and depart. Zhang Shu led Chun Huarong and others to the kitchen, guiding them in the preparation of the marinated broth. In truth, the old marinade can simply be filtered of its residue and frozen for reuse, thereby conserving spices and enhancing the flavor of future meats. However, none of them owned a refrigerator, and those who did would not be in the business of selling pig's head meat. Remember, blanching must commence with cold water. Use warm water to cleanse impurities. Cold water will toughen the meat. For a firmer texture, allow it to cool before slicing. If you desire the meat to hold its shape better, slice it while still warm. Spices such as cloves and grass fruit have potent flavors. An improper quantity can lead to bitterness. As you begin, it may be best to omit these and adjust gradually. Zhang Shu diligently explained the intricacies of preparing marinated pig's head meat, much of which had been derived from culinary enthusiasts of later generations. Contemporary tastes are not as particular, especially in such remote towns. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu insisted they strive for excellence in flavor, for profitability would attract many imitators. When prices are closely matched, extraordinary taste becomes the key to garnering a reputation and capturing the market. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, with Chun Huarong and the others being novices, they set up their stall early to afford them ample time to practice, avoiding any last-minute chaos. With that, Zhang Shu allowed himself a moment of respite, reclining in the logistics office of Huagang Middle School to catch some sleep. Meanwhile, in a garment factory, the sewing machines buzzed with activity. Quality Inspector Li Damei leaned over to call out to her colleague Sun Tong at the adjacent workstation. Sun Tong, shall we go shopping together after work? Without lifting her head, Sun Tong was busy locking the hem of her jeans and casually replied, I have no money. What is there to browse? Li Damei curled her lips and leaned in closer, lowering her voice. What about your wallet? Sun Tong's hands paused momentarily, her brows furrowing slightly. Who knows where it has gone? He hasn't come to my house for several days. He wouldn't really want to abandon you, would he? That seems unlikely. With your beauty? If I were a man, I couldn't bear to let you go, Li Damei chattered on. Sun Tong, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having known Zhang Shu for 3 to 4 years, it was the first time she hadn't seen him for several consecutive days. Could it be that he truly went out in search of sustenance? Has her body lost its allure for him? Noticing Sun Tong's silence, Li Damei continued. My aunt mentioned that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative received a new batch of batwing shirts and leggings a few days ago. Shall we go take a look? Upon hearing about the leggings, Sun Tong felt a flicker of interest. She was naturally fond of shopping, but her lack of funds had kept her in check. She licked her lips. How much are the leggings? 8 yuan for the polyester ones, 20 for the Sanxiang brand. How about you lend me 7 yuan? Sun Tong tentatively inquired. Goodness, you only have 1 yuan on you? Ah, I spent a bit on some malted milk powder recently. All right. Remember to pay me back when you get your salary. Li Damei pulled out a crumpled bundle of bills from her pocket, counting out 7 and handing them to Sun Tong. Sun Tong stuffed the money into her pocket, turned off the sewing machine, and suggested, let us slip away early while the boss isn't around. At the entrance of Huagang Middle School, the sweet potato old man rushed into the communication room, abruptly waking Zhang Shu from his slumber. What is going on? Did the pig head meat sell out so quickly? What are you talking about? That cobbler across the street is also selling pig head meat today. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. Let them sell. Can you really stop someone from selling their goods? That's not what I meant. It's just that his pig head meat is priced too low, half of what we charge. The sweet potato old man had every reason to be anxious. He had already handed over 1,000 yuan in franchise fees to Zhang Shu, money he had saved over years of selling sweet potatoes. He had hoped for high investment and high returns, but now it seemed he faced high investment with 0 returns. The sweet potato old man was in a state of panic. Zhang Shu was not surprised by the imitation. The mimetic abilities of the Chinese people are indeed unquestionable. However, this pricing strategy was rather intriguing, sacrificing profit to penetrate the market and push him out. Considering the losses, the competitor was essentially making no profit. This cobbler was quite ruthless. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with him. When Zhang Shu set his prices, he had already anticipated various challenges, including price wars. He stretched his body slightly and walked to the stall. Chun Huarong and a few others were equally anxious, having borrowed most of the money from relatives and friends. If the business did not take off, they feared they would be unable to repay the debt for several years, leaving them uncertain about their future. "Boss Zhang, you can't just take our money and leave us to fend for ourselves," said a man behind Chun Huarong. "Who said I'd abandon you? What is there to be anxious about?" Zhang Shu produced a dime and gestured towards the opposite side, instructing, "Go over there and purchase a dime's worth of pig's head meat. I wish to sample its flavor." "Isn't that a meager amount? That's not how they sell it," replied Han Su. Zhang Shu cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "They simply haven't encountered me yet. Had they done so, they would have already adopted that pricing." Unable to resist, Han Su took the dime and walked over, glancing back every few steps, unaware that Chen Jun on the other side was even more apprehensive. "I am unflustered. I have nothing to fear. I am a legitimate businessman, and they have no reason to trouble me," Chen Jun reassured himself repeatedly. Chapter 17. Who is Secretary Zhao? "Boss, I'll have some pig's head meat," Han Su declared as he produced an aluminum coin. Chen Jun glanced at the coin, his thoughts stirring. "A dime? That lad over there is quite cunning, attempting to provoke me with such a trifling sum, hoping that I might lose my temper and provide him with justification for an altercation. His scheme is audible even from across the street. Humph. I shall not grant you that satisfaction." Internally flustered yet maintaining a facade of calm, Chen Jun accepted the money, sliced 3 pieces of pig's head meat, and packaged them for Han Su. "With my demeanor set, I shall sell you whatever you desire. There is now no reason for me to harm myself," he mused with satisfaction. Han Su nonchalantly accepted the plastic bag, thinking to himself, "This proprietor has such a pleasant temperament. Damn it, that short fellow across the street dares to set prices so low. If he continues, how will anyone turn a profit?" Chun Huarong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Chen Jun, but the elderly sweet potato hurriedly restrained him, reminding everyone that fighting was not their profession. All eyes turned to Zhang Shu, who was contentedly savoring the pig's head meat. The flavor was unremarkable, yet not unpleasant, and considering the price, it was quite a good value. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Shu inquired, frowning. "That short fellow is encroaching on our business. Why are you so unfazed? Should we not find an opportunity to give him a thrashing, to see if he dares to continue?" the elderly sweet potato suggested. "You go ahead." Zhang Shu waved dismissively. "You won't go?" the elderly sweet potato pressed, growing anxious. "I am a legitimate businessman. How could I engage in such violence?" Zhang Shu replied. "But we have paid our franchise fees. You cannot simply watch us suffer without taking action. If this business fails, we are all finished." Han Su's voice carried an undertone of desperation. "If you do nothing, I shall hang myself at your doorstep," the elderly sweet potato declared defiantly. "Calm down. Why are you always talking about dying? Will that solve anything?" Zhang Shu interjected. "You've pocketed the money, so of course, you're not worried," the elderly man muttered, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Zhang boss, what should we do? Should we lower our prices?" Chun Huarong inquired. Zhang Shu shook his head. "Lowering prices is simple, but raising them again is difficult. Business should be profitable. If we toil for hours without earning a share, we might as well return to farming. We all understand that. Just tell us what to do." The elderly man pressed. "You, continue selling pig's head meat. Han Su, procure a large cardboard box, and Chun Huarong, accompany me to the supply and marketing cooperative." Zhang Shu assigned tasks methodically, exuding a sense of composure that reassured them considerably. "What are you going to the cooperative for?" the elderly sweet potato asked, curious. "Sell your meat well. Yet you are curious about everything." With that, Zhang Shu strode purposefully towards the supply and marketing cooperative, prompting Chun Huarong to hastily jog a few steps to keep pace. "Boss Zhang, what exactly are we going to do?" he inquired. "A major procurement." Chun Huarong elongated his tone, nodding in agreement, though his mind was even more bewildered. The supply and marketing cooperative was situated to the north of Huagang town, consisting of a row of single-story buildings adorned with a slogan in white letters on a red background: "Develop the economy, ensure supply." As Zhang Shu stepped inside, a pungent blend of soy sauce and mildew-laden fabric assaulted his senses. Displayed in the glass counter were watches, flashlights, cigarettes, and alcohol. Zhang Shu merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing deeper into the premises. The clothing selection at the cooperative was limited, yet the prices were reasonably affordable. A pair of leggings cost 8 yuan, while bell-bottom pants were a tad pricier at 19 yuan. Cultural shirts were priced at 5 yuan. Batwing shirts at 12 yuan each, nylon stockings at 1. 5 yuan, plastic sandals at 2. 8 yuan, and printed scarves at 1. 5 yuan. All items suitable for everyday use. As Chun Huarong reached for a batwing shirt hanging on the rack, a sharp voice rang out from behind the counter. Hey, don't touch that. If you dirty it, who would want it? A middle-aged woman with permed hair peered over the counter, sizing up the two men. She wore a red badge identifying her as a sales clerk at the cooperative, inscribed with the name Wang Xiuying. Chun Huarong withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. Comrade, I would like to see that batwing shirt. Wang Xiuying crossed her arms, her expression tinged with impatience. Just look at it. You've been wandering around here for ages. If you're not buying, don't block others. Zhang Shu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. With this attitude, it's no wonder they're going out of business. Who said we weren't buying? If we purchase more, is there a discount? Wang Xiuying shot them a sidelong glance, raising her voice. We don't negotiate prices here. You either buy or you don't. By the way, do you have industrial coupons for the batwing shirt? Chun Huarong was taken aback. You still need industrial coupons to buy clothes? Haven't they been abolished long ago? Wang Xiuying rummaged beneath the counter and produced a tin box filled with tickets, shaking it to reveal its contents. According to the town's directive, scarce goods must be purchased with coupons. No coupon means you have to buy something else. Like 2 pairs of nylon stockings with that batwing shirt. This bundling sales tactic was something they had all come to understand quite well. Zhang Shu, disinterested in further conversation, pulled out 6 100 yuan bills and slapped them onto the counter. The impatience on Wang Xiuying's face froze instantly, replaced by a swift smile. In these times, a state enterprise worker's monthly salary barely surpassed 100 yuan. 600 represented half a year's earnings for her. It was unlikely that an ordinary person could so casually produce such a sum. This extravagant display of wealth made Wang Xiuying apprehensive, fearing she might have offended someone influential. With that thought, she hurriedly shoved the tin box back under the counter, stepped around it, and trotted to Zhang Shu. Young comrade, the issue of industrial coupons is negotiable. You're so generous. It's clear you are in the big business. We can't let you suffer losses. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount on the nylon stockings. Zhang Shu regarded Wang Xiuying with a knowing look. It seemed that those with even a modicum of power were inclined to make things difficult for others. To seek the vanity that comes with power has become a commonplace occurrence in this era. Such individuals are simply malevolent. Zhang Shu maintained a cold demeanor, offering no pleasantries as he stated, your duty is to serve the people, not to lord over them. Even a leader as esteemed as Secretary Zhao does not possess such arrogance. Indeed, your criticism is noted. Wang Xiuying responded, perplexed. Who is Secretary Zhao? I am certain there is no Secretary Zhao in our town. Could it be from the county, or perhaps the city? The energy exuded by this young man seemed boundless. Wang Xiuying stole another glance at Zhang Shu. His aura was unlike that of an ordinary person. It was unmistakable. Her smile widened, and she lowered her head even further. Pouring a cup of water, she extended it towards Zhang Shu with both hands, bowing slightly. Comrade, please have some water to calm your temper. I failed to recognize your stature earlier. Whatever you require, please command me, and I shall procure it for you. Zhang Shu did not even lift his eyelids, radiating an aura that discouraged proximity, as he coldly replied, 20 pairs of fitness pants, 10 pairs of flared trousers, 10 cultural shirts, and 5 batwing shirts. The rest you may arrange as you see fit, nylon socks, sandals, and headscarves, totaling 600 yuan. Be swift. Understood. Please hold on. As Wang Xiuying departed, Chun Huarong could not restrain his curiosity. Boss Zhang, who is Secretary Zhao? Do you have connections with him? Zhang Shu shot him a sidelong glance. Such matters regarding leadership are not for idle inquiries. Have you ever heard me speak of them indiscriminately? Were it not for witnessing your unjust treatment today, I would not have intervened. Chun Huarong felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Boss Zhang. In the fields of Xiao village, Zhao Lei was sneezing incessantly. Brother, have you caught a cold? Zhao Haidang inquired. Chapter 18. You won't help with such trivial matters? Wang Xiuying first dragged out 2 large woven bags, then returned with a full stack of clothing, staggering as she emerged. Breathing heavily, she dumped the items onto the counter, with nylon socks spilling out in bundles and headscarves spreading across the surface like colorful banners. The goods Zhang Shu requested nearly overwhelmed the entire counter. Wiping her sweat, Wang Xiuying smiled apologetically. Comrade, all the inventory from the supply and marketing cooperative is here. For any missing items, I can substitute them with other products. Would that be acceptable? Do as you wish. Zhang Shu replied, reclining casually in his chair with his legs crossed. His voice, though low, exerted considerable pressure on Wang Xiuying. Rest assured, I guarantee they are all in high demand. Wang Xiuying's back stiffened as she recounted the items, silently lamenting how difficult this gentleman was to please. Once the arrangement was nearing completion, Zhang Shu stood and strolled to the counter. Wang Xiuying had clearly put forth effort, categorizing the clothing meticulously. With 7 woven bags lined up, fitness pants, nylon socks, and liberation shoes neatly separated. Zhang Shu's lips curled downward, his expression critical as he occasionally picked up a garment. Are these the only fitness pants available? He inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Xiuying. With a rigid smile plastered on her face, Wang Xiuying quickly explained, Comrade, I assure you, this is everything I could manage. I searched the storeroom thoroughly to gather these for you. Huagang Town, with a population nearing 100,000, could not even assemble 20 pairs of fitness pants. This statement, though it may sound like a jest, is an undeniable truth. The clothing provided by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is uniformly allocated by higher authorities, resulting in shelves predominantly stocked with deep gray polyester trousers and earthy yellow work attire. While jackets, fitness leggings, and dresses are in high demand, acquiring them necessitates connections. Currently, polyester trousers constitute nearly 40% of the warehouse inventory. Even more absurdly, the higher-ups continue to dispatch more polyester trousers to this location. Declining the supply? That would invite a furious reprimand from superiors. Who is to blame for this? The state-owned garment factories would rather let their machinery rust than alter their production lines. Smaller factories often employ hundreds, while larger ones can exceed 5,000 workers. With workers dependent on their livelihoods and factories needing to operate, if the cooperative fails to help absorb the excess inventory, I might just lead all the factory employees to protest at your doorstep. Which leader would dare allow a factory to shut down indiscriminately? If workers are not properly relocated, there may be someone who would resort to extreme measures right at your establishment, and that would surely spell the end of your official career. The stagnant waters of a planned economy have long turned everyone into mere puppets, with superiors blindly issuing quotas while those below strain to meet production demands. Indifferent to market needs, for the state will always offer a safety net. Engaging in such trade is a competition that even individual entrepreneurs cannot win. So how could one possibly contend with foreign enterprises? As Li Damei approached the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Shu through the window. She nudged Sun Tong beside her, gesturing towards the interior and whispering, Your wallet is inside. Sun Tong tiptoed for a better look, and indeed, there was Zhang Shu, swaying slightly as he prepared to leave, a woven bag slung over his shoulder. Upon exiting the cooperative, Zhang Shu was intercepted by Sun Tong, who wore a displeased expression. What are you doing here? She asked. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to buy something, he replied. Before Sun Tong could utter another word, he set down the woven bag from his shoulder and hoisted a portion onto hers. Sun Tong, taken aback by the sudden weight, nearly lost her balance, astonishment etched on her face. Huarong, share some of that with Damei. Zhang Shu called out over his shoulder, leaving no room for refusal. Chun Huarong, ever cunning, placed the bag filled with shoes onto Li Damei's shoulder. It was both rigid and heavy. Hey, what are you doing? Li Damei exclaimed as she prepared to protest. Zhang Shu shot her a sideways glance and said, Damei, can't you lend a hand with such a trivial matter? Despite her reluctance, Li Damei found herself compelled to assist, for refusing would paint her as excessively petty. Yet, the bag weighed nearly 20 pounds, pressing painfully against her shoulder. Zhang Shu, you really know how to push it. Li Damei grumbled, gritting her teeth as the coarse fabric of the bag irritated her neck. She adjusted her posture to carry it more comfortably. Meanwhile, Sun Tong, steadying herself, inquired, Zhang Shu, what's in that bag? Zhang Shu seemed oblivious to her question, striding forward with purpose. Li Damei felt a sense of frustration. She had taken time off work to enjoy a day out, only to find herself conscripted as free labor. Sun Tong felt similarly, as she had intended to confront him about his absence in recent days, but before she could voice her thoughts, she was thrust into the role of a worker. Across the street from Huagang Middle School, Chun Jun was in high spirits, having mentally prepared himself for a potential confrontation. However, the anticipated challenges from across the way never materialized. The 2.5 yuan per Jean pork head was selling briskly, and within just over 2 hours, 3 heads had been sold out completely. Tomorrow, he planned to stock up further and extend his operating hours. confident that it would not be long before he could outmaneuver his competitors. Once they went bankrupt, he would raise his prices, undoubtedly reaping substantial profits. Chen Jun felt a sense of pride. Business relied on seasoned veterans like him, while inexperienced youngsters knew nothing. What was the point of clinging stubbornly to high prices? Let them revel for one more day. Starting tomorrow, the real spectacle would begin. Meanwhile, Li Wujin, who was boiling noodles, watched as Chen Jun sold out his pork heads and felt a twinge of envy. Was this delicacy truly that easy to sell? The marinade was even concocted by himself. There was no reason for him not to get involved. "Old Chen, how's business today?" he inquired. "The prices are low, and it looks like there's a lot of sales, but it's hardly profitable." Chen Jun forced a smile, knowing that once Li Wujin grasped the secret recipe for the marinade, his own business would be jeopardized. For now, he played along, laughing it off. Li Wujin cut straight to the chase. "Old Chen, I'm thinking of selling some pork heads tomorrow. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jun's face turned pale. Damn it, this was a path he had ventured into at the risk of being beaten, and now someone wanted to take advantage of his efforts? Chen Jun's tone became sharp. "Didn't you say you weren't going to do it?" "That was then. The situation has changed," Li Wujin replied. "I was originally considering partnering with you, but if you're unwilling, I can manage on my own." This statement was a clear threat, suggesting that the marinade technique was in his hands, and if Chen Jun did not comply, he could easily be sidelined. Chen Jun was taken aback that this old fox would stab him in the back at such a critical juncture. Yet, he understood that without the marinade, his business would falter. He had no choice but to suppress his fury. "How shall we partner?" Li Wujin, sensing he had the upper hand, responded simply. "Tomorrow, we'll each set up a stall. This way, we can certainly sell more. Of the profits, I'll take 70% and you'll take 30%. "On what grounds?" Chen Jun nearly exploded with rage at the proposed division. "That technique is mine. Why don't you spend 1,000 yuan and learn the technique from across the street? And see if they're willing to teach you?" Chen Jun barely managed to swallow his anger. "At most, we can split it 40-60. Your flavor pales in comparison to theirs. If you disagree, we can end this partnership right now." Fine, let us go with what you say, given our years of friendship. However, you'll need to cover the cost of the materials. I'm short on cash and can't afford to buy the pork heads." "All right," Chen Jun grumbled through clenched teeth, cursing inwardly. "Old fox, once I master the technique, you will regret this. How many pork heads are you preparing for tomorrow? Make sure you have enough to sell." Chen Jun shot him a cold glance. "This afternoon, I used 3 heads in 2 hours. For a full day tomorrow, I plan to prepare 7, totaling 12 between us." "Sounds good. Tomorrow, I'll join you in selling the pork heads." Chen Jun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as though he had ingested something vile. Chapter 19. The initial training. Zhang Shu and a few others finally returned to Huagang Middle School, carrying woven bags. Li Damei and Sun Tong were breathless, unable to straighten their backs. After placing their belongings in the reception room, Zhang Shu stood in front of the fan, feeling somewhat fortunate to have encountered these 2 laborers. Without them, the long journey would have been quite arduous. Sun Tong, her face glistening with sweat, had a few damp strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. She seized Zhang Shu's enamel cup and tilted her head back to drink. Li Damei, her throat rolling, pursed her lips, feeling too embarrassed to use Zhang Shu's cup. She could only watch enviously. Cough. She deliberately cleared her throat, her chubby little hand fanning her face vigorously. "This wretched weather is unbearable." "Indeed." Zhang Shu nodded in agreement. Li Damei thought, "Is that it?" She inwardly cursed. Having helped him, he could at least buy them a bottle of soda. Not even a verbal expression of gratitude. There is something off about this guy. Li Damei shamelessly leaned closer, her plump chin quivering. "Today, we've helped you immensely. It would be unreasonable not to treat us to a few bottles of soda, at least some Jianlibo." This rotund girl had enjoyed her fair share of food and drink behind Sun Tong for years. It was one thing to take advantage occasionally, but now she boldly demanded a treat. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckling. "Damei, your words carry some weight. When you invite someone to do a task, you ought to reward them." He pulled out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to Chen Huarong. "Buy some Jianlibo and distribute it among everyone." After all, the old sweet potato man and the others were working for Zhang Shu. Although they were learning a skill, they had paid considerable tuition, and buying them some drinks was only fair. Watching Chen Huarong leave with the money, Li Damei nearly burst into laughter. This fool was still as prideful as ever. With just a little provocation, he couldn't resist reaching for his wallet. However, This spendthrift was still quite generous. Jianlibo. At $2.50 a bottle. One bottle nearly equated to her daily wage. She turned her head to glance at Sun Tong, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Such a handsome fool was hard to come by. Yet, she felt powerless. Her image was far from Sun Tong's, not on the same level. Unable to partake in such delicacies. At that moment, Zhang Shu seemed to have a sudden revelation. Damei, we've known each other for quite some time. Yet I've never seen you treat us to a meal. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? This. Li Damei's smile froze. In her heart. As Sun Tong's close friend, it was only natural for Zhang Shu to treat her. As for reciprocating, she wouldn't even consider it. Accustomed to free meals. She was caught off guard by such a question, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Shu's expression turned cold, and the temperature in the air seemed to plummet. I regard you as a friend, yet it appears you do not take me seriously. Li Damei felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, lowering her head in silence. Attempting to evade the situation, Zhang Shu leaned slightly forward, his voice sharp as a blade. It seems I, Zhang Shu, do not deserve to share this meal with you. Sun Tong hurriedly tugged at Zhang Shu's arm, urgently advising, let it go. It's just a meal. Who treats whom doesn't he matter? Don't make it difficult for her. Bang! Zhang Shu's palm struck the table with a resounding clap, sending a tremor through the two individuals in the reception room, leaving them visibly shaken. We'll settle your account tonight when we return. For now, it would be wise for you to remain silent, Zhang Shu commanded, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Sun Tong was taken aback by this reprimand. In her memory, Zhang Shu, while not entirely compliant, usually spoke in a soft and gentle manner. At this moment, however, she seemed transformed into a stranger, instilling a deep sense of fear within Sun Tong. Li Damei felt similarly. Although she knew Zhang Shu could be ruthless in her dealings, she had always maintained a gentle demeanor in Sun Tong's presence, which had emboldened her to overstep boundaries. Now, confronted with the current Zhang Shu, a chill crept into her heart. I was merely offering to treat you. Li Damei's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of pleading, as she instinctively recoiled. What audacity! Do I appear as though I am in dire need of your meal? Li Damei's complexion turned pale, her legs weakened, and she clung to the table in the reception room, her lips quivering, rendered speechless. Regret washed over her. Had she known Zhang Shu would erupt in such fury, she would have refrained from indulging in soda altogether. In that moment, she could only silently pray for Zhang Shu's ire to subside and for her to spare her from further wrath. Zhang Shu, I have been eager to invite you to dine for quite some time. I simply lack the opportunity. Might you be available today? Inviting someone to dine on the same day lacks sincerity. Indeed, time is too pressing. Would tomorrow work instead? Zhang Shu's expression, previously as frigid as ice, transformed in an instant to one of radiant joy, her demeanor shifting with seamless grace. Then let it be tomorrow evening. How does the Zui Xiangju sound? She inquired with a smile gracing her lips. Li Damei gasped inwardly. That establishment was the most upscale private restaurant in Huagang town, and her entire day's wages wouldn't suffice to cover a single dish. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced, absolutely. Now that's the spirit. Dining among friends is quite normal. But it must be reciprocal. Damei, you have left me feeling quite disheartened. Ensure you drink well tomorrow. Let's set the tone for the evening. There must be wine. Certainly. Li Damei managed to force a smile that was more akin to a grimace. By the way, I have several brothers assisting outside. I shall introduce you tomorrow. Li Damei felt as though she might weep. Who knew how many brothers he had? How many will be attending from your side? I shall reserve a table in advance. 9 in total, including the 2 of you, which fits perfectly at one table. Li Damei's heart ached. Upon a quick calculation, this meal would undoubtedly cost at least 100 yuan. If they indulged in excessive drinking, it might even exceed that amount. She wished she could slap herself for her insatiable desire for Gatorade. At that moment, Hansu entered, carrying a large box, accompanied by the sweet potato vendor and Chen Huarong. Zhang Shu took the Gatorade and handed it to the still-dazed Sun Tong, knowing that after delivering a reprimand, one must also offer a kind gesture, a skill in which she excelled. In a previous life, her misplaced trust had led her to send a request and rights application to Sun Tong for assistance in securing a patent in Kyoto, only to discover that she had sold it to a competitor. Upon her return, Sun Tong had tearfully informed her that the patent had already been claimed by another company days prior. For this reason, Zhang Shu had endured much regret. Later, he learned about this matter from an executive of a competing company. In this lifetime, From the moment Zhang Shu first laid eyes on Sun Tong, he had already charted her path ahead. Come, have some soda. Oh, okay. Sun Tong numbly accepted, nodding her head. Damei, here comes the soda you've been yearning for. He smiled gently, tossing a bottle of Jianlibo to Li Damei. At this moment, Li Damei had completely shed her initial demeanor, tucking her neck in and gazing down at her toes, behaving quite obediently. Han Su placed the box on the desk in the communication room and scattered blue salt around. Boss Zhang, the box is here. What shall we do next? Zhang Shu lit a cigarette. What's our gross profit today? Only over 200 so far. And there's still a pig's head and a half unsold. We might end up with half a head left, the old sweet potato man hurriedly replied. Zhang Shu nodded. Given the heat, we can't preserve it. Let everyone share the remaining half of the pig's head. Now, let me discuss the subsequent arrangements. At this, everyone in the communication room straightened up. Chun Huarong produced a notebook and pen from somewhere, ready to take notes. Even Li Damei and Sun Tong, who were squatting in the corner, involuntarily perked up their ears. They too were curious about what Zhang Shu was up to, puzzled as to why this group seemed to be calling him Boss Zhang. Wasn't he just a drifter? How had he suddenly transformed into a boss? However, having just been reprimanded, they clearly dared not ask questions. Huarong, open all the bags, Zhang Shu instructed, pointing at the woven sacks. With a rustle, the sacks were opened one by one, and bundles of nylon stockings tumbled out. Gym shorts, bell-bottom pants, cultural shirts, batwing tops, sandals, and headscarves adorned with peonies were all spilled out. My goodness, how much did all these clothes cost? Sun Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. Starting tomorrow, customers who purchase 8 yuan worth of pig's head meat can enter a lottery for these clothing items. We promise a 100 win rate, and the price of pig's head meat will not increase. Isn't that a huge loss? The old sweet potato man interjected urgently. Zhang Shu, feeling exasperated, replied. The ordinary headscarves cost only 5 yuan each. Just include more headscarves for them to draw from. Tomorrow, find a rack to display these clothes visibly, enticing customers to spend. What if customers want to try on the clothes? And what if there are quality issues? The old sweet potato man posed further questions. Zhang Shu shot him a glance, quite displeased with his constant interruptions. When you go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy clothes, do they let you try them on? These are prizes we acquired through legitimate channels. If there are any issues, they can go back to the cooperative. Why should you, a seller of pig's head meat, worry so much? If you have any questions, wait until I finish speaking. Damn it, you're interrupting my thoughts. What was I about to say? Chapter 20. Lacking sensitivity, Zhang Shu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Since we are holding an event, extending our operating hours is essential. We will set up at noon. Tomorrow, business will be booming, so prepare more pig heads. The elder sweet potato. You must procure a loudspeaker tonight, one powerful enough to rattle the very cores of our minds. Han Su, you are tasked with retrieving garments for our customers tomorrow. Ensure that no mishaps occur. Listen closely to my instructions. Whatever I call out, you shall fetch. Chun Huarong, with his head bowed, diligently scribbles notes, occasionally nodding in agreement. Zhang Shu's face beams with satisfaction. This young man clearly possesses great potential, and should an opportunity arise, he will surely be assisted. It is no wonder that leaders prefer their subordinates to take notes during speeches. Being so revered must bring them considerable comfort. Huarong, you shall lead the brothers in delivering our goods tomorrow. I hope that through this endeavor, everyone will gain invaluable experience in navigating the challenges of low-price competition, so that when you establish your own stalls, you will not flounder in similar situations. The elder sweet potato timidly raises his hand, asking where one might acquire such a loudspeaker. Zhang Shu rolls his eyes and advises him to consult the village secretary. He is bound to have one. Then there's no issue, for the village secretary is my dear brother. The elder sweet potato beams with pride. Zhang Shu proceeded to clarify some potential issues that might arise tomorrow. As he concluded, he clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, let us all exert ourselves. Tomorrow evening, my good brother, Comrade Li Damei, invites everyone to indulge at Zui Xiangju. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Wow, Damei is incredible. I have been longing for the roasted duck at Zui Xiangju, Han Su exclaimed, his voice ascending an octave. Indeed, Damei lives up to her name, being so generous. Then I shall forego lunch tomorrow to make room. The elder sweet potato clenched his fists. Li Damei's eyes twitched slightly, her smile somewhat strained. Am I the one treating? It is clearly you who insisted. At this moment, Comrade Damei's sense of injustice reached its peak. Yet, She has come to view Zhang Shu in a completely new light. Just moments ago, someone reported the day's earnings, totaling 281 yuan. It seemed that this group was dissatisfied with such an amount. Rumor had it this was the lowest revenue in recent days. She toiled for an entire month to earn merely 90 yuan, hardly comparable to the mere fraction of Zhang Shu's daily earnings. Initially, Li Damei was incredulous until a stack of cash was handed to Zhang Shu, forcing her to confront this astonishing revelation that shattered her worldview. A ne'er-do-well had suddenly transformed into a businessman. Where could one seek justice for such a transformation? Sun Tong harbored even more questions, as her understanding of Zhang Shu surpassed that of Li Damei, making his abrupt change all the more impactful for her. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, fear, joy, and a burgeoning desire. A man's wealth serves as an aphrodisiac for a woman at this moment. Zhang Shu's allure was more potent than ever. The night fell like a heavy curtain as Zhang Shu and Sun Tong walked the path to Shangyun village. The moonlight spread a silvery frost over the earth, while the croaking of frogs in the rice fields proved somewhat irksome. Sun Tong turned to him, affectionately linking her arm with his, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Darling, could you return my bicycle? You do not know how my legs have thinned from walking to work these past few days." At her words, a shiver ran down Zhang Shu's spine. "Calling me daddy want help. I'll return it in half a month." "Why?" Sun Tong inquired, puzzled. "After a while, I will be heading to Yanshi and will lend you my vehicle." "What business do you have in Yanshi? Can I accompany you?" Sun Tong gently shook Zhang Shu's arm while speaking in a playful tone. Zhang Shu furrowed his brows, urging her to speak respectfully and not to act frivolously in the public. "Humph. Lacking romance, just take me along, I beg you. Aren't you off work? If you agree to take me to Yanshi, I will immediately resign." Zhang Shu shook his head, explaining that he was unfamiliar with Yanshi and had not yet decided on any specific plans. "It would be irresponsible to let you quit your job and follow me like this." Sun Tong felt a touch of emotion, finding Zhang Shu's reasoning quite valid, and she ceased to insist. In her early 20s, Sun Tong remained somewhat naive, her experiences still limited. The two returned to Shangyun village. Standing before the door, Zhang Shu took a cold shower and then casually flopped onto the bed, stretching out like a character in a Tai Chi pose. Moments later, Sun Tong lay down beside him, resting her head on his chest, her hair cascading around her. She lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with allure as they locked gazes. Her cheeks flushed even more, and with a slight bite of her lower lip. Her eyes shimmered with a blend of teasing and anticipation as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Observing her innocent yet yearning expression, Zhang Shu's hand gradually descended, gently caressing her. Sun Tong melted against him, overwhelmed by affection. Unable to contain herself any longer, she planted soft kisses on his forehead, slowly trailing down his brows and eyes. Zhang Shu's hand roamed along her spine, eliciting tingling sensations, causing Sun Tong to softly sigh and lean back slightly. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature in the room steadily rising. "I feel faint. Hold me tight." Inside the room, their mingled breaths and delicate whispers created a rhythmic symphony, the wooden bed protesting under the weight of their passion. The atmosphere was bursting with the vitality of spring, akin to budding sprouts. With soft gasps and fervent exchanges resembling lively musical notes, sometimes gentle and melodic, at other times fervent and impassioned, each sound striking a chord within, igniting the imagination. The following morning, Zhang Shu opened his eyes and glanced at the clock, noting it was 8:30. "Are you awake?" Zhang Shu was slightly taken aback, asking why she hadn't gone to work yet. Sun Tong playfully chided him, saying it was all because of him. She felt so weak that she could hardly stand. Zhang Shu shot her a glance, then dressed and prepared to head home. He had an event to oversee and needed to arrive early, by now. The old man with the sweet potatoes and his crew would likely have reached his house. Noticing him about to leave, Sun Tong quickly said, "It will surely be busy at your place this afternoon. I can help you out." Zhang Shu continued walking, waving his hand dismissively, saying it wasn't necessary. She should rest at home and just remember to come over for dinner in the evening. Upon hearing this, Sun Tong's smile froze, her expression one of shock. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Sitting idly on the bed, she stared at Zhang Shu's retreating figure until the door closed, jolting her back to reality. The room fell silent. Sun Tong felt a bit dazed, having done nothing to provoke him. At this moment, Zhang Shu felt both familiar and strangely distant to her. What had gone wrong? Chapter 21. Step back. I am about to show off. Upon returning to Xiao village, Zhang Shu spotted Zhao Haidang pacing back and forth at the bridge, occasionally glancing up. As soon as he appeared, Zhao Haidang swiftly approached him. Where have you been? I've been searching for you for half the day. What happened? Weren't you the one who asked me to assist in obtaining the business license for Shanjiang? Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't it been mentioned that they would go in a few days? Zhao Haidang waved her hand dismissively. The things you mentioned are beyond my understanding. I need to inquire a few days in advance. Zhang Shu felt a warmth in his heart. Sister Haidang, I truly appreciate your help this time. His sincerity was palpable. Without Zhao Haitang's assistance, they would have to resort to alternative plans that would not only require considerable effort, but also yield minimal results. Zhao Haidang raised an eyebrow. Good to hear. I've spent several days away from home for this matter. Once everything is settled, you must express your gratitude properly. Absolutely, Zhang Shu nodded earnestly. I will return to fetch the materials. As he made his way back to the small bridge, he noticed Zhao Lei was there as well, whispering something into Zhao Haitang's ear. Upon Zhang Shu's arrival, their conversation ceased. Sister Haidang, here are all the materials, Zhang Shu said, handing over a plastic bag, along with all the cash he had on him. Zhao Haidang casually flipped through the contents. Who is Guziqiang? My friend, and also the legal representative of the company. The business license will be registered under his name. Zhao Haidang did not pursue the matter further. She opened the envelope and gasped softly. Weren't 5,000 enough? Why so much? Having extra money is always prudent. It helps in case of unexpected situations. Zhao Haidang nodded, tucking the envelope away. There was no need for pleasantries when using his money for his affairs, especially since it was her first time handling such matters. Having additional funds was certainly wise. She secured the materials and money in her inner pocket and reassured him, I will ensure everything is handled properly. Standing nearby, Zhao Lei observed their cheerful interaction. His brow furrowing deeper, the wrinkles on his face resembling orange peels. He coughed heavily, interrupting their conversation. What did you just call her? Zhao Lei glared at Zhang Shu, arms crossed, his tone unfriendly. Sister Haidang. And what do you call me? Zhang Shu quickly realized and forced a smile. Brother Zhao? He elongated the tone, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Zhao Haidang could no longer contain her laughter. How disrespectful. Zhao Lei was incensed, his anger palpable. You should address her as little aunt based on age. Before he could continue, Zhao Haidang herself interjected, displeased. Brother, why do you make me sound so old? I refuse to be called little aunt. Exactly, Zhang Shu chimed in. Sister Haidang, let us just stick to our own titles. You little rascal. Zhao Lei removed his size 44 liberation shoes and swung them towards Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Brother, please calm down. Zhao Haidang laughed heartily, stepping forward to restrain Zhao Lei. Brother, you're an adult. Stop acting like a child. She then turned to Zhang Shu, signaling him with her eyes. Zhang Shu understood, retreating while bowing slightly. Sister Haidang, I shall take my leave. Zhao Lei, tugged by his sister, furiously pointed in the direction where Zhang Shu had fled. This young man is increasingly unruly. When Zhang Jianjun and Qin Xiuxiu return, I must inquire how they have raised their son. All right. Zhao Lei murmured while putting on his shoes. It's all for your own good. Stay away from that boy in the future. Upon Zhang Shu's return home, nearly 20 pig heads were already arranged at the entrance of the kitchen, with a multitude of people bustling about, creating an efficient assembly line. Goodness! Zhang Shui, cradling Zhang Lan on a small stool, appeared much more vibrant, having indulged in meat for the past few days, to the point of feeling slightly overwhelmed by it. Elder brother, the sharp-eyed Zhang Huahua noticed Zhang Shu's return, tossed aside her wooden stick, and opened her chubby little arms for an embrace. Zhang Shu lifted her into his arms, and the little girl immediately clung to him like a koala, playfully tugging at his ears. Brother, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Zhang Shui handed Zhang Lan to their grandmother, declaring, I'll fetch you some porridge. The vegetable porridge Grandma made this morning is delightful, and I added some lard. With that, she bounced off towards the kitchen. Zhang Shu did not refuse his sister's kind gesture, watching her joyful figure. This ordinary moment became the most precious gift he possessed amidst the relentless tide of time. His heart brimmed with contentment. Before long, Zhang Shui returned, holding a steaming bowl of porridge. Zhang Shu, cradling Zhang Huahua with one arm, accepted the bowl and took a hearty sip. The porridge was thick and well-balanced, the aroma of vegetables mingling with the richness of lard, warming him from his tongue to his stomach. Delicious. He ruffled Zhang Shui's hair, causing the little girl to beam with a smile that revealed all her teeth. Chun Huarong, cigarette in mouth, approached and asked, "Boss Zhang, did we buy too many pig heads today?" I suggested buying less, yet Old Sweet Potato insisted on this quantity. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. If we have more, we'll sell more. It's not a big deal. Can we sell all this?" Chen Huarong appeared somewhat doubtful. Zhang Shu took another sip of porridge, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. "Stand back. I'm about to get serious." Ultimately, he had never regarded the sale of pig head meat as a legitimate enterprise. He had set up this stall merely to gather some franchise fees for Zhao Haitang's license and to provide a bit of meat for the family. In Zhang Shu's eyes, this endeavor wasn't even a temporary stepping stone. While others viewed earning 200 or 300 a day as a windfall, for someone like him, who had seen significant wealth, it paled in comparison. Initially, he was reluctant to engage, but now, with Zhao Haitang's license pending and idleness at hand, he decided to invest a little more effort. Although Huagang Town has a large population, only a handful consume pig head meat. How to break the stalemate? The key lies in uncovering potential consumer markets. Pig head meat is not a necessity, and its price is relatively high. Especially in this era, most individuals prefer spending on several pounds of fatty meat. Now, he aimed to associate pig head meat with essential goods, indirectly boosting sales by pairing it with items of strong demand. In this age, products such as leggings, bell-bottoms, and batwing shirts are considered goods of strong demand, possessing an extraordinary allure for contemporary individuals. Moreover, a lottery mechanism precisely captures human nature. The thrill of acquiring treasured items often leads one to flaunt them, naturally creating an effect akin to a living advertisement. Customers who have spent their money but failed to procure their desired items cling to the hope of a fortunate turn in the next attempt, eager for another chance. With a guarantee of a 100 win, and at the very least, a modest return of 8 yuan worth of pig head meat, they feel no sense of loss. Chun Huarong inhaled deeply. "Boss Zhang, what about that vendor selling pig head meat across from us?" Zhang Shu chuckled. "Some competitors hardly qualify as rivals. Just charge ahead. The market is vast. As long as we claim our share, they shall inevitably perish from hunger." Chapter 22. The fury of incompetence. Chen Jun and Li Wujin rose early, for preparing a dozen pig heads was no small feat. The two toiled from dawn until after 8 in the morning, finally taking a brief respite before setting up their stall. "Oldly, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly. I can't tell if it's a good omen or a peculiar sign," Li Wujin replied with a smile. "The left eye twitches for golden opportunities, while the right foretells of riches. This is indeed a good omen. We are destined for prosperity." To him, the sale of pig head meat promised profit, and if it fell short, he could always revert to selling noodles, unperturbed, even feeling inclined to sing a jovial tune. However, Chun Jun's situation was markedly different. The expenses for ingredients, spices, and culinary equipment had already exceeded 300. This realization caused him a pang of regret, especially upon witnessing Li Wujin's carefree demeanor, which only fueled his frustration. As they embarked on this venture together, the risks fell solely on his shoulders, while the profits were meager at best. The thought of returning to the simplicity of shoe repair lingered in his mind, and he could only pray for Zhang Shu's swift downfall, hoping to recover his investments sooner rather than later. As the two wheeled their cart to Huagang Middle School, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. A row of garments, batwing shirts and fitness pants, displayed the latest fashion trends. Li Wujin furrowed his brow in confusion. Are new vendors making an appearance? Chen Jun stood on tiptoe, squinting across the street. No, it's the same group that used to sell pig head meat. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he exclaimed with glee. Could it be that they believe they cannot compete with us and have now turned to selling clothes? Li Wujin pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. It's quite possible. Otherwise, why would they display so many clothes? Chen Jun clenched his fists in excitement. Isn't this a golden opportunity for profit? Should we consider raising our prices? 2 yuan 50 per jean is simply too low, devoid of any profit margin. They used to sell for 5. We could price ours at 4. What do you think? Sounds good. Let's raise it by 1 yuan 50. If sales are brisk, we can increase it again tomorrow. With our stall being the only one in Huagang Town, we can set our prices as we wish. The prospect of imminent profit lifted Li Wujin's spirits, and he shook his head, reflecting, a small-time hoodlum remains a small-time hoodlum. They cannot achieve greatness. A minor setback has thrown them into disarray. I doubt they will last long selling clothes. Chen Jun, with a proud tilt of his head, responded, "Who could argue otherwise? I merely employed a few clever tactics." Yet to my surprise, the group of children capitulated without hesitation. How dull! How utterly tedious! The two exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Chen Jun altered the price on the small blackboard from 25 yuan per gene to 4 yuan per gene. The situation had become clear. Profit was a certainty. The only question remaining was the extent of the gains. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu prepared to set off, beckoning to the sweet potato vendor. "Ride your bicycle to the town now, and strap the loudspeaker to the back seat. Turn the volume up to the maximum, and let the entire Huagang town know about the event we are hosting today. After all this, my old bones might just fall apart." Zhang Shu patted him on the shoulder. "Not a chance. With your physique, it won't be a problem to have a son next year. Get lost. My grandson is almost ready for preschool. That's even better. Your grandson can bring his son along," Zhang Shu suggested. "Scram, scram, scram." The sweet potato vendor cursed, pedaling away on his bicycle. Within the office of the Huagang cotton spinning factory, a woman of pear-shaped stature abruptly paused her knitting, leaning her ear towards the outside. "Did you hear that noise? It seems there's a loudspeaker announcing something. It sounds rather lively. I'll go take a look. I'm getting restless cooped up in the office all day." As she reached the door, she encountered the security guard. "Old Lu, what did they just announce over the loudspeaker? You heard it too? It seems there's an event at Huagang Middle School. They're giving away clothes for free." Instantly, the eyes of several women sparkled with excitement. "Free? Is this really happening?" Inside the Huagang printing factory, typesetter Xiao Zhou was engrossed in his work when a booming voice from the loudspeaker broke through. "The boss has gone mad. Across from Huagang Middle School, buy Pig's Head meat and enter to win free clothing. If you're slow, you'll regret it for the whole year. Sensational benefits await. Comrades, hurry and seize the opportunity." Xiao Zhou perked up, throwing down his pen. "Did you all hear that? Buying Pig's Head meat grants you entry for free clothing. Who could possibly miss such a loud announcement? Once I finish this task, let us go take a look." "I'll go too." "You have no money. Why are you going?" "I won't buy anything, just want to see." Before long, several of them rushed out of the printing factory with great enthusiasm. In those days, with little else to occupy their time, people flocked to any excitement, regardless of whether they intended to buy anything or not, simply to be part of the spectacle. Zhang Jianjun was also taken aback by the voice from the loudspeaker. Could this mad boss be his own son? He shook his head. It was unlikely. Zhang Shu typically set up his stall in the afternoon. This commotion could very well be a rival, showcasing considerable prowess. He decided to head over at noon to gather intelligence on the competition for the sake of his son. Zhang Shu's good days are surely numbered. Behind him, the malicious laughter of a bystander echoed. Zhang Jianjun did not need to turn around to know it was Lu Hua, Huang Li's husband. Ever since Lu Hua learned that his wife had been frightened to the point of incontinence by Zhang Shu, he had returned to Xiahe village feeling as though he were the butt of a joke. He contemplated confronting Zhang Shu, but hesitated, enduring these days with mounting frustration. Seizing a rare opportunity, I felt compelled to take a jab at Zhang Jianjun, a means to vent my frustrations. Zhang Jianjun, with a dismissive air, retorted, "What my son earns in a day surpasses your salary for several months. I am at a loss as to why you are so smug. Rather than boasting, you should focus on how to secure your permanent position." His words struck directly at Likewa's core. "Uft, as if you are not a temporary worker yourself," Lu Hua shot back. Zhang Jianjun, unfazed, adjusted his collar and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hua, leisurely continuing, "The crux of the matter is that some people are hollowed out, with a considerable sum of money flowing away. In the end, they are just like me, with nothing but a rural household registration. You are the one who, even with a pig's head in hand, cannot find the temple door. You wouldn't know how to spend money if you tried." Lu Hua, his neck flushed, retorted, "I would never be so foolish. If I had that money, I would buy something for my son." "Oh right." Zhang Jianjun suddenly seemed to recall something, his face displaying an epiphany. "I almost forgot. You have no son, so you cannot fathom such feelings. You son of a b." Likewa's composure shattered in an instant, and he lunged forward, ready to strike Zhang Jianjun. Unperturbed, Zhang Jianjun leaned in, chin raised defiantly. "If you don't hit me, you are my grandson. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, let us see if I don't take you down in the process. You son of a b. You son of a b. You son of a b." Humph. The rage of impotence. Chapter 23. Can you really win a prize? Outside Huagang Middle School, Chen Jun spotted a group of people approaching from a distance. and his heart sank. He hastily called out to the side, "Oldly, come here quickly, something feels off." Isn't that Zhang Shu with that crowd? They've set up 2 stalls today. Li Wujin squinted for a moment. Damn. It really is them. Have they lost their minds? They didn't sell all 4 pig heads yesterday, and now they're doing this? Chen Jun's expression grew grave. A nagging sense of unease gnawing at him. Oldly, my eyelids are twitching fiercely. This does not bode well. Li Wujin spat. What are you panicking about? Don't frighten yourself. Of course, you wouldn't be worried. You haven't invested a penny, Chen Jun countered. That's not the point. How can you keep saying that? My technical input is still an investment, isn't it? If you keep this up, we won't be able to collaborate at all. As they conversed, Chen Huarong had already set up the stall. At that moment, the sweet potato vendor returned, cradling a loudspeaker in his arms, and approached the stall, pressing the play button. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, crashing into the ears of those nearby like thunder. Don't miss out as you pass by. Free clothing draw. A rare opportunity, first come, first served. Nearby stall owners, startled by the sudden blast of high decibels, turned to look. A surprise. A surprise. A grand giveaway. Come and take a look even if you don't buy. Buy meat for free, take home clothes. The boss has truly gone mad. Purchase pig head meat and enter a draw for designer clothing. If you miss today, you'll have to wait a year. At last, Chen Jun understood Zhang Shu's intentions. He acted quickly, hastening to adjust the prices. He now sought not profit, but merely hoped to sell off the stock prepared for today, with over a dozen pig heads. Failing to sell them would not be a trivial matter. The first to arrive were several individuals from the printing factory, with Xiao Zhou leading the charge. Boss, how is this event structured? Zhang Shu's face was adorned with a radiant smile as he gestured towards a row of garments hanging behind him. Today's event was organized as a gesture of gratitude towards the community. For merely 8 yuan for a piece of pig head meat, attendees could enter a lottery, with the prize being these splendid garments, available for selection at will. Xiao Zhou smirked and remarked, "Boss, these prizes aren't an empty promise, are they?" Zhang Shu replied earnestly, "We are genuinely committed to providing benefits for our community. The odds of winning in the lottery are 100%. As long as you reach in, you will undoubtedly bring home a prize. And the price of the pig head meat hasn't increased, right? Your meat has always been pricier than others," Xiao Zhou inquired. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively and clarified, "We prioritize our customers' health above all else, which is why we use only the finest ingredients and spices, resulting in a slightly higher price. However, this event is aimed at giving back to our community. Even if we face losses, we cannot let our supporters feel disheartened. Hence, we have decided to maintain the original price." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. It certainly sounded like a good deal, though the quality of the lottery garments remained uncertain. All the clothing here has been sourced from the supply and marketing cooperative, so you can rest assured about the quality. Zhang Shu added. A young woman with sparkling eyes exclaimed with excitement, "For 8 yuan, winning is guaranteed. Plus, there's still the pig head meat. I can't lose. I'll take one." She was already pulling out her wallet. Xiao Zhou turned to his colleague and said, "The boss seems quite sincere. Shall we give it a try?" "All right. I'll take one too. If it's as the boss claims, I'll buy meat from here from now on." Just then, someone in the crowd called out, "How do we enter the lottery? Is there any trick to it?" "Absolutely no tricks, just a lottery box filled with tickets. Whatever you draw is yours. It's fair, just, and transparent. Prizes are awarded on site." The young woman sliced the meat and approached the lottery box, nervously reaching inside, perhaps a bit anxious. She licked her pink tongue across her lips, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "What's the verdict? It isn't empty, is it? Hurry and show us if you really can win." "Indeed. Is there gold in there? Why is it so hard to retrieve?" The onlookers grew increasingly impatient, urging her on. With no other option, the young woman finally pulled out a slip of paper that read "Fitness Pants." "Wow, fitness pants! Fitness pants!" she exclaimed, jumping with joy and handing the slip to Zhang Shu. He glanced at it and called out to Han Su behind him, "Come, bring this lovely lady a pair of fitness pants." Zhang Shu raised his voice, truly a blend of beauty and fortune. "Congratulations to this charming lady. May she find both wealth and love in her future endeavors." The young woman, holding the fitness pants aloft, waved to the gathered crowd. Her cheeks flushed with pride from Zhang Shu's compliments. "My goodness, it really is possible to win. Just the other day, I checked, and fitness pants cost 8 yuan each at the cooperative. This means she's gotten over a pound of pig head meat for free. Did you see? They also have batwing shirts and flared pants behind. If someone wins those, that would be a real treasure. The crowd behind gradually grew more exuberant, with some eager for the spectacle and others genuinely intent on making purchases. Hearing about the event was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Particularly for those who had already intended to buy clothes, seeing others win prizes ignited a fervent desire within them. A man continuously pushed forward, shouting, "Come on! Cut me a portion for 8 yuan. I consulted the almanac today. This prize is surely mine. Move along to the back of the line. Keep pushing forward. And the almanac might just predict a calamity for you." Even before noon, 2 stalls had already become encircled by throngs of people. "Hurry up and cut it. If the batwing shirt gets snatched away, you'll be responsible for compensating me." Chun Huarong was sweating profusely, yet his hands remained tirelessly at work. It was his first realization that pig's head meat could be sold in such a manner. At that moment, he found himself in awe of Zhang Shu, who seemed to effortlessly generate business. From pricing to the call of the sale, he had participated in every step, which appeared mundane on its own but was astonishing when combined. Zhang Shu had a profound grasp of consumer psychology. Customers willingly queued to spend their money. Chapter 24. Are people honest, or is it a misfortune? Chun Jun's mindset shattered as he observed the thriving business across the way, nearly spiraling out of control. In stark contrast, as lunchtime approached, he had yet to open his stall. This glaring disparity was so disheartening it almost made him feel ill. "Boss, I'd like 8 yuan worth of pig head meat." A customer finally graced him. A smile swiftly returned to Chun Jun's face. It was a hard-fought victory. To express gratitude to his first patron of the day, he selected the finest piece of meat. After slicing it and drenching it in sauce, he handed it over. The middle-aged woman accepted the meat and inquired with a smile, "Where is your raffle box?" Chun Jun froze, his smile faltering. After a moment, he attempted to explain, "Because our prices are already quite low, we don't engage in those deceptive activities." The woman raised an eyebrow, her hand that was about to pay retracting. "Oh, is that so? Then I won't take it." Chun Jun felt a surge of panic. "But, ma'am, I've already cut it. If you suddenly decide against it, who will buy this meat?" The woman retorted, "You must be at least 40, calling me ma'am? I'm only 38. Miss, I'm not calling you miss. Your whole family are misses. Just because you won tea buy my meat, you resort to insult?" The middle-aged woman unleashed a torrent of remarks, leaving Chun Jun speechless, his frustration boiling within him. After a minute, he finally seized a chance to interject. "Madam, could you please be reasonable? Our prices are genuinely low. We simply cannot afford to run such promotions." "Humph. Cheap goods are never good. If there's no raffle, who would buy your meat?" With that, she tossed the pig head meat back onto the counter and turned away towards the opposite stall. Noticing Chun Jun's grim expression, Li Wujin approached. Their situations were similar. Neither had opened for business yet, though Li Wujin maintained a more positive outlook. "Old Chun, this isn't sustainable. If we can't sell this meat, we might have to eat it ourselves. A dozen pig heads won't kill you." Chun Jun cursed inwardly. "You need to come up with a solution. Otherwise, I shall be forced to continue selling noodles. You cannot hinder my pursuit of profit." At this moment, Chun Jun truly wished to lash out at Li Wujin. He turned his head and spoke in a low voice. "What choice do I have but to endure this? Shall I take my leave then? Continue with the noodle sales?" Chun Jun regarded him with a calm demeanor. "If you do not assist me in selling this pig head meat, do not even think of selling your noodles." Li Wujin raised an eyebrow. "After all these years of camaraderie, are you truly going to resort to such tactics? Get lost. You stay right here and sell the pig head meat dutifully. Once the meat sells, everything else can be negotiated. If I cannot recoup my capital, you shall not fare any better." Chun Jun erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of invectives upon Li Wujin, releasing all the pent-up negativity he had harbored over the past few days. He earned mere pennies mending shoes to accumulate the over 300 yuan he needed. How many shoes must he repair? He could not afford to incur losses without cause. Faced with Chun Jun's wrath, akin to a frenzied tiger, Li Wujin felt a twinge of fear. Damn it, the look in this short fellow's eyes could devour a man whole. "Old Chun, it's not that I do not wish to assist you in selling. As you can see, there are no customers at present. Even if I wanted to help, I find myself at an impasse." Li Wujin refrained from mentioning profit sharing. With the opposing force so formidable, their pig head meat was surely unsellable, and losses had become a foregone conclusion. To broach the topic of profit sharing could truly provoke Chun Jun's ire. What if we organized a lottery event? Li Wujin suggested. Chen Jun shook his head. He had contemplated that notion long ago. However, their prices had already plummeted, and to conduct a promotional event would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Not to mention the time constraints. What if we sell the meat at a discounted price to Zhang Shu? A bit cheaper, that way you might incur fewer losses. But what if he declines? His business is thriving. He likely doesn't have enough pig head meat to meet demand. Selling to him would only allow him to profit further. Why would he refuse? Chen Jun nodded, finding some merit in that statement. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Wujin. The old fellow still possessed some acumen, though he certainly needed a firm hand. Very well, let us attempt to sell first. If all else fails, we shall offer it to Zhang Shu this evening. When Zhang Jianjun arrived at Huagang Middle School, he found Zhang Shu animatedly addressing a crowd in front of the lottery box, his enthusiasm palpable. Any customer participating in the lottery, even if they won merely a headscarf, was treated with utmost reverence by him. Observing from the periphery, Zhang Jianjun could not help but acknowledge Zhang Shu's eloquence. He pondered how such a cunning individual could emerge from the otherwise honest Zhang family. Had he known about DNA testing at that moment, he would have insisted on a paternity test, for the lineage seemed doubtful. After waiting for over half an hour, as the crowd began to thin, he approached. Upon seeing his father, Zhang Shu signaled to Han Su, indicating he should take over his position. Dad, what brings you here? Come, let us dine first. No, I have a few matters to discuss. We shall eat at the factory later. Why the formalities? My friends have yet to eat as well. We can bring them something after our meal. Without further argument, he pulled Zhang Jianjun toward a nearby eatery. They found an available table, boss, 1 serving of assorted stir-fry, 1 dish of stir-fried eels, and 4 bowls of rice. The extravagance is overwhelming. The cost of these 2 dishes exceeds my daily wage. Zhang Shu is acutely aware of his father's genuine concern for finances. The older generation, having known poverty, has ingrained frugality into their very bones. Just the other day, he handed Zhang Jianjun 500 yuan, which was immediately saved. He could scarcely bear to spend a single cent. By the way, I've come to discuss something with you. When he wishes to learn how to prepare pig head meat, what do you think? Zhang Shu pondered deeply. His second uncle is renowned for his integrity. In past years, he often found himself in trouble, and Jia when he had to clean up his mess on numerous occasions. Now that they are reaching out, it is only right, both morally and emotionally, for him to offer assistance. Father, I have no issue teaching my second uncle how to make pig head meat, but I doubt his character will suit the task, Zhang Shu remarked. Why do you say that? Zhang Jianjun questioned, his eyes wide with discontent. Is being honest a fault? Zhang Shu swiftly waved his hand, clarifying, it's not a fault. He simply may not be cut out for it. If my second uncle insists on learning pig head meat preparation, I will certainly teach him without reservation. I'm planning a trip to the salt market soon and need reliable people. Please ask your uncle if he is willing to join. Zhang Jianjun nodded in agreement. All right. I shall visit Lusha village after work to seek your second uncle's opinion. You're going to the salt market. Does that mean you're abandoning the pig head meat business? Yes, in about a week, I will cease operations. I believe the pig head meat venture is quite promising. You've just had a brief respite. Don't spend your days on trivial matters. You are no longer a child. I should find someone for you. And we should arrange for you to marry at an appropriate time. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes, exasperated. I'm only in my early 20s. What need have I for marriage? Please refrain from matchmaking. Zhang Jianjun scoffed. Who says having a son is better? They always challenge you. Daughters are far easier. Unbeknownst to the father and son, a familiar face was nearby the pig head meat stall. Lu Kehua, observing the bustling scene at the stall, felt a surge of joy exceeding even his own earnings. The better the business here, the quicker Zhang Shu's venture would collapse. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Typically, he would hesitate to purchase 8 yuan worth of pig head meat, but today was different. He deemed it necessary to support his friend's business. If fortune favored him, a bad shirt would be a delightful bonus. His wife had been yearning for one for quite some time. If that fails, perhaps some stylish pants would suffice. Boss, I'll have 8 yuan worth of pig head meat, preferably a bit fatty, he requested. Chun Huarong handed him the meat and kindly gestured to the back, indicating where the lottery was being held. Lu Kehua was quite pleased. Even the workers of a wealthy man were so courteous. How could such a business not thrive? What reason could there be for Zhang Shu's downfall? Chapter 25. Report. Lu Kehua approached the lottery box, reaching inside. Gazing at the array of clothing behind him, he muttered, Bat shirt, if not, I'll settle for flared pants. His hand rummaged through the box, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon retrieving a ticket and unveiling it, his smile evaporated instantly. It was a pair of sandals. Is this it? Lu Kehua scoffed, his heart full of hope now turned to disappointment. During this period, Han Su has learned quite a bit from Zhang Shu. Observing the unusual expression on Lu Kehua's face, he offered some words of comfort. Comrade, the sandals here are merely the fifth prize. It seems your luck today is still quite favorable. Han Su's praise lifted Lu Kehua's spirits once more. The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt, his gaze returning to the lottery box, his hand instinctively reaching in, hoping to test his fortune again. Hey, comrade, you haven't even made a purchase yet. You must buy the pig's head meat to be eligible for the lottery. Lu Kehua frowned, somewhat displeased by Han Su's interruption. I'll draw first and then buy the meat. That should be acceptable, right? Han Su chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Perhaps it's best to settle the payment first. Huh, as if I could be short on cash with you, he retorted, handing over a dark brown 50. Han Su held the money up to the sunlight, then tucked it away, saying, with 50 yuan, you can draw 6 times. Take your time and don't rush. Lu Kehua stubbornly turned his head away, and with all his might, he thrust his arm deep into the box. He drew a ticket, revealing headscarf. His brow furrowed deeper, casually discarding the ticket as his eyes fixated on the lottery box. This last time, if I could just draw a cultural shirt, I would absolutely stop. It was as if he was motivating himself while simultaneously succumbing to a certain obsession. Again and again, his hand rose and fell, tickets being unveiled one after another. Yet apart from the sandals, everything else was a headscarf. Lu Kehua was completely absorbed in his own world, a glint of madness reflecting in his eyes. Suddenly, Han Su grasped his hand, stopping him. Comrade, that's enough. Step aside, I still want to draw. Gazing at the 6 tickets in his hand, Lu Kehua jolted back to reality. In such a short span, had he truly lost most of his salary? He glared at Han Su, his hand reaching for Han Su's pocket, shouting, you are cheating. There are no grand prizes at all. Return my money. I no longer want the pig's head meat. Han Su stepped back, evading Lu Kehua's outstretched hand, frowning as he said, don't cause a scene here. The lottery is purely based on luck. How can one expect to celebrate winning while throwing a tantrum for losing? Lu Kehua was unwilling to relent, his eyes reddening and veins bulging on his forehead. I don't care. You must return my money today. What nonsense is this lottery? You are nothing but a bunch of frauds. Today was payday, and he had been in good spirits, intending to test his luck while supporting a friend. Little did he realize he had drawn 7 times and had fallen straight into the pit. Hey, you up front, are you going to draw or not? If not, don't hold up others. What's the rush? You fools, being swindled and still counting the money for them. There are no grand prizes in there, only headscarves and sandals. Such words should not be spoken, young comrade. Just half an hour ago, I saw 2 people win bell-bottom pants and fitness pants. A customer from the back rebutted. Exactly. If you can't afford to draw, then don't. Why act like a rogue? The pig's head meat is priced as it should be, and the prizes are merely an additional benefit for us. Step aside. If you're not going to draw, let me go. I'm in a hurry to get home for lunch. Don't waste my time. An impatient man from behind stepped forward, pushing Lu Kehua aside. Observing the towering figure before him, Lu Kehua's face turned a shade of green. Taking action was out of the question, leaving him with no choice but to engage in a verbal tirade. Unaware of a good heart, let us see how you fall victim. I assure you, you will draw a scarf. The man stepped forward, pushing him again. I wouldn't mind drawing a scarf, unlike you, who seems incapable of playing fair. The boss didn't force you to participate. You chose to enter the lottery, and now you refuse to take responsibility. Truly poor character. The air was thick with criticism directed at him, the words harsh and biting. Luke Chong remained silent, his expression grim, fixated on the lottery box. He resolved that when this group drew scarves, he would certainly have some sardonic remarks to make, and he wouldn't hold back in his scathing commentary. The man casually drew a slip from the lottery box and examined it. Well, another scarf, I presume? I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. A person like you deserves to suffer. Fool. The man cast a dismissive glance at him before handing the ticket to Han Su. Comrade, I've won a bat shirt. What? Han Su was taken aback, and Lu Kehua rushed forward to snatch the ticket from his hands, which indeed stated that a bat shirt had been won. Must you be taught a lesson before you behave? The man's face darkened, the joy of winning dissipating considerably. This can't be. How could it be a bat shirt? It should have been a scarf. Luke Hua clutched the lottery ticket tightly, staring at it in disbelief. What is impossible? Given your bad luck, having drawn all the scarves, what remains must be good items. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Han Su presented the bat shirt to the man. Comrade, you clearly have the fortune. Congratulations. Haha. Thank you. Thank you. The man accepted the bat shirt and called out to those behind him. Just now, an unfortunate fellow drew several scarves. There are surely many more good items in the lottery box. Everyone, give it your best. Having been insulted, Luke Hua's already dark expression worsened, suspecting that this booth was somehow cursed against him. Very well, I shall give it a try too. An elderly lady in the queue approached, waving a piece of pig head meat before Han Su. Comrade, I spent 16 yuan and wish to draw twice. The old lady rummaged in the box for a moment, retrieving 2 tickets to hand to Han Su. My eyesight isn't great. Could you kindly check what I've won? Han Su took the tickets, examined them, and a smile spread across his face as he raised his voice. Grandma, congratulations. You've won a pair of sandals and a cultural shirt. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes crinkled with joy, her face beaming. The sandals are for my granddaughter, and the cultural shirt is for my precious grandson. How fitting. After receiving her items, the old lady rushed to express her gratitude to Han Su before leaving, thoroughly satisfied. Luke Hua seethed with frustration, feeling as though the entire world was conspiring against him. Why was it that others could win splendid prizes while he only drew worthless items? Staring at the scarf in his hand, his anger swelled, yet he found no outlet for it. Zhang Jianjun, having finished his meal and preparing to return to the factory, happened upon Luke Hua clutching the scarf. Noticing his constipated expression, Zhang Jianjun felt a surge of delight and made it his mission to greet him. Well, who might this be? Luke Hua cast a sharp glance at him, biting down on his back molars, and said, What business do you have here? Zhang Jianjun chuckled. Seeing your glum expression, I couldn't help but come over to take a look. You're the one who's downcast. I'm particularly joyous today. I bought 10 pounds of pig's head meat for my wife to nourish her health. Can you afford that? Fool, my son sells this stuff. Why would I need to spend money on it? I'm sick of eating it. Our family has gone vegetarian to shed some of that excess fat. What do you know? Buying pig's head meat is just a side note. Didn't you see how many prizes I won? If you had the skill, you could win a pile of prizes too. Luke Hua felt he had suffered a significant loss. If he could manage to trick Zhang Jianjun and watch him stumble, it would ease his own discontent somewhat. Zhang Jianjun looked astonished. Do you have to enter a lottery for these things? I just take them directly. How amusing. How can you be so shameless? Zhang Jianjun called out to Han Su, Xiao Han, help me fetch 2 pieces of clothing. Han Su, who went to the river village early each day, naturally recognized Zhang Jianjun and dared not show any negligence towards the father of Zhang Shu. Uncle, what type do you need? Or you can come over and choose. I'm afraid I might get the size wrong. All right, I'll come take a look. Luke Hua's head buzzed. He nearly lost his balance. Even if he were slow to react, he now understood that this event was orchestrated by Zhang Shu. Otherwise, how could Zhang Jianjun possibly possess such influence? The thought of having contributed nearly 60 yuan to his rival made Luke Hua's teeth clench in frustration. After working hard, more than half a month's salary had been handed over to Zhang Shu. How could he swallow that indignation? Damn it! Luke Wen turned and dashed towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He intended to report Zhang Shu for speculation and profiteering. Chapter 26. My uncle said Zhang Shu approached with a bag of fried dough sticks and rice cakes. At this time, the small eateries in the town lacked takeout boxes, so he could only purchase food that was easy to carry. Brothers, come over for a meal. Chen Huarong took a rice cake, wrapped a fried dough stick in it, and took a bite, his face lighting up with satisfaction. He had been slicing meat since 11 o'clock, working tirelessly until nearly 2, his hands starting to tremble. What was the lunch revenue? Zhang Shu asked, sipping from an enamel cup. Chen Huarong opened his wallet and counted. I have about 400 here. Another person checked. I have 390. Zhang Shu smiled. Not bad. We've already recouped our costs. The rest is pure profit. Chen Huarong, his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly, Boss Zhang, your strategy of buying pig's head meat and giving away clothing is truly brilliant. Many customers, despite spending money, are incredibly happy. Zhang Shu waved his hand and inquired, Are the prizes sufficient? Sufficient. At least a third will remain after the event concludes. Shall we continue the activities tomorrow? No more. Too frequent events may lead customers to believe our profits are excessively high, resulting in a net loss. You should focus more on enhancing taste and service quality. That is how business can endure. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting understanding. Zhang Shu's gaze swept over the crowd. Furthermore, everyone has been performing admirably during this period, and I believe you should be capable of managing independently. Next, you may discuss amongst yourselves how to divide the townships, ensuring uniform pricing without engaging in cutthroat competition. The deposit you submitted will be available for collection at my home in 2 months. It is essential to clarify all necessary details. Whether they adhere to this depends solely on individual commitment. In this era, running a braised meat business in the towns, as long as one avoids reckless practices, it is nearly impossible to incur losses. Boss Zhang, want you impart further guidance? Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow and retorted, What? Have you not yet mastered the seasoning? If there is anything you find difficult, speak up promptly. The interlocutor quickly waved his hand, affirming that he had learned everything. Expressing a certain reluctance to leave after acquiring so much knowledge during this time under Zhang Shu's tutelage. Enough of that. The sooner you venture out on your own, the sooner you can start earning money. Surely, you have been anticipating this day in your hearts? The group erupted in laughter. Zhang Shu was right. Having paid an 800 yuan franchise fee to learn the craft, they were under considerable pressure. This group harbored a strong desire to prove themselves, eager to show those who doubted them what they were capable of achieving. However, one individual stood apart, Chen Huarong, who had attended high school and thus possessed insights beyond the understanding of the local villagers. It was precisely this knowledge that made him acutely aware of Zhang Shu's exceptional abilities. Boss Zhang, may I discuss something with you? Chen Huarong hesitated before bravely voicing his request. Noticing the formality in his tone, Zhang Shu clapped his hands and said, Let us head to the communication room for our chat. Inside the communication room, an elderly man was reclining on a bamboo chair, fanning himself. Zhang Shu retrieved a cigarette and offered it to him, then pulled up a stool to sit down. Chen Huarong quickly struck a match to light it for him before speaking. Boss Zhang, I am curious about your plans moving forward. Zhang Shu, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, replied, Huarong, feel free to express your thoughts directly. There is no need for circumlocution with me. Boss Zhang, I recognize your capabilities and foresight. I do not wish to spend my life merely tending to a meat stall. If you have promising opportunities, would you consider guiding me? Zhang Shu chuckled and inquired, And what about the pig head meat stall? I'll leave that for my parents. They toil in the fields year-round, yet barely manage to save any money. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a commotion erupted outside. The old sweet potato vendor murmured, The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is here. Zhang Shu peered through the glass window of the communication room and spotted several individuals in blue uniforms approaching, notebooks in hand. Nearby vendors instantly panicked. Those with little merchandise hastily rolled up their bundles and darted into alleys, while others with larger inventories found themselves unable to escape. Han Su, flustered, scrambled to pack up his stall, but with so much to gather, it was impossible to finish in a hurry. A stern-looking official in a broad-brimmed hat approached. Frowning as he demanded, Show me your license. Han Su stammered, unable to articulate a response, beads of sweat forming on his palms. How would he know anything about a license? Back then, most rural vendors operated without one, engaging in small-scale business discreetly, utterly oblivious to such formalities. The elderly man beside the sweet potatoes hurriedly offered a smile and a cigarette, saying, Comrade, rural folks earn a meager living. Let us be accommodating. The industrial and commercial official, however, refused the cigarette with a stern expression, stating, Operating without a license is illegal. Are you unaware of this? The goods will be confiscated, and an additional fine will be imposed. Han Su, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to plead, Leader, this is our first time setting up a stall. We truly did not know the rules. Cut the nonsense. I passed by here yesterday after work, and you were still selling, the official retorted, effectively shattering Han Su's attempt at deception. Feeling embarrassed, Han Su rubbed his hands together, unsure of how to respond. Witnessing Han Su rendered speechless, Zhang Shu rushed over from the reception area, exclaiming, Leader, it's a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side here. We are from the village's sales point, assisting the team in selling some surplus stock. As he spoke, he pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket. The bottom right corner stamped with a blurry village committee seal, which was merely a leftover blank sheet from when the village issued a letter of introduction. The industrial and commercial officials regarded the note with skepticism, scrutinizing it closely. In 1990, the status of collective economy was far more advantageous than that of individual businesses. with most private transactions being conducted under the guise of village enterprises to evade scrutiny. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shu slipped a pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes into the pocket of the official. It's such a trivial matter. Yet you've taken the trouble to come all this way. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, he said, turning to Han Su. Go and prepare some pig head meat for the comrades to improve their meal. The officials have worked so hard and are concerned for us. As an ordinary citizen, I cannot bear to see this. The leading official's tone softened slightly. The sales point must also complete the necessary procedures. Zhang Shu slapped his thigh in frustration. Who among us country folk understands such matters? My uncle only told me to bring the goods directly for sale. Your uncle? The official coughed. You mean Zhao Lei, the old secretary of Hehe village? I am his nephew, Zhao Erqiang. The official nodded, evidently familiar with Zhao Lei. Before the official could speak, Zhang Shu retrieved 50 yuan from his pocket and filled a large nylon bag with more cigarettes, handing it over. My uncle has always taught us to adhere to the rules. We truly did not consider everything thoroughly. We cannot make it difficult for the industrial and commercial leaders. We will pay the fines and accept the confiscation. The officials exchanged glances, and one older member remarked, since this is a collective, we will primarily focus on education this time. Please be more careful in the future. After saying this, they accepted the money and confiscated cigarettes, heading towards the stalls below. The salt market, being in a coastal city, had experienced earlier reforms and thus had relatively lenient policies. Had this occurred in an inland city, Zhang Shu would not have dared to act so brazenly. During this time, inland cities still employed public shaming tactics reminiscent of the planned economy era, instilling fear among the populace. Despite the accelerating pace of market economy, such actions remained classified as speculation and were considered criminal. A typical example was the founder of Shaguoguozi, who faced repeated troubles in his business, and by now, it could be assumed he was still languishing in prison. It was precisely because Zhang Shu understood the leniency of Huagang Town's policies that he felt emboldened to proceed in this manner. With no one to report him, he could simply turn a blind eye and act as though nothing was amiss. Upon receiving a report, goods may be confiscated and the illegal profits of the operators penalized. Ultimately, it is a matter of whether one has connections or strong backing. In the salt market, Zhao Lei, who was accompanying Zhao Haidang while waiting for transportation, was incessantly sneezing. Brother, are you still unwell from your cold? In chapter 27, 2 hours had passed without improvement. Unlike Zhang Shu, Chen Jun was not so fortunate. In the past, he would have run away without a second thought, wielding his shoe repair tools. However, with the sale of pig head meat, he was burdened with numerous preparations, leaving him utterly helpless as he watched the officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau approach leisurely. Where's your license? Sir, it's my first day setting up a stall, and I haven't had the chance to obtain one yet. Enough with the excuses. I just made a round and heard nothing but such claims. You lack any originality. Chen Jun was filled with regret, wishing he had sold all the pig head meat to Zhang Shu at noon had he known this would happen. The officials wasted no time, pulling back the white cloth covering the pig head meat. Oh, quite complete indeed. Sir, this is my first time. Chen Jun attempted to defend himself, but they paid him no heed. Operating without a license? Is your sanitation up to standard? Where is your quarantine certificate? The official questioned sharply, already pulling out a fine receipt. Chen Jun began to sweat. He had no quarantine certificate whatsoever. The pig heads had been purchased that morning from a rural butcher. A purely private transaction. A fine of 100 yuan, and all goods are confiscated. 100. Chen Jun leaped up. Sir, even if I sold everything, I wouldn't make 100 yuan. Too much? The official sneered. Then come with me to the station. We'll handle this as speculation. Chen Jun immediately wilted. If he were to go, it would be a matter far beyond 100 yuan. He then pointed across the street, questioning, but why haven't they been confiscated? They are a collective, a village representative. Can you compare that to your capitalist tale? Is there a question regarding our enforcement? The leader retorted coldly. In that case, please accompany us to the bureau for a detailed discussion. No, there are no questions. Chen Jun hastily waved his hands. Humph. The leading official scoffed, gesturing grandly. Chen Jun could only watch helplessly as the pig head meat, cutting board, and even the enamel basin were loaded onto the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's tricycle. Gripping the fine receipt, he stood in the middle of the road, feeling a weight in his chest. 100 yuan. And so many pig heads. How many pairs of shoes would he need to repair to earn that back? Before he could dwell on his sorrow, an even more infuriating sight unfolded. Unlike his furrowed brow, Li Wujin maintained a sycophantic smile, even proactively assisting the officials in loading items onto the tricycle. Sir, please be careful. This cutting board is quite heavy. He retrieved a cigarette box from his pocket, offering cigarettes to the staff one by one. Thank you for your hard work. It's unfortunate that everyone had to come out for this. The officials clearly appreciated this gesture. As the leading one accepted the cigarette and lit it from the match Li Wujin provided. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. We had to come due to a report. Understood, understood. Li Wujin nodded repeatedly. You are simply conducting your duties. We, the common folk, will certainly cooperate with government efforts. As soon as the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau departed, Li Wujin sauntered over, humming a cheerful tune, and produced a fine notice from his pocket. Here you go, he said. Chun Jun's eyes reddened, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. What do you mean by this? Li Wujin feigned innocence. What could it possibly mean? It's the fine, of course. Wasn't that stall under your purview? Li Wujin shrugged. But all the goods belong to you. I am merely your hired hand. He began to count on his fingers for Chun Jun's benefit. Look, the card is yours. The pig heads are yours. Even the enamel basin for the wastewater is taken from your home. I'm just a worker, keeping an eye on your stall. How dare you? Chun Jun could no longer contain his anger and swung his fist at Li Wujin's face. Despite his age, Li Wujin retained a certain agility, sidestepping the blow. Oh, so you dare to strike? Li Wujin picked up a nearby carrying pole and struck Chun Jun's hand hard, causing him to recoil in pain. The two men soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Li Wujin aimed a kick at Chun Jun's groin, causing him to loosen his grip, and Li Wujin capitalized on the moment to deliver an elbow strike directly to Chun Jun's nose. Bah! Li Wujin spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. You little brat. Dare to lay hands on me. When I was roaming the streets, you were still in your diaper. Disregarding the pain, Chun Jun lunged at him again, this time employing a clever tactic by crouching and grabbing Li Wujin's waist to throw him to the ground. They rolled about, exchanging punches and kicks, toppling nearby baskets that had not been cleared away. Zhang Shu and a group of onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? One asked. The bureau just left. Are we still open for business tonight? Inquired the old sweet potato vendor. Of course we're open. Otherwise, my 50 yuan fine would be for naught. And all these pig heads would spoil. The evening business remained bustling, albeit with a sense of trepidation, yet the bureau did not return to trouble them. Just past 5 o'clock, Sun Tong and Li Damei arrived. Observing the flurry of activity, they refrained from interrupting. Damei, have you noticed any changes in Zhang Shu? Li Damei raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sun Tong leaned closer, lowering her voice. He was like a beast last night, exhausting me for a full 2 hours. Li Damei gasped, covering her mouth. Is he that formidable? Indeed. He nearly wore me out. Don't be ungrateful. Some men finish in just a minute. Hardly feeling anything at all. You seem well versed in this matter. Where did you learn? Li Damei waved her hand dismissively. Those older ladies at the factory never stray far from such topics. They've led me astray. Sun Tong tossed her handbag carelessly at her feet and sighed. I can't shake the feeling that Zhang Shu isn't as attentive to me as he used to be. 2 hours of attention isn't enough. What are you saying? Have you forgotten how he scolded us yesterday? He used to refrain from uttering harsh words to me. Li Damei nodded in agreement. Even when I invited him out, it felt as though he would devour me if I declined. Quite terrifying. Now he is fierce with me. What will happen next? Sun Tong pouted. Li Damei patted her shoulder, dismissing the notion with a casual air. As long as he is willing to part with his money, I would gladly endure some hardship. Indeed, although he had previously treated me well, his pockets were emptier than his countenance. What good is kindness without substance? Therefore, you must charm him into parting with more funds. Perhaps enough to procure a stylish Inkly bicycle, truly a sight to behold. I have a plan. The last time I mentioned it, he displayed no discernible reaction, leaving me uncertain on how to broach the topic again. With a sigh, Li Damei lamented, Oh, the plight of women. Earning a little money is such a daunting task, entertaining, dining, and sharing one's bed. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Sun Tong, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. You are indeed fortunate to have found Zhang Shu. He possesses both wealth and good looks, and, most importantly, ample time ahead. As for me, I fear my prospects are dwindling. Sun Tong found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. Li Damei's reputation was less than stellar, making future romantic endeavors seem bleak. However, Her concern lasted but a fleeting moment before her attention shifted to the bustling market stalls nearby. Business here is thriving. Chapter 28. Don't waste it. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun's warm glow had not yet entirely faded, and every morsel of pig's head meat at the stall had been swiftly snatched up. Upon returning to the reception area, Zhang Shu unbuttoned his shirt, exhaling with relief, and inquired, "What is today's revenue?" Chun Huarong, beaming with delight, began to tuck the counted money back into his bag. "I have a total of 815 yuan. Another vendor, responsible for the stall's operations, reported his earnings. "I have 753. I still have 50. Han Su recounted the events involving Lu Kehua that transpired earlier that day in detail. Zhang Shu quickly grasped the situation. The business administration officials must have been led there by Lu Kehua, for such coincidences are seldom fortuitous. By the way, how many prizes are left? Approximately 1/3. Zhang Shu estimated that today's net profit had exceeded 1,000 yuan. In 1990, this amount surpassed what a formal worker would earn in an entire year of toil, leaving a profound impact on everyone present, particularly for Han Su and his companions, who aspired to set up their own stalls. Their breaths quickened in excitement. What Zhang Shu achieved today represents their future. At that moment, they felt that the 800 yuan franchise fee was indeed a worthwhile investment. During this time, they not only learned practical skills, but also made significant strides in business acumen. However, what Zhang Shu did not mention was that such a rapid accumulation of wealth bore considerable limitations and was challenging to replicate. The primary reason for this was the ambiguous distinction between individual proprietorship and private enterprise in the early 1990s. There existed a notion that employing 7 individuals constituted a form of individual economy, devoid of exploitation. Conversely, employing 8 or more signified reliance not on personal labor, but on the extraction of surplus value for profit. Should this situation be uncovered, one could be labeled a capitalist and subjected to scrutiny. This state of affairs persisted until the revered leader's southern tour and speeches gradually mitigated such concerns. Yet today, the number of individuals voluntarily assisting Zhang Shu had already reached 10. However, nominally, these individuals are all his apprentices, learning their craft under his tutelage. It is no wonder that in later generations, some have taken to accepting apprentices. He has clearly recognized that this endeavor is indeed profitable. "Boss Zhang, how much stock shall we prepare for tomorrow?" Chun Huarong inquired. "We must give the customers time to digest. Let us prepare less. 3 pig heads should suffice." Upon finishing, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing. In the past, selling pig head meat generated no waste, yet today, during the promotional event, packaging materials were strewn about everywhere. Zhang Shu clapped his hands and called out to those around him, "Everyone, let us put in a little extra effort and tidy up the litter at the school gate. They've allowed us to set up our stall here. Let us not cause them any inconvenience. Move swiftly, and we shall gather at Zhuexiangju once we are done." "All right." Everyone responded cheerfully, except for Li Damei. As she was the one footing the bill today, she could only silently pray that this group would eat less. However, her hopes were evidently in vain. The old man with the sweet potatoes and a few others had only consumed a bowl of porridge in the morning and skipped lunch, eagerly anticipating this evening's feast. Once the garbage was cleared, the group made their way to Zhuexiangju. After everyone was seated, Zhang Shu called out towards the door, "Madam Boss, start us off with 8 large bowls, and bring 2 bottles of Jian Nanshan." Upon hearing his voice, the proprietress sauntered in, pouring tea for each person in turn. It was clear that these individuals were significant clients, a rarity in these rural towns, and they deserved to be well treated. "Old boss lady, could you please bring us some rice first?" Zhang Shu interjected, "We don't need the rice just yet. We can fill up on the dishes." Ignoring Li Damei's reproachful gaze, he ordered a platter of roast duck and sausages as well. In both this life and the last, Li Damei had often been the one fueling Sun Tong's ambitions. Zhang Shu even suspected that when Sun Tong had pilfered the company's patent, it was this scheming woman pulling the strings. Perhaps the entire scheme was her brainchild. In his previous life, he lacked evidence, merely sending Sun Tong to prison while Li Damei remained unscathed. In this lifetime, Zhang Shu did not require any evidence. He was no court of law. In his eyes, both women were equally culpable, and he would not hesitate to deal with either of them without fear of injustice. Come, don't just indulge in the dishes. Let us raise a glass to Damei. Thanking her for her generous hospitality today, Zhang Shu suggested. "Damei, you've treated us today. I'll drink first, and you may follow at your leisure." Han Su tilted his head back and downed a cup filled with 2.5 ounces, setting it down with a flourish as he wiped his mouth. What splendid wine! Seated at the head of the table, Li Damei wore a somewhat forced smile, raising her glass to take a small sip. It was not that she could not drink, but rather that she was reluctant to. The Jian Nanshan, priced at 40 yuan a bottle, had just cost her 3 to 4 days' wages with Han Su's single gulp. Her heart bled with every drop, and she silently calculated the expenses. The 8 large bowls cost 45 yuan, and the sausage platter alongside the roast duck would amount to approximately 18 yuan, totaling around 140 yuan. She pinched her canvas bag, which contained her 2 months' worth of advance salary. The situation was dire. With 2 more bottles of wine, her funds would vanish in an instant, prompting her to send a silent distress signal to Sun Tong. Sun Tong received the signal and shifted closer to Zhang Shu, engaging in an internal struggle for quite some time before softly speaking. Zhang Shu, Demei hasn't brought much money, so please be mindful and don't overspend. Sun Tong was unsure why conversing with Zhang Shu felt so daunting. She found herself meticulously considering every word, fearful of saying something amiss. Zhang Shu cast a casual glance her way, pondering the sincerity of Demei's invitation, as she faltered at the very beginning. How much had she brought today? A total of 180. Under Zhang Shu's gaze, Sun Tong felt as though all her thoughts were laid bare, compelling her to lower her head and speak the truth. All right, I will inform the proprietress to prepare the dishes based on the 180 yuan budget. Sun Tong was both amused and exasperated. After all that discussion, they would still end up consuming every last bit of Demei's contribution. After briefing the proprietress, she ordered 2 bottles of Yanghadaku and several additional dishes. The meal continued until 10 in the evening, the diners in various states of inebriation. Li Demei gazed at the disheveled table with a pang of distress. Proprietress, please help me pack the remaining dishes. You've eaten so cleanly, there is hardly anything left to pack. That is not my concern. If you don't pack it up, I expect a discount of 5 yuan. The proprietress, somewhat resigned, replied. Then I'll pack you some rice and pour the remaining soup on top. How does that sound? Fine, fine. At the front desk? Li Demei's hands trembled as she examined the bill. With each bill she extracted, she silently cursed Zhang Shu, lamenting that it was all her hard-earned money. Chapter 29. The bandit in the meeting room of the Salt City Public Security Bureau. The lighting was stark and glaring. Smoke lingered in the air, rising as if enveloping the room in a heavy haze. The director sat at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the surface, the muffled sound starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere. Comrades, the director suddenly stood, leaning forward with his hands on the conference table. According to reliable information, the 3 perpetrators of the 42 major murder and robbery case have fled to Lake County. The higher authorities have instructed us to apprehend them there. They must not be allowed to escape further. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened. With a sudden bang on the table, the teacups trembled. Listen carefully. We have a deadline of half a month to solve this case. The societal impact of this incident is severely detrimental, and the methods employed by the criminals are exceptionally brutal. Even now, they continue to commit heinous acts during their flight, having perpetrated several additional murders and robberies, causing immense pain and loss to the citizens. This is a dereliction of duty on our part as the public security system. We bear the grave responsibility of safeguarding the populace. Such occurrences cannot be tolerated. Li Jianxing. The director's gaze turned towards the captain of the criminal police team. As the captain, please express your stance. Can you accomplish this task? Li Jianxing sprang to his feet, declaring, rest assured, Director, our criminal police team will not betray the trust of the organization, nor will we let the citizens down. For the next half month, we will leave no stone unturned in Lake County to capture these 3 criminals. Good. Your words are uplifting. The director firmly patted his shoulder. This group consists of ruthless bandits, armed and exceedingly dangerous. Everyone must remain vigilant and consistently prioritize their safety. Should the situation arise where control cannot be assured, take immediate action to eliminate the threat. After the meeting, Li Jianxing swiftly gathered his team to initiate the deployment. Brothers, the situation is as follows. We are faced with a formidable adversary, but I have always relished a challenge. Haha. Captain, we too enjoy a good challenge. Let us use them to sharpen our skills. The team, comprised of fierce individuals, responded with hearty laughter, disregarding the imminent danger. Li Jianxing pointed to the map and spoke gravely. This band of marauders is currently holed up in Huagang Town, Lake County. though their exact location remains unclear. After the meeting, ensure your weapons are checked. We will assemble downstairs in half an hour, ready to depart. This mission allows for no failure. Not a single bandit must escape. Li Jianxing's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over each team member. Do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The team roared in unison, their voices resonating and electrifying the air, passion surging within each chest. At the entrance of the Drunken Aroma Pavilion, Han Su and his companions, having indulged a bit too much, leaned on each other and staggered away. Old Sweet Potato, are you all right? Chen Huarong supported the swaying elder with concern. I am Wang Defa. Refrain from calling me Old Sweet Potato. You youngsters lack respect for your elders, the elder slurred, voicing his deepest frustrations. Zhang Shu cast a peculiar glance at him upon hearing the name, wondering why it came with an insult. Huarong, I appreciate your effort in escorting him home. It's quite late, and I worry about him going back alone. All right, Chen Huarong replied, a smile illuminating his face, though their earlier conversation remained unfinished. Zhang Shu's words now clearly indicated his acquiescence to the request. Chen Huarong recalled a saying he had encountered during his studies. The greatest fortune in life is to meet someone who can shatter your preconceived notions, elevate your understanding, and lead you to a higher realm. This is your benefactor. He believed Zhang Shu to be such a person. Watching Chen Huarong support the elder as they departed, Sun Tong approached and linked her arm with Zhang Shu's, her voice soft. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Not tonight. I have matters at home. Very well. She covertly studied Zhang Shu, noting his continued impassivity, which caused her heart to flutter with apprehension. With no one around, she summoned her courage. Do you not like me anymore? I feel like you're not as kind to me as before. Zhang Shu furrowed his brow. What are you trying to say? Sun Tong's heart raced. She longed for Zhang Shu to buy her a bicycle, but the words faltered on her lips. You used to be very warm towards me, but now it seems different. How would you like me to be warm? Should I revolve around you all day? Sun Tong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. But you weren't like this before. Stop this nonsense. Hold it together. Sun Tong bit her lip fiercely, suppressing her tears with great effort. She took a deep breath and could not help but whisper, You used to surprise me every now and then. But now, tell me, what have you done for me? Zhang Shu retorted, I followed you when I was still an innocent girl. Isn't that a sacrifice? What? Are you keeping account? Sun Tong waved her hands repeatedly. No, that is not what I meant. I just wish for you to treat me a little better. Zhang Shu's gaze fixed upon her, observing her silently for a moment as her head drooped lower, as if she wished to bury it in her chest. Sensing that the lesson for today had reached its conclusion, he spoke, Lift your head. Sun Tong shivered slightly, slowly raising her head. Her eyes were filled with grievance and unease, tinged with a hint of pleading. If you think I'm treating you poorly, then tell me, what should I do? Sun Tong opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet the words caught in her throat. She merely murmured, I truly care about you. I just hope we can return to how we were. Return? To that one-sided devotion from before? Perhaps you should first reflect on yourself. Tears brimmed in Sun Tong's eyes once more. She blinked vigorously, attempting to hold back her tears, her voice quivering as she said, I understand. Observing her tearful countenance, Zhang Shu felt that the moment was ripe. His expression softened, and he reached out to ruffle Sun Tong's hair, his tone becoming gentler. All right. I may have been a bit harsh earlier. Don't take it to heart. It has indeed been exhausting to bear the burden alone all these years. Sun Tong nodded earnestly, saying, I acknowledge that I have made many mistakes in the past. I promise to change. Zhang Shu chuckled. Well done. Your progress is quite swift. Hee. All right. Hurry back now. Chapter 30. Leave no trace. Expose all vulnerabilities. The following morning, Zhang Shu was awakened by the sound of Zhao Sanxiang knocking at the door. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still before 7. After sitting up from the sofa and regaining his composure, he finally opened the door. Zhao Sanxiang was catching his breath. Shu Gu, Qiu Lin from Jinbei was looking for you yesterday. He wanted to invite you to dinner. Probably to discuss dividing up Guiziqiang's territory. Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback by the news, then waved his hand dismissively. Let him have it. Huh, we're just going to let it go? I'm engaged in legitimate business. What would I want with that? The underworld? Zhao Sanxiang felt a pang of regret at the thought of such a vast territory being abandoned, lamenting the absence of the once bold and daring Shu Gu. He sighed. All right then, I'll let him know. By the way, where have you been all this time? Hee. I have no interest in selling pig heads. I've been hanging out with Zhou Lin these days. Zhang Shu frowned, cautioning, keep your distance from those kinds of people. Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head. We were just eating and drinking together, nothing reckless. In his previous life, Zhang Shu had gone to Yanshi in 91, and after his departure, he heard that Zhao Sanxiang had been arrested and sentenced to 10 years. He was uncertain if this incident was connected to Zhou Lin. Regardless of Zhao Haitong's considerable efforts to assist him in obtaining the license, or the past kindness shown by the old secretary, he cannot simply disregard this young man. If he truly neglects this portly fellow, Zhao Sanxiang will likely find himself behind bars. Very well, for the time being. You should lay low and pay attention to your aunt's phone calls. The sole telephone in He River Village is located at the village committee. He and Zhao Haidang have agreed that he will be notified the moment the license is secured. All right, I understand. Zhao Sanxiang responded with a lackluster tone. Zhang Shu gave him a playful rap on the head, advising him to behave well during this period, promising him a fine steed in due course. Zhao Sanxiang's breathing grew noticeably heavier as he began to envision the scenario. Brother Shu, rest assured, I shall bring glory to the nation, vanquishing the foreigners without leaving a trace, utterly bare. Whether he brings glory is another matter, just do not falter. Brother Shu, you underestimate me. This pertains to a man's dignity, Zhao Sanxiang retorted defiantly. All right, keep an ear out for the phone, and notify me immediately if there's any news. Understood. After sending Zhao Sanxiang on his way, it wasn't long before his father and second uncle arrived on bicycles. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Shu understood that his second uncle still wished to establish a small stall nearby for stability. Father, uncle, have you eaten? Zhang Jianjun lifted a porcelain mug to his lips, taking several hearty gulps. I just had a meal at your second aunt's house, and must head to work shortly. Let me share a brief update with you. Last night, Wen and his wife discussed the matter. They feel unable to part with family. Therefore, they wish to learn a skill from you. How do you propose we arrange this? Father, worry not. Chen Huarong will be coming over shortly. At that time, your second uncle can join in. This endeavor requires little technical skill and can be grasped in 3 to 5 days. Xiao Shu, I appreciate your assistance this time. Jiao Wenhe expressed politely. Zhang Shu smiled. Second uncle, when you previously went to apologize on my behalf, I certainly did not treat you with such formality. Haha, quite right. Jiao Wenhe chuckled, recognizing the significant transformation in his nephew, one that was so profound it took him aback. Yet, he was glad to witness this positive change, feeling delighted for his sister and brother-in-law, who had tirelessly worried for their son. Elder brother, breakfast is ready. The morning meal consisted of plain rice porridge accompanied by pickled radish. Zhang Shu took a couple of bites before suddenly speaking. Xiao Xue, this afternoon I will take you to the town to buy some clothes. Xiao Xue's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, it's true. Hearing this, Zhang Huahua rushed over, wrapping her arms around his, pouting playfully. Elder brother, I want to go too. Of course, how could I forget you? Besides purchasing clothes, several of his younger sisters and even their parents were lacking in nutrition, so he intended to buy some eggs as well. He would also stop by the hen house. With the temperature gradually rising, it was the perfect time for raising chicks. If he were not home, his parents would likely hesitate to purchase eggs. Raising their own chickens would spare them the worry. Upon returning from the salt market, he planned to renovate the house, constructing a 2-story building and equipping it with various household appliances. At noon, Zhang Shu took charge of preparing the meal. The plot of land at the entrance of our home is filled with vegetables, tended to by my mother. I picked a few purple eggplants and green peppers, and also snipped some snake beans. Xiao Xue, come help me light the fire. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Shui hurried over, gathering a handful of wheat straw. The match struck with a sharp sound, igniting the fire, and soon, blue smoke began to rise from the iron pot. Brother, what are we having for lunch today? Stir-fried eggplant with green pepper and pork braised with snake beans. Once the pot was heated, Zhang Shu placed the diced pork into the pot, rendering the lard before removing the fatty bits. Next, he added crushed garlic cloves, allowing their fragrance to waft through the air, followed by the irregularly chopped eggplant and green peppers into the pot. With a vigorous flame, he swiftly stir-fried, adding only a sprinkle of salt. Yet, the fresh aroma of the vegetables spread as the spatula moved. The eggplant cooked quickly, having been salted and marinated for 10 minutes. And after squeezing out excess moisture, it was ready in just 3 minutes. The previously rendered fat, along with the prepared pork chunks, was added to the pot. And as they sizzled, the surface of the meat gradually turned a golden brown. Then, He introduced the snake beans, continuously stirring until the skins slightly wrinkled. A dash of soy sauce, salt, and a hint of sugar were added, followed by water, and the lid was placed on the pot to let it simmer gently. The fragrant aroma of the meal filled the kitchen, causing Zhang Huahua to swallow in anticipation. Even Jiao Wenhe felt tempted. He had not expected Zhang Shu to possess such culinary talent, and the mere scent hinted at a delightful taste. 20 minutes later, Zhang Shu lifted the lid. A cloud of steam billowing into the air. Bowls ready. It's time to eat. No sooner had he called out than Zhang Huahua was already on tiptoe reaching for the chopsticks hanging on the wall. Take your time. Zhang Shu ladled a serving of braised pork with snake beans into a bowl, the thick sauce enveloping the glossy beans, while chunks of meat quivered atop the bowl. Zhang Huahua eagerly reached out to grab some, but was gently swatted on the back of her hand by Zhang Shu. Use the chopsticks. Jiao Wenhe picked up a piece of pork. The golden skin still retained a gelatinous elasticity, and as he bit into it, the savory juices burst forth in his mouth. The snake beans, having soaked up the broth, were soft and glutinous with a hint of sweetness. Brother, your eggplant is superb, Zhang Shu exclaimed, as she dug into the eggplant pieces, giving a thumbs up. The quickly stir-fried eggplant had slightly wrinkled skin, yet the inside was tender as tofu. Zhang Huahua's mouth was glistening with oil, her cheeks bulging as she continued to pile the pork into her bowl. This meat is even better than what mother makes. The embers in the stove gradually dimmed, and Jiao Wenhe, lost in the moment, had unknowingly served himself a second bowl of rice. Zhang Shu poured the last bit of gravy into her bowl, mixing it with the rice until it was clean. Brother, can you make this again tonight? As Zhang Shu tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, he replied, Tonight, I will prepare steamed egg custard for you. We will buy the eggs this afternoon. Chapter 31. Comrade, you don't look well. After lunch, Chen Huarong arrived with 3 pig heads. The old man with sweet potatoes and Han Su had finished their training and begun their own small businesses. As for how to delineate territories, Zhang Shu did not inquire. After this period of interaction, they had already come to an understanding among themselves. Chen Huarong was quite adept at preparing the braised pig heads and needed no further instruction, as he took the initiative to head to the kitchen to boil water for scalding the hair. Zhang Shu informed him about the matter of his second uncle learning a craft, and as his sole apprentice at present, it was only natural that he would pass on the skills to him. With Zhang Shu and Zhang Huahua in tow, Zhang Shu set off towards Huagang town. The 4th child had been taken home by their grandmother the day before, claiming that the 2 elderly folks were feeling too lonely without a child to liven things up. In truth, he understood that his grandmother was subtly helping out with the childcare. The cart traversed the uneven dirt path, its wheels crunching over stones, while the 2 girls exhibited extraordinary excitement. Previously, they had only ventured out during the market days in Xianghe village when their parents took them for a stroll. Upon seeing Zhang Shu purchase several packets of jigong dan and fig strips, Zhang Huahua's eyes nearly transformed into crescent moons. Hey, big brother, you're so wonderful. I've heard that rat droppings, jigong dan, are delicious, she exclaimed, tossing a few into her mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. I'll buy you more once you finish, Zhang Shu advised. At this, Zhang Huahua eagerly pulled out some fig strips from her pocket and offered them to Zhang Shu. Big brother, you should try some. They're so tasty, sweet and sour. Accepting his sister's kind gesture with a smile, he took some and savored them. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Shu parked the cart aside and secured it with a rope. As they stepped inside, Zhang Huahua was captivated by the dazzling array of goods, tugging at Zhang Shu's shirt while glancing around in awe. Zhang Shu, too, was curious but displayed a bit more restraint than her sister. The selection of children's clothing was limited, featuring only simple t-shirts and shorts, while the more upscale items included cotton tracksuits or printed dresses. Comrade, please help me pick out a few outfits for my sister that fit well, Zhang Shu requested. The attendant guided them to the right side of the shelves, showcasing newly arrived dresses made of durable fabric that were both stylish and popular among little girls. Zhang Shu selected a light yellow dress for Zhang Shu and a pink one for Zhang Huahua, along with 2 t-shirts. Turning around, he noticed Zhang Shu intently gazing at a pair of white Kewpie shoes. He crouched down and inquired, How much are these shoes? 10 yuan, made in Shanghai. And the quality is excellent, the attendant replied. Observing Zhang Shu's small hand reach out to touch the shoe's surface, Zhang Shu playfully pinched her cheek. Try them on and see if they fit. Brother, they're too expensive. Perhaps you could just buy me some sandals instead, she suggested. We can buy both the Kewpie shoes and the sandals, Zhang Shu assured her, guiding her to a small stool and helping her remove her old cloth shoes. Put these on and see how they feel. Zhang Shu stood up and took a few steps, her face lighting up with joy. Brother, they fit perfectly. I'll take these. He then turned to Zhang Huahua. You pick out a pair as well. Hearing this, Zhang Huahua chuckled and, without hesitation, squatted down in front of the shoe rack. Brother, I want this one. She held up a pair of sandals and dashed over to Zhang Shu. He accepted the sandals and encouraged her to try them on. After slipping them on, Zhang Huahua gleefully ran a few steps across the cement floor of the cooperative. Do they fit? Just right, brother. Aren't they pretty? They look wonderful. My Huahua looks good in anything, Zhang Shu replied with a smile. Then turned to the attendant and said, wrap these up as well. At this moment, the money was indeed well spent. The polyester dress, undershirt, and both pairs of shoes, wongs and sandals, totaled merely 55 yuan. After settling the payment, the trio exited the supply and marketing cooperative. The sisters, clutching their newly purchased garments, leapt joyfully, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. At that instant, Zhang Shu sensed an intense feeling of being watched. Since his rebirth, his physical prowess had significantly improved, particularly his endurance and memory. However, this unsettling sensation was unprecedented. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze landed across the street. There sat a man in his 30s, nonchalantly perched in a corner with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon recognizing this man, Zhang Shu froze momentarily. He had seen Li Jianxing on the news, though by then, the man had already made the ultimate sacrifice during an operation to apprehend a criminal, perishing alongside the felon. Piecing together the events in his mind, he recalled that there had been few homicides in Huagang town, with that incident being the only notable one. This suggested that Li Jianxing had yet to pinpoint the criminal's whereabouts. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Shu pushed his cart across the road. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one for himself while offering another to Li Jianxing with a smile. Comrade, I seem to have forgotten my lighter. Could you kindly lend me a flame? Li Jianxing, taken aback, responded with a friendly smile as he produced a match to ignite the cigarette Zhang Shu extended. Zhang Shu inhaled deeply, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, and casually inquired, Are you waiting for someone? Li Jianxing flicked the ash from his cigarette, pausing for a moment. And you? I'm accompanying my sister to purchase some items from the cooperative, Zhang Shu replied with a smile. The two engaged in a back-and-forth conversation until the cigarette was nearly finished. Suddenly, Zhang Shu fixed Li Jianxing with a serious gaze. Comrade, you have a prominent line between your brows, indicating a heavy heart. It seems you may be facing a series of misfortunes lately. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxing furrowed his brow. Being a staunch materialist, he dismissed Zhang Shu's words as nonsense. Yet, the current mission was indeed fraught with difficulties. He had expected to capture suspects upon arrival, but the situation had proven far more complex than anticipated. Huagang town was under comprehensive surveillance, with personnel dispatched to all entertainment venues, train stations, and markets. Even he was stationed near the cooperative, yet there had been no leads on the criminals. Li Jianxing looked up at Zhang Shu, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Do you practice Qigong? He began to question the young man's intentions. This fellow seemed audacious enough to attempt deception. Qigong is a hoax. I specialize in physiognomy, Zhang Shu replied with a grin. Li Jianxing paused, momentarily taken aback. So, reading faces isn't a trick? Ignoring his astonishment, Zhang Shu continued. I observe your migratory palace shining brightly, yet the lines slant towards the south, suggesting that what you seek lies in that direction. Li Jianxing quickly waved his hands. Stop. This nonsense is akin to Qigong. Don't even think about it. The truth will reveal itself in due time. However, physiognomy indicates you may soon encounter a significant peril. Take heed. Li Jianxing scoffed. So, having had my fortune read, should I now offer a fee? Patience. If you find my predictions accurate, you may compensate me later, Zhang Shu replied before continuing on his way with the cart. This situation has rendered Li Jianxing somewhat insecure, a stark realization of the consequences of monetary transactions. What sort of operation is this? Are you truly serious? Chapter 32. Each to their own. Departing from the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Shu led his two younger sisters northward. Brother, perhaps you should take a rest? Zhang Shui remarked, observing the beads of perspiration rolling down Zhang Shu's brow with a tinge of concern. It's nothing. We shall arrive shortly, he reassured her. The roadside poplars appeared listless, while cicadas shrieked from the branches, further intensifying the sweltering heat. After another half hour, a dilapidated courtyard came into view, its entrance adorned with a weathered wooden sign that read Lee's Kong Workshop in a crooked script. Upon pushing the door open, a waft of warm coal smoke enveloped him, causing him to instinctively squint. The dimly lit room revealed an elderly gentleman laboriously using an iron hook to sift through a Kong hole. "Young man, are you in search of phoenix-headed chickens?" Zhang Shu stepped forward, saying, "Sir, I would like 10 of both the phoenix-headed and the San Huang chickens, but no leg twitchers, please." The old man straightened his back, set aside the iron hook, and dusted off his coal-stained clothes. "Rest assured, the chicks you choose here will surely reward you with eggs come autumn." With that, he shuffled towards a chicken coop enclosed by bamboo strips. Before long, 20 chicks were selected, and the old man laid dry grass at the bottom of a cardboard box, handing it to Zhang Shu. "Take care on your way back. For the first few days, feed them a bit of millet, along with some warm water." "Thank you, sir. How much do I owe you in total?" 8 yuan will suffice." Zhang Shu retrieved the money from his pocket, counted out 8 bills, and handed them to the old man before accepting the box containing the chicks. "By the way, do you sell eggs here?" The old man chuckled heartily. "Indeed, I do. Freshly laid by my hens." He entered the inner room and returned with a bamboo basket, the eggs speckled with remnants of chicken droppings. Zhang Shu crouched down, inquiring about the price. The old man waggled a finger. "These are genuine free-range eggs, 1 yuan per gene. You won't find such quality elsewhere." Finding the price reasonable, he casually selected around 30 eggs, weighed them, and made the payment. Upon returning home, Chun Huarong and Jiao Wenhe were preparing to head out to sell. "Boss Zhang, we only need 3 pig heads today, my uncle and I can manage." Zhang Shu glanced at him and replied, "Hold on. Don't your parents want to learn the craft as well? They should join us. During this period, we will allocate 10 yuan daily from the revenue as wages for you all. We cannot allow everyone to toil without recompense." Jiao Wenhe was about to refuse, but Chun Huarong interjected, "That simply won't do. Being able to learn the craft is already a tremendous favor. How can we accept payment?" Zhang Shu waved his hand, his demeanor resolute, "Each to their own. You were required to pay back then. The situation is different now. We cannot allow the elders to work without reward. Effort must be acknowledged." A flicker of gratitude passed through Chun Huarong's eyes as he solemnly remarked, "I will remember your kindness." Zhang Shu offered no further comment, simply nodding with a smile. He then turned towards the corner of the kitchen, the designated area for constructing the chicken coop. He selected some wooden sticks to bend, retrieved a few pieces of plastic sheeting, and draped them over the framework, securing the edges with bricks. "Brother, I must be the one to feed the chicks. I promise to make them plump." Zhang Shui gazed at the small chickens hopping back and forth, her eyes brimming with delight. "Rest assured, no one will snatch this task from you." Zhang Shu looked at his sister and couldn't help but gently tease her nose with his finger. At the Huagang Town guest house, a group of detectives from the municipal police department gathered around a round table, enveloped in a haze of smoke, their expressions grave. The atmosphere was rather oppressive, with only the old ceiling fan whirring in the background. 2 days had passed, and the pressure on the municipal bureau was mounting. The higher-ups had narrowed down the suspects to this area, yet we were unable to apprehend anyone. Continuing like this was untenable. Why is everyone keeping their heads down? Am I the only one expected to perform? Li Jianqing raised his voice. Xiao Zhao licked his dry lips and spoke up. "Captain, our surveillance has been quite comprehensive, yet we still have no leads. This indicates that the suspects likely have accomplices, or perhaps others are covertly aiding them in concealing their whereabouts." Li Jianqing cast a glance at him and continued, "Could we perhaps shift our approach and delve into their interpersonal relationships? Let us investigate if these 3 suspects have any relatives or friends in Huagang Town. They couldn't possibly have come all this way from southern Jiangsu for no reason." Li Jianqing shook his head, stating that the data indicated the suspects had no known associates in the area. After a pause, he shifted his tone. "However, your line of thought is indeed correct. They must be in hiding, possibly with someone specifically assisting them in procuring supplies, which explains our inability to locate them." As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence fell over the meeting room once more. Huagang Town boasts a population of nearly 100,000. If the suspects truly found a secluded corner to conceal themselves, we would be at a significant disadvantage. Suddenly, Li Jianqing asked, "What lies to the south of Huagang Town?" A detective spread a map across the table and pointed to its edge. "Captain, the southernmost point of Huagang Town is Xilongji. Li Jianqing slammed his fist onto the table and stated firmly, "We can no longer afford to wait. Seek assistance from the local police immediately. Form teams of 5 and meticulously comb through every village in Huagang town. Upon arrival, first contact the village head and inquire if any strangers have appeared recently. We must not let any word slip. This group possesses a strong counter-surveillance awareness." He then turned to Xiao Zhao and instructed, "Xiao Zhao, take a few individuals with me to Zilongji." Chapter 33. Everything aligns. The Jeep 212 jostled along the dirt road, raising a cloud of dust. Li Jianqing sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed ahead, though his thoughts wandered. He reflected that if that young man dared to deceive him during the day, he would certainly be taken back for a few days, with charges already formulated for misleading law enforcement. Upon reaching Zilongji, Li Jianqing and his team swiftly exited the vehicle and headed directly to the village head's home. Suddenly, a local dog bolted out, barking incessantly. An elderly man emerged from within, eyeing them warily. Li Jianqing hurried forward, displaying his credentials and explaining their purpose, which relaxed the old man's tense demeanor. "A few friends did visit De Yong's family a few days ago. However, I cannot say if they are the individuals you seek. One glance is enough, old secretary. Would you kindly accompany me to confirm?" The elder nodded slightly and began to walk toward the western end of the village. "Captain, let me go," Li Jianqing insisted, waving his hand. "I have scrutinized the photographs of these suspects countless times. Their faces are etched in my memory. I am the most suitable to identify them at once." "But there are no buts," Li Jianqing interjected, hastening to follow. The old secretary paused in front of a mud brick house and gave him a slight nod. Li Jianqing gestured for the elder to proceed, then pressed himself against the wall, cautiously peeking through the weathered window. Inside, the light was dim, and the furniture was in disarray. A figure lay on the bed. Despite only seeing the profile, Li Jianqing instantly recognized it as Zhang Shu, the person they had been desperately searching for. His heart raced, but years of experience as a detective quickly steadied him as he slowly withdrew. "Captain, what is the situation?" Li Jianqing could barely contain his excitement. "One of them is inside. What are we waiting for? Let us charge in and apprehend him." Xiao Zhao instinctively reached for his sidearm. Li Jianqing shot him a warning glare. "It's just him alone in there. If we act recklessly, we might alert the others and let them escape. We must remain here and wait until they are all gathered before we strike." Time seemed to stretch unbearably, each passing second a torturous eternity. Mosquitoes buzzed and bit, yet not a single soul uttered a sound. However, as the night deepened, the other two robbers seemed to vanish without a trace. Li Jianqing paced back and forth, pondering. After a moment, he declared, "No more waiting. We must act to avoid complications. Prepare to move. Listen carefully. We must capture him alive and swiftly extract information about the whereabouts of the other two." At that moment, Li Jianqing suddenly recalled the words of the young man from earlier that day. As they had apprehended a suspect at Zilongji, unease began to creep into his mind. That face seemed eerily accurate. What was more, the individual had claimed he would face calamity. Logically, this operation should be straightforward. Yet he couldn't fathom where the peril lay. Given the stakes, especially with so many team members involved, he felt compelled to consider every possibility. That young man's words were unsettling. The detective team had begun to mobilize, preparing to encircle the house. "Wait." Li Jianqing devised a more cautious strategy, gritting his teeth as he spoke firmly. "We will act when the suspect heads to the restroom." The detectives exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intent, but with orders given, they could only bide their time. The night was thick as ink, adding an air of tension to the operation. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the worn wooden door. After an indeterminate period, a soft rustling emanated from within. Zhang Shu stretched and exited the house. Seeing this, Li Jianqing immediately signaled. The team understood and, shrouded by the night, silently encircled from all directions. Zhang Shu stood at the edge of the canola flower field, his trousers still unbuttoned. In an instant, Li Jianqing lunged forward, swiftly covering Zhang Ji's mouth with his hand while driving his knee forcefully into his lower back. Zhang Ji's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately, but Li Jianqing's arm was as unyielding as iron, remaining immovable. The other team members quickly surrounded him, cold handcuffs snapping around his wrists. Panic surged in Zhang Ji's eyes, his face a mask of despair. "Behave yourself," Li Jianqing hissed quietly. "Where are the others hiding?" Zhang Shu clenched his teeth, remaining silent, his expression resolute. Li Jianxing frowned and signaled to Zhao. Understanding the cue, Zhao produced a powerful flashlight from his belt and shone it directly into Jiang Ji's eyes. The intense light forced Jiang Gu to squint reflexively, tears streaming down his face in no time. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, Li Jianxing stated coldly. If you cooperate now, it will be easier for you. If you persist in your resistance, do not blame us for employing harsher methods. Enough, cover his mouth and let him experience this first. Two team members advanced swiftly, tightly covering his mouth with a towel, while Zhao retrieved a bundle of rope from the equipment bag, binding Jiang Gu to a sturdy tree trunk. Li Jianxing crouched down to meet Jiang Ji's gaze. Feigning ignorance is futile. If you remain silent, we have ways to make you speak. He nodded at a nearby team member. The member drew a pair of pliers from his waist. The metallic clink echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Jiang Ji's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yet he still refused to utter a word. Li Jianxing rose, his expression grim, methodically issuing orders. Zhao, take 2 others and search the area thoroughly for any suspicious traces or clues. Zhao acknowledged and swiftly disappeared into the night with 2 team members. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji's face flushed crimson, the nail of his pinky finger now absent, sweat beads the size of peas rolling down his forehead. Under the beam of the flashlight, his despair became increasingly palpable. Li Jianxing crouched down once more, coldly remarking, "You still have so many fingernails left. Let's see how long you can endure." Jiang Ji's gaze began to wander, his body no longer struggling with the same fervor. Suddenly, a muffled sound escaped his throat, prompting Li Jianxing to signal for the removal of the towel from his mouth. Gasping for breath, Jiang Gu exclaimed, "I was told to stay here by Qiu Wei and Qiu Su. They said they would come for me after a while. I swear, that is all I know. I'm doomed, and I have no reason to deceive you." Li Jianxing's brow furrowed once again. At that moment, Zhao rushed back, visibly shaken. Good heavens! This rascal has 2 grenades hanging at the door, and there's a modified rifle beside the bed. If we charge in recklessly, he might pull the pin in desperation or open fire with the rifle, and we'd be left with significant casualties. Li Jianxing's expression turned to one of alarm. It all aligns. Every bit of it. According to his character, he would undoubtedly lead the charge in such a capture operation. If caught by Jiang Gu, his chances of survival would be slim to none. A chill breeze swept by, and it was then that Li Jianxing realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 34. Oh dear, this young man. Alas, I forgot to ask that young man's name, Li Jianxing lamented. He then recalled the 2 little girls he had seen sitting on the cart that day. In this era, families with 3 children were indeed rare. And coupled with age restrictions, he had significantly narrowed down the possibilities. Zhao, please make a trip to the town's police station and help me inquire about someone. He instructed. Understood, Captain, Zhao replied. I am looking for a young man in his early 20s. He has 2 younger sisters, one around 6 or 7 years old, and the other 3 or 4. Li Jianxing elaborated. Zhao quickly noted this down, but looked puzzled. Is that all? No more information? That should suffice for now. He stands approximately 176 centimeters tall and has a fair complexion. That's all I have for now, Li Jianxing responded. All right, I will relay the information to the police station, Zhao said, somewhat helplessly. Yes, inform the officers at the station to notify me immediately if they receive any news. Li Jianxing admitted, despite his usual bravado, feeling a twinge of apprehension. After contemplating, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, ensuring that the offering was sufficient. Reflecting on the entire incident, he still found it utterly astonishing. Were it not for his education, he might have genuinely believed Zhang Shu's assertions. To discern life and death merely by observing one's features is indeed an extraordinary capability. That young man had been remarkably accurate. This night, Li Jianxing was destined for restless slumber. The criminals had been apprehended, yet not entirely. This operation had attracted considerable attention, and the remaining 2 culprits would undoubtedly conceal themselves more effectively. With the case now in a precarious position, he was uncertain how to report to the chief. Li Jianxing felt troubled. Time flowed like a gentle breeze. At that moment, Zhang Shu was seated at a round table enjoying his lunch, unaware that a powerful benefactor had been searching for him for over a week. Brother Shu, my aunt has news. She is calling for you to take a phone call. Zhao Sanxiang shouted, rushing towards him under the glaring sun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu dropped his chopsticks and sprinted towards the village committee. Brother, Why not finish your meal first? Zhang Shu called out from behind. You all eat without me, he replied, already disappearing at the door. Upon reaching the village committee, he seized the receiver, panting, and asked, Sister Haidang, what is the situation? Rest assured, I have fulfilled my promise. Everything that has transpired since your rebirth has been within my calculations. However, this matter has eluded my control. Upon hearing Zhao Haitang's words from the other end of the line, Zhang Shu finally felt a weight lift off his heart. I knew you needed it urgently. So I sent the license as soon as I received it. It's dispatched as a registered parcel through the postal service, which should be faster than the usual delivery. Thank you, Sister Haitang, Zhang Shu expressed sincerely. Haha, no need for verbal gratitude. When you return next time, think of a way to thank me in person, she jested. Just wait and see. I must ensure your utmost comfort. By the way, did you encounter any difficulties while obtaining the license? The situation in Yangcheng is particularly chaotic at this moment. The three-pronged supplementary industry base attracts a multitude of migrant workers, and the public security management is severely lagging behind the pace of population movement. There are vast gatherings of vagrants, petty thieves, and motorcycle gangs everywhere. One could find oneself robbed of the money concealed in their underwear while dozing off at the train station. Can you tolerate such a scenario? Fortunately, the entire process was efficiently handled by a licensed secretarial company. The exchange of foreign currency, however, proved to be quite troublesome. I have only a few hundred left from the money you provided. I will bring it back to you for the new year. No, you have already done me a great favor. This is your rightful reward. Let's not dwell on that. Can one charge for helping me with my affairs? What do you take me for? Enough of this. Phone bills are rather expensive. Before Zhang Shu could continue, the busy tone interrupted him. As Zhao Haidang had already hung up, in 1990, strict foreign exchange controls were being implemented, and one could only exchange currency on the black market. At that time, counterfeit money, currency cutting, and fraud were mere child's play. The real threat was direct stalking leading to robbery, even endangering personal safety. Zhao Haidang risked life and limb for the sake of currency exchange. This favor was indeed substantial. Sanjun, what are your plans for the future? What plans could there be? Just muddling through, I suppose. Zhang Shu was direct. I will be heading to Yanshi soon. Do you have any thoughts on this? Zhao Sanxiang's eyes immediately lit up. His excitement palpable. Are we going to seek out Dayangma? You still remember? One can never forget such things. You handle the old secretary on your own, if he agrees. You can accompany me then. Absolutely. If I am not allowed to go, I shall cause a scene. However, after Zhao Sanxiang spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. And after contemplating, he finally said, Brother Shu, there is something I am uncertain whether to share with you. What is there that cannot be said to me? Zhao Sanxiang licked his lips, cautiously assessing Zhang Shu's expression. A few days ago, I went to find Qiu Lin regarding the matter of Guo Ziqiang, and he offered me 500 yuan to assist him. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes, drew out a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag. Continue. You see, we have a small garden atop Dazhu, and Qiu Lin asked to use the small house there. Did he mention what he intends to use it for? He said that 2 of his brothers had committed murder and that people were searching for them everywhere, wishing to borrow a place to hide. Zhao Sanxiang recounted truthfully. So, did you lend it to him? Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, I did. It was 500 yuan. That dilapidated place is unoccupied anyway. Leaving it be would be a waste. Zhang Shu nodded and inquired. Have you seen the individuals in the house? I have. Both are rather short, yet quite robust. Did you make this decision on your own, without informing your father? Zhao Sanxiang fidgeted with his hands, explaining. Qiu Lin advised me not to speak out of turn. And it was only later that I realized. He likely borrowed that small house of mine to leverage my father's reputation. Given Zhao Lei's standing, protecting 2 individuals in Shiha village would naturally pose no issue. Yet Zhao Sanxiang harbored concerns that the situation was not as simple as Qiu Lin portrayed. If that were the case, he would truly be in a predicament. For the past few days, he has felt an unsettling disquiet in his heart, increasingly convinced that something is amiss. Qiu Lin is not a close acquaintance, so why would he be so generous with money over a trivial matter? The cash feels almost too hot to handle, and he refrained from mentioning it to Zhao Lei. After much contemplation, he decided to seek Zhang Shu's counsel first. What do you intend to do now? I am uncertain. If it were merely a matter of a few people being injured and seeking refuge from the storm, it wouldn't be a grave issue. However, I fear that these few rascals may be concealing something far more serious from me. Chapter 35. Brother. Do you not trust me? Zhang Shu understood well that the chubby fellow had been sentenced to 10 years in a previous life, and it was undoubtedly connected to these two individuals. It was likely that Zhao Sanxiang had been dragged into their schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such a lengthy sentence. Brother Shu, what should I do? Zhang Shu flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, slowly responding, notify the police. Surely not. Zhang Shu's reaction took Zhao Sanxiang by surprise. In his mind, the most he could do was reclaim the house and stop renting it. To directly inform the police would be to provoke them fiercely, if it turned out to be nothing more than a simple need to lie low. Sending them to the authorities could result in dire consequences upon their release. Sanxiang, there you are. I've been looking for you. At that moment, 3 individuals appeared outside the village committee's door. The leader, whom Zhang Shu recognized, was Qiu Lin, flanked by 2 men wearing straw hats. Ah, Zhang Shu. You are here as well. Qiu Lin wore a smile that was faint yet probing, his gaze shifting between the 2 men with an air of scrutiny. With his hands in his pockets, he approached with a leisurely gait, the 2 men following closely behind, their eyes beneath the straw hats betraying a hint of suspicion. Zhao Sanxiang felt a sudden jolt in his chest, instinctively glancing at Zhang Shu, forcing a somewhat stiff smile onto his face. What do you need? Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes, his expression calm, and nodded slightly in response. Qiu Lin nonchalantly pulled out a chair and sat down, cheerfully saying, nothing much. Just hoping you could assist me with a small favor. As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking out 2, offering one to Zhang Shu while keeping the other for himself. Here, brother, have a smoke. This is to thank you for the matter concerning Guiziqiang. You want me to help? Haven't I already rented the house to you? Zhao Sanxiang questioned, somewhat perplexed. This isn't about the house. Rather, my 2 brothers are going on a long journey, and I would like to request a letter of introduction. Me? Zhao Sanxiang pointed to himself, utterly confused. Qiu Lin maintained his smile, gently patting Zhao Sanxiang's shoulder. Yes, it's just a matter of a word from Uncle Zhao, asking you for such a small favor. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Zhao Sanxiang furrowed his brow. A letter of introduction cannot be issued lightly without understanding the reasons behind it. Otherwise, if questioned by the higher-ups, he would have no explanation to provide his father. Qiu Lin exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, brother, you are overthinking this. They are merely visiting relatives to seek employment. How could they possibly engage in wrongdoing? At that moment, one of the 2 men in straw hats, who had been standing silently behind Qiu Lin, raised his head slightly. Is it truly so difficult to issue a letter of introduction? Another individual stealthily slipped his hand into his waist, seemingly to touch something. Though the movement was discreet, Zhang Shu nonetheless perceived it. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he discerned the outline beneath the man's shirt. The figure wearing the straw hat had a gun tucked at his waist. Good heavens! A gun! These men wouldn't dare to act here, would they? Zhao Sanxiang, oblivious to their precarious situation, looked at Zhang Shu with a pleading expression. Sanxiang, I must have a word with you, Zhang Shu said earnestly. Not waiting for Zhao Sanxiang to respond as he boldly approached and familiarly draped an arm over Qiu Lin's shoulder. Brother, put your worries aside. This minor task, I shall handle it for you. Can you indeed? Qiu Lin scrutinized Zhang Shu from head to toe. Are you underestimating me? I am on familiar terms with Fatty's father. We call him Brother Zhao. I certainly have some influence. Is that so? Qiu Lin still appeared somewhat skeptical. Zhang Shu's expression darkened with discontent. Brother, do you doubt me? Of course, I believe you, but what? I'm rather anxious about matters concerning my 2 brothers. Could you possibly issue the letter of introduction right now? Zhang Shu slapped his thigh, his face revealing regret. You arrived at the most inopportune moment. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. It's merely a matter of stamping a seal. However, the village committee's official seal has been taken to town by the women's director and won't return until the afternoon. As he spoke, he raised his eyes to Qiu Lin, questioning with curiosity, why the hurry? Can't you wait a few hours? Qiu Lin hesitated, instinctively glancing back at the 2 men in straw hats. Their eyes met, and they shared a tacit understanding with a nod. That's a bother for you. We shall wait here for a while. Qiu Lin turned back to Zhang Shu, assuring him, rest assured, once this matter is resolved, the reward will certainly be substantial. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu burst into hearty laughter. What nonsense! What reward? We are brothers. Such talk is too formal. It has been a long time since we last met. Let us go grab a bite to eat while we wait. Rest easy. If I don't resolve this matter for you this afternoon, I shall no longer show my face in Huagang town. How embarrassing. I can't trouble you so. Qiu Lin protested. What trouble? Am I to visit your home at noon and return with an empty stomach? Zhang Shu feigned displeasure, glaring at Qiu Lin. That is true. Qiu Lin chuckled helplessly. Let us go, let us go. Zhang Shu insisted, pulling Qiu Lin along toward his home. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember the two men behind them and abruptly turned around, calling out, You two brothers should join us. It wouldn't be right for us to eat while you stand by idly. The two men in straw hats exchanged glances, and the one dressed in a white shirt spoke up, Then thank you, brother. We are indeed a bit hungry after all this work. Zhang Shu waved his hand generously. Qiu Lin's brothers are my brothers. Let us dispense with such formalities. As he spoke, he urged everyone to quicken their pace, and the group made their way toward Zhang Shu's home. Upon entering the door, Zhang Shu bellowed, Xiao Xue, Huahua, come out for a moment. The two sisters, busy in the inner room, hurriedly emerged upon hearing the commotion, their faces reflecting a blend of curiosity and confusion. Zhang Shu glanced at Qiu Lin and the others, a warm smile gracing his features as he raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, inviting them all to take a seat. These are my two younger sisters. Quite mischievous on ordinary days, he remarked. This is my elder brother's friend. Quickly greet him and do not be so impolite. The sisters, feeling a touch bashful, offered shy greetings before retreating behind Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu then turned his attention back to Qiu Lin. Today, we have the rare opportunity to gather with my brothers. We must indulge in some drinks. He pivoted to Zhao Sanqiang, instructing, Sanqiang, please go to the convenience store and bring back a case of Yanghe and another of Wangzi beer. Oh, and take these two little rascals to my grandmother's place to prevent any disturbances while we enjoy our drinks. Understood, Shu Gu, I'll head there right away. With Zhao Sanqiang escorting the Zhang sisters away, Zhang Shu exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 36. Drinking, he rose to pour tea for Qiu Lin and the two men wearing straw hats, his smile deepening as he took a delicate sip from his cup, allowing conversation to flow freely. Brother, you've successfully taken over Gaziqiang's territory. You've earned quite a bit, haven't you? At this juncture, I must raise my glass to you. If it weren't for your generosity in transferring the territory to me, I wouldn't have amassed such wealth, Qiu Lin stated earnestly. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. We are all brothers here. There's no need for such formalities. Zhao Sanqiang returned, arms laden with two large cases of alcohol. Zhang Shu first filled his own glass before standing up. Old Qiu, this toast is for you. I've heard of your straightforward nature. Let's drink to that. With that, he tilted his head back, downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion, displaying a bold and unrefined demeanor. It should be I toasting you. Qiu Lin also stood, consuming his full glass in one go. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Shu promptly refilled his glass, half jokingly, half seriously stating, Old Qiu, while you're busy drinking for yourself, let these two brothers watch. It's rather inconsiderate of you. Quickly, fill their glasses, and you must take another for yourself. Qiu Lin, unable to refuse, raised his glass once more, then filled the glasses of the two men in straw hats. Now that's more like it. As the rounds of drinks continued, Qiu Lin's conversation began to flow more freely, punctuated by boasts of his exploits. Zhang Shu, laughing and encouraging him, seized the opportunity to refill glasses, ensuring that whenever Qiu Lin or the straw-hatted men emptied their cups, he was right there to replenish them. Undoubtedly, having ventured into the world, his experiences and connections were not to be underestimated. Zhang Shu, pouring another drink for Qiu Lin, declared, This one is a toast from me. You may drink at your leisure. Though he said this, his gaze remained fixed intently on Qiu Lin. The warmth of his enthusiasm overwhelmed Qiu Lin, compelling him to drink cup after cup. Zhang Shu and the straw-hatted men gradually grew more comfortable with one another. Though initially reluctant to indulge, they began to immerse themselves in the atmosphere under Zhang Shu's persistent coaxing. After several rounds, the table was awash with a sense of inebriation. Even with his enhanced physique from his rebirth, Zhang Shu's cheeks bore a hint of crimson. By this time, Qiu Lin's tongue began to trip over itself. Yet he could not withstand Zhang Shu's fervor and merely grinned, responding in a muddled manner. Zhang Shu, noticing this, felt a flicker of satisfaction before shifting his gaze towards the two men in straw hats. Gentlemen, he began. Today, our gathering is a testament to fate. We cannot allow old Qiu to drink alone, and do not spare the wine on my behalf. With that, he seized the wine jug and began to pour for them. One of the men in the straw hat displayed a hesitant expression, retracting his cup slightly. Brother, I cannot hold my liquor. I truly cannot drink anymore. Zhang Shu, seemingly oblivious, reached forward and continued pouring, asserting, today, we drink for camaraderie and to revel in the moment. If you refuse, it would seem rather impolite. Observing this, another man nudged his companion helplessly, whispering, just drink. He has done us such a great favor. Let us not dampen the spirits. Reluctantly, the two lifted their cups and downed the contents in one go. Zhang Shu, witnessing their empty cups, commenced another round of persuasion. Sanxiang, are you merely feasting on vegetables? If you can't manage, you can always share a table with Xiaoxue in the future. Zhao Sanxiang swiftly rose, a goofy smile etched across his face. Brother Shu, I was simply engrossed in your conversation. With that, he seized his cup and tilted his head back for a hearty gulp, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before refilling his glass. Gentlemen, I shall drink one for my own transgressions. You may indulge as you please. Zhang Shu replied leisurely. One glass is hardly sufficient. Another is in order. As he spoke, he gestured toward the two men in straw hats. They are showing you respect. Do not falter on your home turf. Zhao Sanxiang, not wanting to appear disrespectful, approached the straw hat men with his cup raised. To you, my brothers. No more words needed. I toast to you. With that, he tilted his head back again, draining his glass. The two straw hat men felt somewhat awkward amidst the spectacle. Exchanging glances, the one who had claimed to have a poor tolerance was now flushed and muttering, you truly had enough. Zhang Shu seized the bottle, his voice tinged with authority. How can one say they've had enough? We must drink to our heart's content. Come, refill. He declared, what you two just said was incorrect. Each of you owes a drink. Fatty, bring out the beers. The liquor is finished. Zhang Shu's voice took on a gruff tone. Qiu Lin had already slumped onto the table, snoring louder by the moment. The straw hat men were now somewhat dazed, their eyes nearly closing, mumbling incoherently. Zhang Shu's legs felt weak, yet he maintained his bravado. Now that the liquor has concluded, let us cleanse our palates with some beer. The man in the white shirt, his eyes clouded with inebriation, reached for a bottle of beer, tilting his head to pop the cap off with his teeth. Who drinks beer from a glass? We'll drink straight from the bottle. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bottle was at his lips, and he began to gulp it down. Excellent. Just like that. The other man swayed to his feet, raising his bottle high and bellowing in agreement, subsequently joining in the drinking. They were clearly quite intoxicated now. Zhang Shu staggered closer to the two straw hat men, resting a heavy hand on one of their shoulders. What ultimately transpired between you and that woman? Do not leave me hanging. He then casually grabbed another bottle of beer, regardless of the other's willingness, and thrust it into the man's hand. Come, drink while you share. Half an hour later, the beer was nearly finished, and Zhang Shu deliberately mixed liquor with beer. The interaction between the ethanol in the liquor and the carbon dioxide in the beer accelerates the absorption of alcohol in the body, resulting in a swift increase in blood alcohol concentration, thus facilitating the onset of inebriation. Eventually, both individuals were thoroughly intoxicated, yet Zhang Shu's taut nerves remained unrelaxed. He gasped, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, and leaned slowly against the table, reaching out to confiscate the firearms from the two individuals in straw hats. Upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhao Sanxiang's pupils constricted instantly. The drunken haze that had enveloped him moments before dissipated entirely. Brother Shu, what are we going to do? No need to panic. Go to the west room and bring me the hemp rope hanging on the wall. Move quickly. After securing the hands and feet of all three with handcuffs, his unease persisted, prompting him to apply a hogtie restraint at critical points. Only when he was assured of their immobilization did his taut nerves finally relax. As this sense of relief washed over him, a wave of drowsiness overtook him, his eyelids feeling as if weighed down by lead. He struggled to steady his weakening legs and stumbled to the basin, scooping a handful of cold water to splash on his face. The cold water penetrated his skin, awakening his muddled mind. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shu commanded, "You need to call the village committee immediately and notify the police. I'll keep an eye on them here." Chapter 37. What are you doing, little widow? Li Jianxing was troubled. Recently, any phone call from the bureau made him uneasy. It was too embarrassing. He had once confidently assured the bureau of results. Yet now, more than half the time had passed with no leads to be found. The remaining two criminals seemed to have evaporated into thin air, eluding all efforts to locate them. At that moment, Xiao Zhao rushed in. "Captain, the police station just called. The person you're looking for has been found. The young man's name is Zhang Shu, residing at 68 Xia Village." Li Jianxing's eyes lit up. If scientific methods were ineffective, perhaps it was time to explore the metaphysical. Heaven help us. May that young man be fortunate once more. After his prayer, he snatched up his jacket from the chair. Come, let us head to Xia village. The engine of the jeep roared as it sped along the dirt road, the scenery outside whizzing by like a slideshow. Half an hour later, the vehicle gradually entered the village, and upon reaching 68, Li Jianxing was astonished to find the entrance surrounded by layers of police officers. Had something happened? His pace quickened. Stepping into the main room, he saw a young man sitting confidently at the 8 Immortals table, with 3 men sound asleep at his feet. What a peculiar scene. Wait. The 2 individuals sprawled on the ground appeared somewhat familiar. Xiao Zhao also noticed the anomaly and turned to Li Jianxing. Captain, those 2 look a bit like Qiu Wei and Qiu Su. What do you mean, look like? They are them. Quickly, let us cuff them first. The sudden turn of fortune left Li Jianxing momentarily speechless. Xiao Zhao swiftly rushed over, placing handcuffs on Qiu Wei and Qiu Su, shaking the 2 still deep in slumber. Yet met with no response. How much had they consumed to be so profoundly asleep? The leading officer recognized Li Jianxing's identity and leaned down to whisper the details into his ear. Li Jianxing steadied his thoughts and approached Zhang Shu. Extending his right hand with a sincere expression, Comrade, greetings. I am Li Jianxing, representing the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Bureau, and I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. I merely did what was within my capabilities. Li Jianxing vigorously shook the hand he held, excitedly declaring, Comrade Zhang Shu, you have rendered us invaluable assistance, and I will petition the Municipal Bureau for your commendation. Should you have any requests, as long as they are reasonable, we will certainly endeavor to fulfill them. He was not one to overlook the opportunity of public goodwill. He was far from being a pedant. Zhang Shu replied directly. As it happens, my father has diligently worked at the local distillery his entire life. Could you possibly assist in communicating with the factory to secure a permanent position for him? Li Jianxing pondered for a moment before nodding. Our municipal bureau will coordinate on this matter, and I will ensure to highlight your role in the apprehension. I am confident that the relevant departments will take it seriously. As he finished speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of cash, extending it toward Zhang Shu. Thank you for your reminder. I owe you an apology for my previous distrust. Additionally, this is a token of appreciation for your assistance. Zhang Shu cast a quick glance at the money, estimating it to be at least 500 yuan. He promptly pushed Li Jianxing's hand away, unwilling to owe a debt of gratitude that could complicate future interactions. Captain Li, do you think I saved you for this monetary compensation? Zhang Shu frowned, clearly displeased, his voice rising involuntarily with emotion. I could not bear to see the people lose a dedicated officer like you. My intention was to ensure our criminal investigation team could better serve the populace. A commendable officer like you must not fall. Zhang Shu's impassioned speech stunned everyone in the room. After several seconds of silence, applause erupted. Well said, exclaimed an elderly officer, his hair graying with wisdom. Li Jianxing wiped the corner of his eye, choosing to remain silent. He would remember this sentiment. Now that is more like it. Come, everyone. Have a seat, Zhang Shu invited, pulling over several stools for everyone to sit. He then recounted the events leading up to this moment. It was only now that Li Jianxing comprehended why they had been unable to locate the suspects. The criminals not only had a designated individual to procure supplies, but also concealed them within a heap of small rooms. Where could one possibly search for them? Li Jianxing grasped Zhang Shu's hand once more, stating, I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. Just wait and see how I handle matters in the future. Brotherly, you are being overly courteous. It was but a trifling matter, Zhang Shu replied modestly. Li Jianxing's tone grew more earnest. To you, it may seem trivial. But for me and my brothers who risk our lives, this is a matter of utmost significance concerning life and honor. Now that the criminals have been apprehended, I must swiftly return to Yanshi to report to the Bureau. I will visit again in a couple of days, and we shall celebrate properly then. Zhang Shu waved his hand, quickly dissuading, there is no need for such trouble. In a few days, I shall also visit the salt market. At that time, we could find a lively place there to enjoy ourselves. Wouldn't that be better? Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Li Jianxing departed in a jeep, having arrived with a heart full of apprehension, now finally relieved of his burdens. Sitting in the passenger seat, with his arm resting on the window, he suddenly turned to ask, Xiao Zhao, do you believe in fate? Xiao Zhao, bewildered, replied, Captain, what has gotten into you? Li Jianqing gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, letting out a sigh. I merely lament our long journey to handle this case, yet we exerted no effort. Everything was handed to us on a silver platter. Do you think this was all preordained by fate? If it weren't for Zhang Shu, we might still be entangled in this case for an eternity. Xiao Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, Captain, I believe it's less about fate and more about good people receiving their due rewards. Encountering Zhang Shu was indeed our fortune. However, conversely, had we not tirelessly pursued the investigation, we would never have crossed paths with him. In this matter, effort and fortune are both indispensable. Hearing this, Li Jianqing couldn't help but smile slightly. You, my friend, have summed it up quite well. Once Zhang Shu saw everyone had departed, he could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. He ventured to the vegetable patch for a moment, and, just as he was about to return, he spotted a figure in the moonlight. Zhang Shu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leisurely puffed away as he sauntered toward the silhouette. Hey, little widow, what are you up to? Chapter 38. The young and the fiery. The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, causing her to shudder and collapse onto the ground. Heart racing, she patted her chest, which heaved violently as she gasped for breath. Recognizing the intruder, she chided, Zhang Shu, how can you walk without making a sound? It's the dead of night. You nearly frightened me to death. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Who is scaring whom? I merely rose to relieve myself and found you digging in the ground with a shovel. Lu Yu set the shovel aside and brushed off her hands. As if I wanted to do this. It's just that the weather is unbearably hot. A few days ago, while planting corn during the day, I nearly succumbed to heat stroke. As summer sets in, some villagers opt to work at night when it's relatively cooler, thus enhancing productivity and reducing discomfort. However, it is customary for people to work in pairs. For a young widow to venture out alone demonstrates remarkable courage. Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Shu could empathize with her plight. Having married without truly knowing her husband, she lost him, only to contend with a harsh mother-in-law. If any man dared to speak to her, the old woman would erupt in a frenzy, threatening to uproot their home. Otherwise, with Lu Yu's striking beauty, one could surmise she would have been whisked away long ago. Zhang Shu scrutinized her in the moonlight. Lu Yu radiated a gentle elegance, exuding an intellectual beauty. At first glance, she does not resemble a woman engaged in agricultural labor in the countryside, clad in a simple blue cloth shirt devoid of any embellishments. Her graceful figure appears even more refined and extraordinary. I hear you've been earning quite a bit from your stall in town these days, Lu Yu inquired. It's just average. Enough to get by, came the reply. I wish to venture into a small business as well. Farming is exhausting and hardly profitable. Yet my mother-in-law adamantly forbids me from stepping out. Zhang Shu's family has seen a marked improvement. They feast on meat daily. And the entire Xia village is well aware of it. It would be disingenuous to say she does not envy them. She yearns to earn, to indulge in better fare. But her mother-in-law's obstinacy holds her back, leaving Lu Yu in a state of helplessness. This is a matter of another's household, and Zhang Shu refrains from meddling. Once the cigarette was finished, he stood up, brushing the dust off his trousers, and remarked, Well, I must return home to rest. You may continue tilling the land. Lu Yu watched his retreating figure, pursed her lips, and resumed her labor with the hoe. Upon returning home, he reclined back onto the sofa. The weather was gradually warming, the sultry air stirring a sense of irritation within. Lu Yu's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind, particularly her captivating eyes, becoming ever clearer. It was imperative to find time to visit Sun Tong. The young fellow had a fiery temperament and would readily resort to conflict over the slightest provocation. As dawn broke, the Huagang distillery was already bustling with activity. Zhang Jianjun, attired in somewhat faded work clothes, rode in on an old-fashioned bicycle, an aluminum lunchbox dangling from the handlebars. Arriving punctually at the distillery, as a temporary worker, he had no fixed position, assisting wherever needed. Today, his assignment was in the raw material processing workshop, where mountains of sorghum and wheat were piled high. Zhang Jianjun hoisted bag after bag onto the conveyor belt. Each bag weighed over 100 pounds. And soon his back was drenched in sweat. Old Zhang, come over and help. Sift through these impurities, someone called out just as he placed a bag on the conveyor. Without pausing to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, he hurried over. Just as he reached out to take the sifter, Lu Kehua suddenly emerged from the side, snatching the sifter away and boldly stepping forward. Zhang Jianjun frowned. What madness has taken hold of you? In the past, even amidst conflict, they would tacitly avoid causing a scene in the workshop. The dismissal of 2 temporary workers was merely a word from the workshop supervisor. Yet this time Lu Kuo, instead of retreating, puffed out his chest and took a significant step forward, nearly pressing his face against Zhang Jianjun's. You're always choosing the easy tasks, making the rest of us look foolish. I'll handle this work today. You can just stand aside. Zhang Jianjun forcefully shoved him back. Why are you behaving like a rabid dog, biting at everything? Didn't you hear they called for my help? Who asked the rabid dog? Who asked? The surrounding colleagues turned their gazes towards them, accustomed to such spectacles. These 2 had been at odds since their entry into the workplace, having exchanged barbs for over a decade, while some onlookers crossed their arms, pointing and whispering, treating it as entertainment. Lu Kuo seemed to be provoked by the madman's words, raising his fist and preparing to charge at Zhang Jianjun. The surrounding workers quickly came to their senses, rushing to hold Lu Kuo back, urging him to speak calmly and avoid impulsive actions, warning that fighting here would jeopardize their jobs. Let go of me. I must teach him a lesson today. Lu Kuo had long been hoping for a permanent position, exhausting every means to please the union director. He was always the first to sign up for union activities, even spending his own money on prizes and contributing his efforts. After all this time, the union director finally responded yesterday, stating that after consideration, his qualifications were insufficient, and they would revisit the matter in a few years. Over the years, Luke and his wife had sought connections and used backdoor channels, spending a lifetime savings. Yet, despite the money spent and the gifts presented, their efforts bore no fruit. Unable to express his anger towards the union director, he saw Zhang Jianjun and vented all his frustrations on him. Meanwhile, a colleague hurried over to Zhang Jianjun, urging him to calm down and refrain from acting rashly. Just then, the workshop director rushed in, his face grim, shouting, "Stop this at once. If you want to fight, do it outside. Don't disrupt production here." With the intervention of their co-workers, Lu Kuo and Zhang Jianjun gradually lowered their stances. Though their glares remained fiercely locked, the tension palpable. The workshop director stepped forward, surveying the scene, and spoke. "You 2 have been at odds since you joined the company over a decade ago. What deep-seated grudge do you hold? This is a workplace, not a battleground for your antics." Turning to Lu Kuo, he added sternly, "Old Lu, you initiated the altercation today. You will be docked 3 days' pay." He then shifted his gaze to Zhang Jianjun. "Old Zhang, you acted impulsively as well. Write a reflection and submit it to me tomorrow. Furthermore, I would like to share some pertinent information. It is evident to everyone that while the factory continues to produce daily, our goods are not selling. You all should be aware of the inventory levels in the warehouse. I have heard from above that they are considering staff reductions. You should contemplate this matter seriously." As soon as the workshop director uttered these words, the entire workshop erupted in turmoil. Anxiety and unease filled the eyes of all present. For every worker in this workshop was a temporary employee. The director's message could not be clearer. The factory was nearing its breaking point, and layoffs were inevitable. The first cuts would undoubtedly target these temporary workers, who, lacking formal status, could be dismissed without hesitation. Chapter 39. Permanent Position Director. Is this news reliable? I have children to support. The factory cannot abandon us. Exactly. We have toiled here for so many years, and now they speak of layoffs without justification. The workshop director furrowed his brow, a flicker of sympathy crossing his face, yet he sighed helplessly. This is the directive from above. The official notice will likely arrive in the next few days. He paused, looking at the familiar yet anxious faces before him, softening his tone. Everyone here is trying to make a living for their families. I do not wish for this either, but the factory truly has no options left. Amidst the crowd, an elderly worker with graying hair tremulously spoke. Director, could you please communicate with the higher-ups? We are willing to accept a salary reduction, as long as we can retain our jobs. At my age, finding work elsewhere is nearly impossible. Without this job, how can I survive? The workshop fell into a profound silence, as a wave of panic swept over the assembly, who had been engrossed in their own affairs, now startled by such alarming news. Director, let's approach the factory manager together. Surely he can devise a solution. We cannot simply stand by and watch as we face unemployment. Someone proposed, initially taken aback. The crowd quickly rallied in agreement, their previously despondent expressions igniting a flicker of hope. Who wishes to see me? Qin Dezuzu entered, his belly protruding and a cheerful smile adorning his face, which appeared particularly jarring against the backdrop of the crowd's solemn faces. "Manager, you have finally arrived. We heard the factory intends to dismiss us, and everyone is in a state of panic," they exclaimed. "Indeed, we have all been loyal employees for years, and our families depend on this job." As Chin Dezuzu's smile gradually faded, a serious demeanor enveloped him. "I understand your difficulties, but you must also grasp the factory's predicament. The current economic climate is unfavorable. Our products lack competitiveness, and we cannot sell what we produce. The town is unwilling to provide a safety net. And if we do not lay off employees, the factory will inevitably face closure. Manager, this is far too sudden. Surely you could seek alternative sales avenues and hold on a little longer?" Chin Dezuzu sighed. "All possible measures have been considered. You must prepare yourselves mentally." "How many employees does the factory intend to lay off?" the elderly man inquired. "At least 2/3 of the temporary workers will be let go." The crowd exchanged glances. The distillery employed nearly 100 temporary workers, meaning at most, only 30 would remain. "By the way, is Zhang Jianjun present?" Zhang Jianjun felt a tightening in his chest as he pushed through the crowd. "Manager, I am here." Chin Dezuzu nodded at him. "Come to my office and fill out an employee regularization application form." His voice grew stronger. "Despite the factory's current struggles, we must still commend those who have diligently fulfilled their roles. The contributions made by Zhang Jianjun during his years at the distillery are well recognized by all, and thus the factory has decided to grant him regularization." This announcement sent shockwaves through the workshop, more astonishing than the earlier news of impending layoffs. The criteria for regularization were notoriously stringent, requiring a perfect alignment of circumstances. The quota for regularization was controlled by the Higher Labor Bureau, and for a factory of this scale, only 1 or 2 individuals might be regularized in a given year. What was most disheartening was that even before the quotas arrived at the factory, they were often preemptively claimed by various vested interests, leaving ordinary temporary workers with no chance to compete. In this era, the dream of transitioning from a temporary worker to a permanent position seemed almost unattainable. Yet, who could have anticipated that such unexpected fortune would suddenly descend upon Zhang Jianjun? When Chin Dezuzu announced his regularization, Zhang Jianjun stood frozen, momentarily in disbelief, before finally regaining his senses. "Thank you, manager. But why him? What justified his transition to permanence?" Lu Kuo's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he shouted frantically at Chin Dezuzu, his emotions having spiraled completely out of control. "This is the decision made collectively by the factory's party committee." Chin Dezuzu furrowed his brow and raised his voice in response. His words effectively silenced Lu Kuo. Regardless of the reasons, no temporary worker had the right to question such a resolution. In his mind, he had already marked Lu Kuo with a cross. As Chin Dezuzu departed, the workers in the workshop lost their motivation to work, acutely aware that they were on the brink of dismissal. Who could still care about their tasks? "Old Zhang, where did you find this opportunity? Just tell me the amount, and I won't haggle." Everyone gathered around. Disbelief etched on their faces regarding Chin Dezuzu's claims, as if it were truly a decision from the party committee. If no one had intervened, Zhang Jianjun would even have a chance at becoming a permanent employee after 50 years of labor. "Old Zhang, I've been good to you in the past. Haven't I?" A worker who had intervened earlier grasped Zhang Jianjun's arm, and before he could respond, others pushed forward. "Old Zhang, just reveal which leader lent a hand. I'll also go and make connections. Regardless of the outcome, we'll remember this favor." Zhang Jianjun stepped back and replied, "You all know my family's circumstances. Where would I find money for bribes? Stop speculating. It was indeed a decision made by the party committee based on work assessments." "Humph. Your words are sweeter than a song," Lu Kuo scoffed. "Work assessments? Without connections, you wouldn't stand a chance." His remark prompted immediate agreement from the others. Zhang Jianjun worked diligently, yet if hard work alone sufficed, a mule would have long since secured its status. Suddenly, Lu Kuo shouted, "Zhang Jianjun, if you don't clarify this matter today, you will have no peace in this factory henceforth. What are you, a mere feather? Why should I owe you an explanation?" Zhang Jianjun retorted, his own resolve hardening. He was on the verge of becoming a permanent employee. He wouldn't let a temporary worker bully him. Deep down, he suspected that this situation had been orchestrated by his well-connected son. Otherwise, given old Zhang's 3 generations of poverty, the opportunity for permanent status would certainly not have fallen to him. However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. Regardless of the connections Zhang Shu had, he would feign ignorance. After enduring hardship together for over a decade, How could one person suddenly thrive without extending a hand to his brothers? If he failed to assist, resentment would likely fester quietly among them. Zhang Jianjun chose to feign ignorance, dismissing the matter entirely. This infuriated Lu Hua, who was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. Accepting his own failure was already challenging, but witnessing Zhang Jianjun's success in securing permanent status was an unbearable blow. Chapter 40. Boss, change the belt in the evening. Zhang Shu reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool breeze that occasionally wafted by. Ever since Zhang Jianjun received his confirmation of permanent status, he had gone to Liashikan that very night to boast to his wife. The old work uniform, which had become somewhat faded, had been discarded in favor of a new deep gray outfit, making him appear significantly younger. Now, in the entire Xia village, who did not know that Zhang Jianjun was an official worker at the distillery? In the past, old Zhang rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, but now he has taken a newfound delight in strolling about, meandering from the southern end of the village to the northern after meals. De Sunza, came the voice of his grandfather, Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Shu promptly rose from his reclining chair and approached. Grandfather, what brings you here? Missing my grandson, of course. I heard you are heading to the salt market for business? Yes, I intended to inform you before my departure. Zhang Guoqing nodded, and then retrieved a handkerchief pouch from his pocket, the grayish-blue fabric frayed at the edges, unraveling the rubber band that bound it. He peeled back the layers like an onion, revealing 3 neat bundles of banknotes. Each note was meticulously organized by denomination, all aligned in the same direction. Even the creases oriented uniformly. Without further ado, Zhang Guoqing thrust the money into his grandson's hands and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Your grandfather has toiled in the fields his entire life, lacking in education, yet I can only support you with this. Father, this is not right. This is your retirement fund. Please, keep it. Zhang Jianjun was taken aback by the thick stack of cash, realizing that his father had quietly saved such a substantial amount, at least 3,000, judging by its thickness. This is for my eldest grandson. It has nothing to do with you. But this is your retirement fund. Zhang Jianjun insisted, fully aware that his father had brought forth all his savings. With simplicity, the old man was handing over the fruits of a lifetime to Zhang Shu. I am not yet 70. Why should I worry about retirement? Besides, this matter concerns you and Xiao Shu. It is your responsibility to provide for him. But what? If you can be fined 10,000 for having too many children, can I not give my eldest grandson a few thousand? Father, that is not how it is calculated. What you are doing is truly inappropriate. If the second and third children find out, they will berate me. A small gesture would suffice. What help can a small gesture provide, Xiao Shu? Do you think this is merely a favor? Let me remind you, Zhang Jianjun, I have yet to settle accounts with you. What exactly do you intend with so many daughters? Old Zhang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Father, this argument lacks reason. Who can predict whether a child will be a boy or a girl before birth? Humph. Useless. I am eager to see what Qin Xiuxiu is carrying this time. With that, Zhang Guoqing shot old Zhang a fierce glare and strode away without a backward glance. Zhang Shu's heart trembled as he sprinted after him. The image of his grandfather extracting money from the handkerchief pouch pierced his heart like a rusty knife. It was the same frail figure that had once handed him money as he departed for the salt market. Zhang Shu had relied on that warm savings to navigate the challenges in the salt city, gradually establishing his footing. When he finally returned to Xia village, he found the old house's bed only adorned with a moldy quilt, the stove thick with dust. Weeds swayed gently atop the grave, as if his grandparents were still waiting for him to come home. Grandfather, I cannot accept this money. Zhang Shu clutched the old man's hand, attempting to return the cash. You little rascal, are you ignoring my words? Zhang Guoqing feigned anger, his rough palm pressing firmly against the back of his hand. Once you make a name for yourself in the salt market, return with a fistful of cash and buy your grandfather some city-style lotus root balls and cakes, making the villagers envious. The silhouette of his grandfather faded beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, the old man's shadow elongated like a frail reed. Zhang Shu stood rooted to the spot, clutching the stack of warm banknotes, his throat tightening. In his previous life, he had regarded his grandfather as tedious, leaving without a backward glance after receiving the money, failing to utter even a proper farewell. When he looked up again, his grandfather had already walked far away. The staggering figure in the twilight blurred into a tiny black dot. Upon returning home, Zhang Shu found Zhang Jianjun sprawled across the rocking chair. Did the old man not ask for money? No, Zhang Shu replied, lowering his eyelids. Zhang Jianjun sat up abruptly, exhaling heavily, perplexed by the old man's intentions. After a lifetime of hard work, he had relinquished all his possessions so easily. When Zhang Shu had once borrowed money to build a house, he had refused. He irritably scratched his head and suddenly turned to Zhang Shu, saying, "It matters not how you treat me, but you must treat your grandfather well. Do you understand?" Zhang Shu met his father's gaze, straightened his back, and replied solemnly, "Dad, just watch." He did not offer any guarantees to Zhang Jianjun. Actions spoke louder than empty promises. In the Huangxi video hall of the salt market, Go Ziqiang, Wang Lin, and Chen Chong were crouched on the ground watching a thrilling tape. Chen Chong gnawed on a cold steamed bun, his Adam's apple bobbing. Go, we've been holed up for half a month. Do you think Shu Ge has forgotten us?" Go Ziqiang felt a pang of anxiety. He had given all his savings, along with his ID card, to Zhang Shu. However, seeing the pitiful expressions on his companions' faces, he knew he had to remain resolute. "What are you worried about? You're not young ladies. Can anyone deceive you? Just wait patiently." His words were directed both at them and as a self-encouragement. Go Ziqiang glanced at the wall clock. "By the way, how is your Cantonese coming along?" "It's going okay. We can manage. A bit of progress, huh? So, how's the inquiry into those poorly managed state-owned enterprises going?" Wang Lin, hunched over, leaned closer. Go. You wouldn't believe it. I've roamed half the city these past few days. Most of the factories have started to delay wages. Go Ziqiang extinguished his cigarette, but then target those that are lagging behind, nearing their breaking point. Chen Chong, feeling somewhat bored, poked at the moldy wall with a stick. "What do you think Shu Ge wants with these companies? I barely graduated elementary school. How would I know? Whatever Shu Ge says, we just follow," Wang Lin said. Go Ziqiang suddenly kicked a beer bottle at his feet. On the screen of the video hall, images of naked bodies entangled in each other reflected on his face. "Boss, change the tape. I want one with more dialogue. Why does it start with so much physical interaction? Is it really that difficult for me to learn some Cantonese?" Chapter 41, finally here. The days of waiting always seemed to stretch endlessly. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Zhang Shu planned to level the ground at home. At this juncture in the countryside, every household's doorstep was composed of muddy earth. Prior to the threshing, it was essential to compact and level the ground using a stone roller. Once the terrain was adequately prepared, grains could be laid out to dry. "Xiaoxue, fetch the roller's rope," called Zhang Shu, raising his voice into the house. His sister, on tiptoe, retrieved the hemp rope from the beam. Its deep brown hue felt rigid to the touch. "Here you go, brother," she exclaimed. He crouched down and wound the rope 3 times around the grooves at either end of the stone roller. "Let's go." Zhang Shu bent his back and pulled forward, the rope tautening instantly. The stone roller, weighing over 300 pounds, lurched forward, leaving deep imprints in the mud. Following closely behind, Zhang Shui carried a bamboo basket. The ashes within scattered with each step, as fine dust rose from the ground where the roller passed. After Zhang Shu had pulled it a good 10 paces, she took a broom to clear away the crushed stones that had been dislodged. "Stop, brother, there's a pit here." Zhang Shui crouched down, scooping out the debris from the pit with her hands. After bringing in some moist earth to fill it, she sprinkled a handful of ashes on the surface before standing upright and calling out, "You can pass now." The roller resumed its rolling, and the ground beneath them became increasingly firm, its surface gleaming under the heavy pressure. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Zhang Shu had already rolled the stone 3 times, and the ground began to exhibit a bluish-gray hardened crust. He then switched to a spiral pattern, allowing the roller to tighten inward in concentric circles, gradually creating a mirror-like smooth surface. "Elder brother, have some water first," Zhang Huahua approached, holding a porcelain cup. Zhang Shu accepted it and took several hearty gulps. Had it not been for his enhanced constitution after rebirth, he would have truly struggled with such labor. Zhang Shui shook her numb wrists and leaned closer to Zhang Shu. "Brother, what delicious meal are you preparing for us today? How about braised pork?" "Sounds great." Before Zhang Shui could respond, Zhang Huahua had already clapped her hands. "I want the fatty bits, and 2 big bowls of rice to go with it." With his daily culinary innovations, the 2 young girls were visibly becoming plumper. Their once slender faces had entirely vanished, now even possessing a hint of baby fat. As per their usual routine, Zhang Shui tended to the fire, the kindling crackling in the stove and emitting a plume of blue smoke. Zhang Shu tossed the sliced pork belly into the pot, frying it to extract the fat, the sizzling sound releasing an enticing aroma. "Add more sugar." Zhang Shu reluctantly sprinkled a handful of sugar into the pot, amidst the bubbling sounds. The fragrance of meat intermingled with that of star anise and cinnamon wafted through the air. Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua could hardly contain their anticipation, crouching on the threshold with bowls in hand. As the glossy chunks of meat were served into the coarse porcelain bowls, the sisters wasted no time. They devoured the morsels ravenously, the juices running down their cheeks without a thought for wiping them away. Observing the two sisters, Zhang Shu felt a tightening in his throat. What he owed his sister extended far beyond just this bowl of braised pork. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Zhang Shu looked up to see the postman, bag slung over his shoulder, halting at the entrance of their home. Number 68, Hehe Village. Zhang Shu's package has arrived. It's here. Zhang Shu sprang up and jogged over. Thank you, comrade. Come in for lunch. It's a hot afternoon. Haha. No. Just sign here. I have other packages to deliver. Zhang Shu accepted the brown paper package and promptly opened it, revealing a yellowed piece of cardboard, the long-awaited license he had been yearning for. Zhang Shui tiptoed closer, inquiring, Big brother, what is this piece of cardboard? Zhang Shu smiled broadly at her, replying, This represents a vast quantity of braised pork. How much is a vast quantity? She asked. So much that you could never consume it all in your lifetime. Wow, that is truly remarkable. Clenching his fists, Zhang Shu felt the time had come to set sail, as everything was in place. Prior to the implementation of the corporate income tax law in China in 2008, Hong Kong companies enjoyed unrivaled advantages on the mainland, benefiting from policy privileges that far surpassed those of domestic enterprises. In terms of taxation, Hong Kong-funded enterprises could directly enjoy 2 years of exemption and a reduction for 3. Additionally, while other foreign enterprises were required to form joint ventures to enter the domestic market, Hong Kong companies could independently establish factories and import equipment exempt from taxes. Hong Kong investments not only enjoyed foreign investment incentives, but also received preferential treatment from local governments as compatriot enterprises, achieving a perfect balance of advantages. At that time, private enterprises lacked self-operated export rights, whereas Hong Kong investments could circumvent the approval process for import and export rights on the mainland. Most importantly, domestic consumers in the 1990s had an uncritical admiration for Hong Kong goods. Possessing this brand was tantamount to having a guarantee of quality. Such favorable policies also led to a proliferation of various scams, including illegal fundraising, fraud, and cross-border arbitrage exploiting policy dividends and information asymmetry. Countless bizarre schemes emerged, taking advantage of the numerous regulatory loopholes of that era. Not long after, Chen Huarong arrived carrying a pig's head. Zhang Shu had observed Huarong's recent diligence and ambition, and at present, he did not mind lending him a hand. As for the future, it would depend on whether Huarong could keep pace with him. Huarong, we won't be selling pig heads today. You should head home early to prepare. We will depart for Yanshi tomorrow morning. All right, Huarong replied, unable to suppress a smile. He followed Zhang Shu with aspirations of building a significant career, having spent his days merely selling pig heads. However, he was not in a hurry. As they spent more time together, he began to sense Zhang Shu's lofty ambitions. Boss Zhang, what should we do with these pig heads? Let's braise them and share among ourselves, setting one aside to pickle. In this warm weather, leaving too many out can lead to spoilage. Zhang Shui and Zhang Huahua had been laughing cheerfully nearby, but upon hearing of his departure, their eyes quickly filled with tears, their lips quivering in sorrow. Moments later, large tears began to fall like raindrops. Seeing this, Zhang Shu quickly knelt down, embracing both sisters in his arms, one on each knee. He gently wiped away their tears. Speaking softly, Big brother is going out to earn money. When I return, I will buy you many beautiful new clothes and delightful toys. Big brother, I don't want new clothes. Can you please not go? Zhang Shui grasped the hem of his garment tightly, as if that alone could keep him with her. Zhang Huahua nodded in agreement. Big brother, I no longer want toys. Will you stay? Seeing the tear-streaked faces of the two sisters, Zhang Shu felt his heart ache. Once again, he wiped away their tears and comforted them. Be good. I will only be gone for 2 months, and I will return soon. After soothing his younger sisters, Zhang Shu silently calculated in his mind. Their mother, Qin Xiuxiu, was due to give birth in 2 weeks, and he would be back by then. The thought of welcoming a new member into the family filled him with anticipation. Chapter 42. Young comrade, you are still young. The next morning, Zhang Shu, accompanied by Zhao Sanqiang and Chen Huarong, boarded the bus to Yanshi. As the metal door swung open, They were met with a sight that left much to be desired. The seats inside the bus were tattered, the aisle cluttered with snakeskin bags, and a pungent odor of sweat assaulted their senses. "Squeeze in," the ticket collector shouted. "Goodness, what a smell." Zhao Sanxiang covered his nose and pushed through the crowd. The air was a noxious blend of body odor, the scent of salted fish, and the fermentation of unidentified food. The bus had barely traveled half an hour when it suddenly braked hard, causing those standing to lurch forward. Chun Huarong fared the worst, landing on a chicken cage in the aisle, which sent the roosters inside flapping their wings in alarm. "The bus has stalled. Everyone get off," the ticket collector shouted through a metal horn. "All able-bodied folks, get out and push. We can't move without you." Complaints erupted within the bus as several men in liberation shoes cursed and began to unfasten their belts to use as makeshift handles. A dozen men formed two lines, bracing their shoulders against the bus. 1, 2, 3, push. The vehicle slowly shifted as the driver slammed on the gas, the engine roaring and expelling a cloud of black smoke. Chun Huarong managed to climb back onto the bus, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a handkerchief to wipe his face, only to find it empty. Noticing Chun Huarong's pale complexion and his frantic searching, Zhang Shu asked, "What's the matter?" "I've lost my wallet. It had over 100 yuan in it." Chun Huarong scanned the area anxiously, recalling that it had been in his inner pocket just before they disembarked. Zhang Shu's gaze swept over the crowd that had just pushed the bus, finally settling on a young man clad in denim. Why did he suspect him? Do not inquire. It was merely the instinct of a streetwise individual. "Sanxiang," Zhang Shu whispered. "Did you see that young man in jeans? Go have a word with him." Zhao Sanxiang understood and deliberately squeezed closer to the young man. As they brushed past each other, Zhao Sanxiang suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why are you touching my backside? What the heck? Are you a girl? Who's touching you? Damn it." Zhao Sanxiang retorted, gripping the young man's wrist. "I've lived this long without anyone touching me. Consider yourself lucky to have had the experience. Let go, you fatso. You're hurting my father." Zhang Shu and Chun Huarong also edged closer. Zhang Shu urged the overweight man to stir up trouble, hoping to observe whether the young man had any accomplices. If they charged in blindly, they could easily face two knife-wielding companions standing nearby, which would be disastrous. One must be cautious in these times. However, at present, it seemed the young man was a lone wolf. Lone wolves can be advantageous. Zhang Shu advised, "Young comrade, you are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Hand over what you have." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhang Shu grasped his collar, feigning ignorance. Before he could finish, Zhao Sanxiang had already seized his arm and, with a swift motion, delved into his waistband, retrieving a canvas bag. "Release me. Who permitted you to take my belongings?" The carriage fell eerily silent, with other passengers retreating as if from a plague. Zhang Shu took the canvas bag, shaking it open, and out tumbled 2 or 3 wallets along with a lady's wristwatch. "Goodness, what a bounty today." Zhao Sanxiang tightened his grip. The young man grimaced in pain. "Damn. Be gentler. My arm feels like it's going to break." "Now you feel pain? Why didn't you consider the consequences while stealing?" Chun Huarong's face turned crimson with anger as he pointed at a brown wallet. "That's mine." Instantly, the carriage erupted in chaos. A middle-aged woman shrieked as she lunged forward. "Damn it. That Meihua watch was a wedding gift." The entire carriage was in an uproar. When the matter seemed distant, apathy prevailed, but when it touched them personally, a demand for accountability arose, especially with the thief subdued. Passengers began to gather, some already rolling up their sleeves, ready to take action. "Everyone, please remain calm." Zhang Shu positioned himself in front of the thief, urging order and caution to avoid collateral damage. "Let us take turns." He exchanged a glance with Zhao Sanxiang, signaling him to release the young man. There was no escape for him in the carriage. "Otherwise, let us send him to the police station for justice," proposed a passenger. "Send him to the police station," bellowed a burly man. "That 500 yuan I saved from working in Pengcheng was stolen by these scoundrels. And who knows if this brat is involved?" The thief, bewildered, thought, "Do you even realize what you're saying? This has nothing to do with you. Are you trying to extort me?" Before he could gather his thoughts, the man's fist came crashing down. "Beat him." The crowd surged with fury, emboldened by their perceived moral superiority, eager to land a few kicks. As the vehicle approached the station, the young thief lay on the ground, barely moving. The moment Zhang Shu and his companions stepped onto the muddy ground of the Yanshi station, 5 or 6 shadowy figures quickly surrounded them. Chun Huarong instinctively clutched his pocket, only to be seized by 2 rough hands. with two men dragging his arms outward in a display of brute force. A toothless old man approached Zhang Shu, spitting as he spoke. "Comrade, third reception house. Hot water available 24 hours. A middle-aged woman clad in a polyester shirt interjected, "Don't listen to him, brother. Who doesn't have hot water at home?" She lowered her voice with a smile. "My place offers 39 special services, guaranteed to please." Before Zhang Shu could respond, chaos erupted around Zhao Sanxiang. 3 motorcycle taxi drivers had begun to grapple for him. An elderly woman with a red armband marked comprehensive management and several security officers approached. The crowd of potential passengers scattered like birds, leaving only the polyester-clad woman still clinging to Zhang Shu's side. "Comrade, the girls over there are quite charming. You'll be very comfortable. Get lost." Zhang Shu shoved her away, but the woman, unperturbed, turned with a grin toward another group of newly arrived travelers. At this moment, the domestic bus stations serve as a microcosm of the tumultuous social transformation during the early years of reform and opening up, chaotic, noisy, and fraught with danger. Long-distance bus terminals frequently witness gangs wielding knives for robbery, while petty thefts proliferate like locusts. Fake tickets, counterfeit police officers, and imposter villagers abound. Anything one can conceive of exists in this environment. The small eateries and lodgings surrounding the station are predominantly unlicensed establishments, charging exorbitantly even for a bowl of boiled water, employing overt threats rather than subterfuge. Due to insufficient law enforcement, unless a life is lost, most cases of theft and deception are left unresolved, leaving victims to resign themselves to their misfortunes. This situation did not improve until the second crackdown in 1996. Zhang Shu and his companions spent nearly half an hour at the station before regrouping. "Brother Shu, where to next?" Zhao Sanxiang inquired. "To the Huangxi Video Hall." This was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Guo Ziqiang, and he was curious about how his companion had fared in completing his tasks. Guo Ziqiang played an exceedingly crucial role in their plans, and carelessness was not an option. Chapter 43. The Art of Pretense. When Zhang Shu laid eyes on Guo Ziqiang again, he was taken aback. Guo Ziqiang had lost weight. Once as robust as a polar bear, he now resembled a brown bear. "You've been through a lot." Zhang Shu approached and embraced each of them. Despite their somewhat unpleasant odor, it was understandable. Given their financial constraints, it was commendable that they had managed to survive for so long. "Brother Shu, you finally arrived," Chen Chong said, his face marked with grievance. "Brother Shu, I crave the pig's head meat you prepare," Wang Lin added. Guo Ziqiang frowned, waving his hand dismissively. "What is the point of discussing this? We're here to pursue our goals. A little hardship is nothing to lament." He then shifted his tone, licking his lips. "How about we go have a meal first?" The brothers Haven tea tasted meat in quite some time. True to his seasoned nature, the way he addressed Zhang Shu was exceptionally smooth, devoid of any stutter. Zhang Shu nodded and replied, "First, let us find a place to wash up, and I'll get you some new clothes." The 6 of them made their way to the Supply and Power New Village guest house. The middle-aged woman at the front desk scrutinized them with a furrowed brow. They were rather disheveled. "Do you have a referral letter?" Zhang Shu produced the letter he had specifically requested from the old secretary before departing. The seal was already affixed, allowing for any inscription, which was quite convenient. The woman examined the letter and then shook the paper noisily. "The cheapest dormitory here costs 5 yuan per night. Do you have enough money?" She leaned in closer to Zhang Shu, the cheap scent of snowflower cream wafting toward him. "Just so you know, things here can be pricey. If you dirty the sheets or blankets, you'll have to pay for them. If you can't afford it, you'll have to wash dishes in the kitchen to settle the debt." Suddenly, Zhang Shu slammed his palm on the counter, causing the registration book to jump. "Just give me a room without all this nonsense." He then pulled out 200 yuan bills and tossed them onto the table, the notes spreading across the surface. "A shared room. Let us pay for 10 days up front. The rest is a deposit. If you keep talking, let us see if I want to take action." The receptionist recoiled in fear, unlike the usual migrant workers who would scuttle away at her biting remarks. Perhaps this time she had encountered a naive youth. Well, she decided to endure it. Casting a glance at the burly figures behind Zhang Shu, she forced a smile that was more painful than a cry. "Please wait a moment. I will attend to you shortly." "Humph, what a lowly creature." Guo Ziqiang's already dark countenance grew darker as he spat a curse at her. The receptionist pretended not to hear, bowing her head to rummage for the keychain, cursing her luck inwardly. It seemed she would need to keep a low profile for the next 10 days. "Room 306 on the 3rd floor, a 6-person dormitory, just enough for you all." She handed over a key attached to a wooden tag. Hot water is only available in the afternoons. After that, you will have to wait until tomorrow. The restroom is at the end of the corridor, and the doors will be locked at 10 in the evening. Chun Huarong muttered under her breath. What ridiculous rules. Zhang Shu, uninterested in her complaint, turned and headed upstairs. The handrail was rusted, leaving red-brown dust on his hand. Pushing open the door to room 306, he was greeted by a musty odor mingled with the stench of feet. 6 iron-frame beds were crammed into a space of less than 20 square meters, with gray sheets faintly stained with yellow. Zhang Shu approached the window, hoping to let in some fresh air, only to find the window frame had been secured and would not budge. You 3 go wash up first. Fatty, Huarong, come with me to buy some clothes. The guest house was conveniently close to the Yinfu People's Shopping Mall, a mere 10-minute walk away. Zhang Shu led the two to a high-end suit counter. Sir, how much for a set of younger suits? The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was dusting with a feather duster. Upon hearing the inquiry, he turned to scrutinize Zhang Shu's attire, a white shirt, work pants, and canvas shoes. He surmised that these individuals did not seem like the type to afford luxury items. Yet he maintained a smile. You have a good eye? Younger has several styles, ranging from 500 to 2,000. He glanced at Zhang Shu's expression, ready to pivot to cheaper options. To his surprise, Zhang Shu merely frowned and inquired, what about Shanshan? That one is pricier, ranging from 800 to 2,000. The proprietor replied, rubbing his hands. What is the cost of your most affordable suits? There are options from 100 to 300, which sell the best. After listening to his explanation, Zhang Shu nodded and stated, all right, I would like 1 set of the 1,500 yuan, plus 5 sets of the ordinary suits, at 100 each. He paused before adding, I want to negotiate, but each person must receive a pair of leather shoes. The proprietor's demeanor shifted quickly. That won't do. The cost of leather shoes is high. I would incur losses selling them at that price. Without hesitation, Zhang Shu turned to leave. Hey, wait. Don't rush. Let's consider this a friendly exchange. Though the shoes would be last year's style. Fine, let us do it. Zhang Shu finally halted, acknowledging that the other 5 pairs could be ordinary, but the pair to accompany the younger suit must be of premium quality. All right. I guarantee your satisfaction. The proprietor responded with a smile. Zhang Shu then relayed Guo Ziqiang's chest, waist, and shoulder measurements to the proprietor, mentioning that the others could share similar dimensions. In the 1990s, influenced by the lingering habits from a time of material scarcity, it was commonly believed that a well-fitted suit appeared too modest, while a looser fit conveyed a greater sense of prestige. Many households adhered to the notion of wearing a single piece of clothing for a decade. When parents purchased garments for their children, they deliberately chose sizes 2 sizes larger. As synthetic fabrics like polyester shrank significantly, buying larger sizes could mitigate the impact of this shrinkage. Furthermore, during this period, the domestic ready-to-wear industry lagged behind, lacking a scientifically established database of human dimensions, leading to simplistic and rudimentary design patterns. Factories, in an effort to cut costs, typically produced only universal sizes such as L and XL. This phenomenon began to shift gradually in the mid-90s as international brands like Pierre Cardin entered the market, and tailored cuts started to emerge as a new fashion trend. By the way, boss, where can I find high-end imitation watches? The proprietor's hand trembled, and his gesture of folding a suit became stiff. We are a legitimate store, only selling genuine products, no fakes, he retorted. Spare me the lecture. Zhang Shu waved his hand impatiently. I'm not the Commerce Bureau, I just want to buy a fake watch. What are you afraid of? The boss glanced around cautiously. Leaning in closer, the lingerie shop at the far end of the second floor sells such items, but don't mention that I told you. After paying, Zhang Shu made his way to the second floor and found the lingerie shop draped with floral curtains. Ultimately, he spent 600 yuan on a high-quality replica of a Rolex, its dial gleaming with the name Rolex, exuding an air of sophistication. Zhao Sanxiang, witnessing Zhang Shu's substantial expenditure, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Are we even managing to get by? After a moment's contemplation, he spoke up, Shu Gu, perhaps you should consider saving a bit. Zhang Shu understood Zhao Sanxiang's concern and patted his shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He was acutely aware of the significance of a reliable outfit. The suit needed to be navy blue, the shade closest to official uniforms. A briefcase should be filled, even if it contained nothing but newspapers. A pack of Zhonghua cigarettes was essential, even if it held only Qianmen. In an era devoid of credit ratings and internet verification, A suit valued at 300 yuan could potentially create business opportunities worth 300,000 yuan. This was the most rudimentary logic of image monetization during the reform and opening up period. Zhang Shu was well versed in this principle, recognizing that in an environment rife with information asymmetry, individuals often relied on appearances to swiftly assess another's identity, capabilities, and trustworthiness. Clothing served as the most direct credit certificate and demonstration of strength. Respect is given to attire before the individual. An outfit holds a premium. In negotiations of the same business, those clad in wool suits had a 60% higher success rate compared to those in synthetic jackets. Now, he feared that Go Ziqiang, a country bumpkin, might struggle to project such an imposing aura. It was time to teach him the art of sophistication. Chapter 44. Triumph over the club's young models. Upon returning to the guest house in the Power Supply New Village, the three, freshly bathed, gazed in astonishment at the suit and leather shoes Zhang Shu had brought back. They had never encountered such refined attire. Dog Z, try on this suit, Zhang Shu said, shaking out the suit jacket and kicking the shoebox to his feet. Go Ziqiang swallowed hard and slowly donned the suit. As he finished dressing, Zhang Shu began to fasten his tie while stating, "From this moment forth, you shall be the head of Xiangjiang Xinqing International Trade. Stand tall. Brother Shu, am I really the boss?" Go Ziqiang questioned, pointing incredulously at his own nose. Zhang Shu gave him a hearty pat on the back, surveying him from head to toe. "Indeed, you possess the demeanor of a young scion. Let us first indulge in a meal while we converse." Go Ziqiang glanced down at his polished leather shoes, a tremor of anxiety coursing through him. "But I can hardly speak Mandarin properly." "Precisely the effect we desire," Zhang Shu grinned. "Your stammering Mandarin, paired with a smattering of Cantonese, will undoubtedly suggest that you hail from Xiangjiang." Leading the group, Zhang Shu turned into an alley and sought out a private restaurant named Jufulu. The attendant lifted the blue cloth door curtain, ushering them to a private room at the back of the second floor. Before Go Ziqiang could collect himself, Zhang Shu had begun to order 1 plate of drunken crab, braised lion's head, and steamed shad, along with 2 of your signature dishes. "And bring us 2 bottles of yang hadaku." The dishes arrived swiftly, and Zhang Shu beckoned everyone. "Come now, dig in." Go Ziqiang tossed his suit jacket over the back of a chair, unbuttoning his shirt collar as he eagerly gnawed on a bone. Wang Lin and Chen Chong were no less voracious, silently devouring their meals. Chen Huarong unscrewed the cap of the yang hadaku, pouring drinks for everyone before lifting his glass. "Brother Shu, this toast is for you." Before the words had fully left his lips, his glass was emptied. Zhao Sanxiang, observing this, exclaimed, "This won't do. He is already ahead of us. Brother Shu, let us share a drink." The three, who had been wolfing down their food, quickly put down their chopsticks. Zhang Shu promptly interjected, "You all should focus on your meals. We'll discuss serious matters shortly. Is the workplace drama already commencing?" After the meal, Wang Lin began to smoke. A post-meal cigarette feels divine. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. Go Ziqiang, patting his belly, inquired, "Brother Shu, what shall we do next?" The meal had allowed Go Ziqiang to regain some composure. "Is it merely about pretending to be a wealthy heir? That seems akin to acting like a street urchin, which is well within my skill set." Zhang Shu replied, "First, let us establish our roles. Wang Lin, Chen Chong, you two will serve as Go Ziqiang's bodyguards. Soon, we'll procure some sunglasses. You know how to portray bodyguards, right?" "Of course, just stand behind Brother Go with our hands behind our backs," Chen Chong responded. Zhang Shu nodded, pleased. "Very good. Those movies paid off. I shall be the head of the Xiangqing Trade Representative Office in Yanshi. Huarong, Sanxiang, you will act as the office's salesman, adapting as needed." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhang Shu asked, "How have the inquiries fared during this period?" He had prepared for 2 contingencies. If Go Ziqiang lacked suitable targets, he would revert to his previous trade of reselling cassette recorders. However, while Yinwu was experiencing a downturn, it remained resilient. To establish connections would require considerable time and effort, rendering quick profits elusive. Wang Lin produced a notebook from his pocket, flipping through its pages before speaking. "Brother Shu, Chen Chong, and I have scoured Yanshi, focusing on the food and clothing sectors as you advised. After investigation, the food industry in Yanshi predominantly revolves around dried fish, preserved products, and tofu, largely operated by small family workshops with few state-owned enterprises." "What about clothing?" Zhang Shu inquired, a frown creasing his brow. At this juncture, the industrial structure of the Soviet Union had become severely unbalanced, with an overwhelming focus on the development of heavy industry. while light industry and agriculture lagged far behind. The plight of the Soviet populace during this period was something Zhang Shu had witnessed in his previous life. Basic necessities such as bread, beef, sugar, and tea were sold on the black market at prices 20 times higher than the official rates. Sanitary supplies were rationed. Women resorted to using newspaper as a substitute for sanitary napkins, and newlyweds needed a marriage certificate to purchase bed linens. This pervasive scarcity of resources was eroding the last vestiges of trust that the Soviet people had in their system. However, for the speculators, it was a time of significant profit. Calculating the timeline, it was evident that old Mao had already begun to trade in aircraft, and Zhang Shu was envious of his ventures. Fortunately, Wang Lin brought forth good news, shifting in his seat with excitement as he announced, "Currently, there are two state-owned garment factories of considerable scale in Yinshi, Guorong, and Shenyang. Guorong primarily produces shirts, uniforms, and export-ready garments." Zhang Shu pondered, tapping his fingers on the table. "Isn't Shenyang still stubbornly adhering to work uniforms?" "Indeed," Wang Lin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The warehouse at Shenyang is nearly bursting. Workers only come in one day and rest for two, receiving merely 30% of their wages. I heard that the workers spend their days playing cards in the workshop." Zhang Shu understood. This was a quintessential predicament of state-owned enterprises. The higher-ups had dictated a rigid production direction, confining them to the manufacture of work uniforms. Yet, these uniforms had lost their appeal, especially with a surge of small workshops emerging to seize market share. The garments produced by these workshops boasted trendy designs and competitive pricing, hitting the stagnant old factories hard. The year 1990 marked a painful transitional phase from a planned economy to a market economy. Factories like Shenyang resembled insects trapped in amber, possessing skills yet unable to move. And therein lay his opportunity. "What is the background of Shenyang's leadership?" Zhang Shu asked. Factory director Ma Weigua, 56 years old, an old revolutionary. The deputy director, Zhou Jiqiang, is younger at 38 and reportedly has furthered his studies at the Provincial Light Industry School, Wang Lin replied. "Who manages supply and sales?" They continued their discussion until 3 in the afternoon, thoroughly digesting the information Wang Lin had gathered. Zhang Shu stroked his chin in contemplation, then rapped his fingers on the table, declaring, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." The room filled with attentive postures. "Chen Xiong, Wang Lin. You two are familiar with the area. Find an advertising company to print 2 boxes of high-end business cards for me and Guzi. Guzi, take Sanxiang and Huarong to rent a car. A Mercedes S-Class or a Cadillac would suffice. We'll need it tomorrow morning. If you can rent it for half a day, don't rent it for a full day. If you can rent it for 2 hours, don't rent it for half a day. These things aren't cheap." In the balance between prudence and frugality, Zhang Shu opted for a bold gamble. Winning would mean reveling with the club's models. Losing would entail hard labor. Chapter 45. Zhou Jiqiang's resignation. Zhou Jiqiang had been enduring a particularly arduous period lately. The higher-ups were dissatisfied with Shenyang's operational status, frequently convening meetings to criticize the poor performance and lack of competitiveness in their products. Yet, paradoxically, they continued to mandate that the factory adhere to the outdated path of producing work uniforms. He was acutely aware that Shenyang's most pressing issue lay in its antiquated equipment and outdated production processes. He had submitted several reports, advocating for the introduction of new machinery and a reconfiguration of the production line, even suggesting a team excursion to the southern regions for research and learning. However, the response from above was starkly succinct. Upgrading the equipment was permissible, but he had to find the funds independently, and should the upgrades fail to yield improvement, he would bear the consequences. This remark fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his fervor. With the company struggling to even disburse wages, where could he possibly find the means to upgrade equipment? As for assuming responsibility for failure, the repercussions ranged from disciplinary action to outright dismissal. Who would dare take such a risk? Zhou Jiqiang stood at the workshop entrance, a deep sense of bitterness welling within him. The higher-ups offered no support and forbade any risk-taking. He was brimming with enthusiasm, yet could only watch helplessly as the factory inexorably drifted toward a dead end. At this rate, Shenyang's elimination was merely a matter of time. This was not reform, it was a passive resignation to fate. Gritting his teeth, Zhou turned and entered Ma Weigua's office. He picked up the thermos and replenished Ma's teacup with hot water. Settling back onto the sofa, he began, "Director Ma, our inventory has reached its limit. If we continue to hold on like this, Next month, we won't even be able to pay out 30% of the salaries. Ma Weigua leisurely blew away the tea leaves floating atop his drink, took a sip, and spat the remnants back into the cup without raising his gaze. Jiqiang, I understand your concerns. However, the factory is devoid of funds and personnel. It is simply untenable to support such extensive initiatives. What about the workers' wages? Zhou pressed. Failing to disburse 30% means we will only pay 20, and if that is not possible, then just 10, Ma Weigua waved dismissively. Everyone was aware of the factory's condition. If anyone can no longer endure this, the door is wide open for them to submit their resignation. I assure you, it will be promptly approved. Having worked at Shenyang for 20 years, Ma had witnessed its evolution from a small workshop to a factory employing thousands. In his early years, he had indeed demonstrated some capability, but now, with the market having changed, he simply wished to coast into retirement without taking risks. Director Ma, if we do not. Zhou Jiqiang began. Ma Weigua suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze as blunt as a dull knife. I am old and no longer capable of such upheaval. You are young. Your vigor is commendable, but do not wager the livelihoods of the entire workforce on a gamble. Zhou Jiqiang, driven by determination, slammed his palm on the solid wooden desk, producing a resonant thud. Director Ma, would you kindly step outside and take a look? What era are we living in? Private enterprises in Pengcheng have begun using imported equipment. While our factory is still operating with machines from the 1950s, our output barely surpasses that of rural enterprises. Ma Weigua slowly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, shaking one out and lighting it. Jiqiang, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Do you think I am oblivious to the news? The recent Economic Work Conference in Kyoto stated clearly that stability must take precedence above all else. He tapped the ashtray. To initiate reforms now, and should they fail, can you shoulder the political responsibility if the workers rise in protest? Political responsibility? This burden felt overwhelming. Zhou Jiqiang loosened the blue fabric button at his collar, a note of self-deprecation creeping into his voice. Director Ma, when the wages cannot be disbursed and the workers are left to beg at the factory gates, does this not constitute a political responsibility? As he spoke, his emotions surged. Seizing the inventory report from the table and slamming it down forcefully. The warehouse is overflowing with work uniforms. The fabric is on the brink of mildew. Does this not represent a political obligation? Look at Gorong Garment Factory. Their orders extend into next year. They disburse salaries punctually every month, even providing bonuses, with their wages 3 to 4 times that of our workers. As leaders of Shenyang, should we not feel a sense of shame in the face of such circumstances? Director Ma, one must not be overly selfish. Zhou Jiqiang, completely unrestrained, directed a vehement reprimand at Ma Weigua. As a distinguished graduate of the Light Industry College, Zhou Jiqiang harbored dreams of leading Shenyang to breakthrough, innovating technology, and introducing novel designs and marketing strategies. Walking through the factory, the repeated calls of Director Zhou filled him with embarrassment. He aspired for the workers to receive generous wages, to elevate Shenyang as a benchmark of innovation in the industry and a source of pride for its employees. Why do these individuals continually seek to thwart his efforts? Ma Weigua's face turned an ashen hue as he abruptly stood, the cigarette trembling between his fingers. Zhou Jiqiang, have you forgotten who promoted you? His voice was hoarse, his eyes twitching. Outside the office, several departmental staff held their breath, listening intently to the altercation. The head of finance shook his head with a smile, whispering to a colleague, Director Zhou is still too young. Indeed, the entire factory only sees him making a fuss, making it seem as though we are all idle. Oh, that is not a wise thing to say. Suddenly, the telephone's ring shattered the tense atmosphere within the director's office. Ma Weigua picked up the receiver, his complexion gradually paling. What? The bank really? He trailed off. Slowly placing the phone down, he appeared drained of vitality. After a prolonged silence, he croaked. I just received notice that our loan application was denied. Zhou Jiqiang's pupils constricted. Does this mean next month's wages? Ma Weigua was acutely aware of the implications. He merely wished to retire quietly, yet the bank offered him no such reprieve. The difference between disbursing 30% of wages and not disbursing any at all was monumental. The workers' discontent was palpable, and if they were to hear this news, the prospect of thousands rising in protest was unimaginable. As the primary responsible individual at Shenyang Garment Factory, he would be held accountable for such occurrences. If the workers were pushed to their limits, he could even face physical retaliation. What shall we do now, Xiaozhou? Ma Weiguo could only place his hopes on Zhou Jiqiang. If he could assist him in navigating this crisis, perhaps he could also facilitate some reforms in return. Zhou Jiqiang once again grasped the inventory report, his brow furrowed. Perhaps we should consider a price reduction, directly lowering prices by 30% to recoup some funds, suggested Ma Weiguo. Zhou Jiqiang shook his head, stating that aside from the approval from the Light Industry Bureau, what if someone accused us of selling state-owned assets at a loss? At this juncture, the pricing of state-owned enterprise products must adhere to the directives of the pricing department and cannot be arbitrarily lowered, particularly for textiles that significantly impact the national economy and people's livelihoods. In the event of a price adjustment, it must be collectively decided by the factory leadership before being reported to and approved by the higher authorities. This procedure is instituted to maintain price stability and prevent vicious competition among enterprises. Unilateral price reductions could lead to chaos in industry pricing and disrupt the normal operational environment of the market, which is strictly prohibited. Perhaps you could discuss this matter with Director Li and seek her assistance? Zhou Jiqiang felt a lump in his throat as the image of that enchanting girl with almond-shaped eyes and a soft voice flashed through his mind. This seems rather inappropriate. How would Secretary Chen perceive us if he found out? Chapter 46. The spring of Shenyang. On the following morning, Zhang Shu drove a brand-new Cadillac Wood, parking it not far from the Shenyang garment factory. The car's unique design allowed for 3 passengers in the front, perfectly accommodating all 6 of them. Brother Shu, you can drive? Chen Huarong said with admiration. They had struggled to find a rental car the day before, only to discover that no one knew how to drive, leading the rental service to back out on the spot. With a price tag of nearly 2 million, the owner deemed their offered rental fee insufficient, fearing any potential damages would be a nightmare to resolve. Ultimately, it was Zhang Shu who showcased his driving skills, securing the vehicle for their use. Enough chatter. Keep an eye on the factory entrance. If any cars pass by, let me know immediately, Zhang Shu instructed. He was anxious. They had only 3 hours left of the rental time after investing thousands into it. If they failed to encounter anyone today, it would truly be a source of frustration. Go Ziqiang raised his hand to check his Rolex. It's 8 o'clock now. Zhang Shu started the engine and drove directly toward the factory, the imposing length of the vehicle commanding attention. The security guard, upon seeing the car approach, hurriedly opened the iron gate, standing at attention and saluting. He had never seen such a car before, but that did not prevent him from believing that its occupant was impressive. Zhang Shu stopped the car at the factory entrance, opened the door, and stepped out. Greetings. Welcome to Shenyang Garment Factory. For your guidance, the guard said solemnly. Zhang Shu smiled and replied, Sir, I wish to discuss some business with your leaders. Could you please notify them for me? Of course, sir. The guard responded before rushing into the duty room to make a phone call. Li Wantong arrived early that day. The previous evening, Manager Ma had specifically sought her out to discuss whether she could appeal to her father for assistance in finding a way to help Shenyang. Upon returning home, she brought up the matter with her father, only to be met with unexpected anger. He vehemently criticized the leadership at Shenyang for their incompetence, suggesting that if the factory could not sustain itself, higher authorities would consider bankruptcy, resulting in the dismissal of all factory leaders. Li Wantong felt helpless and could only relay her father's words to Zhou Jiqiang and Manager Ma. The 2 managers spent the night restless, unable to sleep in the face of such grim news. Zhou Jiqiang berated Ma Weiguo for his unreliable suggestions. Even if Shenyang were to falter, he could easily continue elsewhere, given his rank and experience. Yet, in the end, he feared that their efforts had only tarnished their reputation with Secretary Li, signaling a bleak future ahead. Zhou Jiqiang felt an unusual sense of anxiety. For the first time, he was late. Ma Weiguo was even more distressed. All he desired was a peaceful retirement. Yet this unexpected turn of events left him with unexpressed frustrations, leading to sleepless nights. The telephone in the factory office rang. Hello? What? A luxury car has arrived? They wish to discuss business with us? All right, I shall head over immediately. The moment Zhang Shu laid eyes on Li Wantong, he silently marveled. In 2 lifetimes, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, effortlessly eclipsing all the stars from his previous existence. Greetings, I am Li Wantong, the office director of Shenyang Factory. Hello, Director Li. I am Zhang Shu, the head of Xiangjiang Xinqing International Trade's Salt City Division. We wish to place an order for a batch of clothing. Would it be possible to introduce us to your factory's manager? Li Wantong was momentarily stunned by this sudden stroke of fortune, a client arriving at their doorstep, especially from Xianjiang, surely indicated wealth. She was acutely aware of Shenyang's dire predicament, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, just a step away from financial ruin. Although her father had declared that all management would be dismissed upon closure, she knew this did not apply to her. Without her father's intervention, others would undoubtedly assist her in resolving this dilemma. Yet, she could not shake the responsibility she felt for over 1,000 employees, each representing a family. If the factory were to truly collapse, how would these workers be supported? Failing to manage this situation could lead to significant repercussions. Please, come inside. Let us rest in the office while I summon the factory manager. Zhang Shu returned to the vehicle, following Li Wantong to the office building. Upon entering, Li Wantong poured tea for everyone before hurriedly stepping next door to make a phone call. The previous night's conversation must have frightened Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weigua significantly. They were likely at home contemplating their escape routes. When Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weigua received the call, disbelief was etched on their faces. Yet Li Wantong would not jest about such matters. A glimmer of hope emerged. The two factory managers felt exhilarated and promptly drove to the factory. Upon returning to the office, Li Wantong sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The dark-faced man appeared impatient, rumored to be the company's president. Director Li, where is your unit's leader? Zhang Shu's tone was somewhat displeased. Manager Zhang, I sincerely apologize. The factory manager is currently out on business. I just contacted him, and he will return shortly. In her determination to secure this deal, Li Wantong bit the bullet and told a lie, her face flushing with embarrassment. However, Zhang Shu was unwilling to let her off the hook and replied sternly, while I may have time to wait. It is rather inappropriate for our President Go to be delayed on account of waiting for someone. Go Ziqiang glanced at his Rolex, speaking in a halting Xianjiang dialect. Isn't there another clothing factory? Let us go check that out first. Li Wantong strained to decipher Go Ziqiang's intentions. Were they about to leave? Panic surged within her, and she quickly implored, Manager Zhang, please convey to President Go that our company is genuinely earnest in this matter. We were unaware of your company's visit, and the manager had to step out unexpectedly. Upon his return, we will certainly offer you the most favorable pricing. A fleeting expression of discontent crossed Zhang Shu's face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Director Li, it's truly not about the money. President Go is not lacking in a few million. Rather, he feels that today's fortunate opportunity has been squandered. You see, people from Hong Kong are quite superstitious about these matters of feng shui and destiny. What? A few million? Li Wantong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zhang Shu regarded her with a look of mild disdain, as if her surprise was nothing extraordinary. So, Manager Li, how many garments do you require? She inquired. The first batch needs to be 50,000 pieces with assured quality. There will also be a second and third batch. If the goods do not meet standards, we can only conduct a one-time transaction, Zhang Shu replied. Li Wantong hastily asserted, our factory has consistently supplied uniforms for the government, and the quality is absolutely reliable. Both President Go and Manager Zhang can rest assured. Zhang Shu shook his head resolutely, stating, in business, fate plays a crucial role. It seems that the connection between Xiancheng Trading and your factory is not quite there yet. We shall discuss cooperation another time. Please, Manager Zhang, just wait 5 more minutes. Our factory director will return shortly. Li Wantong exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. My time may not hold great value, but I cannot keep our president waiting here. Zhang Shu continued to subtly suggest that time was of the essence. But, Li Wantong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, and followed Zhang Shu toward the factory entrance. Manager Zhang, where is your company located? When the director returns, we would like him to visit. Absolutely not. People from Hong Kong detest such unsolicited interruptions, Zhang Shu advised. However, I have already summoned the director back. If you leave suddenly, he will surely blame me, Li Wantong said, her large eyes filled with a plaintive look. Zhang Shu shrugged, there is nothing I can do. It is simply unfortunate timing. President Go is pressed for time. Might I request that Manager Zhang visit our factory tomorrow? Zhang Shu's expression revealed hesitation, yet he did not outright refuse. Observing this, Li Wantong seized the moment. Rest assured, we guarantee the lowest prices with the highest quality. Yet, Zhang Shu shook his head once more and replied, let us call it off for now. We must head to Guorong, perhaps next time. Manager Zhang, please come back tomorrow. I beg you. Li Wantong pleaded, her hands clasped together, fidgeting. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Shu conceded, I can only say I will try. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 47. I'll find you a few more sisters, Brother Shu. Where are we headed now? Zhao Sanxiang inquired. To Guorong Garment Factory. The Cadillac sped along, nearing 9 o'clock, and the time for returning the vehicle was approaching. They needed to hurry. Ma Weiguo and Zhou Jiqiang finally returned to Shenyang and first inquired about the news at the gate. Upon learning that the person had already left, Zhou Jiqiang grew anxious, hastily asking where they had gone, eager to pursue. Ma Weiguo halted him with a hand. Let us first find Director Li and see what the people from Hong Kong have to say. Yes, yes. The two made their way to the factory office, where they found Li Wantong resting her chin on her hand, sighing deeply. Director, why didn't you keep them here? Zhou Jiqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. As if I wanted to. You both arrived late for work and now blame me, Li Wantong retorted, her tone laden with irritation. You have no idea. That intimidating man from Hong Kong was truly fearsome in appearance. Suddenly, she recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. 50,000 pieces? Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Jigang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could indeed produce 50,000 items, all the factory's issues would be effortlessly resolved. And this was merely the first batch? Ma Weiguo's thoughts ran deeper, pondering whether the residents of Hong Kong would purchase their uniforms using Hong Kong dollars. Li Wantong and Zhou Jigang were momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this crucial detail. In 1990, China was in the early stages of transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy, with limited capacity for foreign exchange earnings. With Western nations imposing economic sanctions on China, foreign investment dwindled, and export trade faced significant obstacles, leading to an alarming trade deficit. By 1989, China's total foreign exchange reserves amounted to merely approximately $5 billion. Zhou Jigang and Ma Weiguo's eyes were nearly bloodshot with anticipation. If they could emblazon the words foreign exchange earnings atop Shenyang, they could expect promotions. At this juncture, the ability to earn foreign exchange represented a lifeline for state-owned enterprises. Even at a loss, the government would provide subsidies, making it nearly impossible to shut down operations. This deal must succeed, even if it meant incurring losses. Director Li, where have the Hong Kong residents gone? Zhou Jigang inquired. This was their sole opportunity for redemption, and they had to seize it. They've gone to Guorong to place orders. Li Wantong replied. This cannot stand. Quickly, we must rush to Huarong. Are we really going to barge in and steal their business? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Li Wantong questioned. Beaten? If we fail to reclaim this deal, I would rather hang myself at the gate of Guorong factory, Ma Weiguo asserted resolutely. That's too extreme. That's too extreme. Zhou Jigang hastily interjected. As the two factory directors stepped out of the office, Ma Weiguo suddenly took a couple of steps back and turned to say, How about it, Director Li? You should accompany us. After all, your status here will ensure that even if Huang Dia is displeased, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. To be honest, I'm not afraid of him. I'm mainly concerned about delaying the business, Li Wantong remarked, with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Fully aware that Ma Weiguo intended to leverage her authority to intimidate Huang Hua. Otherwise, these two men might not even gain entry. Li Wantong nodded in agreement. As a member of Shenyang factory, she felt compelled to contribute within her capabilities. A Cadillac would drove into Guorong Garment Factory, and upon hearing that Hong Kong merchants had come to negotiate business, Huang Hua immediately concluded half of his ongoing meeting and hurried over. After some pleasantries, Huang Hua regarded Zhang Shu and his companions with a silent nod of approval. They truly exuded the aura of Hong Kong residents. Stepping forward, Zhang Shu spoke. General Manager Huang, our company wishes to procure a batch of Guorong's garments. Could you kindly provide an introduction? Huang Hua's smile widened at this, and he gestured invitingly, leading them into the exhibition hall. He then introduced, This is our newly launched denim series, utilizing Japanese imported enzymes for the washing process, adhering to the same standards as Levi's production line. It was evident that Guorong Garment Factory possessed formidable strength, but unfortunately, Zhang Shu's pockets were devoid of currency. Otherwise, he would certainly have made a purchase. Huang's enthusiastic demeanor was indeed quite persuasive. To Zhang Shu, Guorong served to intimidate Shenyang. Yet he remained uncertain as to when the proverbial chicken would come into play. After Huang Hua's introduction, Zhang Shu smiled and spoke. I will discuss it with General Manager Go. Certainly, certainly. The sunlight at the end of May spilled down like melted butter from the eaves of the tin-roofed house. Zhang Shu and Go Ziqiang retreated to a patch of shade, where he took out a cigarette and offered it to Go Ziqiang. subsequently lighting it for him. Brother Shu, do you think Guorong will invite us for lunch today? I've heard the meals at these state-run units are quite good. He will extend the invitation, but we must return the car, Zhang Shu replied. Haha. It seems we won't be getting a meal today. Can we truly profit from doing this? Go Ziqiang observed Zhang Shu's extravagant spending in recent days, feeling a sense of unease. How can anyone sustain such expenses without earning? Zhang Shu did not elaborate further, merely patting his shoulder and reassuring him. Trust me. Just focus on your work, and I will arrange for you to have 2 more sisters later. Thank you, Brother Shu. Observing the 2 men engaged in animated conversation from a distance, Huang Hua elevated Zhang Shu's significance in his mind. Not everyone can joke with the boss. It seemed Manager Zhang held a considerable position in Xinjiang. He was already contemplating the appropriate amount for the red envelope to be presented during lunch. This was his first business venture with someone from Xiangjiang, and he was uncertain if such practices were customary. Would a meager amount suggest Huang lacked strength? Huang Hua felt momentarily conflicted. Just as his thoughts wandered, Zhang Shu and Go Ziqiang returned. Mr. Huang, I just discussed with General Manager Go, and we basically agree with your quotation. Zhang Shu got straight to the point, but he had several specific questions to ask. Does your company possess import and export rights? How are taxes calculated? What are the payment methods and settlement processes? Huang Hua could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Manager Zhang, rest assured, our factory is a designated garment export unit by the Light Industry Bureau. As for taxes, it's even simpler. The current rebate rate for garments is 13. However, this can only be processed once the goods are actually exported. In that case, if your company requires funds urgently. He made several gestures with his hand below. Zhang Shu glanced over, frowning slightly. We will discuss that later. Xinjiang is a legitimate company and does not engage in such frivolities. The payment terms are a 30 advance, with the remaining balance payable upon presentation of the bill of lading. Huang Hua interjected eagerly. Just as Zhang Shu contemplated how to decline, a commotion erupted at the factory entrance. Leaning on Li Wantan's connections, Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo managed to squeeze their way in. Chapter 48. Carelessness. No evasion. Hello. Hello. Are you General Manager Go? I am Ma Weiguo, the factory director of Shenyang, and this is Deputy Director Zhou Jiqiang. As soon as they arrived, the 2 hurried towards Go Ziqiang. Li Wantong had mentioned this stern-looking man. Seeing him in person was indeed intimidating. Lei Ho, Lei Lu. Go Ziqiang greeted the 2 men. I sincerely apologize. I just stepped out with Director Zhou to discuss business, which left General Manager Go and Manager Zhang waiting in vain. This is entirely my fault. And I shall drink 3 cups at noon as penance, Zhou Jiqiang said earnestly, his face adorned with a smile. Ma Weiguo then turned to Huang Hua, greeting him with a smile. Old Huang, thank you for hosting my guests. I will treat you to drinks later. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I won't linger here. General Manager Go, Manager Zhang, shall we take our leave? Huang Hua stood motionless beside them, his expression dark and foreboding, an embodiment of intimidation. Ma Weiguo was indeed pushing the boundaries of audacity. Where are the security personnel? Is this how you safeguard the factory? Remove these 2 rascals at once. Zhou Jiqiang felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Huang Hua's arm. President Huang, please do not be angry. Xinjiang indeed arrived at Shenyang first. How about this? Let President Go and Manager Zhang come to our place, and I will personally escort them back later. Huang Hua forcefully shook off Zhou Jiqiang's hand, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You are no saint either. Let me make this clear. Guorong and Xinjiang have already reached a verbal agreement, so don't harbor any illusions. President Huang, that statement is inaccurate. Ma Weiguo's smile vanished as he continued. If verbal agreements were sufficient, then what need would there be for contracts? He then retrieved a document from his briefcase, waving it before Huang Hua. This is our quotation from Shenyang. Are you certain you can match this price? Huang Hua snatched the quotation, and upon seeing the figures, his heart sank. You are maliciously undercutting prices. This disrupts market order, and I shall report you to the Light Industry Bureau. He crumpled the document and tossed it to the ground. President Go, Manager Zhang, the price quoted by Shenyang is so low that it wouldn't even cover raw materials. They will surely cut corners. Dare not speak such nonsense, Huang Dia. Meals may be eaten carelessly, but words must be weighed. Ma Weiguo smirked coldly and turned to Go Ziqiang, saying, President Go, our production technology and equipment are sufficiently advanced, allowing us to maintain such low costs. He lowered his voice. I assure you, Shenyang will not profit a single penny from this collaboration. It is solely for the sake of our friendship with you. Huang Hua gripped Ma Weigua's collar and yanked him upwards, spitting as he shouted, "You dare to poach clients from Guorong? Have you grown weary of life? With Shenyang's meager capabilities, you dare to claim large-scale operations? You truly have no shame." Seeing Huang Hua's fury escalate as he prepared to strike, Zhou Jiqiang hurriedly interjected, "President Huang, let us discuss this civilly. Get lost. You are of the same ilk. Don't act so pious here." Huang Hua shook off Zhou Jiqiang and pointed an accusatory finger at Ma Weigua, scolding, "Ma Weigua, if you dare to take President Go away today, let us see if I don't call for help to deal with you." Ma Weigua's expression shifted, but he quickly forced a smile. "Old Huang, at your age, why does your temper remain unchanged? How about this? Let us collaborate on this batch of orders. Go to hell." Huang Hua seized a teacup from the table, ready to hurl it, prompting Zhou Jiqiang to swiftly wrap his arms around Huang Hua's waist. Go Ziqiang removed his sunglasses, stowing them in his suit pocket, and with a nasal intonation mixed with a Hong Kong accent, he interjected, "Enough? Neither of your companies will proceed. Manager Zhang, contact the factory in Guangzhou immediately." A profound silence enveloped the room. As the crowd deciphered the clumsy Cantonese, Huang Hua and Ma Weigua exclaimed in unison, "No, no, no." The two men, who had been at each other's throats just moments before, were now flustered, realizing they were about to lose a cooked duck. However, President Go offered them no opportunity, entering the back seat with a grim demeanor and slamming the car door shut. As Huang Hua and Ma Weigua lifted their feet to pursue, two dark figures suddenly blocked their path, Chen Chong and Wang Lin, standing like iron towers. The two individuals exuded an imposing aura, their gaze as sharp as that of hawks. "Stop right there. Are you blind?" The meaning was unmistakable. Even if the words were incomprehensible, the two factory directors had no choice but to halt in their tracks. The Cadillac glided away from the Huaron factory like a gust of wind. "Shugu, what should we do next?" Zhou Jiqiang inquired. "Quickly, we must return the vehicle. Time is running out." Meanwhile, a group of onlookers exchanged glances, with Zhou Jiqiang lamenting, "Indeed, the people of Xiangjiang are affluent. That car is truly impressive." Huang Hua glared at Ma Weigua, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Damn it, I'm heading to the Bureau of Light Industry right now. I demand an explanation for this." Ma Weigua remained unfazed, sneering, "Huh. Always running to the teacher when trouble arises. Even my 8-year-old grandson surpasses you. If it weren't for your bluster, could it have escalated to this? How dare you come to my factory and poach clients? I'm still entitled to speak, aren't I? Everyone, get to work. I'll shoulder the consequences if anything goes awry." Having finished his retort, he charged forward, landing a left jab directly onto Ma Weigua's eye. "Ugh!" Ma Weigua, caught off guard, staggered from the blow, his eye bruised, and bellowed, "Huang Dia, you lack honor, attacking me, a 54-year-old elder. Do you not understand the principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? I was the workshop director at the textile factory when you were still an apprentice." Huang Hua shot back, "What right does a parasite have to reminisce about the past? Everyone knows about the kickbacks you used to funnel to the procurement department." The surrounding workers were stunned, incredulous at the unfolding drama. "Director Huang, wait. Let us discuss this calmly." Finally regaining her composure, Li Wantong lamented Huang Hua's swift actions, which had come without warning. Upon hearing her voice, Huang Hua turned to Li Wantong, softening his tone. "Director Li, you witnessed the incident firsthand. Who was in the wrong?" Li Wantong found herself at a loss for words. Logically, the fault lay with Shenyang, yet Huang Hua's violence against Ma Weigua diminished Guorong's standing in the matter. "Director Huang, Director Ma, perhaps it would be best to discuss this in your office? This place is too crowded for such conversations." Unable to discern who was right or wrong, Li Wantong opted for a conciliatory approach, encouraging them to resolve the issue amongst themselves. Both Ma Weigua and Huang Hua recognized the wisdom in her suggestion. Seizing the opportunity, they turned and headed toward the director's office. Zhou Jiqiang felt a twinge of awkwardness, having witnessed the altercation while standing idly by. He now felt somewhat guilty towards Ma Weigua. At that moment, his resentment towards Ma Weigua's resistance to reform diminished significantly. After all, this punch was a blow for the factory as a whole. Chapter 49. The card game now. How will this conclude? You must provide Guorong with an explanation. Huang Hua demanded. Ma Weigua leisurely retrieved a lighter and remarked, "What explanation do I owe? The Hong Kong merchants arrived at our factory first, and upon finding us absent, Guorong came. I received word and, out of courtesy, felt it necessary to greet them. Yet you come in swinging and expect me to justify myself? Director Huang, your demands are rather overbearing. Huang Hua waved his hand dismissively, not buying into the pretense. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. If it weren't for your age, I doubt you'd be able to meddle in such a significant enterprise as Huang's. You must understand that if these foreign currencies are not retained in the salt market, we will suffer considerable losses. Ma Weigua shrugged. It matters not. I'm nearing retirement. If I hinder Director Huang's bright future, so be it. Huang Hua nearly lost his composure, incredulous at the thought of Ma attempting to climb over Guorong at the edge of retirement. If the Hong Kong merchants decide to leave, I will certainly hold you accountable. Let us see if your pension can be secured then. After 2 hours of heated debate, the two parties parted ways in discontent. Ma Weigua found this outcome acceptable. By not stirring the waters, he avoided a blow, ensuring that Shenyang would at least stand on equal footing with Guorong. Little did he know, from the very beginning, the Hong Kong merchants had their sights set solely on him. Xiaozhou, my task is complete. The remainder is in your hands. Age had begun to take its toll on Ma Weigua, as he felt increasingly weary. Zhou Jiqiang, with a resolute expression, replied, Rest assured, I will secure this deal at all costs. However, the words of General Go were quite clear. They were to seek factories in Yangqing. The proximity to Xiangjiang would facilitate transportation, leaving them with no advantage whatsoever. Li Wantong interjected, compared to the factories in Yangqing, even against Guorong, Shenyang stands little chance. Our designs are outdated, our craftsmanship crude, and the only asset we possess is an overwhelming inventory. They could only strategize around pricing. Yet how low would they need to go to win orders? The higher-ups may not even agree. Zhou Jiqiang scratched his head, realizing that they could only proceed step by step. The immediate priority was to locate someone. Ma Weigua suggested. Director Wang from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Department is an old comrade of mine. Perhaps I could leverage some connections to ascertain their whereabouts. No, Li Wantong quickly interjected. Manager Zhang specifically mentioned that the businessmen of Xiangjiang abhor unannounced visits. Such actions would be seen as discourteous. However, we cannot simply wait idly. She continued. Manager Zhang is likely to arrive tomorrow. Let us wait and see, for we cannot afford to miss him. If he doesn't come, then we shall venture out to find someone. All right, let us proceed with that plan, and let us hope Manager Zhang can make it tomorrow. At the Power Supply New Village Guest House, a group of 6 were gnawing on dense steamed buns. The coarse bran scraped against their throats, and Go Ziqiang forcefully swallowed the last bite, staring at the remaining half bun in his aluminum lunchbox with dismay. Shu Gu, yesterday we feasted on lavish dishes, and today we're reduced to buns. The drop in standards is too abrupt. It feels rather unsettling. Zhang Shu shot him a glance. You will soon acclimate. What do you mean? Go Ziqiang was perplexed, sensing a deeper meaning in Zhang Shu's gaze that sent shivers down his spine. It simply means you should brace yourself for hardship. No problem. I am most capable of enduring hardship. Shu Gu, what shall we do next? Zhao Sanxiang inquired. Tomorrow, you and Huarong will accompany me to Shenyang. Should we wear suits? Of course. Zhao Sanxiang rose, shaking off his suit. It was truly invigorating to wear. So much so that he hesitated to remove it, even for slumber. Go Ziqiang could deeply relate to this sentiment. Since learning that his elegant Jaeger suit was valued at 1,500 yuan, he had worn it wherever he went. The suit was impeccably tailored, his shoes gleaming, and coupled with the weighty Rolex adorning his wrist, anyone would perceive him as a prosperous entrepreneur. Even Go Ziqiang himself felt transformed by this attire, instinctively straightening his back as he walked, and speaking with newfound confidence. At times, he would find himself lost in thought, wondering if he had truly been any or do well in the past. Reclining on his bed with his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the peeling paint on the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Shu, do you think we can truly strike it rich? Zhang Shu was acutely aware of the pressure he faced, having invested all his savings to embark on this venture alongside him. Despite the absence of any returns thus far, he voiced not a single complaint. Such loyalty was indeed rare. Zhang Shu leaped from the bed, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Go Ziqiang before passing it around. With no entertainment devices at hand, the group sat on the floor engaged in a game of cards. He clapped his hands to capture their attention, waiting until everyone was focused on him. Brothers, just now Go asked if we could become wealthy. Zhang Shu placed the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, and as he struck a match, The flame illuminated the spark in his eyes. My answer is yes. How could it be otherwise? Taking a deep drag of smoke, he slowly exhaled rings, his gaze sweeping across each face. Why did you choose to follow me on this journey? Wang Lin muttered. Because there's no future in being a drifter. Incorrect. Zhang Shu swung his arm, slamming it onto the iron bed, the metallic clatter echoing through the room. It's because we are all unwilling. Unwilling to remain farmers. Unwilling to live our lives as drifters in this small town. Unwilling to watch our wives and children wear patched clothing. Striking it rich is akin to playing cards. First, one must have the audacity to bet. Second, one must possess patience. And third, he pointed to his temple, one must think strategically. We currently embody all three traits. So tell me, shouldn't the fortune rightfully belong to us? Zhang Shu bent down to retrieve a fallen playing card, swiftly shuffling the deck before the group, the cards making a crisp rustling sound as they flew through his fingers. You see, each card has its designated place, yet the shuffler can rearrange them. We are the ones holding the entire deck, not mere pawns manipulated by life's whims. And who is the dealer? Zhang Shu smiled broadly. The dealer is the individuals we are to meet tomorrow. The Shenyang Garment Factory? Such a large enterprise. Would they allow us to manipulate them at will? Zhao Sanxiang looked on in disbelief. What use is being large if not powerful? Enough. I shall retire for the night. A challenging battle awaits us tomorrow. After concluding his statement, Zhang Shu lay back down, closing his eyes while mentally calculating the potential unforeseen circumstances that might arise the following day. Chapter 50. How can one claim to engage in foreign trade without a route? The night passed in silence. The next morning, Zhang Shu led Zhao Sanxiang and Chun Huarong onto bus number 2. The workers at Shenyang factory had received notice the previous day that they were required to arrive an hour early to tidy up the premises. Zhou Jiqiang was uncertain whether Zhang Shu would show up today, yet he prepared to present a confident demeanor. With or without jujubes, let us strike first and discuss later. Excessive courtesy is never unwelcome. If by chance we could meet, would it not further exemplify Shenyang's sincerity? Zhang Shu indeed beheld this scene. Yet he did not perceive the anticipated sincerity that Zhou Jiqiang had expected. Instead, he discerned the frailty of Shenyang. From this somewhat subservient demeanor, he could ascertain that Shenyang's circumstances were far from favorable. Otherwise, given the nature of state-owned enterprises, why would there be such an evident undertone of sycophancy? After all, he was merely the representative of the Xinjiang salt market, not the president. Why such deference? Manager Zhang, is that truly you? A melodious female voice called from behind. Zhang Shu turned to see Li Wantong alighting from a Shanghai 760. Today, she donned a light beige silk blouse, her wrists, pale as snow beneath the puffed sleeves, complemented by navy high-waisted trousers that accentuated her curves. Her oval face, adorned with elegantly arched brows, revealed 2 charming dimples as her lips curled into a smile, enhancing her aristocratic allure. Directorly, how could I not come after your heartfelt invitation yesterday? Zhang Shu replied. Li Wantong smiled graciously, her wisps of hair fluttering in the breeze. Thank you, Manager Zhang, for granting me this honor. Shall we proceed to the office? Pushing open the wooden door of the factory office, she reached to turn on the electric fan and poured tea for the others. From a wicker basket, Li Wantong retrieved enamel cups, and as the hot water awakened the tea leaves, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Please taste this. It is a new tea my mother had someone bring from Sioux City. Zhang Shu accepted the enamel cup with both hands, and as the steam brushed against his nose, he paused. Pre-rain Biluakun? The leaves were slender as bee legs, adorned with silver tips yet modest in appearance, and evidently harvested from tender buds before the rains. He took a delicate sip, the crisp sweetness blossoming on his palate, the brewing precise, perhaps mingled with jujube wood during the Kilgreen process. Li Wantong, astonished, remarked, "You can discern so many subtleties?" She instinctively straightened her posture. "I can hardly tell. It seems similar to other teas. Yet, your observations mirror exactly what my father often says about tea. Manager Zhang, you are indeed impressive." With that, she gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Shu observed the unfurling tea leaves with a gentle smile, as tea tasting, drinking, and cooking were the 3 passions he could not relinquish from his former life. Li Wantong tucked her hair behind her ear, glanced at the clock, and said, "Manager Zhang, I shall go fetch Director Zhou. He should be in the workshop at this hour. Let us go together. I would like to take a look around," he replied. The iron door of the production workshop stood ajar, the hum of sewing machines mingling with the rustle of fabric. Li Wantong sidestepped a flat cart transporting materials. Entering the cutting area, Zhang Shu surveyed the surroundings. Each worker was engrossed in their tasks, showing no signs of distress. Could there be an error in the information he received? Following Li Wantong as she introduced the garment factory's processes and the illustrious history of Xinjiang, Zhang Shu found himself genuinely intrigued, as he was not well versed in these matters. The Shenyang factory spanned a full 30,000 square meters, and after 10 minutes of strolling, they had yet to locate Zhou Jiqiang. Manager Zhang, I will search for Director Zhou. He should be nearby. Very well. Thank you, Director Li. Zhang Shu expressed courteously. As Li Wantong departed, he approached a middle-aged woman operating a sewing machine, offering what he believed to be an appealing smile. Sister, I have heard that Shenyang's salary is quite substantial. How much are you earning each month now? The woman raised her head warily to glance at Zhang Shu, asking, Who are you? Zhang Shu replied, I am planning to join this workplace in a couple of days. I have been idle at home and thought I would come to the factory to inquire about the situation. The middle-aged woman, upon realizing she was speaking to a future colleague, dismissed her initial caution. Continuing her work, she answered, My previous salary was decent, around 150 each month. Now, with various small additions, if I receive 50 yuan, I would consider myself fortunate. Is this all you earn despite such a hectic schedule? Zhang Shu exclaimed, her astonishment resonating with the middle-aged woman. What are we busy with? We work one day and rest for two. I feel like I'm becoming a couch potato at home. Is that so? With so many people in the factory, I haven't noticed any signs of a holiday. The woman continued to grumble. They say there's a leadership inspection, and everyone on leave was called back to keep the production lines running for appearances. As she worked the sewing machine's pedal, sending fabric forward, she lamented, The stock in the warehouse is piling up to the ceiling. And we can't sell any of it. It's just sitting there gathering dust. I heard that next month even 50 yuan might not be dispersed. Our lives as workers are truly arduous. These factory leaders only engage in superficial work. Instead of flattering others, they should focus on selling products. Li Wantong, who happened to pass by, overheard this conversation, and her smile immediately froze. Nothing is more awkward than being exposed in an act of pretense. She felt her toes curling tightly within her shoes, as if she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment beneath her feet. Fortunately, Zhou Jiqiang arrived at that moment. Still unaware of the ongoing situation, greeting them warmly. Manager Zhang, hello. It's quite warm in the workshop. Let us discuss in the office where I have some fine tea. Let's heed Director Zhou's suggestion, Zhang Shu replied, casting a knowing glance at Li Wantong. This silent exchange spoke volumes, causing Li Wantong's heart to race against her ribcage, a warmth spreading from her earlobes down her neck and onto her cheeks. How embarrassing. Back in the director's office, after exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Jiqiang began to subtly probe into the details of Xinjiang. For Zhang Shu, managing such small talk was effortless. She lifted her teacup, took a delicate sip, and began her performance. She started recounting Xinjiang's history, then casually transitioned to discussing international partners. From Milan's fashion lines in Europe to Italian leather merchants, from mining machinery in Canada to health products in the United States. When mentioning the Canadian mining equipment, Zhang Shu deliberately mixed English contract terminology with Cantonese, observing as Zhou Jiqiang's gaze began to wander. She then abruptly shifted the topic to Argentina. And as for South America, Xinjiang's stronghold, we have Brazilian coffee and South African diamond ore. All channels are managed by our own team. Last month, we signed an order for raw materials with Nigeria. And next month the cargo ship will sail directly from Yantian port to Lagos. With that, she set down her teacup, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, expressing her sentiments. In this day and age, one cannot claim to be engaged in foreign trade without a few exclusive routes at hand. Chapter 51. Driven to a corner, the might of Xinjiang is overwhelming, so formidable that it leaves one breathless. Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. If Xinjiang could secure a partnership with this colossal entity, what concerns would remain regarding sales channels? What fears would linger about a potential rupture in the financial chain? Even a mere trickle of those international orders could suffice to fill Xinjiang's coffers to overflowing. As for any doubts regarding Xinjiang, Zhou Jiqiang had indeed entertained them, albeit fleetingly. Every utterance from Zhang Shu was laden with intricate details, the geographical names, industry jargon, and even the casual local accent could not possibly be fabricated. These terms were ones he had only encountered in the evening news. How could one articulate them so precisely without first-hand experience? Moreover, what could a company like Xinjiang possibly gain from a small factory like Xinjiang, which lacked both capital and resources? Why would they exert such effort to deceive him? Zhou Jiqiang lifted his teacup, taking a sip to mask the fervor in his eyes. At that moment, Chen Huarong, who stood behind him, interjected, "Manager Zhang, their SA meeting at noon. We ought to be on our way." On our way? Zhou Jiqiang was taken aback. The matter at hand had yet to be addressed, so how could they leave? Zhang Shu rose and took a few steps forward, saying, "Director Zhou, I appreciate your hospitality, but an urgent matter has arisen at the company, and I must take my leave." Zhou Jiqiang was at a loss for words, his mind racing for a response, yet his body acted on its own, promptly shutting the office door. Zhang Shu frowned slightly, displaying his displeasure. "What do you mean by this?" Zhou Jiqiang pressed his back against the door, his throat constricting. "Manager Zhang, please do not be angry. I merely wish to request your assistance in handling a batch of work attire for Xinjiang." He feigned a gesture to kneel, prompting Zhang Shu to quickly step forward and grasp his arm. "Director Zhou, conducting business is not about performing a tragic act. If you proceed in this manner, we will certainly be unable to negotiate." Zhao Sanqiang and Chen Huarong approached, ready to pull Zhou Jiqiang away, but Zhang Shu raised a hand, signaling them to remain calm. Zhou Jiqiang's voice trembled slightly. "I know you have extensive connections and resources. Please consider it a favor for the staff at the factory. The quality of this batch is guaranteed, and the price is entirely at your discretion, as long as the goods can be shipped. I will offer you a 20% commission, with a written contract." Zhang Shu retrieved a pack of cigarettes, extracting two and handing one to Zhou Jiqiang, then pressing a lighter into his palm. "Director Zhou, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but I genuinely lack the capability to do so. As you heard from President Go, we have already established contact with the office in Yangcheng last night. Matters should be settled by now." Zhou Jiqiang fumbled with the lighter, taking a long time before finally igniting the cigarette, the smoke causing his eyes to redden. "Manager Zhang, you traverse the world. Surely you have other avenues." Before he could finish, Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "The channels belong to the company and are not my personal affairs. They cannot be conflated." Zhou Jiqiang moved behind the desk, opening a drawer to retrieve an envelope, which he then stuffed into Zhang Shu's pocket. "Manager Zhang, this is a small token of appreciation from the factory. To be candid, Xinjiang finds itself in a dire predicament. The bank loan is about to mature, and next month it may struggle to even disburse salaries. I implore you, though the quality of the work uniforms may be scrutinized, should there be any discrepancies, I shall take full responsibility." Zhang Shu settled back onto the sofa, his fingers gently drumming a rhythm on his knee. The situation at Xinjiang was far worse than he had anticipated, and Zhou Jiqiang's desperate demeanor was a clear indication of vulnerability. Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, Zhang Shu regarded Zhou Jiqiang and spoke slowly. "I have a proposal. If you find it acceptable, I shall discuss it with General Manager Go. If not, consider it unspoken. Please, share your thoughts." Zhou Jiqiang leaned forward earnestly. "The company intends to dispatch me to the Soviet Union to maintain the market." Zhang Shu meticulously adjusted his cuffs. "And I can assist in absorbing the work uniforms you have in stock." Noticing Zhou Jiqiang's eyes suddenly brighten, he raised a finger. "However, the transportation must be arranged by you, and the price I receive needs to be 10% lower than that offered by the resellers." "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Zhou Jiqiang agreed without a moment's hesitation. This quotation was far more favorable than he had anticipated. At such a price, Xinjiang could still profit handsomely. He had braced himself for a price reduction of 50%, never imagining that Manager Zhang would be so accommodating. A smile spread across his face as he approached Zhang Shu, grasping his hand tightly, expressing his profound gratitude, assuring him that his due share would not be diminished. Zhang Shu chuckled softly and continued, "Let's not rush to thank me. The discussion is not yet concluded. I am personally undertaking this matter, and General Manager Go is unlikely to consent." Zhou Jiqiang, now anxious, inquired, "What shall we do then?" "It must be a goods-for-payment arrangement. We shall settle accounts only after the merchandise is sold. This is the only way to safeguard Xinjiang's interests, and only then might General Manager Go agree." Zhang Shu articulated his words with clarity and sincerity. In the office, a sudden silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock. Zhou Jiqiang opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. What kind of maneuver was this? In the past, who would have dared to present him with such a brazen proposal? he would have been swiftly ejected by security. This was sheer exploitation. Manager Zhang, could we have some time to report to our superiors? Certainly, but it must be swift. I am scheduled to depart by tomorrow at the latest, and I cannot allow your matters to impede our company's operations. Zhang Shu was all too aware of the bureaucratic intricacies. By the time Zhou Jiqiang reported back, it would likely involve a series of meetings. And receiving a response in less than half a month would be remarkable. Given the cautious nature of governmental departments, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Although his materials were genuine, the exaggerated portions would be hard to conceal. Zhang Shu aimed to constrict the timeline, compelling Zhou Jiqiang to make a private commitment and draw him onto the same vessel. Manager Zhang, please wait half an hour. I will consult with Director Ma. Watching Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong depart, Zhang Shu reignited a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The bait had been taken, and it was merely a matter of how large the catch would be. In Director Ma's office, upon hearing the news from Zhou Jiqiang, Ma Weigui shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. This cannot be permitted. I would rather let this pile of goods rot in the warehouse than take such a risk. If something goes awry, it would not merely result in unemployment. We could potentially face criminal liability. Zhou Jiqiang's expression was grave. We cannot be solely concerned with ourselves. What will happen to the thousands of employees if the factory cannot sustain itself? Where will they be placed? Ma Weigui furrowed his brow in a deep frown. He truly did not wish to take any risks. However, when it came to his feelings for these workers, there was no doubt. Many had been with him for over a decade or two. Yet, the thought of any potential issues loomed ominously. Zhou Jiqiang suggested, "You can claim ignorance," asserting that all decisions were made privately by me. What nonsense! I am the factory director. How could I possibly be unaware of such a significant matter? Chapter 52. Use your money for your affairs. Ma Weigui felt a surge of irritation. He both admired Zhou Jiqiang and found him exasperating. Why not simply wait for his own retirement, at which point the factory would be entirely under his control, allowing him to manage it as he pleased? Yet, Ma Weigui understood that Shenyang would not last until that time. With this thought, his irritation deepened. How do you intend to procure the train cars? Zhou Jiqiang turned to Li Wantong. In this day and age, acquiring train cars was not something just anyone could accomplish. In the entire Salt City, Li Wantong could confidently claim to be one of the few capable of securing train cars. Prior to the implementation of the railway law, which clearly defined the approval responsibilities for train cars, they were considered a rare commodity. During the dual pricing system, railway freight transportation had both planned, lower price, and unplanned, market price, categories. Internal personnel profited through the resale of planned train cars, creating a gray profit chain. In the approval process, they would fabricate transportation demands to intercept train car allocations meant for other enterprises. Once in possession of the train cars, they would rent them out at prices exponentially higher than the original. Those who obediently queued to apply for train cars had no choice but to accept the exorbitant rental fees. This was contingent upon their ability to curry favor. If one did not manage the various connections adequately, they could easily be left in the lurch. Even Ma Weigui, as the director of a state-owned factory, found it difficult to navigate such waters, but with Li Wantong, there were no issues as long as she was willing to intervene. Seeing the two factory directors glance her way, Li Wantong, eager to lend her assistance, readily declared, "This minor matter is on me, but I have a condition." Li Wantong, why discuss conditions with us? Just speak your mind. Zhou Jiqiang chuckled. I want to accompany you. Uft. Ma Weigui sputtered tea all over Zhou Jiqiang's face, disregarding the latter's reproachful gaze, and hastily replied, I cannot take charge of this matter. As long as you can persuade Secretary Li, I have no objections. Zhou Jiqiang wiped his face, brushing off the tea leaves that clung to his skin, and shook his head. The situation in the Soviet Union is quite chaotic at present. You cannot go. Li Wantong pouted defiantly. Underestimate me? I studied there in university. I am more familiar with the Soviet Union than you. Zhou Jiqiang responded. I share the same stance as Director Ma. If your father agrees, I will have no further objections. Li Wantong retorted. If I could sway him, would I still be bargaining with you? Moreover, accompanying you allows me to keep an eye on trustworthy individuals. Should anything arise, I can promptly inform you. Zhou Jiqiang's stance was unprecedentedly resolute. As long as Secretary Li did not give his approval, Shenyang would rather forego the deal than let anyone take unnecessary risks. Li Wantong, seeing their stubbornness, could only reluctantly wave her hand. All right, if we're not going, then so be it. In Zhou Jiqiang's office, Zhao Sanxiang and Chun Huarong finally comprehended Zhang Shu's ultimate aim. It was ruthless, a mere touch of the lips, and he intended to siphon off all the goods from the factory. Fortunately, they had been unaware of the plan in advance. Otherwise, they would not have dared to proceed. Their audacity was immense. If their scheme were uncovered, the consequences would be dire. Brother Shu, are we not violating the law with this approach? Zhao Sanxiang felt his legs trembling slightly. Zhang Shu cast him a sidelong glance. This little chubby fellow had engaged in plenty of deceitful schemes. Yet now he was concerned about adhering to the law. Rest assured, Xinqing is a legitimate Hong Kong enterprise. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Not only must we abstain, but we must also contribute taxes to the nation. Chun Huarong felt his blood surge with excitement. What a bold move. It was exhilarating. Being in the midst of it all allowed him to appreciate how precisely Zhang Shu grasped every nuance. If he were in the position of the factory's leadership at Shenyang, he too would be convinced. However, he was perplexed. Had Zhang Shu not dropped out of school on the first day of the lunar month? Where then had he acquired such intimidating knowledge? This undertaking could not afford even the slightest flaw. If the other party discovered any loopholes, suspicion would arise instantaneously. Without trust, the deal would be irrevocably lost. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking subsided, the office door swung open, and Ma Weiguo stepped in briskly, followed closely by Zhou Jiqiang and Li Wantong. A smile like orange peel stretched across his face, and his hand reached out from a distance. Manager Zhang, you are truly a timely rain. Zhang Shu also rose, greeting him with a smile and firmly shaking his hand. Director Ma, this is merely my suggestion. Specific matters still require reporting to General Manager Go for final approval. Ha ha. As General Manager Go's right-hand man, your suggestions will undoubtedly be taken seriously. Ma Weiguo laughed heartily, patting Zhang Shu on the shoulder. Whether our factory can weather this storm depends entirely on you. Director Ma, you flatter me. In matters of mutual benefit, I shall certainly do my utmost. Zhou Jiqiang interjected with a smile. Manager Zhang, how much inventory does Shenyang need to prepare? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu replied, no rush on the inventory. There is something I need your assistance with. What is it? Originally, the trip to the Soviet Union required only him. But now with this additional matter, he needed to bring extra personnel. Passports, visas, and round-trip tickets. I would appreciate your help in handling these. Zhang Shu laid out all his requests in one breath. These tasks would be time-consuming and costly for him, so he opted to have Shenyang manage them instead. Especially the K3 train tickets, which were notoriously expensive, over 1,000 for the most basic fare, beyond his means. Using Shenyang's resources for Shenyang's affairs, Zhang Shu articulated his request with reason and poise. Absolutely. This matter also requires the assistance of Director Li. She has connections over there, Zhou Jiqiang stated. Not a problem. It's a simple task, Li Wantong replied without hesitation, her eyes glinting with determination. The matters have essentially been settled, and Zhang Shu did not linger any longer. By the way, please provide me with a copy of Shenyang's clothing specifications. I will discuss the specific shipping quantities with General Manager Go upon my return. If all is in order, we shall sign the contract this evening. Excellent. Zhou Jiqiang rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, as the clouds of uncertainty finally began to part, heralding the arrival of better days. The factory leadership of Shenyang accompanied Zhang Shu to the gate, and had he not repeatedly declined their offer, they would likely have continued to escort him. He needed to take the bus soon. Being seen by them would undermine the lofty stature of a Hong Kong businessman. Seated on the bus, Zhang Shu examined the clothing specifications. Currently, the most popular items in the Soviet market were undoubtedly down jackets and leather jackets. Yet Shenyang offered none of these. Their prices were quite reasonable. Cotton work pants at 10 yuan, work jackets at 26 yuan, work shirts at 6 yuan, and labor gloves at 1.50 yuan. Typically, a middleman purchasing from Shenyang would find the cost price of a pair of cotton work pants to be around 12 yuan. When wholesale to retailers, the price would rise to 22 yuan, and by the time it reached consumers, it could skyrocket to 35 yuan. If cross-border retail were achieved, the final profits could multiply by 6 to 10 times. However, Shenyang styles were decidedly lackluster. These work garments were not bestsellers in the Soviet Union, and selling them at high prices would undoubtedly require considerable persuasion. Chapter 53. Bullying the Innocent in the Supply Power New Village Guest House, Room 306. Zhao Sanxiang had been holding back for quite some time. Upon his return, He recounted the events leading up to the situation, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Had they truly gone so far? Was this not criminal? A group of ruffians felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhang Shu ignored their strange gazes and commanded, Songqiang, go procure some sturdy tools. Zhao Songqiang hesitated. Is it really that serious? It's better to be prepared. Having tools will provide a sense of security, Zhang Shu replied nonchalantly. However, the reality was far more perilous than he portrayed. The chaos aboard the K-3 train was essentially a microcosm of the power vacuum and border management failure preceding the dissolution of the Soviet Union, a situation beyond human resolution. It wasn't until 1993, following the internationally shocking train robbery incident, where multiple gangs looted for 6 days and over 20 women were assaulted, that order began to be restored after significant rectification efforts by China and Russia. Dogsy, during this period, you should remain in the guest house and avoid wandering about. Zhang Shu surveyed the room. The rest of you will accompany me to the Soviet Union. He stated firmly, let me be clear, there may be dangers along the way. Those who wish to withdraw may do so now without fear of judgment. Everyone's gaze suddenly fixated on Chen Huaro. What the hell? Why are you all staring at me? He exclaimed, feeling pressured. Enough, since no one is withdrawing. We will proceed as planned. If all goes smoothly with the contract signing tonight, we shall depart for Kyoto immediately, leaving the shipping matters to Shenyang. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Shu arrived punctually at Zhou Jiqiang's office, leaned against the sofa, and shook out his cigarette case. Director Zhou, I put considerable effort into persuading General Manager Go. Zhou Jiqiang quickly moved around the desk to light his cigarette. I shall remember Manager Zhang's kindness. The assistance you have provided us will be cherished by all the employees of Shenyang. You shall witness our actions in due course. Zhang Shu smiled broadly, exclaiming, excellent. It was worth my efforts to speak so highly. To have made a friend like Director Zhou is indeed a rewarding endeavor. Zhou Jiqiang grasped Zhang Shu's hand firmly, shaking it with vigor. Manager Zhang, you speak too modestly. From now on, Shenyang shall be your unwavering support. Whatever the factory requires, simply ask. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his drawer and insisted on placing them in Zhang Shu's arms. A small token of appreciation, please accept it. Zhang Shu resisted momentarily, but seeing the insistence in Zhou's demeanor, he tucked them under his arm. Zhou, indeed, was a man of integrity. By the way, here is our consignment agreement. Please review it, and if all is in order, we may proceed to sign the contract. The contract was meticulously drafted by Zhang Shu, detailing every aspect, styles, sizes, quantities of garments, payment terms, transportation logistics, and storage costs, as well as the obligations and responsibilities of both parties. It was clearly articulated in black and white. It wasn't until 1986 that the government began to establish preliminary regulations for the qualifications and responsibilities of legal advisors in state-owned enterprises. Even now, most state-run factories lack dedicated legal personnel and must consult supervisory departments in the event of disputes, awaiting further instructions. Consequently, many state-operated entities exhibit a degree of laxity in their contract signings, often resulting in vague clauses and ambiguous delineations of responsibility. In stark contrast, Zhang Shu's contract exemplified exceptional thoroughness at that time. Zhou Jiqiang nodded repeatedly as he examined the contract. Indeed, the Hong Kong capital was commendably meticulous. This time, Xinjiang was consigning 30,000 work jackets, 150,000 work trousers, and 150,000 work shirts, alongside 20,000 pairs of protective gloves. This influx would swiftly deplete more than half of Xinjiang's inventory, prompting his delight. Zhou Jiqiang's smile was almost impossible to contain as he rubbed his hands together. Manager Zhang, please have a seat for a moment while I present the contract to Director Ma for his review. Zhang Shu took a sip from his enamel mug filled with strong tea and nodded in agreement. In the director's office, Ma Weiguo was laboriously pressing the calculator, running through the figures repeatedly. Regardless of how much Xinjiang might earn, this 1.05 million was destined for Shenyang. Ma Weiguo's spirits soared, and he involuntarily hummed a cheerful tune. With this sum, Shenyang would at least be secure until his retirement. He could rest easy. Jiqiang, the contract appears sound. Give it another glance. If all is well, let us sign swiftly. The sooner we finalize this, the quicker we can receive our funds. He lowered his voice, emphasizing, make it clear to Zhang Shu that this money must arrive by early July at the latest. Otherwise, we risk delays in payroll, and the workers may cause unrest. Zhou Jiqiang accepted the contract with a grin, saying, "Director Ma, once this money arrives, I'll need a portion allocated for upgrading the production line. It's high time for reform." Ma Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. "How much do you require?" "Let us start with 800,000. If it falls short, we can request more later." Ma Weiguo nearly choked on his words, shaking his head decisively. 800,000? Do you think money grows on trees? Not a chance. At most, we can offer 200,000. Take it or leave it. 800,000 is hardly excessive. Zhou Jiqiang was in a state of agitation. The new equipment had the potential to reduce the defect rate to below 5, allowing for a return on investment within 6 months. Stop. Stop. Ma Weiguo slammed the contract down heavily, declaring that the maximum allocation was 200,000 yuan. The remaining funds were earmarked for payroll and repaying bank interest. As debts were mounting, noticing Zhou Jiqiang's attempts to argue further, he opened his drawer and tossed the payroll ledger, stamped with numerous red seals, towards him. "Take a look for yourself. The workshop director has taken the lead in drafting a joint letter, threatening to report me if they only receive 1/3 of their wages. You haven't faced a complaint yet, but next time there's a meeting at the bureau, it will be you who bears the brunt of the blame." Zhou Jiqiang flipped through the payroll book in silence for a long moment. "Fine, 200,000 it is. But you must promise me that once the funds arrive, priority will be given to the equipment payment. Rest assured, at my age, would I dare to deceive you?" Zhou Jiqiang scoffed, knowing the matter was indeed fraught with complications. Unbeknownst to Zhang Shu, who had not yet earned the funds, the two individuals next door had already plotted how to spend it. Half an hour later, Zhou Jiqiang presented the signed contract. "Manager Zhang, Director Li will head to Kyoto at noon to arrange for your freight car." Zhang Shu understood the urgency. It was a nudge for him to set off promptly. He chuckled lightly. "The efficiency of Shenyang is commendable. We shall depart tonight, and the delivery will hinge upon your efforts. Rest assured." Zhou Jiqiang exhaled a breath of hot tea, having already established connections for the freight cars from Yanshi to Kyoto. "I assure you, as soon as you arrive, the goods will follow closely behind." Zhang Shu stood, grabbing his coat. "Thank you, Director Zhou. I shall return to prepare for our departure." Transporting goods at this time was exceedingly cumbersome, requiring an application for freight cars through the Yanshi Railway Bureau and coordination with the Kyoto Railway Bureau regarding the assembly plan for the international train, K3. Subsequently, the cargo had to be consolidated at the Kyoto Fengtai Freight Station, awaiting incorporation into the K3 international train. Chapter 54. Set sail at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Shu and his entourage of 5 boarded the train to Kyoto. At this juncture, there were no direct trains from Yanshi to Kyoto. They had to first take the Longhai line, passing through Pengcheng. Apart from Zhang Shu, the others were quite fascinated by their surroundings. Wang Lin pressed his nose against the dusty glass of the window, excitedly watching the platform recede in the distance. However, an unpleasant odor of sweat wafting through the carriage made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Yet, there was no remedy for this. It was early June, the weather was sweltering. And with so many people crammed into a confined space, it was surprising if the smell was anything but unpleasant. Zhang Shu rapped on the square table before him, and hearing the sound, the others, who had been scanning their surroundings, refocused their attention. "Let me outline some precautions for our journey. Upon our arrival in Kyoto, we will transfer to the K3 international train, which will take 6 days and 5 nights, traversing 3 countries to reach Moscow. During this time, we will take turns keeping watch in pairs. From Kyoto to Iranhat, we will be accompanied by Chinese railway police, so there should be no significant danger. Just be wary of pickpockets. Once the K3 international train completes its exit procedures at Iranhat, we will have entered the Mongolian segment, and all Chinese railway police will disembark. From this point forward, we will be entering the most perilous territory. Between early Anghot and Noshki, there is an alarming absence of police patrols, rendering this stretch notorious for robberies. Utmost vigilance is imperative. A major heist once transpired along this very route. Upon arriving at Noshki and passing through customs, one officially enters Soviet territory, during which sporadic Soviet conductors may board the train for inspections. In the Soviet segment, one must remain particularly cautious upon encountering uniformed officers. Do not engage in casual conversation. It would be a grave misjudgment to equate Soviet police with our own valiant soldiers. One cannot discern whether they are genuinely patrolling or merely scouting for potential victims. A few among the group instinctively shifted in discomfort, sensing the chaotic intertwining of law enforcement and criminality, an unsettling chill creeping along their necks. Zhang Shu's gaze was profound, his thoughts adrift. The K3 international train bound for Moscow has always been a realm tinged with the scent of wealth and peril. In a previous life, he had traversed this path in 1993, not aboard the train that fell victim to a robbery, yet he had encountered numerous acts of theft, extortion, and blackmail. Many believe that engaging in illicit trade can lead to riches, yet they remain oblivious to the countless who have perished aboard the K3. Numerous Chinese entrepreneurs, aware of the riches that Russian businessmen possess, have targeted them for robbery. The language barrier, coupled with the indifferent attitude of Russian authorities, emboldens the criminals further. At precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, the carriage lights extinguished, leaving only the flickering emergency light at the end of the corridor. Zhang Shu, swaying gently, succumbed to a light slumber. As dawn's light filtered through the window's crevices, it illuminated Chen Chong and Wang Lin's drowsy eyes. "You all sleep for now. I will keep watch," Zhang Shu offered. Wang Lin leaned his head against Chen Chong's shoulder, and soon the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the air. After 20 hours, the train finally arrived in Kyoto, and everyone appeared somewhat disheveled. As the cargo from Shenyang had yet to arrive, Zhang Shu sought out a modest hostel, where they squeezed onto hard beds to continue their rest. The following morning, delightful aromas wafted from a breakfast stall at the alley's entrance as the group approached the vendor and ordered several servings of stir-fried liver and braised dishes. After savoring the last bite, Zhang Shu wiped his mouth and said, "You all continue eating. I'll make a phone call." He located a phone booth outside a grocery store and retrieved a slip of paper from Zhou Jiqiang, containing Li Wantong's contact information in Kyoto. After the 7th ring, a crackling voice answered, "Hello? Director Li, this is Zhang Shu," he replied. "Manager Zhang, have you arrived in Kyoto?" "I arrived last night." "What is the situation with the train carriage?" He bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired. "Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. The K3 will depart punctually at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and we will reconfigure our carriages then." Zhang Shu was taken aback by the strength of Li Wantong's connections. Such prowess was not typical of an ordinary second-generation individual. How well connected was she in Kyoto? After hanging up, he felt little inclination for sightseeing. Once the group finished breakfast, they returned to the hostel to replenish their energy. On Wednesday, June 3, 1990, at 6 in the morning, Zhang Shu and his companions found themselves swept up in the bustling throng, squeezing and shoving their way onto the K3 train. The pungent odor of sweat, mingled with the cheap scent of perfume and kerosene, invaded his nostrils. Zhang Shu hunched forward, only to see a multitude of arms extending from the car window, some holding luggage, while others were audaciously climbing in through the window, backside first. Outside the carriage, a throng of traders burdened with large and small parcels bustled about, their woven bags bulging with down jackets and leather jackets. The air was filled with shouts of borrowed and curses of "don't step on my shoes." Shenyang had booked them seats in a 3-row configuration in the outer carriage. Ma Weigua initially considered splurging on a soft sleeper, but Zhang Shu had firmly declined. Unlike the future, where wealth could be flaunted freely, displaying affluence on the K3 train was merely courting trouble. Who knew how many eyes were watching? "Brother Shu, I see they're all carrying daily necessities, food, and tobacco. At the very least, there should be cotton clothing and undergarments. What if we end up with so many work uniforms and they don't sell?" Chen Huarong expressed his concerns. Zhang Shu shrugged and replied with a smile, "I would like to sell those too, but their factories are doing quite well. They don't lack for money. Why would they give us their goods for free?" Chen Huarong nodded, understanding the rationale, yet he was still apprehensive. What if this batch of goods became unsellable, leaving them stuck in the Soviet Union? If they stubbornly returned home, getting caught and imprisoned would be the least of their worries. The train roared to life, its whistle piercing the morning mist. Zhang Shu gazed out the window as the bell tower of Kyoto shrank in the distance, and the biting winds of Siberia seemed to penetrate the glass, sweeping across the nape of his neck. This journey across the Eurasian continent had finally commenced. "Excuse me, Manager Zhang, could you let me sit by the window?" Zhang Shu was startled by the voice and turned to see Chen Huarong awkwardly rising. Li Wantong, carrying her luggage, sidled in. He instinctively greeted her upon noticing her freshly styled waves. "How did you get here?" Zhang Shu asked in a low voice. Had they been in Yanshi or Kyoto, he would not have minded accompanying Li Wantong on a stroll. Such a beautiful woman was indeed a rare sight. Yet, This was the K3 International train, and he had deliberately dressed down to avoid drawing attention. Unluckily, Li Wantong approached, her wine-red trench coat accentuating her bright features. And her striking presence swept through the sweat-scented carriage, drawing all eyes upon her. No matter how much he tried to shrink into the background, he could not escape notice. A phoenix had entered a henhouse. How could he hide? I'm going to the Soviet Union to visit my teacher, and it just so happens I can accompany you, she stated. Zhang Shu rubbed his temples. This girl was far too bold, displaying a complete lack of caution, clearly spoiled since childhood. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and warned her, "Do you think the Soviet Union is still like during the Red Square parades? It's chaotic enough to devour a person. In Moscow's black market, people can be killed over a mere piece of bread. In that outfit, you would be a living target." After relaying the current situation, Zhang Shu noticed Li Wantong's fingers gripping her clothing tremble slightly, her face turning pale as she processed the gravity of his words about the rampant crime and violence engulfing the Soviet Union. How different she is from her school days. Li Wantong also realized the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling with emotion. What am I supposed to do now? Remove the earrings, wipe off the lipstick, tousle your hair a bit, and change your clothes. Remember, the more inconspicuous, the better. Li Wantong wore a bewildered expression. But the clothes I brought are quite similar to what I'm wearing. Zhang Shu retrieved a set of work attire from beneath his feet and handed it to her, saying, "Wear this." Li Wantong clutched the coarse fabric of the work uniform, feeling an unsettling tightness in her chest. At that moment, a rustling sound came from next door, where three men were huddled together, casting curious glances in their direction. "Don't be shy, change right here, let everyone have a look." One of the men with long hair tilted his head, his throat bobbing with a lewd laugh. Zhang Shu patted her arm reassuringly, saying, "We'll switch in the restroom shortly." He then draped another work outfit over her and turned his cold gaze towards the men next door, his voice icy. "Watch it." The trio's expressions stiffened momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. The bald man ground his cigarette butt into the floor, chuckling. "Oh, so you're quite protective of your turf?" Another one, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, remarked, "Brother, speaking so boldly while out and about, be careful of unforeseen events." His gaze swept over Zhang Shu's shoulder, lingering on the exposed part of Li Wantong's wrist outside the work uniform. "We just want to help the lady see if the outfit fits." Zhang Shu remained silent, turning his attention to a spot behind him. Zhao Sanxiang understood without words, silently lifting a box at his feet. Zhang Shu reached inside, and, when he withdrew his hand, he held a 30-centimeter-long screwdriver. At that moment, the train had already passed Jurai and would arrive in Erlienhout in 2 hours, since they were still within the country. With patrol officers constantly monitoring, Zhang Shu did not act further, merely staring expressionlessly out the window. Li Wantong had never encountered such circumstances in her life. She was genuinely frightened and could only cling tightly to Zhang Shu's clothing, seeking a shred of comfort. The train raced forward, the sound of wheels striking the tracks growing increasingly urgent. Zhang Shu glanced at the setting sun and quietly said, "Let us head to the restroom." Li Wantong's fingers, gripping the work uniform, turned slightly pale as she lowered her head, following him through the swaying carriage. The moment the restroom door clicked shut, she suddenly tugged at Zhang Shu's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Don't wander too far. Rest assured, I'll be right outside." Seeing the cold light of the sunset reflecting off his taut jawline, Li Wantong felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Zhang Shu gently pushed her inside. The bald man pressed against the restroom door, his oily voice seeping through the crack. "Need any help, darling? Get lost. Kid, you really don't know the ropes, do you?" Just then, the restroom door swung open, and when Li Wantong emerged, the oversized work uniform enveloped her curves completely, her disheveled hair clinging to her forehead with sweat. The long-haired man whistled, "Sister, I know this train well, come with me. This kid looks like all show and no substance." "Ha ha." The bald man leered at Li Wantong, mockingly gesturing towards his lower body with a lascivious grin that revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Don't be anxious, little sister. Soon, brother will assist you with this." Just then, the train abruptly slowed, and a bilingual sign illuminated in Mongolian and Mandarin appeared in the distance. "We've arrived at Erlian. The train will halt for 6 hours for the gauge change. All passengers must disembark." The conductor's thunderous voice echoed from afar. The bald man stumbled as he was jostled by the crowd, but turned back with a sinister grin. "Remember to wait for your brother, dear sister." The wind howled fiercely as the rail switch work commenced with fervor at the Erlian station. Enormous machinery emitted a deafening roar, lifting and repositioning each carriage before settling them onto the wider tracks. Li Wantong remained tense, casting anxious glances around her. Zhang Shu produced a piece of bread and offered it to her. "Have something to eat. It will replenish your strength." Li Wantong gently shook her head. "I am not hungry." Zhang Shu understood her state of extreme tension and refrained from pressuring her further, instead consuming the bread himself. Suddenly, laughter erupted from a distance. A group of scalpers leaned against a pillar on the platform, occasionally pointing and whispering about Li Wantong. The 6-hour wait felt interminable, as if it spanned a century. As the track change was completed, the conductor's call resounded once more. "Board the train. Hurry up." The crowd surged toward the train. Zhang Shu wrapped an arm around Li Wantong as they moved with the throng. Upon returning to their seats, they were dismayed to find the scalpers occupying them. The bald man lounged with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke curling around him as he squinted his eyes. "Apologies, brothers. We've taken these seats. How about letting your sister sit on my lap?" He then spat out a half-burnt cigarette, but his yellowed teeth contorting into a grotesque grin as he reached out mockingly towards Li Wantong's backside. "Such delicate skin. What a shame it would be to bruise it on the hard seat. Come to Brother S' embrace. I assure you it's cozier than a soft sleeper." He deliberately swayed his hips, his corpulent belly undulating beneath his filthy jacket. "What pretense? This train travels from Kyoto to Moscow, and I have yet to encounter a girl who can withstand it all." He added, "Let us do this. Brother stands, and let sister sit in the middle." The three burst into raucous laughter, but the atmosphere within the carriage instantly froze. As they crossed into Mongolian territory, the Chinese railway police had completely disembarked. Without the coercive force of government authority, the dark sides of humanity were laid bare on the stretch from Erlian to Noshki. A smirk graced Zhang Shu's lips, but before his smile could fully manifest, he sprang into action. He seized the bald man's arm with such force that it gripped him like a vice. In his hand, a screwdriver gleamed coldly as he thrust it straight into the man's palm. The sharp metal penetrated flesh, bursting through the back of his hand and causing blood to erupt like a fountain, splattering onto the nearby seats and floor. "Ah!" The bald man's scream shattered the silence within the carriage. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he writhed on the ground in agony. Chapter 56. Fierce. The other two men were momentarily stunned by Zhang Shu's sudden ferocity. Seeking death, the long-haired scalper was the first to react, roaring as he swung a fist directly at Zhang Shu's face. At the very moment when the fist was about to strike Zhang Shu, Zhao Sanxiang's axe cleaved down sharply in front of his feet. The long-haired man's punch froze midair, his body coming to an abrupt halt as cold sweat trickled down his temples. Zhao Sanxiang patted his thigh with the flat of the axe. "Damn it. I wonder if your bones are tough, or my axe is." The long-haired man glanced around and realized, to his shock, that 3 more armed men had appeared from nowhere. Chun Huarong wielded a sickle, Wang Lin held a hammer, and Chen Chong brandished a crowbar, all mockingly observing the two. It dawned on the 3 men that their adversaries were not afraid of them, but had been biding their time until they could leave Iran hot before striking. At that moment, they felt like chickens with their necks grasped, their faces flushing as they slowly attempted to retreat. Zhang Shu displayed a benign smile and softly remarked, "No need to back away. The carriage is quite confined. Can you really retreat outside?" He continued, "Shall we have a discussion now?" The bald man clutched his bleeding hand tightly, his teeth clenched as he glared at Zhang Shu, his voice hoarse and laced with palpable hatred. "What do you want to discuss?" "Quite simple," Zhang Shu replied, taking the crowbar from Chen Chong. Remaining calm, he pointed at the bald man, addressing the other two with a composed demeanor. "Whoever breaks his leg can safely disembark at the next stop." The bald man's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers trembling violently over his wound, droplets of blood splattering onto the rusted floor of the carriage. He suppressed a roar of fury in his throat, but dared not advance another inch. Zhang Shu's gaze was unervingly calm, as if he were observing livestock awaiting slaughter. The shorter man on the left swallowed nervously, his eyes fixed on the crowbar on the floor. The long-haired man gritted his teeth, realizing the malicious intent behind Zhang Shu's proposition. If he were to strike the bald man, the latter would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred and seek revenge. Zhang Shu's words effortlessly dismantled their trio. The long-haired man cast a furtive glance at the bald man, whose bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu leaned casually against the wall, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. His intention was not merely to break the bald man's leg, but to instill a bloody terror throughout the entire carriage. Compared to the hidden threats lurking in the shadows, these three blustering men appeared to him as nothing more than a troupe of foolish clowns. Since he could no longer remain a mere invisible presence, he opted for a more conspicuous approach, signaling to those in the dark that his weapons were not mere decorations. "Have you made your decision?" Zhang Shu urged. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached the long-haired man with the hammer in hand. The long-haired man sensed impending doom. He knew this was not a good omen. As he thought quickly, he fell to his knees, earnestly proclaiming, "Brother, the bald man saved my life. I truly cannot bring myself to harm him. If you are angry, direct it at me instead. I promise I will not harbor any resentment." Zhang Shu did not allow him to finish. Without hesitation, he brought the hammer crashing down onto the man's ankle. The long-haired man emitted a blood-curdling scream, curling up on the ground and repeatedly pounding the floor with his hands. "I truly admire your sense of loyalty, my good fellow." Zhang Shu gazed at the writhing and lamenting Long Mao on the ground, his tone devoid of warmth. He raised his hammer and delivered a heavy blow to the other leg, the sickening sound of shattering bone mingling with Long Mao's hoarse cries, echoing within the confines of the closed carriage. "Since you are so devoted to your sentiments, I must fulfill your wishes." He then stepped onto Long Mao's contorted leg bone, grinding it down, which elicited another piercing scream. "What say you? Will you uphold your loyalty?" Zhang Shu inquired of the diminutive man nearby. "Brother, I've long found this scoundrel displeasing. Today he must be dealt with." With that, he seized the crowbar from the ground and swung it towards the bald man. Despite the excruciating pain, the bald man instinctively raised his hand to meet the crowbar. "Hu-san, how dare you bare your teeth at me?" The audible crack of his thumb breaking could be distinctly heard. The bald man let out a wretched howl. Yet, relying on his physical advantage, he lunged at Hu-san, pinning him to the ground. "How dare you strike me?" Hu-san, unwilling to back down, grasped the crowbar on the ground and thrust it into the bald man's lower back. "Perish!" The thrust caused the bald man to emit a muffled groan, but suddenly, he grinned menacingly, lowering his head to fiercely bite Hu-san's ear. "Ah!" Hu-san screamed in agony, desperately pounding the bald man's back as they rolled on the floor. By the time they separated, both were gasping for breath. The bald man's right hand twisted at an unnatural angle, while Hu-san clutched his bloodied ear, half of his face swollen like a pig's head. "Brother, will you keep your word?" "Certainly. Remember to drag these two out when we reach the next station." "Very well. Thank you, brother." After Zhang Shu finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Having decided to act boldly, one must be ruthless and resolute, for only then will those lurking in the shadows feel apprehensive. After all, robbers seek money, not a fight to the death. Zhang Shu recalled vividly that prior to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the robbers aboard the K-3 train had not wielded traditional gunpowder firearms. They primarily employed daggers, gas guns, and machetes, non-lethal weapons, resorting to threats and intimidation to coerce passengers into submission during that period. The outer carriage, after a brief silence, returned to its cacophony. Such events had transpired countless times on the K-3 train, and the seasoned traders had long since become accustomed to them. However, this seemed profoundly impacted Li Haiding. As the manager of Xinjiang International, Zhang Shu typically donned a suit and spoke eloquently, leaving her with a sense of reliability. Moreover, given the significant business dealings between Shenyang and Xinjiang, she felt secure accompanying Zhang Shu and his entourage. In Li Wantong's imagination, as the train departed from Kyoto, she envisioned the rolling green waves of the inner Mongolian grasslands, followed by a journey northward to witness the desolation of the Gobi Desert and the grandeur of Siberia, a flowing visual feast. Yet, the harshness of reality delivered a resounding slap to her face. The gazes of the men in the carriage toward her were filled with nothing but greed and possession. "Manager Zhang, how long until we reach Moscow?" Li Wantong timidly inquired. "It is still early. We have just entered Mongolia, and it will take another 5 days to arrive." Li Wantong gazed out at the ink-like darkness of the night and let out a sigh. Zhang Shu was about to rise when his sleeve was suddenly tugged, and she asked nervously, "Where are you going?" "The brothers are hungry. There are few people around now, so I'm going to get some hot water for instant noodles." "I'll go with you." "All right then." Although the international train offered a variety of food, the prices were quite steep. Zhang Shu prepared a bowl of instant noodles for each person adding 2 sausages to each. Just as he was about to pay, Li Wantong swiftly handed the money to the train attendant. "Thank you all for today. This meal is on me." Zhang Shu naturally did not contest her generosity, as he had only a little over 300 yuan left, and he had intended to barter his work attire for some food with the traders on board. The traders, seeking to minimize costs, often brought boxes of instant noodles and biscuits, making barter a common practice on the train. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Shu. In the dim light, he turned to gaze at Li Wantong's exquisite profile and gently said, "Wantong, may I discuss something with you?" The affectionate address sent a shiver down her spine, and her hair stood on end. "Zhang Shu, just say what you need." Zhang Shu rubbed his hands together and asked, "Could I borrow some money?" In an instant, Li Wantong's mind raced with countless scenarios, even imagining Zhang Shu confessing his feelings, yet she was taken aback by his request. She pouted, "How much do you need to borrow?" Zhang Shu chuckled awkwardly. "That depends on how much you have." "What? You don't mean all of it, do you?" Li Wantong's eyes widened. "How will I spend on the road?" "Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry," Zhang Shu assured, patting his chest. After some persuasion, Li Wantong ultimately lent him all the money she had on her. Zhang Shu looked at Li Wantong's small wallet in astonishment. It contained over $300, more than 2,000 rubles, and over 800 yuan. Carrying such a substantial amount of cash around, this girl was indeed bold, should any unscrupulous individual take notice. It could spell trouble. Returning with the instant noodles to the small table, Zhao Sanxiang slurped up the last of his noodles, pulled out a deck of cards from the box, and they began to pass the time. Meanwhile, in the office of the factory director at Yinshi Shenyang Garment Factory, a frown clouded Ma Weigua's face. Holding the letter left by Li Wantong, he felt as if the sky had fallen, his hands trembling involuntarily. "Jiqiang, what shall we do?" "We must report to Secretary Li at once." Zhou Jiqiang was no better off. With June upon them, he still felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He stared at the calendar on the wall, his mind racing through calculations. "Director Ma, considering the itinerary, Director Li is likely nearing the Soviet Union. Even if we contact Secretary Li now, by the time the news reaches him, what then? We can't truly conceal this from Secretary Li, as she suggested." Zhou Jiqiang swallowed hard and spoke gravely. "The crux of the matter is not that Director Li is going to the Soviet Union, but if we report this, the collaboration between Shenyang and Xinjiang cannot remain hidden. If those privately signed agreements were to be exposed, we would be finished. Didn't she mention it in her letter? Upon reaching the Soviet Union, we must make a phone call, ensuring the person's safety first. If she fails to contact us by the deadline, we will report it immediately." Ma Weigua collapsed onto the sofa, his face etched with despair. At this juncture, there was no choice but to proceed this way. He was truly frightened, feeling as if he bore 2 ticking time bombs. The explosion of either would render his dreams of retirement unattainable. What a misfortune. Suddenly, a thought struck Ma Weigua, and he tapped the edge of the table. "Ah, isn't General Go from Xinjiang still in Yinshi?" Zhou Jiqiang stroked his chin, seemingly still present. "The people from Xiangang were enigmatic, making it difficult for us to discern their motives. We must uncover his whereabouts. If Director Li encounters trouble, or if there are discrepancies from Xinjiang, he will be a pivotal figure. We must remain vigilant, should a crisis arise. It is imperative to keep him restrained." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jiqiang spoke. "This endeavor must be executed discreetly. Once we obtain the address, we shall assign 2 astute individuals to monitor from a distance. If we alert the Hong Kong merchants, branding us with the label of undermining investment promotion, we would be in dire straits." Ma Weigua nodded. "Agreed. I'll instruct Old Chun from the security department to handle it. He has previous experience as a scout and is quite capable." Watching Zhou Jiqiang depart, Ma Weigua paced back and forth in his office. He was acutely aware of the situation in the Soviet Union. Li Wantong, being a young woman, could encounter any number of unforeseen mishaps in such an environment. Considering her identity, how could one not be concerned? For twos. I've won again," Li Wantong exclaimed as she discarded her final 2 cards. As the grand victor of this round of Do Diju, her spirits lifted, dispelling the earlier gloom. She grabbed a ledger to record. Zhang Shu owes 15 yuan. Zhao Sanxiang owes 8 yuan. Chen Chong owes 5 yuan. Zhao Sanxiang scratched his head. "This is uncanny. All the luck seems to be hers." Chen Chong tossed his cards onto the table, exclaiming that 2 days' wages had vanished. Zhang Shu, however, happily munched on a sausage, seemingly unconcerned with the ledger's deficits. Engaging in Do Diju made the time pass swiftly. The ironclad carriage rattled along the tracks, and Li Wantong, rubbing her sore wrists, looked up to see the twinkling lights outside, signaling their arrival at the second station in Mongolia, Zamenyut. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a sigh as the train came to a complete halt. The platform was deserted, save for 2 staff members in Mongolian uniforms swaying slightly. "How long will we be stopping here?" Li Wantong inquired. Zhang Shu twisted his neck. "About half an hour, as there are hardly any passengers boarding or alighting at this small Mongolian station at night." Li Wantong nodded, folding her trench coat into a pillow shape and offering it to him. "You should rest for a bit." "No, I'll wait until daytime to sleep." "If you're tired, feel free to rest first." Outside the carriage, several indistinct figures evaded the train police and quietly boarded the train. Time slipped by, and the train set off into the darkness once more. Most passengers curled up in their seats, fast asleep, with the occasional soft snore breaking the silence. Suddenly, the door connecting the carriages creaked open. Zhang Shu's spine stiffened at once as 3 figures entered, the leader bearing a scar across his face that appeared particularly menacing under the dim light. "Don't look." Zhang Shu grasped Li Wantong's wrist, lowering her voice to a mere whisper, feigning sleep. She sensed the tremor in Li Wantong's hand. Compliantly, Li Wantong bowed her head, yet her peripheral vision darted toward the group of men. The scar-faced leader and his 2 accomplices dispersed. One settled into an empty seat at the front of the carriage, while the other lingered near the connection point. "Do not utter a word," Zhang Shu cautioned, gently covering her mouth with her hand. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed throughout the carriage. Zhang Shu squinted, illuminated by the moonlight, and discerned that the men were methodically rifling through the passengers' pockets. "Ah, there are thieves. Robbers." A middle-aged man in the back jolted awake, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Don't move. If you shout again, I'll kill you." The scar-faced man rushed over, plunging a dagger into the man's thigh. Blood instantly stained his trousers, causing him to writhe in agony. Meanwhile, the other accomplices brandished their weapons. The carriage erupted in chaos, rousing all the unsuspecting passengers from their slumber. The scar-faced man withdrew his knife from the middle-aged man's thigh, and the man's anguished cries silenced the crowd. "Hand over your valuables, and don't try any tricks." One accomplice had already begun his search, roughly yanking at the passenger's luggage. Another wielded a sack, collecting valuables one by one. The scar-faced man stood watch over the entire carriage, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "Please, this is my wife's life savings," a middle-aged man pleaded, his voice quivering with desperation. The scar-faced man snatched the wallet, extracting the cash within and carelessly discarding the wallet on the ground. "Old man, your time is up," he sneered, turning his attention to the next target. "Necklace, take it off." He pointed his knife at a woman's gold chain around her neck. "This is the only keepsake my husband left me." The woman's voice trembled, almost inaudible. The scar-faced man yanked the necklace away, the sharp metal slicing into her neck. Chapter 58. Some things cannot be endured. The woman clamped her mouth shut, oblivious to the blood streaming from her neck, suppressing any sound lest she provoke the robber. Yet, the scar-faced man noticed the ring still adorning her finger. He seized her wrist. "This too, hand it over. It was left to me by my mother. It has been on for so many years and is too tight to remove," she stammered. The scar-faced man's impatience flared as he raised his dagger and struck downwards, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the woman as her pinky and ring fingers were severed at the base, falling to the floor. "It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Now it won't be stuck." He nonchalantly kicked away the severed fingers and wiped the bloodied ring on his clothing before pocketing it. The atmosphere in the carriage reached a fever pitch of terror. Passengers began to surrender their hidden valuables, fearing they would be the next victim. Zhao Sanxiang's box had already been opened, and Chun Huarong and Chen Chong had positioned their weapons within easy reach. Nevertheless, Zhang Shu placed 10 yuan in front of each person. "Since you are a traitor, it is inconceivable that you possess no money. If you offer nothing, then you simply do not understand the situation." The scar-faced man approached Zhang Shu and his companions, eyeing the cash laid out on the table, swiftly pocketing the money. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Li Wantong, who had her head bowed. Though her face was obscured, the silhouette alone suggested that she must be quite beautiful. She lifted her gaze. The scar-faced man brandished a dagger, pointing it at Li Wantong, saying, "Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? If you utter another word, I'll make you bleed." His countenance was menacing, the blade of the dagger almost grazing Zhang Shu's throat. The atmosphere inside the carriage seemed to freeze at that moment. The surrounding passengers held their breath, fearing for their safety. Li Wantong's shoulders trembled violently as she slowly raised her head, revealing a pale visage, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. The scar-faced man fixed his gaze upon her, a sinister grin slowly spreading across his face. His eyes wandered indiscriminately over her features, finally resting on her delicate neck. With a hint of mockery, he mused, "From the countryside? She doesn't appear to be a peasant." Zhang Shu continued to force a smile. "We truly are country folk." Silence. The scar-faced man barked, swinging his hand violently, the dagger glinting ominously before him as he reached for Li Wantong's wrist. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, Zhang Shu pressed a screwdriver against his throat. Cough. At that moment, a young man seated in the back coughed violently. The scar-faced man turned to look, only to see the young man shaking his head gently. Humph. The scar-faced man shot Zhang Shu a glare, opting not to linger, and continued to scour the area for valuables. The robbery persisted for a full hour. Suddenly, the connecting door swung open. A gust of cold wind accompanied by the clamor of the tracks rushing into the carriage. "Kai Lu, how's the haul this time?" A short man entered, followed by 7 or 8 armed bandits. "Haha, caught a few fat sheep. These merchants have quite a stash." The glint of greed sparkled in the scar-faced man's eyes. They had already executed 3 heists on the K3 international train, each time netting a considerable amount of hard currency, USD, gold, foreign exchange notes, and even smuggled artifacts. This railway spanning the Eurasian continent had undoubtedly become their golden goose. Zhang Shu felt a jolt of alarm. There were indeed accomplices. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting earlier. This group had evidently just finished robbing another carriage, and the merchants next door must have suffered greatly. "Are you done here? Time to catch the big fish." The short man licked his lips, his eyes brimming with avarice. "Let us go. These small fry are tiresome." The scar-faced man glanced around at the silent passengers, a cruel smile forming as he advanced towards the private compartment. The occupants of the compartment had already heard the commotion outside and had barricaded the door with everything they could find: tables, chairs, anything that could serve as a barricade. Dozens of bandits took turns kicking the door, the wood trembling violently as the makeshift barriers rattled incessantly. "Damn it! Open the door." The door remained shut, and the threat of violence loomed heavy in the air. Within the private room, the sounds of frantic collisions and suppressed sobs echoed. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, the lock was forcibly broken, and the furniture that had barricaded the door collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing the chaotic scene inside. Quite the lively gathering. The diminutive man kicked aside the obstructing luggage, demanding, "Shall I search myself, or will you comply?" At the forefront stood an elderly man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he bravely stood his ground. "Comrade, who the hell calls you a comrade?" The short man exploded in rage, striking the elder across the face. "This is your last chance. Wallets, watches, jewelry, bring them all out." The doors to the private room swung open one after another, and the assailants continued their rampage. Li Wantong clung tightly to Zhang Shu's waist, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Chun Huarong listened to the continuous screams from within and, unable to bear it any longer, softly inquired, "Brother Shu, should we lend a hand?" Zhang Shu shook his head. If there were only 3 or 5 robbers, he would have intervened without hesitation, even at the risk of injury. But faced with a gang of at least a dozen, he could not gamble with the lives of his companions. Human nature is inherently selfish. He had to ensure the safety of the brothers who had come with him. Take Zhao Sanxiang, for instance. If anything were to happen to him, how could Zhang face Secretary Zhao? He could make excuses if the knife didn't strike him. But if it did, it would be too late. No one is invulnerable. He would never risk his brother's lives in a reckless confrontation. Fortunately, the robbers were only after money, and no lives had been lost. An unfortunate blessing, perhaps. "Help! Please, spare me. You wicked men. Let go of my mother." A woman's anguished pleas, mingled with a child's innocent cries, permeated the room, filled with despair. Zhang Shu's heart jolted. He had not anticipated the depths of depravity these robbers would sink to, not only robbing but also intending to violate women. Some transgressions could be tolerated, but others were intolerable. Zhang Shu tore open his shirt, exposing a chiseled torso, his muscles carved as if by the hand of a master sculptor. At that moment, his back muscles tightened, the scapulae rising and falling with each breath, his body trembling, not from fear, but from rage. The cries of women and children pierced his ears like a dull blade, igniting a long-suppressed violence within his veins. Chapter 59. The counterattack. Zhang Shu exhaled a deep breath. His gaze as cold as ice, though the blood vessels beneath his skin throbbed with intensity. "Damn it!" he bellowed toward the crowd in the outer compartment. "Any real men among you, stand and fight these scoundrels." His roar shattered the stagnant air, reverberating like a heavy hammer. The first to respond was a man with a knife wound to the thigh, his neck taut with tension. "Damn it! Count me in." As he spoke, he seized a fire extinguisher from the ground and limped forward. The bystanders in the outer compartment were aware that Zhang Shu's group was armed. Now that someone had taken the lead, their spirits were lifted. Hearing the horrific cries from within the private room, any man with a shred of honor rose to his feet. Even those who hesitated were stirred by this display of fervor, rallying to join the fray. Moreover, their possessions had already been plundered. If they could subdue the robbers, the stolen wealth might still be reclaimed. Everyone in the outer compartment exchanged knowing glances towards Zhang Shu. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shu seized a steel pipe and swung it forward, determined to vanquish the wretched beasts. With that, he charged ahead. The young man seated in the rear of the compartment nearly ground his teeth in frustration at this unfolding scene. Internally, he cursed the foolish individuals in the booth, unable to control their baser instincts, inciting this calamity. Initially, they could have escaped the robbery by merely jumping from the vehicle, but given the circumstances, a clean getaway seemed increasingly improbable. Zhang Shu burst into the booth from which the harrowing screams of a woman emanated, kicking the door open with force. Inside, a brutish robber was pinning a woman against the seat, her clothing already torn asunder. In a corner, a young girl was being restrained by a scar-faced thug, who pressed his knee into her back, causing her to sob almost to the point of asphyxiation. Seeking death, the scar-faced thug suddenly lifted his head, seizing a wine bottle from the table and hurling it at Zhang Shu. He deftly sidestepped, causing the bottle to shatter explosively against the door frame. Without uttering a word, Zhang Shu swung the steel pipe down upon the thug's head. A dull thud echoed. The thug turned his head just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but his shoulder received a solid hit. Agony surged through his arm, rendering his left hand limp. He staggered backward, bellowing, "Damn it! Kill him!" The brutish robber kicked the woman aside and drew a machete from his waistband, its blade glinting ominously as it swung toward Zhang Shu's face. Zhang Shu raised the steel pipe to block the strike, sparks flying from the metallic clash in the dimly lit booth. Taking advantage of the moment, he delivered a powerful knee strike to the robber's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt and causing the machete to slip from his grip. Before Zhang Shu could pursue, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his arm. A third robber had stealthily circled behind him, plunging a dagger into his shoulder. Darkness clouded Zhang Shu's vision as he staggered 2 steps, then crouched down, swinging the steel pipe in a sweeping arc. The ambushing robber let out a scream as his kneecap shattered upon impact, sending him crashing to the ground. "Watch out!" the young girl screamed suddenly. Zhang Shu caught a glimpse of the scar-faced thug reaching for the fallen machete, aiming it at his back. In a split second, he pivoted sharply. The blade grazed his ribs, leaving a trail of blood. "To hell with you!" Zhang Shu roared in fury, thrusting the steel pipe like a venomous serpent, driving it directly into the thug's abdomen. The robber's eyes widened in shock as the machete clattered to the floor. He collapsed, clutching his wound. Seeing this, the brutish robber panicked, seizing the young girl as a shield, the dagger pressed against her throat. "One more move, and I'll kill her," he threatened. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the booth door was flung open. A man, injured in the thigh, charged in wielding a fire extinguisher, delivering a crushing blow to the back of the robber's head. The brutish thug fell without a sound, and the girl tumbled to the ground, swiftly enveloped in her mother's protective embrace. Breathing heavily, Zhang Shu wiped the blood from his face and turned to survey the chaos outside the booth. The compartment had devolved into utter disarray, with passengers seizing luggage, folding chairs, and engaging in combat with the robbers. Those who had previously hesitated were now consumed by rage, shouting as they joined the fray. A young man seized a fire extinguisher, spraying the white powder into the eyes of the assailant, while another individual behind him doused the attacker with scalding water. Instantly, horrific blisters erupted on the criminal's skin as he writhed on the ground. The metallic scent of blood permeated the cramped compartment. The abundance of passengers drew attention from the adjacent carriage, which soon joined the fray. A shared fervor ignited in everyone's eyes, a desperate counterattack born of trampled dignity. The situation had become unequivocally clear. The outcome was decided. Zhang Shu no longer struggled to rise, but instead leaned against the bed's edge, slowly settling down. As the adrenaline ebbed, he became acutely aware of the piercing pain radiating through his arm and back. "Are you all right?" A woman beside him noticed the blood profusely flowing from his bare torso and frantically rummaged through a first aid kit, extracting antiseptic and gauze. "Let us clean your wounds." Her voice was slightly hoarse. She hastily soaked a cotton ball in alcohol, the chilling liquid seeping into his injuries, prompting a muffled grunt from Zhang Shu as the muscles in his back tensed like stone. The sharp sting caused veins on his forehead to throb, and he gripped the edge of the bed until layers of gauze tightly encased his torso, allowing him to release a heavy sigh. As he prepared to rise, the woman quickly stood to support him. "You should rest for a moment." Zhang Shu picked up a steel pipe from the floor, saying nothing further, merely waving his hand before departing the compartment. The woman gazed at his receding figure through the door's crack, lost in thought. "Mom, that uncle is so amazing," she exclaimed, gently pressing down on her daughter's shoulder as her throat tightened. Just moments ago, when that gang of brutes had tormented her, thoughts of her daughter kept her from succumbing to despair. It was that bloodied man who had saved them. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. "Sweetheart, you must be brave like that, uncle," she murmured, stroking her daughter's soft hair, her voice trembling involuntarily. Though the shouts and curses outside had yet to subside, she felt an immense sense of solace aboard the K3 train. "Shugu, what happened to you?" Upon seeing him drenched in blood, a group quickly gathered around, with Li Wantong's eyes reddening, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Shu patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "I'm fine. Are you all right?" "We're all okay," came the reply. "Damn. So it's just me who got stabbed twice," Zhang Shu joked, relieved to hear that none of them were seriously hurt. Zhao Sanxiang solemnly stated, "Many passengers are injured. The guy in carriage 3 is the worst. His stomach is ripped open, and his intestines are almost spilling out." Zhang Shu glanced at the time. It was already 4 p.m., with 2 hours remaining until they reached Ulaanbaatar. "Is there a doctor or someone knowledgeable in first aid? We need assistance." His voice, though not loud, resonated with calm authority. The passengers in the carriage instantly recognized this courageous individual who had dared to confront the assailants, and their gazes shifted to him with a newfound respect for his strength. After a brief commotion, a bespectacled middle-aged man raised his hand. "I'm an orthopedic surgeon from the county hospital." "Excellent. You're the one." Zhang Shu nodded and turned to Zhao Sanxiang, instructing, "Take 2 people to the compartment and ask for medical supplies. Collect whatever they have." The man with the protruding intestines now wore a pallid expression as the doctor attended to his wounds. All necessary actions had been taken, and he slumped onto a bench, gasping for breath. An elderly gentleman with white hair stepped forward to maintain order, while several young individuals carried the lightly injured to a well-ventilated area, rendering the scene orderly. As for the bandits, they were of little concern. 6 had already perished. The fortunate survivors, after enduring relentless interrogation, divulged the presence of an insider amidst the passengers. Upon investigation, it was uncovered that this criminal gang comprised as many as 17 members. Chapter 60. The frayed composure of the 2 factory managers at 6 in the evening. The train finally arrived in Ulaanbaatar. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the platform in a warm orange hue. News had already reached Mongolia, and rescue personnel were promptly arranged, with the injured being carried down one after another. "Zhang Shu, you should go and get treated," Li Wantong urged, gripping his arm with urgency, her gaze fixed on the wounds on his side and shoulder, valiantly holding back tears. "I'm fine. These minor injuries merely appear alarming," he reassured her. Li Wantong's eyes immediately reddened. "Why must you feign strength? What if they become infected?" She suddenly lowered her voice. "Are you worried that this shipment is beyond salvaging? I can call my father to ensure that Xinjiang 1T hold you accountable." Her heartfelt concern warmed his heart. "Really? I'm all right." He softened his tone and, almost instinctively, ruffled her hair. "I'm tougher than I look." Li Wantong abruptly lifted her head, as if to say something, but ultimately restrained herself. Zhang Shu was not recklessly endangering his life. Rather, the value of his rebirth was still on the rise. He realized that the once gruesome wounds had, astonishingly, ceased bleeding within a mere 2 hours. After moving his body, he found that aside from a dull ache, his mobility was far less hindered than he had anticipated. The Mongolian police arrived belatedly, the leading officer casually smoking a cigarette, casting a disinterested glance at the scattered corpses. He kicked the arm of a fallen bandit, snorting derisively, "A bunch of scum." Their report was done with great indifference. When he recounted the struggle, the recording officer interrupted. All right. With so many witnesses, it's clearly self-defense." He closed the nearly blank notebook and patted Zhang Shu on the shoulder. "You Chinese are quite formidable." The surrounding Mongolian officers erupted in laughter, some murmuring in Mongolian that the dead were nothing but trash. They could hardly be bothered to verify the identities of the deceased, simply wrapping the bodies in shrouds and dragging them away like livestock, leaving behind a few dark red stains that would soon be buried by the sand. Li Wantong watched in astonishment. Is that it? What else should it be? They can't even be bothered to board an international train. What concern do they have for the deaths of a few bandits? The K3 train lingered in Ulaanbaatar for 4 hours before continuing its journey. Brother Shu, you should rest for a while, Zhao Sanxiang suggested with a hint of concern. Zhang Shu, feeling genuinely weary, accepted the trench coat offered by Li Wantong, lay down upon it, inhaling its faint fragrance, and drifted into a deep slumber. Shenyang Garment Factory in Yinshi, manager's office. Are you certain? Ma Weigua gazed at Old Chun from the security department with a look of utter disbelief. Could it be true that General Manager Go was indeed residing at the Electric Power New Village guest house? Rest assured, Director, he said. I have repeatedly confirmed with the guest house staff, and the room was registered under Manager Zhang Shu's name. This revelation struck Ma Weigua like a heavy blow, leaving him slumped in his chair, as though all vitality had been drained from him. Just then, Zhou Jiqiang entered, noticing Ma's despondent demeanor, and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's all over for us," Ma Weigua lamented. Zhou Jiqiang furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean it's over? I'm only 38. How can it be over? Speak plainly. Do you know where this Go is staying?" Ma Weigua asked. "Stop beating around the bush and just say it." "Old Chin just informed me that General Manager Go is at the Electric Power New Village guest house." The moment the words left his lips, an oppressive silence engulfed the office. Zhou Jiqiang, trembling, cautiously inserted a cigarette into his mouth and ventured, "You must be mistaken." It was Old Chun who witnessed it firsthand and verified it with the staff. There's no room for error. Zhou Jiqiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. As a native of the Salt City, he was acutely aware of the guest house's dismal standard, 2 yuan per night, lacking even a private restroom. How could a businessman of Go's stature possibly lodge in such a place? Zhou Jiqiang felt numb, his hands and feet icy, overwhelmed by the enormity of the blunder. "Director Ma, what should we do now?" Ma Weigua was equally at a loss. Only able to complain, "I told you this partnership was unreliable, but you refused to listen. And now look where we are. We have been swindled out of over $1 million worth of goods, and Li's daughter is still in their hands. What do you propose we do?" Gritting his teeth, Zhou Jiqiang declared, "Let us go. We need to apprehend that scoundrel Go at the Electric Power New Village. I've suspected this fellow all along. Who in their right mind has the surname Go?" Ma Weigua seized his work uniform from the table, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Jiqiang. "You have led me to this demise. I have lived a blameless life, only to fall into this predicament because of you." Realizing he was in the wrong, Zhou Jiqiang did not dare retort, instead muttering curses against Zhang Shu and Go Ziqiang through clenched teeth. The two soon arrived at the Electric Power New Village guest house. After presenting their credentials, the front desk staff, eager to assist, led them to room 306. "Is this fellow in trouble?" The middle-aged woman at the front desk recalled how intimidated she had felt by that group. Seeing others seeking trouble, she secretly relished the moment. "Go on. Attend to your business." However, Director Ma, burdened with legal woes, had no desire to engage with her and waved her off dismissively. Upon opening the door to room 306, the two directors were taken aback to find Go Ziqiang squatting on the floor, gnawing on a steamed bun. His astonishment mirrored theirs, and in the distinct dialect of Salt City, he bluntly shattered their remaining hopes. "What are you doing here?" With the last shred of hope utterly extinguished, an enraged Zhou Jiqiang stepped forward, gripping Go Ziqiang by the collar and demanding, "Aren't you from Hong Kong?" Go Ziqiang quickly shook his head. "Director Zhou, we are a company from Hong Kong, but we are not Hong Kong people." "But you were clearly speaking Cantonese. Xinqing International is planning to expand back to the mainland. How can I not learn some Cantonese?" Go Ziqiang wore an expression of undeniable certainty. "Enough with the pleasantries. You and Zhang Shu have conspired to defraud Xinjiang of over $1 million in goods. This cannot be evaded. As the legal representative, you may flee, but the temple will remain. Should the goods remain unrecovered, prepare yourself for a lengthy imprisonment. Go Ziqiang remained unresponsive, sulking as he turned back to his bed. Ready to sleep. Do not feign ignorance. Come back to the factory with us now, or I shall not hesitate to involve the authorities. Zhou Ziqiang observed his indifference, akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, and unleashed his most potent threat. On what grounds do you intend to detain me? Should you lay a finger on me, I will have my associates in Hong Kong publish headlines declaring that state-owned enterprises in the mainland arbitrarily arrest renowned entrepreneurs from Hong Kong. Go Ziqiang repeated everything Zhang Shu had instructed him before leaving. Zhou Ziqiang spat in disdain. Have some dignity. You, a distinguished entrepreneur? More like a notorious fraud. What have I deceived anyone about? Go Ziqiang retorted defiantly. You swindled Shenyang out of over $1 million in work attire. Unfazed, Go Ziqiang smirked. The contract clearly states it is consignment. Has the agreed-upon time arrived? Is this how you conduct business? He then rose, feigning to make a phone call. This investment environment is intolerable. I must return to Hong Kong and publish a notice. Zhou Ziqiang grew anxious. But your manager Zhou has persistently suggested that Xinqing possesses formidable strength, claiming you have multiple shipping routes with partners across various continents. Before he could finish, Go Ziqiang interrupted. That is a personal matter and has no bearing on our company. Ah, how infuriating. Go Ziqiang replied gravely. Regarding your baseless slander against our company and your unlawful intrusion into my private residence, I shall retain all relevant evidence and do not rule out the possibility of legal action. Quickly, spare me the theatrics. You are so impoverished you can barely afford steamed buns. How can you afford a lawyer? Go Ziqiang's eyes sparkled with cunning. If you assist me with my meals and accommodation, I might consider returning to Xinjiang with you. When Zhang Shu departed from the Salt City, he left him with 50 yuan, which included 20 days of rent, repeatedly advising him to be frugal. After 2 days of subsisting on steamed buns, he could no longer endure it. Very well, I guarantee your meals and lodging, but do not think you can leave the factory premises. If Zhang Shu fails to return on time, it will be you facing the repercussions. Go Ziqiang did not relent, stating, to threaten and intimidate a Hong Kong entrepreneur. I shall remain silent about all of this, yet every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. Having exhausted all the phrases Zhang Shu had taught him, Go Ziqiang decided to fully embrace his newfound freedom, reciting lines from films. Fortuitously, he had recently watched numerous Cantonese films, allowing him to recall them. Let us proceed. It is just the right time to arrive at the factory for lunch, Go Ziqiang urged. Ma Weiguo exclaimed, what the hell? Chapter 61. Legal earnings. The K3 international train sped swiftly, arriving at its final destination in Mongolia, Sahibatar, on the third day at dawn. Morning light streamed through the train window as Zhang Shu stretched, having enjoyed a restful sleep that alleviated much of his pain. Upon looking down, he discovered Li Wantong had nestled her head on his lap, proving adept at finding a comfortable place to rest. Her fine strands of hair cascaded down, gently swaying with the rhythm of the train rolling over the tracks. Suddenly, she unconsciously nestled into the warmth, her cherry-colored lips parting and closing as indistinct murmurs escaped. Wrapping her arms around his calves, this unconscious dependence in her slumber proved far more enchanting than any meticulously crafted charm. Zhang Shu lowered his gaze for a moment before redirecting it to the window, the train resuming its journey northward after a brief halt. Sleep had eluded him. In mere hours, he would find himself entering a den of bandits masquerading under an official banner. With the collapse of the Soviet economy, Noshki still bore the customs sign, yet it had long since devolved into a legitimate venue for officials to line their pockets. Without a bribe, customs would not hesitate to seize half of your goods, leaving you with no recourse. Here, bribery required no subtlety. Demands for graft were made openly, with officials pocketing valuables without the slightest pretense. At this juncture, the Soviet customs could only be described as one of the most fantastical sights of official robbery in history. Customs clearance was transparently priced. While normal procedures could take 3 to 5 days, a bribe could expedite matters to just 20 minutes. If one offered enough, customs would even dispatch a vehicle to deliver the goods directly to the train station. As his thoughts returned, the K3 international train gradually pulled into Noshki. June in Siberia was not as frigid as one might imagine. Yet the mingled odors of diesel and inferior tobacco on the platform unsettled Li Wantong. Before the train had fully stopped, a throng of uniformed Soviet customs officers surged onto the platform. Everyone, off the train for inspection, bellowed a rotund official in stilted Chinese. The customs hall was a cacophony of bodies, with long, crooked lines snaking before numerous windows, the floor littered with scattered customs forms and cigarette butts. Suddenly, an argument erupted nearby. A trader was desperately gesticulating, attempting to explain, while two Soviet customs officers roughly tore open his snakeskin bag, causing dozens of leather jackets to spill forth. A fine of 800 rubles. One customs officer said with narrowed eyes, his tone flat. In the Noshki customs, social niceties were never about hospitality, but rather a precise exchange of interests. As long as the bribe was substantial enough, even the KGB could be persuaded to play the errand boy. Sanxiang, hand me the samples, Zhang Shu instructed Li Wantong in a low voice. Please refrain from speaking out. Just assist me with the translation. In his previous life, he had been reduced to gesticulating to communicate with the Soviets, which had proven quite inconvenient. Since learning of Li Wantong's proficiency in Russian, Zhang Shu had cherished her presence. Effective communication could avert a plethora of unnecessary troubles. A customs officer, belly protruding, approached with several subordinates in tow. Glancing at the badge on his chest, he noted the name Boris Ivanovich, senior inspector. Documents. Boris barked in a gruff voice, reaching to seize Zhang Shu's collar. Anticipating this, Zhang Shu stepped back slightly, a smile spreading across his face. Comrade, we are a state-owned enterprise from Huaxia. We are here to deliver special work uniforms to the Soviet Union. Li Wantong momentarily paused, then began translating as instructed. Boris was taken aback. He had not expected this Huaxiao individual to speak Russian so fluently. In the past, his communications with Huaxia traders had been fraught with misinterpretations and guesswork. He received the documents with a tinge of skepticism, casually flipping through them while his gaze furtively lingered inside the carriage. Work uniforms? He scoffed softly. Was China actually sending these to the Soviet Union? Zhang Shu extracted a deep blue work uniform, showcasing it. Waterproof, windproof, with thickened lining. Most importantly, he paused deliberately, his finger teasingly brushing a hidden pocket, capable of concealing money. Boris's expression shifted. He took the uniform, roughly inspecting it. And when his fingers brushed against two bundles of rubles hidden in a concealed pocket, a faint smile finally crept onto his lips. Follow me to the office, he commanded, turning on his heel with an unquestionable tone. Zhang Shu and Li Wantong trailed behind him, discovering that the customs base in Noshki was even more dilapidated than they had imagined. The portrait of Lenin on the wall had faded, and the area was cluttered with seized goods, including Meihua televisions and Phoenix bicycles. Deputy Director Zorin, a balding middle-aged man, recognized the arrival of more work as soon as Boris stepped in. His pen tapped a rhythmic beat on the documents while his eyes fixated on the canvas bag in Zhang Shu's hand. 2 carloads of work uniforms, Zorin suddenly remarked, his tone measured. The declaration states it's industrial aid, but as far as I know, China ceased its gratuitous assistance to the Soviet Union last year. Zhang Shu listened to Li Wantong's translation, and his smile broadened. He retrieved an envelope from the canvas bag and placed it on Zorin's desk, revealing a portion of dollar bills peeking out from the seal. Zhang Shu noticed Zorin's Adam's apple bob. Dollars were significantly stronger than rubles at this juncture. In 1990, the official exchange rate given by the Soviet Union was $1 to 6 rubles, but this was entirely divorced from reality, as ordinary citizens could not exchange currency at that rate. In actuality, $1 could be traded for 30 rubles on the black market, and in extreme cases, even 50 rubles. The Soviet government had long artificially inflated the value of the ruble, rendering the official exchange rate mere window dressing. However, in actual foreign trade, Soviet enterprises were compelled to calculate costs based on black market rates. Ironically, even the Soviet customs did not trust the ruble. Deputy Director, you possess keen insight. We indeed brought a bit of extra aid. Zhang Shu indicated towards the Meihua television in the corner. I heard that your country's workers struggled during the winter while repairing railways. The hidden pockets in these uniforms can hold 3 boxes of matches or half a bottle of vodka. Zorin shot a glance at Boris before picking up the envelope from the desk and stating, the inspection department has recently been cracking down on the smuggling of luxury goods, such as, he tapped his wristwatch, Swiss watches, or Japanese cameras. Zhang Shu promptly replied, we did not bring such items this time. After a brief pause, he continued, however, in the latter half of the year, a train arriving from Manshuli will feature a 3rd carriage filled with Red Star Erguo 2, a New Year's gift for the comrades at the Noshki Customs. Zoran understood that Zhang Shu was employing the customs jargon. New Year implied a commitment without a date. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Erguo was hard currency on the black market, even more so than rubles. Boris suddenly leaned in, whispering a few words in Zoran's ear. Zoran then retrieved a red stamp from his drawer and, as he pressed it onto the document, deliberately misaligned it by 2 millimeters. Since this is friendly cooperation, the clearance fee can be calculated as a temporary expedited item. He extended 2 fingers, indicating the amount per carriage. 2,000 rubles? Zhang Shu furrowed his brow and said, "Comrade, our foreign exchange quota is limited." Before he could finish, Zoran interrupted, "It's in dollars." The office fell silent instantly, and Li Wantong trembled as she translated. However, Zhang Shu remained unhurried, rummaging through the bottom of his canvas bag to produce 2 watches. He had heard that Comrade Zoran was concerned about the grassroots. These were a small token for your subordinates, to be accounted for in the workwear sample expenses. Boris's eyes lit up, and he reached out to seize the watches. But Zoran cleared his throat, prompting him to retract his hand sheepishly. The deputy minister finally rose and patted Zhang Shu on the shoulder, a gesture that in Soviet officialdom signified that a deal had been struck. "In 20 minutes, Boris will take you to the platform." He pointed at the faded portrait of Lenin on the wall, stating that the efficiency of Soviet customs depended on the generosity of international friends. As they exited the office, Li Wantong finally dared to speak. "Earlier, you mentioned Erguo. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "I merely mentioned it in passing. Who knew he would take it seriously? I certainly won't be returning, so why worry?" As the train resumed its journey, Li Wantong saw Boris and Zoran standing on the platform, waving at them. Zhang Shu curled his lip. The bait was too enticing. And those two truly saw themselves as easy prey. After passing through customs, they felt nearly stripped of everything. But fortunately, the road ahead promised to be smooth. As the train entered Soviet territory, several conductors boarded. Though they leaned awkwardly against the carriage, appearing half awake, their presence did stabilize the atmosphere within the compartment, providing the passengers with some psychological comfort. Chapter 62. Arrival in Moscow. By the way, Wantong, where in Moscow are you headed? Zhang Shu inquired, turning slightly. Bauman University. My teacher is there, she replied. How coincidental. We are heading to Cherkizovo, which isn't far from your location. Zhang Shu paused before continuing. Once we arrive in Moscow, don't rush off. After arranging the goods, I will personally escort you there. This place is quite chaotic at the moment. Li Wantong nodded vigorously, unable to suppress a smile, quickly pretending to tidy her hair to mask her delight. Zhang Shu glanced at Zhao Sanxiang and the others, rapped the table, and said gravely, the next stop is Irkutsk. When we stop, many Soviet citizens will come to buy things, so be vigilant. Everyone nodded in unison. Shen Huarong asked, how should we price our clothes? Zhang Shu slapped Sheng Yang's price list onto the small table, declaring, we will use these prices and multiply them by 8. What the hell? Brother Shu, are you insane? The Soviet citizens aren't fools. Shen Huarong couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Sanxiang stared at the price list, his lips pursing in disbelief. This is no different from robbing a bank. Everyone looked at Zhang Shu incredulously, questioning, do you really think the Russians will be pleased with this? Zhang Shu offered no further explanation, marking the prices according to the current exchange rate. Cotton work pants for 400 rubles, work jackets for 1040 rubles, work shirts for 240 rubles, and safety gloves for 60 rubles. The journey from Noshki to Irkutsk would take nearly 30 hours. Zhao Sanxiang once again took out a deck of cards to pass the time, prompting Li Wantong to chuckle softly, inwardly exclaiming that another opportunity to earn money had arrived. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Zhang Shu, however, chose not to join them in their card game, instead gazing out the window. In his previous life, when he had traveled alone on this train, feelings of loneliness and anxiety had clouded his heart, preventing him from truly appreciating the views outside. Now, with a serene state of mind, he was struck by the breathtaking beauty of the scenery beyond the glass. The summer sun of Siberia poured through the window like scattered gold, while fishing boats glided across the surface of Lake Baikal, leaving trails of shimmering water in their wake. Expanses of white birch trees rustled softly in the breeze. As twilight deepened, the train entered a dense pine forest, where the crisp scent of pine resin mingled with the moisture rising from the lakeside, wafting through the window. The time had reached 2 o'clock the following afternoon. Zhang Shu gently patted Li Wantong, who was dozing on his lap. She murmured sleepily, half opening her eyes, and slowly sat up. her face marked with the creases of her work pants. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed vacantly out the window. Have we arrived? The train had yet to fully come to a stop when a man sitting in front opened the window, and an uproar of shouts instantly flooded in. The platform was already packed with Soviet citizens, their eyes fixed intently on the train's windows. Several burly men reached out to grasp the window frame, running alongside the train while shouting loudly. Sister Wantong, why do the Soviets seem so frenzied? What are they shouting? Chen Chong inquired. Li Wantong quickly snapped to attention. Momentarily stunned before replying, they want us to sell them our goods. The scene unfolding before her was profoundly shocking. She had only read about the severe scarcity of basic goods in the Soviet Union in the newspapers. Yet, how could a few short sentences in print convey the true suffering of the common people? As the train came to a halt, a woman wearing a headscarf thrust her entire arm inside, seizing Li Wantong's sleeve with one hand while brandishing rubles in the other. Beautiful girl. I'll take whatever you have. The exaggerated gesture startled Li Wantong, who instinctively recoiled, but she quickly regained her composure and held up a package of work jackets. Tentatively saying in Russian, Auntie, these work jackets are 1040 rubles. Upon hearing Li Wantong speak Russian, the Soviet woman became even more exhilarated. Without hesitation, she began tossing the money through the window. What other goods do you have? Zhao Sanxiang and the others hastily laid out all the work clothing from beneath their feet onto a small table. The nearby Soviets understood that the K3 international train passed through this area only once a week, with a mere 30-minute stop in Irkutsk. As a result, no one haggled. They were all eager to pay. In just a matter of minutes, several traders had sold out their entire stock. Not all Soviets had rubles. Those without money began clamoring for barter. Suddenly, an elderly man squeezed through the crowd, producing a medal and 2 stamps from the Tsarist era, placing them against the window frame. Comrade, I wish to exchange for 2 jackets and 2 pairs of cotton work pants. Li Wantong looked down and saw the medal inscribed with Berlin 1945. Zhang Shu accepted the medal and stamps, handing over the clothing in exchange. In an astonishing scene, a nearly bare little girl clutched a live rabbit as she approached the window, gazing longingly at Li Wantong. Overwhelmed by emotion, Li Wantong's eyes welled up with tears, and she quickly handed the girl a set of clothes, disregarding the rabbit entirely. Seemingly concerned that Zhang Shu might misunderstand the situation, she turned to him and said, I'll cover the cost of the clothes from your funds. Zhang Shu gently ruffled her hair, bemused by her politeness. Half an hour slipped by in an instant as the train continued its journey. Zhao Sanxiang broke the silence, asking, Brother Shu, why are they like this? Zhang Shu stared out at the frantic crowd, observing the worn shoes on their feet. Li Wantong followed his gaze and noticed that many individuals on the platform wore tattered rubber shoes, some even bound with string. The Soviet Union's light industry had long since collapsed, leading to a severely distorted industrial structure where heavy industry constituted 80% of the GDP. Yet, the common people could not sustain themselves merely on tanks and missiles. This superpower teetered on the brink of collapse, destined to crumble, marking the failure of the largest planned economy experiment in human history. Throughout the journey, profiteers amassed considerable wealth amidst the looting by the Soviet populace. The subsequent leg of the trip unfolded without incident, and after 5 days and 6 nights, the group finally arrived in Moscow. Zhang Shu disembarked from the carriage, stood on the platform, and inhaled the air tinged with the scent of engine oil, then jumped joyfully. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was exhilarating. Sanxiang, you and Huarong stay here to guard the goods. The rest of you, accompany me to locate the warehouse and trucks. We must secure the cargo before nightfall. With the ruble's severe depreciation, the savings of ordinary Soviet citizens had drastically diminished, making it increasingly difficult to cope with rising prices. This economic turmoil led to a sharp increase in crime rates in Moscow, with gangs thriving and incidents of theft and armed robbery becoming commonplace, particularly at night. Venturing out recklessly was a sure invitation for robbery. Chapter 63. Let us embrace. Zhang Shu felt an uncanny familiarity with everything here. Although he had arrived in Moscow 2 years early, the surroundings had changed little. He crossed a railway spur and reached a corrugated iron building bearing the sign Warehouse Services. Inside sat a small old man, sipping vodka with pickled lard. The old man squinted as he assessed them. People from Huaxia? Here to rent a warehouse? Without further ado, Zhang Shu produced 5,000 rubles and placed them on the table. I require a warehouse of 3,000 square meters. And please arrange for 2 trucks to transport the goods. The old man's drink paused midair. In 1990, the average worker's salary in Moscow was 250 rubles, making 5,000 rubles, nearly equivalent to 2 years' income. At that time, a leather jacket brought to Russia by the Huasha traders would cost a Soviet citizen about a year's salary. The old man retrieved a set of keys, saying, "Warehouse no. 3, but if you need trucks, you'll have to wait a bit." Zhang Shu then tossed another 500 rubles onto the table, stating, "If you can't find the trucks within half an hour, I will seek assistance elsewhere." Sergei referred us, assuring me you are trustworthy, so let us avoid unnecessary complications. Sergei could be considered a benefactor from his previous life, though it remains uncertain how he is faring now. Even though the old man is unaware of Sergei's identity, it does not deter Zhang Shu from leveraging his name. Should Zhang adopt a naive demeanor, the old man might entertain dubious thoughts. When Zhang Shu returned to the platform with the hired truck, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. "Brother Shu," Zhao Sanxiang rushed over, drenched in sweat. "Someone just attempted to steal our goods." He was well aware of the current state of affairs in Moscow and would not be surprised by any nefarious incidents. "Are you all right?" "No harm done." We shouted a few times, and those ruffians fled upon seeing the police. "As long as you're safe," Zhang Shu replied, already leaping onto the truck's footboard. "Everyone, move swiftly. We must transport the goods to the warehouse before nightfall." As he spoke, everyone sprang into action, with Li Wantong rolling up her sleeves to assist. The 2 Soviet drivers showed no inclination to work, even with the offer of extra pay. They simply refused to earn that money, leaving Zhang Shu with little recourse. Fortunately, he had a robust crew of young men, and by the time darkness enveloped the sky, the last bundle of clothing was finally stacked in the warehouse. The warehouse was stiflingly hot and humid, its dilapidated doors and windows failing to keep out mosquitoes. The musty scent mingled with dust, assaulting their noses. After a long afternoon of toil, sweat clung to their clothes, leaving an unsettling stickiness. Zhao Sanxiang and the others dashed to the courtyard to find a faucet, stripping off their shirts for a refreshing shower. However, Li Wantong found herself in a predicament. She could not bathe as casually as the men, yet she felt unbearably uncomfortable, resorting to applying medicated oil to her skin. Zhang Shu noticed the red welts on her face, even her earlobes tinged with crimson. The elderly man guarding the warehouse had already retired, but Zhang Shu showed no consideration for his rest. He knocked on the door, gesturing for a mosquito net. The old man shook his head repeatedly, indicating he had none. However, when Zhang Shu placed 50 rubles on the table, the old man reluctantly offered his own mosquito net. After acquiring some mosquito coils and shampoo from the old man, Zhang Shu left, satisfied. He tore several tarpaulins from the truck and constructed a makeshift enclosure in the corner, leaving a narrow gap for light as a door, thus fashioning a temporary bathing area. He then beckoned Li Wantong over, thrusting the shampoo into her hands. "I'll keep watch outside." Clutching the shampoo, Li Wantong stood in the cramped space formed by the tarpaulins, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat. What is happening? She bit her lip, without a proper curtain. Any sudden movement could expose her. Yet the discomfort of her sticky skin was unbearable, and her voluminous waves of hair had become tangled. With thoughts of Zhang Shu waiting outside, she gradually shed her garments and turned on the faucet. "Are you still there?" Zhang Shu flicked his lighter to ignite a cigarette. Responding, "Rest assured, I am here." The sound of the lighter's click from beyond the tarpaulin eased the tension in Li Wantong's shoulders. As the icy water flowed over her neck, she instinctively shrugged her shoulders, yet could not suppress a smile. "How foolish," she murmured to herself, her fingers weaving through her tangled hair. The foam on her hair coalesced into a delicate stream beneath her feet, while droplets cascaded down her spine, prompting her to hum a little tune unconsciously. Li Wantong scooped a handful of water and splashed it on her face, finding solace in this makeshift bath, more comforting than ever before. After finishing her shower and drying off, a gust of the night breeze swept away her fatigue entirely. "Are you done?" Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette and rose to his feet. "Yes," Li Wantong replied with a blush, nodding gently. They returned to the warehouse, where Zhang Shu set up a mosquito net. "Rest well. I will take you to Bauman University first thing in the morning." "All right." Zhang Shu waved his hand, saying little more, and turned towards the boy's side. He lit incense and lay down beside Zhao Sanxiang, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. When the morning light filtered through the warehouse's high windows, Li Wantong had already packed her belongings. "Shugu, where are we selling goods today?" Chen Huarong inquired. "On the train," The sight of Soviets scrambling for clothes had given them ample confidence. However, Zhang Shu shook his head. You all stay here with the goods until I notify you. How long would it take to sell 2 carloads of work uniforms at retail? Moreover, the situation in Moscow was entirely different from that on the train. A gang or Soviet officials could easily complicate matters, leaving them with no recourse. Besides, he had gone to great lengths to procure these goods, not merely to earn rubles. In time, he would find such currency cumbersome. The ruble was not an option. It would never be an option. During this era in the Soviet Union, there were so many treasures to be had that with a little ingenuity, anything could be acquired. The bus rattled its way into the heart of Moscow, and Li Wantong felt invigorated. She leaned halfway out of the window, her fingers constantly pointing and gesturing, enthusiastically introducing her surroundings to him. Zhang Shu smiled silently, simply listening. By the way, when do you plan to return? Li Wantong tilted her head thoughtfully. I'm not quite sure. I originally intended to enjoy myself thoroughly, but given the current situation, I don't think I can stay long. That's fine. You know where the warehouse is, so come find me if you need anything. Yes, I know. Li Wantong nodded gently, suddenly taking a deep breath, summoning her courage to lift her head. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, illuminating her flushed cheeks. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, she said, her voice dwindling, her hands slowly opening. Shall we share a hug? Before Zhang Shu could react, she dove into his embrace. The fragrance of her hair mingled with the warmth of the sun, and Zhang Shu was momentarily taken aback before smiling and wrapping her in his arms. Gently patting her back, Li Wantong buried her heated cheeks against his shoulder. This embrace was even warmer than she had imagined, and she could distinctly hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. We've arrived at Bauman University. Li Wantong lowered her head, almost fleeing from the bus. Watching her enter the school, Zhang Shu smiled, showing no hesitation as he promptly set off toward Cherkizovo. Chapter 64. Half-brothers in the early 1990s. The Cherkizovo market was still in its nascent phase, merely beginning to reveal its potential as a future hub for Eurasian trade. Upon entering the market, Zhang Shu immediately recognized several acquaintances from his past life. However, he did not linger and proceeded directly to the innermost shop, pushing open the glass door of October fashion. The brass bell above the threshold chimed with a clear sound. The interior was suffused with a melange of wool and camphor, with a few woolen coats scattered across the shelves. Behind the counter stood a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard who raised his head to scrutinize him. A Chinese? Do you speak the language of Huaxia? Zhang Shu feigned surprise. Ha! I visited Huaxia in my youth. It is a beautiful place, the man replied, taking pride in the astonishment reflected in Zhang's eyes. Zhang naturally smiled and leaned against the counter, exclaiming, What a coincidence! Which part of Huaxia did you visit? Harbin or Manshuli? The man's gaze softened. I spent 5 years in Harbin during the 80s. He then raised his thumb. The red sausage and vodka there are a perfect match. Indeed, you have exquisite taste, Zhang Shu complimented. Although he had little interaction with Ivan Petrovich in his previous life, this man was the primary reason for his journey to the Soviet Union. My friend, are you here to shop? I can assist you in exploring our merchandise. However, as you know, resources are scarce. I only have woolen coats available. Ivan's enthusiasm for this friend from Huaxia was evident, surpassing that of an ordinary customer. Yet, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhang's face as he appeared genuinely sincere. To be frank, I did not come here to purchase clothing. I have been sent by my company to seek potential partners. I was merely drawn in by the items in your store, hence my audacity in entering. Partners? Ivan expressed skepticism. Zhang's expression turned dejected, deciding it best not to discuss work matters, merely remarking on the disappointing capabilities of Soviet distributors. Upon hearing this, Ivan became intrigued. Regardless of size, I too am a distributor. He looked at Zhang with eager anticipation. Please, elaborate. I wish to broaden my understanding. Zhang, feeling somewhat exasperated, handed over a gilded business card he had prepared in the salt market. Ivan received it with both hands, and upon closer examination, he was taken aback. This must be a large company. The card is truly impressive. Before he could fully indulge his imagination, Zhang gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pride illuminating his face. Our XIN Chung International boasts 250 clothing factories across 30 countries. We are considering entering the Soviet market, which is why my company has commissioned me to seek capable partners to represent our products. Ivan's eyes sparkled as he swallowed repeatedly. With such a robust supplier, he felt an undeniable excitement, Buyers would be easy to find as long as there was stock. Yet, doubt crept in. Could this man be a fraud? Was it truly possible for an opportunity to fall into his lap so fortuitously? He tentatively inquired, "Have you found any partners yet?" Zhang let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in resignation. I had assumed that Cherkizovo, being Moscow's largest wholesale market, would host many capable distributors. To his surprise, upon inspection, he found only small workshops, which fell far short of his company's collaboration standards. Ivan's true thoughts were like a toad yawning, full of bravado. He wondered what standards were required for partnership with their esteemed company. Zhang Shu remained silent, quietly scrutinizing the shop, followed by a deep sigh. Ivan felt an itch in his heart. He thought, "Don't just sigh, speak up. What if I meet the criteria? Brother, it's getting late. And the shop isn't busy. Let us grab a meal next door." In the midst of this conversation, he unexpectedly locked up the shop and pulled Zhang Shu towards a nearby restaurant in the market. Zhang Shu naturally declined multiple times, but Ivan's insistence left him no choice but to comply. Upon entering the restaurant, Ivan specifically requested a private room, then mysteriously produced a bottle of Erguo. "Brother, try this fine liquor I brought. It's much stronger than vodka." As he twisted off the cap, the rich aroma of the alcohol immediately filled the small establishment. Good wine. Without waiting for the dishes to arrive, he filled Zhang Shu's glass to the brim. "Brother, your Mandarin is quite authentic," Zhang Shu remarked, giving a thumbs up. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe you're a foreigner." Ivan stroked his beard. "Back when I was at Harbin Institute of Technology, I hung out with a few guys from Northeast China every day. They taught me Mandarin, and I taught them Russian." After 2 rounds, Ivan's demeanor remained unchanged, while Zhang Shu began to stutter slightly. The two engaged in delightful conversation, transitioning from discussing China to the Soviet Union, and from men to women. While speaking, Ivan continued to refill their glasses. This time, however, Zhang Shu gently pressed his hand down. "Brother, if I drink another cup, I must take my leave. There are matters at the company to attend to." Ivan's eyes instantly brightened. He set down his glass. "Brother, what kind of partner is your company seeking? Can you share that with me? Perhaps we might have a chance for collaboration." Zhang Shu smiled and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help, but your capabilities are simply too lacking. Otherwise, I would surely lend you a hand." Ivan spoke in a serious tone. "Is it that you don't believe in me? This isn't a secret. Can't you at least listen?" Zhang Shu displayed an expression of helplessness and gestured with a peace sign. "There are just 2 requirements. First, you must sell the goods I bring on time. Second, the selling price must meet our standards." Ivan replied, "My brother, that is too simple. You know, the Soviet Union is currently overflowing with buyers." Zhang Shu turned his head, glancing at him with a hint of disdain. "How many pieces of clothing can you sell in a day?" "How many pieces?" Ivan widened his eyes, disbelief flooding his expression. Yet, Zhang Shu, clearly a bit intoxicated, wore a drunken grin, retorting, "Is 30,000 pieces a lot? I'm not boasting, but if I have a capable distributor, I could easily arrange for 200,000 pieces with just 1 phone call. You must understand, we at Xinjiang operate in 30 countries worldwide, with over 250 garment factories, employing millions of workers." All right. Why say such things? It's getting late. I should return. Thank you for your hospitality today. My friend, when you come to Hong Kong, I shall treat you to a star-studded evening." With that, Zhang Shu waved goodbye and staggered towards the door. As a businessman, Ivan could not let him leave in such a state and quickly stepped forward to support Zhang Shu's arm. "You've had too much to drink. Let me take you home." "You're too kind. I can just take the bus," Zhang Shu replied, but Ivan's displeasure was evident. Did he look down upon his elder? With a mix of insistence and reluctance, he continued to assist Zhang Shu into the Volga. "What can I say to you? You're too hospitable." Zhang Shu sighed in resignation. The Cherkizovo market was approximately a 40-minute drive from the warehouse, but Ivan pressed the accelerator and managed to arrive in 30 minutes. He wanted to see if this younger brother was indeed boasting. Chapter 65. Returning home next week, Zhao Sanqiang, hearing commotion outside, hurried out to investigate, only to find Zhang Shu being supported by a stranger. "Shugo, what happened to you?" He approached, but as he drew nearer, he caught a whiff of a strong alcohol odor. "Have you been drinking? Just how much did you consume?" Zhao Sanqiang was skeptical, recalling how, back in Xia village, Zhang Shu had outdrunk 3 bandits, downing 2 bottles of baijiu and half a case of beer, yet still managed to tie up the bandits for the police. Why was it different in the Soviet Union? At that moment, Zhang Shu suddenly regained some clarity. He turned to Ivan and said, Thank you so much for bringing me back this far. Not at all. It was on my way. By the way, since I'm here, could I take a look at the clothes? Perhaps I have a channel to sell them, Ivan suggested. All right. We are indeed on good terms, and I truly cannot refuse. Zhang Shu replied as he took Ivan's hand and led him into the warehouse. As Ivan stepped inside, he was momentarily frozen in place, his pupils widening in the dim light. Neatly stacked uniforms loomed nearly 2 meters high, transforming the warehouse into a colossal armory, albeit filled not with ammunition, but with work attire. Is this all? Ivan's voice trembled as he picked up a pair of work pants. Zhang Shu casually opened a canvas bag, spilling out dozens of safety gloves. This first batch consists entirely of work uniforms. Originally, there was to be a second batch of 100,000 down jackets, but the company deemed the Soviet distributors incapable, so it has been shelved. Ivan could hardly absorb any more. His breath quickened. This was no mere work attire. It was a treasure trove of rubles and dollars. If he could acquire all this inventory, how much profit would he make? It was clear that his younger brother was indeed formidable, and his sincerity was undeniable. Goodness gracious, a company with over 1 million people. What does that signify? Even a small leak of resources would keep him busy for several lifetimes. I must seize this opportunity, no matter the cost. Ivan swallowed hard and promptly pulled out a Marlboro from his pocket, offering a light to Zhang Shu. Brother, could you allow me to attempt selling these clothes for a few days? Zhang Shu's expression darkened as he replied sternly, Are you suggesting I make a mistake? Integrity. Integrity. A steadfast commitment to righteousness and truth. This is our company's operational philosophy. If one were to casually engage in underhanded dealings, what prospects for development could the company possibly have? Indeed. I admit my oversight. Ivan hastily apologized, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. He then shifted the subject, saying, Brother, at this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth. You are unaware that due to a prolonged lack of supplies, my shop is on the brink of closure. If it were only me, it would not matter much, but I feel pity for my 80-year-old mother and my 4 children. Even more lamentable is that my wife, witnessing my misfortune, has run off with someone else. I genuinely wish to rise again to prove my worth to that ungrateful woman. After speaking, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, a visage of anguish crossing his face. His once formidable stature now seemed slightly hunched. Zhang Shu was deeply moved by Ivan's heartfelt words, and he continued to smoke, lost in thought. After a full 5 minutes, he crushed the cigarette, but underfoot with determination. Wait here. I shall consult with my superior. I will do my utmost to resolve this matter, though I cannot guarantee success. Ivan embraced Zhang Shu tightly, exclaiming, Brother, regardless of the outcome, I wish to extend my gratitude to you on behalf of my mother and children. Without looking back, Zhang Shu departed, evidently preparing to make a call to seek guidance from his superior. Ivan felt a pang of guilt. His brother's sincerity contrasted sharply with his own deceit. He knew that calling his superior would likely result in a reprimand. However, the prospect of such a large shipment was undeniably tempting. He could always make amends later. Within the garment factory, 2 managers were engaged in light-hearted conversation in the office, their spirits evidently high. Earlier that morning, Li Wantong had called to inform them that she had arrived at Bauman University. With one of the 2 pressing issues resolved, Ma Weigua felt a considerable sense of relief, even finding ease in his bathroom visits. Zhou Jiqiang mirrored this sentiment, reclining with his legs crossed, sipping from a ceramic cup of strong tea. Manager Ma, Director Li mentioned over the phone that Zhang Shu is diligently selling the goods. You need not worry too much. Once the merchandise is sold, he will return. Ma Weigua nodded, hoping this was indeed the case. If he could return with the payment on time, it would indicate that although Zhang's methods may not be entirely honorable, he still possessed a degree of integrity, thus meriting their company's name. Indeed, as the great ones say, it matters not if the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Their company's reputation was beyond their control. As long as he returned with the money, everything else could be negotiated. Zhou Jiqiang continued to bolster Ma Weigua's spirits, and after this self-reassurance, both felt considerably lighter. In the year 1990, making a phone call to the homeland from Moscow was an exceedingly intricate process. One first had to visit the postal bureau to explain the situation and provide the domestic number to the operator. Subsequently, the operator would connect to the telephone exchange of the intended area, a process that could take several minutes, or even longer. Suddenly, the office phone rang, and Ma Weigua picked up the receiver. Is this Manager Ma? came Zhang Shu's voice from the other end. Ma Weiguo stood up abruptly, his urgency palpable. Manager Zhang, how are things on your end? He deliberately withheld the revelation that Xinxing Company was merely a shell corporation, fearing that disclosing such information might frighten Zhang Shu into hiding abroad. Zhang Shu paid no heed to his thoughts, for his procedures were entirely legal and compliant. Even if someone were to question him, the most they could accuse him of would be a lack of ethics. However, from a legal standpoint, he stood firm, unafraid of any scrutiny. As for the moral aspect, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. In the world outside, those who adhere to morals often find themselves at a disadvantage. Director Ma, splendid news. The current situation is exceptionally favorable, and before long, Xinjiang will be able to disburse full salaries to its employees. Upon hearing this, Ma Weiguo's face brightened instantly. Manager Zhang, you are indeed a great benefactor to Xinjiang. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Zhang Shu laughed lightly and continued, Director Ma, there is a minor matter I would like to request your assistance with. Ma Weiguo, caught up in his excitement, was momentarily taken aback, then thumped his chest and declared, Speak freely. I will handle what I can, and for what I cannot, I shall find a way. It is nothing significant. I need to transport a batch of goods from Moscow to Kyoto. At that time, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a vehicle to first bring them to the Shenyang factory. A trivial matter. You can count on me. Upon realizing it was indeed a minor issue, Ma Weiguo readily agreed, and then inquired, By the way, Manager Zhang, when will you be back? I shall return next week. Zhang Shu replied before hanging up the phone, as international calls are quite costly, and he could not afford to prolong the conversation. Chapter 66. The Talent Factory. Upon seeing Zhang Shu approach with a grave expression, Ivan's heart sank, and he hurried to meet him. Brother, what did the higher-ups say? Ivan asked nervously. Zhang Shu sighed heavily and shook his head in resignation. Ivan rubbed his hands together, wishing he could give him a good whack. His brother was straightforward but far too sluggish in action. The leadership did not directly refuse, but their response was nearly equivalent to a rejection. They proposed several conditions. If you can meet them, the matter can be discussed. Quickly tell me. Upon hearing this, Ivan actually felt relieved. The presence of conditions indicated room for negotiation. If there were no conditions at all, it would mean there was truly no hope. After all, there are no free lunches in this world, and he was prepared to pay a certain price. Let me relay the leader's requirements. Ultimately, it is your decision whether to proceed. However, I need a definitive answer. If it does not work out here, I will have to make a trip to Kiev. Rest assured, I am well aware of the protocols and will not let my brother toil in vain. Zhang Shu composed himself and raised a finger. First, regardless of how you sell, the final settlement must be in US dollars. Of course, we will ensure that the exchange rate does not disadvantage you. Seeing Ivan about to speak, Zhang Shu raised a hand to signal him to wait. Brother, do not rush. Let me finish my thoughts. Any questions can be addressed afterward. Second, our company intends to venture into the automotive industry. If you can procure resources such as blueprints and production lines. He paused meaningfully. Then the prices for this batch, and even the next, can be favorably adjusted for you. The extent of the discount will depend on your capabilities. Our leadership wishes to assess your potential. After all, the first batch of work uniforms was merely a minor endeavor. Should you prove your competence, we would be delighted to proceed. Zhang Shu extended 3 fingers, stating that the maximum duration for this batch of goods I can secure for you is 2 weeks. If the goods remain unsold after this period, I can no longer assist you. He conveyed his superior's intentions to Ivan in detail, then stepped aside to grant him the space for independent contemplation. As for why this fortune had fallen into Ivan's lap in a previous life, Zhang Shu had learned in 1994 that Ivan's father had been part of the management at Lada, having dealt with production lines during the Soviet era. Rather than being drawn to Ivan himself, Zhang Shu was more captivated by the paths forged by his father. Persuading Ivan's father would be Ivan's concern. The bait had been cast. Whether it would catch a large or small fish depended on Ivan's efforts. Ivan took his time, smoking nearly half a pack before he approached. Brother, to be honest, my family does have some connections in the automotive industry. However, the scrutiny surrounding automobile production lines is exceedingly stringent. The factory management, local planning committees, and ministries all require careful handling. I need to know precisely how much profit I can expect from this endeavor. Zhang Shu chuckled lightly. Strict, you say? When the Volga factory was selling production lines to Poland in 1980, I don't recall such rigor. Yet, he chose not to expose the truth in the world of business. Who doesn't play the game of negotiation? He casually lifted the dust cover off a pair of work trousers, releasing a flurry of fine fibers. This shipment consisted of 60,000 pieces of work pants, jackets, and shirts, along with 20,000 pairs of safety gloves. Based on Moscow's current market price, this batch was valued at 12 million rubles. Ivan's eyebrows subtly arched. If you can become a channel dealer for Xinjiang, Zhang Shu turned, raising 2 fingers. I can offer you a 20% discount on this batch of goods. As for the production lines, he deliberately paused. You will receive a 15% discount on each engine and transmission production line. For the body stamping, welding, and painting production lines, each will be at an 8% discount. As for the blueprints, we can discuss their actual value later. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. In other words, if you manage to acquire a few production lines, this batch of goods will be yours for free. Moreover, Zhang Shu added with a meaningful smile, the ongoing supply of clothing from Xinjiang is ceaseless. The discounts you can secure depend entirely on your capabilities. Ivan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his fingers unconsciously brushing against his leather jacket. Of course. Zhang Shu took a step back, maintaining a relaxed tone. If this collaboration satisfies the board, what you gain will be more than just discounts. It will be the friendship of Xinjiang International. You know, he patted Ivan's shoulder. This friendship is worth at least 100 million. Ivan found himself swallowing hard. Though he could not comprehend why this friendship held such value, Zhang Shu's words had already captivated him. He wished he could transfer the entire Lada to Zhang Shu. Yet he knew he could not, nor could his father. The temptation Zhang Shu presented was overwhelming. Becoming a supplier for Xinjiang could yield over 10 million rubles. As for the production lines, acquiring the most advanced ones might be challenging. But slightly older ones could be retired under the guise of obsolescence and bought back at scrap metal prices. Such maneuvers, using public funds for private matters, were not uncommon. He was merely following the trend. My dear brother, I must return home to contemplate this matter. Zhang Shu waved his hand, offering a maximum extension of 2 weeks, inclusive of the shipping time you require. I understand. I shall return now to ponder the operational details. Ivan did not linger, exchanging a brief greeting before departing in his vehicle. Observing his retreating figure, Zhang Shu chuckled. This old rascal must be off to consult his father. Brother Shu, what shall we do next? Zhao Sanxiang inquired. Let us go. We shall purchase a magnetic stove and enjoy hot pot tonight. One must not neglect oneself while away from home. Ha! Excellent. At that moment, Li Wantong rushed in, her urgency palpable. Zhang Shu was somewhat taken aback. She had traversed a considerable distance to visit her mentor, only to remain silent for so long. Wait, why is she crying? Li Wantong stumbled in, breathless, her shoulders shaking, her lips quivering as she struggled to form coherent sentences. Her hair, matted with sweat, and her swollen eyes betrayed her distress. Grasping Zhang Shu's hand tightly, she sobbed. Zhang Shu, the mentor has been taken away. Zhang Shu immediately wiped her tears and pulled out a chair for her to sit. Do not rush, speak slowly. What exactly transpired? Li Wantong's complexion paled as she recounted. A few days ago, my teacher criticized the excessive military expenditure of the Soviet Union, and this morning, he was taken away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu felt a weight settle in his heart. In 1990's Soviet Union, despite Gorbachev's reforms loosening societal constraints, the military and conservative factions still wielded substantial power. Questioning military expenditures was undoubtedly imprudent. A mere word from a powerful figure could land one in dire straits. During Stalin's regime, there would have been no opportunity for imprisonment. One would simply be purged. Zhang Shu paced back and forth in the warehouse, his mind racing. Encountering such a predicament in a foreign land was exceedingly troublesome. According to his usual conduct, he would never involve himself in such affairs. A wise businessman would naturally cultivate a relationship with the government while steering clear of politics. Yet, witnessing Li Wantong weep like a rain-soaked flower, Zhang Shu found it impossible to refuse her. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. Why did your teacher feel the need to criticize military expenditures? My mentor is an engineering professor at Bauman University, Li Wantong continued, her voice still trembling. He recently made a breakthrough in his research, but funding has been severely cut. In a moment of frustration, he expressed his grievances. Wait, Zhang Shu suddenly interrupted her. What is his name? Nikolai Pukin. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Shu's eyes sparkled with interest. This gentleman was a notable figure in his past life, not so much for the brilliance of his research, but for his remarkable ability to place hundreds of students into international automotive companies such as Volkswagen and Fiat. Many of these individuals ascended to become leaders in their respective industries. He was indeed a veritable talent incubator. Considering the implications, this matter warranted thorough investigation. Chapter 67. Mediation. Pukin's significance transcended that of a mere professor. If he could be brought under his influence, the potential benefits would be immense. Meanwhile, Li Wantong wiped her tears, casting a pitiful glance in his direction. Zhang Shu consoled, "Your teacher is a scholar, not a political prisoner. They will not resort to extreme measures. At worst, he may endure some hardship. What shall we do now?" Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly, "We must approach the Chinese embassy." "The embassy?" Li Wantong was taken aback. "But my teacher is Soviet. Will the embassy even intervene?" "Under normal circumstances, they certainly would not." Zhang Shu chuckled. "However, we can present a different narrative." He quickly organized his thoughts and explained, "Your teacher's research pertains to automotive engineering, and China is actively seeking to import foreign technology, particularly from the Soviet industrial system. If we can convince the embassy that Professor Pukin holds significant value for China's automotive industry, they should be inclined to assist. What precisely should we do?" "First, prepare a detailed abstract of your teacher's research, emphasizing its technological breakthroughs and potential economic value." Zhang Shu spoke rapidly. "Secondly, you must formally submit a request for assistance to the embassy as a student, highlighting Professor Pukin's willingness to collaborate on Sino-Soviet technological endeavors." Li Wantong nodded but hesitated. "But what if the embassy deems this matter too sensitive and refuses to intervene?" Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Remember, the focus is not on rescuing a Soviet professor, but rather on securing a crucial technical expert for China's industry. We must address this political issue through economic means." Li Wantong immediately agreed, though she felt somewhat bewildered. She could not deny the reasonableness of Zhang Shu's argument. "All right, I will prepare the materials." Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed off towards Bauman University, eager to gather the necessary information. At 5 o'clock that evening, the two arrived at number 6 Friendship Street. The Chinese embassy, completed in 1958, spans an area of 110,000 square meters, with a building area of 40,000 square meters, making it the largest embassy among foreign missions in the Soviet Union. "Mom, it seems like it's an uncle." A sweet voice from a little girl rang out from behind them. Zhang Shu turned to see the mother and daughter he had saved on train K3, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing glasses. "Mr. Zhang, it's really you," Wang Yu exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. "I recognized you from behind, but I didn't dare to acknowledge it." Throughout their journey on the train, she had repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Yet those words could scarcely convey the profound appreciation of a mother, a wife, who had been pulled back from the brink of despair. Wang Yu quickly introduced the man beside her. "This is my husband, Zhou Mingyuan." "Comrade Zhang." Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward eagerly, gripping Zhang Shu's hand tightly. This man, approaching middle age, appeared childlike in his earnestness, tears welling in his eyes behind his glasses. "My wife has told me everything," he stammered, suddenly removing his glasses to wipe his face vigorously. "If it weren't for you, they would." At this moment, the man was overcome with emotion and began to weep. Zhou Mingyuan grasped Zhang Shu's hand even tighter, as if wishing to infuse all his gratitude into that grip. "You must allow us an opportunity today. Let me properly toast you with a drink." Zhang Shu gazed upon her husband and father, who appeared on the verge of kneeling. Her heart softened. She gently patted the trembling back of their hands. "Brother Zhou, you exaggerate. We are all compatriots, and in such circumstances, anyone would extend a hand." She continued, "Let us set aside dining for now. Today indeed holds pressing matters. I shall certainly pay a visit another day for a cup of tea." Wang Yu, noticing his resolute demeanor, was about to hand Zhang Shu the address she had written, when her gaze fell upon the main entrance of the embassy behind him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Mr. Zhang, are you here to handle matters at the embassy?" Following her line of sight, Zhang Shu turned and nodded with a smile. "Yes. I require some assistance from the embassy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan quickly wiped the corners of his eyes and adjusted his glasses, asking, "Mr. Zhang, what difficulties have you encountered? I have worked at the Soviet embassy for many years. Perhaps I can be of help." Wang Yu chimed in promptly, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang. Please do not hesitate. Old Zhou can certainly make a few inquiries at the embassy." Zhang Shu hesitated momentarily. Encountering acquaintances at the embassy was indeed unexpected. Observing the couple's genuine gratitude, he He discarded his pre-prepared remarks. They sincerely wished to assist him, and he could not resort to empty platitudes. Zhang Shu candidly explained. It is as follows. Professor Putin from Bauman University is the mentor of a friend of mine. He made some inappropriate remarks in a public setting and was taken away by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I wish to coordinate through the embassy under the guise of technical cooperation. Zhou Mingyuan's expression turned serious as he gestured for them to move. This is not the place for such discussions. Please accompany me inside, and we can converse as we walk. Zhang Shu smiled. Brother Zhou, you may simply call me Xiao Zhang or Zhang Shu. I cannot bear the honor of your title. Very well. I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Zhang, he replied cheerfully. The group proceeded towards the embassy's entrance, where the guards saluted Zhou Mingyuan and allowed them entry. During their casual conversation, Zhang Shu learned that Zhou Mingyuan was the economic counselor of the Chinese embassy in the Soviet Union, a significant position indeed, indicative of substantial authority. As they traversed the courtyard, Zhang Shu elucidated the situation thoroughly. Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his professional instincts quickly coming into play. This matter was undoubtedly sensitive, but there existed some room for maneuvering. Wang Yu gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. Old Zhou, you must assist Xiao Zhang with this. Her tone was imbued with an unmistakable resolve. Zhou Mingyuan grasped his wife's hand, nodding solemnly, and when he turned to Zhang Shu, the gratitude in his eyes remained vividly apparent. Upon returning to the office, Zhou Mingyuan meticulously reviewed the documents at hand, his furrowed brow gradually easing. Xiao Zhang, your insights are quite astute and highly feasible. Zhang Shu, seated across from him, offered a slight smile. Brother Zhou, given the current economic difficulties faced by the Soviet Union, a significant number of top-tier experts are idled. If we can seize this opportunity to introduce a large influx of talent, it would greatly bolster the modernization efforts back home. Zhou Mingyuan set the documents aside, his gaze reflecting a mixture of surprise and admiration. Such matters are indeed sensitive. We must consider the Soviet Union's dignity and avoid attracting undue attention. Moreover, persuading Soviet experts to leave their homeland for China is no trivial task. Zhang Shu nodded in understanding, opting not to delve further into the complexities of this issue. However, Zhou Mingyuan could not help but regard him with increased esteem. The young man before him, merely in his early 20s, possessed an astute perspective on matters that belied his age. He sighed. Xiao Zhang, not only do you possess keen business acumen, but you also exhibit remarkable clarity on issues of great significance. This is something from which I, an old diplomat, must learn. Zhang Shu quickly waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhou, you flatter me. It is the nature of a businessman to seek profit. However, if one can benefit the nation and the people while making money, then such a business holds even greater significance. Well said, Zhou Mingyuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. Then lightly tapping the table with his knuckles, I have essentially grasped the situation regarding Professor Putin, and I shall report to the ambassador promptly. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. However, as this matter involves the Soviet Ministry of Internal Affairs, I advise you to refrain from further involvement. The embassy will communicate with them. Zhang Shu nodded in agreement and responded, as long as we can ensure Professor Putin's personal safety, we can discuss the rest. Our company is willing to cover all bail costs. A flicker of approval crossed Zhou Mingyuan's eyes. It appears that this professor holds considerable weight in your estimation. Talent knows no borders. Zhang Shu's voice was soft yet resolute. Zhou Mingyuan could not help but steal more glances at this young man. Possessing such vision and composure at this age, he was bound to achieve great things in due time. Chapter 68. The younger brother's sincerity. When Zhang Shu departed from the embassy, it was already 9 in the evening. The security situation in Moscow at night was quite poor, and Zhou Mingyuan, concerned for their safety, had arranged for security personnel to escort them. Upon returning to the warehouse, Li Wantong gently tugged at Zhang Shu's sleeve, her fingers anxiously twisting together. Zhang Shu, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. There's no need for such formality between us. We were fortunate to encounter acquaintances at the embassy. Otherwise, things might not have gone so smoothly. It wasn't just luck. If you hadn't risked yourself to save Sister Wang Yu, why would they have helped this foreign teacher? Li Wantong lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Zhang Shu's profile, illuminated by the dim light, appeared as though it were kissed by a golden edge. The people of Huaxia often speak of cause and effect. Perhaps the kindness he had sown had woven a protective net around them. Zhang Shu turned his head and gently patted her shoulder. The warmth radiating through the thin fabric sent Li Wantong's heart racing. Let us not dwell on this. With the embassy facilitating communication, Professor Putin should be back soon. Just rest easy and wait. Li Wantong blushed and nodded, feeling an inexplicable warmth, even though she had always resisted such gestures in the past. Yet now, the warmth of Zhang Shu's fingertips through her clothing felt like a flickering flame, igniting her entire being. She even found herself leaning slightly closer, yearning for that touch to linger just a moment longer, a realization that made her so embarrassed her toes curled. Quickly shaking off those thoughts, Li Wantong spoke up. After a long day, I'm going to take a shower. Will you keep an eye on my things? Of course, no problem. Zhang Shu replied with a smile. Hee, you're so nice. With that, she playfully ran towards the faucet, and soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Li Wantong hummed a melody as she splashed water over herself, vigorously patting her flushed cheeks. Li Wantong, regain your composure and cease these errant thoughts. Yet, upon closing her eyes, the figure of Zhang Shu surfaced in her mind, the frigid water failing to dissipate the heat enveloping her. Zhang Shu, when shall you return to Yin City? She found herself compelled to engage in conversation, attempting to divert her attention. I'm not certain. Will you accompany me back? The sound of water ceased momentarily, her voice laced with mirth. I certainly want to return with you. However, should you extend a sincere invitation, I might consider it. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Shu could not help but chuckle at her words. Amidst the gentle patter of water, he deliberately elongated his tone. Then I must ponder how to extend that invitation. How foolish, she thought, biting her lower lip in exasperation. This person is usually quite astute. How does he become so dim-witted at crucial moments? Li Wantong emerged from behind the canvas, her long hair damp and cascading over her shoulders. Water droplets slid down her strands, a few playfully clinging to her slightly upturned lashes, accentuating her bright almond-shaped eyes. What are you staring at? Noticing Zhang Shu's gaze, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson, she tucked her wet hair behind her ear. What's wrong? Isn't it permissible to admire beauty? Zhang Shu replied with a smile. Moonlight filtered through the high windows, illuminating her profile, her dimples seemingly filled with honey, sweetness captivating enough to draw one's gaze. Humph. Silver-tongued flatterer. Li Wantong flicked her hair and strode into the warehouse. As she nestled into her mosquito net, a smile graced her lips, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she ran incessantly through a rainforest, a beam of light ahead, and at its terminus, Zhang Shu turned, extending his hand towards her, palm up. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, Zhang Shu had just completed his morning routine when Ivan appeared outside in a Volga, ready to engage. Brother, I've brought the documents. Let us discuss. Ivan lowered the car window and gestured for him to enter, clearly wishing to keep their conversation private from prying ears. Understanding the cue, Zhang Shu approached and opened the passenger door. No sooner had he settled in than Ivan eagerly thrust a stack of papers into his hands. These are the equipment list and technical diagrams I painstakingly gathered. Take a look. Ivan rubbed his hands together, a hint of self-congratulation in his tone. As Zhang Shu perused the materials, his brow gradually furrowed. Suddenly, he snapped the folder shut, irritation creeping into his voice. Why is there no engine production line? Ivan offered a wry smile. Brother, you have no idea. A complete engine production line requires 40 train cars of equipment, too conspicuous. He produced a Marlboro, offering it to Zhang Shu and lighting it for him. However, I've managed to secure both the transmission and stamping production lines. Just those two will require 35 train cars. Zhang Shu remained unconvinced, still frowning. Is this all you have? What am I to use to manufacture cars? Ivan, perspiration beading on his forehead, implored. Brother, I truly did my utmost. Zhang Shu took a deep drag of his cigarette, asserting, if the production lines cannot be assembled, you must procure the complete set of blueprints for me. Otherwise, the company would incur significant costs to bring back a heap of scrap metal. And I would find it challenging to justify this to the management. My dear friend, I have taken care of every aspect for you. Yet you choose to play tricks on me after the deal. That seems rather unseemly, does it not? Ivan chuckled awkwardly, stating that there should be no issues with the blueprints. He would arrange for copies to be made, ensuring none would be missing. However, regarding the pricing, as previously discussed, the two production lines would be offered at a 23% discount off the original price. As for the complete set of blueprints, an additional 10% discount would be applied. And with the distributor's 20 subsidy factored in, the total would amount to a 53 discount overall. If you find this acceptable, you can make the payment and collect the goods once the shipment passes through Noshki. Ivan affirmed, "Brother, the price is acceptable. Let us proceed as you suggested." He paused momentarily before adding, "However, settling the entire amount in dollars poses a bit of a challenge for me. My resources are somewhat limited, and I genuinely cannot procure that much in dollars. Would it be possible to pay half in dollars and half in rubles?" "I do not accept rubles," Zhang Shu replied with visible disdain. "How about this? You provide me with $650,000, and the remaining 16 million rubles can be settled with a few latas. The rest should be exchanged for watches, binoculars, and cameras." Ivan hesitated, lowering his head and lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel as he calculated the exchange rate difference. After 5 minutes of deliberation, he deemed Zhang Shu's offered rate reasonable and nodded in agreement. "All right then, I will expedite the arrangement for the shipment." Ivan did not linger any longer. He exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Shu and hurriedly drove away. His foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, trembling slightly, as his mind raced with a singular thought: to expedite the equipment's transportation and subsequently settle the payment. He had every reason to be anxious. Just the day before, he had calculated with his father that the gross profit from this batch of goods in Zhang Shu's warehouse could yield as much as 35 million rubles. After accounting for the costs of purchasing scrap metal, chartering the shipment, and various bribes, his net profit would not fall below 10 million rubles. Contemplating this figure, he couldn't help but lick his parched lips. In an era where a Soviet worker's monthly salary barely sufficed to purchase 40 loaves of black bread, the weight of this transaction was indeed suffocating. Even more enticing was the prospect of an additional 100,000 down jackets and the friendship of Xinjiang International. That could be worth a staggering 100 million. My brother has always been sincere. I trust he will not let me down. Chapter 69, no longer containable. On June 15, 1990, Thursday, at 8 in the morning, at the Kyoto train station guest house. Ma Weigua had received news from Zhang Shu a week earlier that a batch of goods from Xinjiang would be temporarily stored at their factory. Ma Weigua, International Long Distance. The front desk clerk shouted, "Hello." On the other end, indeed, was Zhang Shu's voice. Ma Weigua rushed to the front desk, snatching the receiver. "This is Ma Weigua. Yes. Yes. We have arrived at the Kyoto train station and will be there shortly to collect the goods. Director Ma, I am immensely grateful to you. This batch contains numerous assorted items, so please ensure adequate security measures are in place. Rest assured, once the goods arrive here, even a single missing screw will be my responsibility." Ma Weigua confidently assured. "If anything goes missing, I shall deduct it from the payment for the shipment from Shenyang," Zhang Shu remarked, half in jest and half earnestly. Ma Weigua's tone was casual, lacking a certain formality, as he invited, "Feel free to come find me in Shenyang. By the way, Manager Zhang, when will you return? The workers in the factory are eagerly awaiting their wages." Soon. At the latest, by next week." As soon as he finished speaking, the line was interrupted by the busy tone. "Is it Zhang Shu? When is he coming back?" Zhou Jiqiang inquired. Ma Weigua stared vacantly at the receiver in his hand, replying, "At the latest, next week." "Didn't he say he would be back this week?" Zhou Jiqiang was perplexed. "Who knows? However, since he is willing to store the goods with us, it seems unlikely he will run off." "What are you talking about? Who is running away?" Gao Ziqiang interjected, visibly displeased. Recently, Gao had been living quite comfortably, enjoying good food and restful sleep. Once the two factory directors realized that Gao was merely a figurehead, they ceased to confine him, and their interactions grew amicable. Naturally, with shipments arriving from the Soviet Union, Gao was present to oversee the process. The three strolled to a roadside stall for breakfast before heading directly to the cargo management center. Ma Weigua, Zhou Jiqiang, and Gao Ziqiang stood on the platform of the Beijing Cargo Management Center, gazing at the 38 freight cars lined up before them, collectively enveloped in silence. The June sun had become scorching, causing the metal containers to heat up, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of machine oil and cargo. A bead of sweat trickled down Ma Weigua's temple. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, ultimately managing to utter just one word: "Damn." Zhou Jiqiang adjusted his glasses, peering at the seemingly endless line of freight cars. "How are we going to transport all this?" His voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Gao Ziqiang, however, appeared nonchalant, occasionally tapping this and that. "Director Ma, what are these iron lumps?" Ma Weigua had no time to engage with him, as the dispatcher continued to urge them. Quickly move the goods from Shenyang. If they're not cleared within 24 hours, storage fees will apply. Ma Weigua suddenly snapped back to reality and approached a staff member. As an experienced bureaucrat, he deftly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the other's pocket without drawing attention. Comrade, could you kindly inform me how to transport so many freight cars to the salt market? The staff member glanced at Ma Weigua, and upon accepting the cigarettes, his demeanor noticeably softened. After a moment's consideration, he replied, I believe there is no direct railway to the salt market yet. You'll need to first transport the goods to Pengcheng and then transfer them by truck. Ma Weigua inhaled sharply, cautiously asking, according to your estimation, how much would the transport fees for all this cargo amount to? From Kyoto to Pengcheng, it costs about 500 yuan per freight car. And factoring in the truck transfer and loading fees, it should be roughly 200,000 yuan. Ma Weigua jogged over to Zhou Jiqiang and exclaimed, Jiqiang, just the transport fees for this cargo will amount to 200,000 yuan. What should we do? Both men turned their gaze toward Gao Ziqiang. What are you looking at me for? I only have a little over 2 yuan in my pocket. If you need this amount, I might be able to contribute. Zhou Jiqiang was taken aback. But this is your company's cargo. Gao Ziqiang shook his head repeatedly. I am unaware of that. Zhou Jiqiang was left dumbfounded. Is it really that much just for transport fees? They had no money. If they did, they would have already distributed the workers' wages. Ma Weigua was overwhelmed. Initially believing that Zhang Shu's mention of cargo merely occupying half a truckload could be easily managed with a few extra hands. However, upon arrival at the site, he was taken aback to find it brimming with iron contraptions. Yet, he discerned that these were all precision instruments, each one worth a considerable fortune. Recalling Zhang Shu's recent words and the bravado he had exhibited, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he clutched the equipment list: 2 automotive production lines, 4 Lada cars, 50,000 flying watches, 250,000 Begish telescopes, and 5,000 Saliot cameras. How exorbitantly valuable. The loss of even a single item would be catastrophic. What should we do, Director Ma? Let's report this, Ma Weigua replied, gritting his teeth. With our capabilities, we certainly cannot transport these items back to Yanshi. If something were to go awry on the journey, we would be unable to compensate, even if we sold our underwear. For once, the two were in agreement. Zhou Jiqiang also sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Zhang Shu's audacious maneuvers. Engaging in business with him felt akin to precariously dancing on the edge of a prison. He was truly at his wit's end. Who should we contact? Zhou Jiqiang inquired. Let us go straight to Secretary Li. After all, we may have reached the limits of our authority. Without delay, Ma Weigua placed a call from the Kyoto train station to the Yanshi Municipal Party Committee office. After 2 rings, the line connected. Hello? Is this Secretary Wu? This is Ma Weigua, the director of Shenyang Garment Factory. I have an urgent matter to report to Secretary Li. In an instant, Wu Haikong recalled Ma Weigua's profile. The secretary's daughter worked at his factory. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. Would you prefer to speak directly with the secretary? Or shall I relay your message? Under normal circumstances, Wu Haikong would have recorded the matter and reported it to the secretary himself. However, Ma Weigua was somewhat of an exception. If the situation pertained to the secretary's family, it would be inappropriate for him to convey it. If convenient, I would prefer to speak directly with the secretary. Wu Haikong didn't hang up. He instructed Ma Weigua to hold on, and then knocked on the door of the adjacent office. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged voice came through the line. Li Zhenghua's immediate reaction mirrored that of Wu Haikong. Unless something grave had occurred concerning his precious daughter, Ma Weigua would never reach out to him. Remembering that his daughter had not returned home in over 2 weeks, a tightness gripped his heart. Hello? This is Li Zhenghua. Is my daughter Wan Tang in trouble? Good day, Secretary Li. It concerns our factory. Ma Weigua, not daring to withhold any information, divulged how Zhang Shu had persuaded them to sign the agreement. His dealings in the Soviet Union and the acquisition of 38 trainloads of equipment, revealing everything in one go. There was a lengthy silence on the other end of the line. Are you saying that Zhang Shu, with empty hands, exchanged your 1.05 million worth of garments for 38 trainloads of automotive production lines from the Soviet Union? Well, it isn't entirely deceitful. The agreement was signed. And I verified that a company named Xinqing International does indeed exist in Hong Kong, Ma Weigua stated, mustering the courage to speak fairly. Very well. I will arrange for the goods to be transported back. Ma Weigua. Secretary Li, I truly apologize for causing you trouble. Li Zhenghua. Setting aside the matter of being deceived, I must commend your factory for its audacity and initiative. However, your boldness is rather excessive. We shall discuss your issues further in the meeting. For now, let us leave it at that. As the call ended, Ma Weigua wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that even the municipal secretary had been alarmed. Chapter 70. Testing the cadres with this? Ivan had been living in utmost luxury these past few days. When had he ever fought such a prosperous battle? At that moment, he found himself in the Cherkizovo market, enjoying success as goods from Huaxia sold remarkably well. Thus, when he encountered Zhang Shu once more, his smile was exceptionally radiant. And he spoke in a notably softer tone, fearful that his boisterous voice might startle the god of wealth. My brother, what brings you here? Zhang Shu had initially intended to deliver the work uniforms to Ivan and then return home. However, he received sudden news from the embassy that Professor Putin would be emerging in a couple of days, prompting him to wait a few more days. Naturally, there were rewards to his patience. Under Zhang Shu's financial persuasion, the old professor capitulated without a fight, promptly packing up his family to head to the salt market. Knocking on Ivan's desk, he forewent pleasantries. I need your assistance with some serious matters. He retrieved a list from his shirt pocket and placed it on the table. I need you to help process passports for these individuals. Ivan's smile instantly froze, and he swallowed hard. Brother, what are these people for? Zhang Shu replied nonchalantly. The company has established 2 production lines. We need to recruit some technical personnel. Upon hearing this, Ivan felt a tightness in his chest. Nervously rubbing his hands, visas are manageable, but the passports the KGB has been monitoring technical talents very closely. Last month, an electrical engineer attempting to escape to West Germany was apprehended before he even reached Sheremetyevo Airport. Zhang Shu understood his concern and explained, none of these individuals have served in any sensitive units, so rest assured in processing their passports. Can you truly believe I deceive you, brother? In 1990, the Soviet Union imposed stringent controls on the emigration of technical personnel, especially concerning sensitive sectors like military, aerospace, automotive, and nuclear energy. Experts carrying blueprints and manuals abroad were often deemed traitors, risking severe penalties, including the death sentence. After listening, Ivan exhaled a long breath, genuinely worried that Zhang Shu might recklessly stir trouble. Their lives had just begun to stabilize, and he couldn't afford any chaos. By the way, brother, according to your request, the funds have been transferred to your Hong Kong company's account. Excellent. My brother is indeed capable, Zhang Shu exclaimed, patting his thigh in praise of Ivan. At this time, the Soviet Union's foreign exchange control was theoretically exceedingly strict, yet rife with loopholes in practice. Nevertheless, he chose the most prudent route, routing the funds through the State Bank of the Soviet Union under the guise of trade payments. He merely needed to provide a formal contract with the Hong Kong company, although the downside was that the Soviet bank would forcibly withhold a portion of the foreign exchange. However, Ivan was willing to make up the difference, eager to assist. In truth, Zhang Shu could have resorted to black market dealings, creating false import-export contracts, or even liquidating tangible assets for cash. Yet, the circumstances had changed, with newfound wealth. It was time to resolve issues through the means befitting a wealthy individual. There is no need to linger in the gray area. It is hardly worth the risk of incarceration over trivial matters. My dear brother, when can we expect the arrival of those 100,000 down jackets from your company? They are far more profitable than work pants. Ivan inquired with a hint of eagerness, his desire for this batch of jackets palpable. Zhang Shu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The down jackets are manageable. I can arrange the shipment for you by tomorrow. However, the crux of the matter lies in what you can offer in exchange. Our company has no use for rubles. Shall we wait until you can sort out the Lada engine production line? How about the Moscow production line? Ivan asked quietly, gauging Zhang Shu's expression. Certainly. That would work splendidly. Do you have a way to facilitate this? Ivan grinned widely, a knowing smile on his face. Many were aware of his recent acquisition of a substantial quantity of workwear, and as he appeared poised for financial success, envy brewed among others, some of whom had already sought connections with his father, including individuals from Moscow. In the 1990s, the Moscow vehicles were equipped with the VAZ engines from Lada. Essentially, the engines were identical. However, the calibration and compatibility varied across different models, resulting in minor discrepancies. Nonetheless, the operational standards of the Moscow production line fell significantly short. particularly after experiencing the political and economic reforms of the Soviet Union. The market competition intensified, leading to a drastic decline in sales, nearing the brink of bankruptcy. Of course, a decline in fortune often facilitates the maneuvering of production lines. My brother, if I were to acquire the engine production line, the chassis production line, and all those assorted lines, how would we calculate the expenses? Zhang Shu shot him a glance, recognizing the bravado in Ivan's demeanor. It was merely a show of pretense. Who couldn't he put on a facade? He pulled out a sheet of paper and placed it on the desk with a huff. If you can assemble the entire production line, draft a list of what you require. Should you fail to procure it, consider it my lack of capability. Even though he was aware of his brother's company's formidable strength, Ivan was still taken aback. How much confidence he must possess. Despite the banter, he picked up a pen and began to write on the paper. After a full 5 minutes, he finally handed it over. To be fair, Ivan spoke Mandarin quite well, yet his handwriting left much to be desired. He struggled with several characters, relying on context to decipher them. Prominently listed at the top was the down jacket, followed by sweaters, bed linens, various canned goods, beverages, thermoses, flashlights, umbrellas, a veritable cornucopia of items. Zhang Shu could not help but inquire, "Are you planning to open a supermarket?" Ivan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Having known poverty, I merely wish to stockpile goods. I am uncertain if my brother can procure these items for me. Let me put it this way. I could gather all the trifles you've listed in half a day." Never underestimate the capabilities of Xinqing International. Your focus should be on how to bring the production line over. Zhang Shu continued to boast, for outward appearances must be maintained. Humility was never an option for him. It was a notion that would never take root in his life. "Brother, I shall expedite this matter. Once I have sorted out all the necessary connections, I will call you at the earliest opportunity." "Very well. I shall await your good news here in Huaxia. By the way, brother, can you manage to secure a plane?" Zhang Shu inquired casually. During this period, although the Soviet Union had not yet disbanded, a considerable number of aircraft were either sold or smuggled. For instance, the nearly obsolete MiG-21, MiG-23, Su-25, and Tu, Mi-8, and Mi-24 were being traded in bulk. The most outrageous case involved Ukraine selling certain blueprints and parts for the Tu-160, a significant military asset. Even before Zhang Shu's rebirth in 2024, China did not possess such formidable machinery. Given the opportunity, he certainly intended to contribute to his country. Ivan paused momentarily before inquiring, "What aircraft are you referring to?" "I am open to anything." Zhang Shu, surprised, thought, "You also have connections for aircraft?" He initially intended to take a chance, but noticing Ivan's hesitance and discomfort, he sensed there was more to the story. "Brother, you underestimated me. To be honest, my cousin is a colonel brigade commander in the military." Zhang Shu instinctively shifted in his seat. If this was the direction of their conversation, he had indeed accepted Ivan as a reliable ally. Yet, he maintained a casual demeanor, saying, "Don't think I only know a few people. I even know Gorbachev. But what good does that do if he doesn't sell me a production line?" Ivan shot him a glance. "Your acquaintance and mine are not on the same level." However, he chose to refrain from elaborating on the matter, simply agreeing to inquire further. As their conversation drew to a close, Zhang Shu prepared to leave, only to be unexpectedly detained by Ivan. "Brother, since you've made it to Moscow, I must treat you properly today." Zhang Shu squinted, skeptical of Ivan's motives. Chapter 71. The Importance of Learning Languages. He was not particularly interested in women with coarse body hair, yet he could indulge Zhao Sanxiang, who had long desired this opportunity. "Brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not feeling well these days. If possible, I'll have a friend accompany me." "Ha. Very well." When they returned to the warehouse, darkness had completely fallen. Chen Chong was somewhat surprised, sensing that Zhao Sanxiang seemed more composed after his outing. The previous awkwardness had vanished. He scrutinized Zhao Sanxiang for a moment. "What did you do with Shu Gu this afternoon?" Zhao Sanxiang rubbed the back of his head. "One must have aspirations. So I spent the afternoon learning some foreign language." Chun Huarong nodded in approval, acknowledging, when one is away from home, acquiring new skills is beneficial. Learning a foreign language is essential. Chen Chong and Wang Lin concurred. Among their circle, Chun Huarong was the most educated, and his words were generally well received. As graduating high school was no trivial matter. "Zhang Shu, would you like to learn Russian? I can teach you," Li Wantong said earnestly, delighted at the prospect of assisting Zhang Shu. However, Zhang Shu appeared taken aback, regarding her curiously. Wantong, I already have an abundance of knowledge in my mind. Any further learning would overflow. All right then, Li Wantong replied, somewhat dispirited. As time passed, it was soon the end of June, and the birch trees lining the streets of Moscow were lush with new leaves. Zhang Shu and his companions prepared their belongings, ready to embark on their journey back home. At this moment, the airfare is indeed exorbitant. A one-way international ticket from Moscow to Shanghai costs approximately $220 per person. Simultaneously, a formal worker in a state-owned enterprise in China would struggle to afford even a single ticket with their annual salary. This trip involves a total of 20 individuals, including the previously recruited experts in Soviet automotive engineering, as well as the entire family of Professor Putin, which comprises 7 members alone. Comrade Factory Director, could you arrange for some juice for my children on the plane? Inquired Professor Putin's wife. Juice. Zhang Shu nearly chuckled. The seats occupied by their family of 7 could easily purchase a truckload of juice. Nevertheless, acknowledging the significance of the elderly gentleman's social connections for his future prospects, he waved for the cabin crew. After all, nurturing this relationship could yield substantial benefits later on. As the aircraft ascended, the cloud cover gradually thinned, allowing sunlight to stream through the windows. 8 hours later, beneath the wings, the meandering Yangtze River shimmered like a silver chain across the verdant fields, with the outlines of distant cities becoming increasingly distinct. The airplane made a steady landing at Shanghai's Hangzhou Airport, and suddenly, Professor Putin's youngest daughter pointed excitedly out the window, exclaiming, "Look, China." The elderly man smiled as he affectionately patted her head, then turned to Zhang Shu, saying, "Comrade Factory Director, I wonder how the factory in Yinqing is faring now?" Zhang Shu grinned widely, replying, "Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting your arrival along with this team of experts to install the production line." The elderly gentleman felt pleased by Zhang Shu's confidence in him and was eager to showcase his expertise. The requirements for an automotive production line are rather stringent, he pondered. How large is our current factory space? Zhang Shu thoughtfully stroked his chin, realizing he certainly lacked the necessary space, which would require negotiations with the government. However, he needed to approach this with a clear understanding. "Professor, if we wish to establish a complete automotive production line, how much space should we ideally prepare?" Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman adjusted his glasses, and his professional instincts were immediately awakened. He pulled out a notebook and began to jot down notes and sketches. This largely depends on the scale you intend to achieve. For instance, if we aim for an annual capacity of 200,000 vehicles. He swiftly outlined several boxes with a pencil on the paper. If we are only producing economical models, a minimum of 300,000 square meters is required. 500,000 would be more respectable. If we wish to incorporate a luxury vehicle production line. He turned the page and sketched a larger box, stating that 800,000 square meters is the baseline. He then drew a shape resembling a runway, indicating that an additional 580,000 square meters would be necessary for a testing facility. Zhang Shu gazed at the ever-expanding boxes on the paper, unable to suppress a gasp. "It needs to be that large?" The elderly gentleman chuckled, noting that this is still a conservative estimate. Should there be no mature supporting supply chain in the vicinity, these figures would need to be adjusted upwards. Are you familiar with the Volkswagen plant in Wolfsburg? It spans 6.5 million square meters. He circled the figure prominently on the sketch, emphasizing that their facility even hosts a power station, with 80 of the components being internally sourced. I recommend reserving an additional 30 of land for future expansion, as each increment of 100,000 in annual capacity necessitates an additional 81,200 square meters of land. Zhang Shu scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed, even with his thick skin. He found it daunting to request such an expansive area from the government. Fortunately, he still held the title of a Hong Kong businessman, which he hoped would serve him well. As thoughts meandered, the twilight deepened, and the aircraft steadily descended upon Nanyang Airport. Zhang Shu led the group directly to Shenyang Garment Factory. His concern for the production line was paramount, and besides, Shenyang possessed its own guest house, a significant cost-saving measure for accommodating such a large number of people. The gatekeeper, dozing off, was abruptly awakened by the sound of conversation. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to see a throng of over 20 individuals storming into the factory premises without so much as a greeting. However, with a considerable portion of them being foreigners, he dared not intervene. In these times, the presence of foreigners still held considerable weight. Just as he hesitated, he spotted Li Wantong at the rear of the group, his heart finally at ease. This was the director Li from the factory office, an ally indeed. Li Wantong guided Putin and his entourage directly to the guest house, arranging their accommodations. She opened the door and said, "Teacher, the conditions here are modest. Please make do for now." Yet, Putin waved his hand dismissively, remarking that this place was far superior to his previous lodgings. He felt a profound gratitude towards his student. Had it not been for her mediation, his very release remained uncertain. Moreover, the environment within the guest house was quite satisfactory, pleasing him greatly. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu knocked on the door of Go Ziqiang. Having just surveyed the factory, he realized he had not seen the production line at all. "Brother Shu, you have finally returned," Go Ziqiang exclaimed, his pent-up grievances erupting upon seeing Zhang Shu. The pressure he had endured in recent days had been immense, particularly after the revelation that Xinxing was a shell company. Zhou Jiqiang and Ma Weiguo were so eager to tie him down that they nearly fashioned a rope to prevent his escape. During this tumultuous period, they incessantly drilled into Go Ziqiang the notion that Zhang Shu intended to abscond with the goods, pressuring him to confess. Yet, steadfast in his loyalty, Go Ziqiang had feigned ignorance, managing to maintain his composure until this moment. Upon witnessing Zhang Shu, however, he could no longer uphold his facade. Fear gripped him. Just as Ma Weiguo had articulated, should Zhang Shu truly flee, his future would be confined to a life behind bars. Zhang Shu, well aware of his predicament, found it difficult to empathize, especially seeing Go Ziqiang's increasingly robust physique. It was evident he had not suffered unduly during this time, having likely gained over 20 pounds. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Go Ziqiang, what has become of the goods I procured from the Soviet Union?" Without hesitation, Go Ziqiang recounted the recent events. It turned out that Ma Weiguo had reported the situation, prompting Li Jinhua to facilitate connections. However, it was later suggested, by whom? He did not know, that due to the enormity of the production line equipment, Xinjiang factory could not accommodate it, and thus, it was temporarily stored at the Yinshe automobile factory. Zhang Shu's eyes narrowed. The Yinshe automobile factory was quite renowned in his previous life. As a state-recognized Class 3 modification factory, Yinshe possessed neither the qualifications for vehicle production nor sales. With merely 172 acres of barren land for its premises and equipment valued at less than 500,000 yuan, it was burdened by a debt of 2.5 million, barely surviving each year on government subsidies. In the early days, they also attempted to establish their own brand, but the vehicles produced were plagued with frequent malfunctions. An embarrassing situation arose where more cars were found parked by the roadside for repairs than those actually in operation. Despite the chaotic state of the Yinshe automobile factory at that time, it sowed the seeds for the eventual takeover by the Ueda Group. After accumulating capital through coal trading, Ueda officially took over in 1991, embarking on a path of transformation. Under the leadership of Hu Yulin, with a resolute determination to venture into the automotive industry, the factory was acquired, and through joint ventures and acquisitions, issues regarding qualifications were gradually resolved. In 1996, a collaboration with South Korea's Kia led to the acquisition of the Jinling Bridge automobile manufacturing plant. The former site of the Yinshe automobile factory became its first factory, ultimately evolving into a modern facility with an annual production capacity of 140,000 vehicles. Thus, Dongfeng Ueda Kia was established. Honestly, as a local of Yinshe, Zhang Shu harbored deep sentiments for Ueda Kia. His first car in a previous life was indeed a Ueda. Yet, at this moment, Ueda had yet to be established, and its predecessor was preoccupied with its own affairs. Zhang Shu was unaware of who suggested relocating the production line to the Yinshe automobile factory, but he was certain that such a suggestion was ill-intentioned. Placing a box of delectable meat in a dog's bowl could hardly be considered a benevolent act. It remained uncertain whether this was the idea of the secretary of the Yinshe Municipal Committee or merely a notion from subordinates. If the directive stemmed from the secretary, he could only resign himself to misfortune and seek a new location. However, if it were a clever trick initiated by his subordinates, a thorough conversation would be necessary. "Dogsy, tomorrow you are to take the equipment list to the Yinshe Public Security Bureau and claim that our goods have been stolen," he instructed, narrowing his eyes with a chilling tone. "Upon reaching the Yinshe automobile factory, you must firmly assert that numerous valuable items belonging to our company such as watches, telescopes, and cameras, have gone missing, resulting in substantial losses. Accompany the police personnel and have them count the items on site. What if the numbers match? Guo Ziqiang inquired. With a cold smirk, Zhang Shu replied, then we shall assert that the equipment from the production line has been damaged by them. Guo Ziqiang nodded, comprehending the essence of Zhang Shu's words, and grinned. So, we're pinning it on them, right? This is my forte. I'm well versed in such matters. Zhang Shu acknowledged him with a nod, emphasizing, make sure to stress the value of the equipment and exaggerate the losses. Oh, and remember to bring along the foreigners to assist. They shouldn't be kept idle. Guo Ziqiang assured him, rest assured, Shu Gu. I will ensure they understand what it means to be unscrupulous. Zhang Shu shot him a glare, cautioning, mind your words. We are Hong Kong merchants, a respectable establishment. Tomorrow, wear the suit and leather shoes I bought for you. After giving Zhao Sanxiang his instructions, Zhang Shu retreated to his room. Throughout this month in the Soviet Union, he had either slept on trains or in warehouses. Nothing compared to the comfort of a bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room, and he rubbed his somewhat groggy head, glancing out the window to find the sun already high in the sky. Entering were Ma Weiguo and Zhou Jiqiang. Upon hearing of Zhang Shu's return, they hurried over with evident excitement. Manager Zhang, good morning. Ma Weiguo greeted him with a beaming smile, full of enthusiasm. Humph. What good is that? Zhang Shu let out a cold snort, not waiting for them to respond, and strode directly towards the restroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Ma Weiguo and his companion had anticipated this reaction and were not the least bit perturbed by Zhang Shu's demeanor. They exchanged knowing smiles and leisurely waited at the entrance. Back in the Soviet era, even amidst great difficulties, they had managed to maintain decorum. Now that everyone had returned and the prospect of receiving payment was imminent, it would be counterproductive to sour their relationship. Moments later, Zhang Shu emerged from the restroom, vigorously rubbing his face with a cold towel. Without beating around the bush, he inquired directly, who instructed you to relocate the equipment to the Yinshi automobile factory? Ma Weiguo's expression faltered as he stammered. Oh well. Zhou Jiqiang seized the opportunity to interject, wearing a look of dismay as he explained, Manager Zhang. It was Deputy Director Liu Shaoshan from the Heavy Industry Bureau who arranged this. He issued the order, and we were left with no choice. It's truly. Zhang Shu interjected with a scoff, no choice. He then slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, you have difficulties. So you think it's acceptable to arbitrarily move my equipment elsewhere? Should I then assume that if I encounter difficulties, Xinjiang's payment need not be honored? Moreover, what connection does the Heavy Industry Bureau have with you? Are they Xinjiang's direct superiors? Is your flattery of them of any use? His gaze pierced through them, his voice rising sharply. Let me make myself clear. Should there be even a single screw missing from the production line, I will not hesitate to lodge a complaint in Kyoto. I refuse to believe that in this vast nation of China, there is no one to reason with. But this is dictated by the leadership. We truly have no recourse. Ma Weiguo exclaimed in frustration. The goods were received through your hands. Thus it is only right that I hold you accountable. If the production line suffers any damages, you must bear the responsibility for compensation. Having made his point, Zhang Shu dismissed them without awaiting a reply. He was well aware of their intentions, which were merely to feign ignorance, hoping to absolve themselves of any responsibility. They aimed to have Zhang Shu caught in a bureaucratic quagmire, waiting for him to tire out, at which point the so-called leaders would step in, urging him to make concessions and presenting a compromise that would leave everyone satisfied. He knew these leaders' crafty maneuvers all too well. Chapter 73. The outburst inside the Yinshi automobile factory. Yu Hainan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting as he surveyed the sprawling production line before him. The simmering frustration within him only intensified. At least one of the two production lines had to remain for himself. Otherwise, it would be utterly unacceptable. Brother-in-law, Fu Chun approached at a brisk pace, barely containing his excitement in a hushed tone. I've gathered all the information. It's all top-tier Soviet merchandise. The flying watch retails for 250. The Bigas telescope for 420, and the Saliot camera for 830. Plus, there are 4 brand-new Lada cars. Yu Hainan abruptly turned his head, the flesh of his cheeks quivering. How much could these tens of thousands of items possibly be worth? He swallowed hard and grasped Fu Chun's wrist tightly. You didn't get your hands on any of it, did you? Fu Chun chuckled. I didn't take much, just 30 of each. With the piles of goods stacked like mountains, who would notice 100 less? He grinned. gesturing playfully. Besides, moving them around will inevitably cause some wear and tear. Have you been reckless? Did anyone else take any? Yu Hainan asked in a low voice. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I made sure everyone was instructed to take only one each. The factory is currently struggling with poor performance, and salaries are not being fully paid. If the employees do not find some means to supplement their income, their morale will plummet, and who will be left to dedicate themselves to the work? Yu Hainan nodded, understanding the implications of Chun's words, which is why he did not intervene. However, the issues within the factory cannot be resolved merely by cutting corners on a few goods. If they can retain the production line, the situation would be drastically different. With such a significant amount of fixed assets at hand, it would become considerably easier to secure bank loans or continue applying for subsidies. After gazing towards the warehouse for a while, Yu Hainan spoke. Go. Select another 100 items and deliver them to Director Lu's residence, but do so discreetly. At the same time, Go Ziqiang led a large group of people to the Salt City Public Security Bureau. Upon seeing this motley crew, accompanied by a dozen foreigners, the on-duty officer quickly approached to inquire about the situation. After clarifying the reasons, the officer began to report the matter, realizing its seriousness. Allegedly, Hong Kong merchants had millions worth of goods stolen. Li Jianqing promptly arrived at the scene, where he encountered the so-called merchants. Leader, you must advocate for us. Go Ziqiang immediately began to lament, recounting the various misdeeds of the Salt City Automobile Factory. Li Jianqing assured him, rest assured, we will ensure that our compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau suffer no loss. Given the case's involvement with Hong Kong merchants and the substantial amount of money at stake, he did not dare to delay and promptly assembled a team. Nearly 40 individuals, along with a truck and 5 jeeps, set off towards the Salt City Automobile Factory. As the convoy reached the factory gates, they were halted by the security guard. Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry. Just as Go Ziqiang was about to step forward, Li Jianqing stopped him, narrowing his eyes at the grease-stained old guard and said, Sir, we are from the Public Security Bureau. What of it? Even the Public Security Bureau must register. The guard retorted. Li Jianqing's expression darkened, and he drew his firearm, sternly commanding, Do you dare obstruct the investigation of the Public Security Bureau? Who gave you the audacity? Upon seeing this, the guard retreated into the reception room, suddenly subdued. At that moment, Yu Hainan hurried out of the office building, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this Captain Li? What brings you here? I have some fine tea. Let us enjoy it together. Cut the small talk. Li Jianqing interrupted him directly. We received a report that the Salt City Automobile Factory is suspected of appropriating the property of Hong Kong merchants. And we are here to conduct a search of your warehouse. At these words, the smile on Yu Hainan's face froze. The situation was not unfolding as he had anticipated. Shouldn't they have first argued their case at the Heavy Industry Bureau? How had the Public Security Bureau been summoned? I was merely playing a card, and you've brought out a trump card. How do we proceed now? Yu Hainan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. These pieces of equipment were specifically approved for temporary storage here by Director Lu of the Heavy Industry Bureau. How could they be considered the appropriation of Hong Kong merchants' property? Who are you calling a misunderstanding? Do I know your Director Lu? Li Jianqing replied. Go Ziqiang showed no signs of compliance as he extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Li Jianqing. He then stated, Captain Li, here are our inventory list and customs certificates. I insist on a thorough verification of our goods on site. Additionally, our expert team is present for the inspection of our production line and equipment. Yu Hainan's face twitched with agitation. What are you trying to do? These are items stored by our superiors. What is there to check? I will call Director Lu right now. Li Jianqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade slicing through Yu Hainan. Director Yu, why are you so anxious? Since these are officially stored items and the rightful authorities are here, what harm could there be in verifying the quantities? Yu Hainan protested with an erect neck. This is not a matter of verification. You are showing distrust towards the leadership of the Heavy Industry Bureau. Captain Li, one must adhere to political propriety in their dealings. Noticing Yu Hainan's unease, Li Jianqing opted not to engage in further debate, gesturing decisively, conduct the on-site inspection. No one from the automobile factory is to leave. The police swiftly dispersed, forming a small team that directed the workers to transport the goods out of the factory, checking the quantities one by one. The inventory listed 2,000 of the NK-47 flight watches, yet only 970 were found. 15 binoculars were also unaccounted for. Another officer called out the counts. As time ticked away, Yu Hainan stood in the workshop, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water. At that moment, the shrill sound of brakes pierced the air as a black Santana car, enveloped in dust, barreled into the factory premises. Yu Hainan, sharp-eyed, immediately exclaimed, "It's Director Liu Xiaoshan from the Heavy Industry Bureau." Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Yu Hainan rushed forward. "Director, you finally arrived. These individuals insist on inspecting our equipment. I told them it was your special approval." The car door opened slowly, revealing Liu Xiaoshan with a grim expression, followed closely by Fu Chun. Fu Chun, having returned from delivering gifts to the Yinshi automobile factory, sensed something amiss upon seeing the multitude of police officers and rushed to seek help. "Unorganized, undisciplined. This is utter chaos. Who permitted you to tamper with our belongings? If something goes awry, who will take responsibility for it?" Liu Xiaoshan's authoritative presence was felt even before he approached. Guo Ziqiang scoffed derisively, showing no respect for Liu Xiaoshan as he brazenly retorted, "What great authority? Do I need to seek permission to handle my own possessions? You had better hope this does not implicate you. Otherwise, I shall see to it that I report you to Kyoto." Chapter 74, Defamation. He is slandering me. After Guo Ziqiang's verbal onslaught, Liu Xiaoshan's already darkened face deepened in shade. Li Jianqing waved his hand, addressing the officers, "Continue with the verification." Seeing that his authority was ineffective, Liu Xiaoshan had no choice but to leave the scene. However, Yu Hainan was not willing to let it go. "If you leave, all the blame will fall on me. This cannot be allowed. Director, you must stand by us." Suddenly, he lunged forward, grasping Liu Xiaoshan's sleeve, weeping and wailing. "I acted entirely on your directives back then." Liu Xiaoshan's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly shook off the man's hand, sternly rebuking him. "Silence." He adjusted the wrinkled cuff of his suit and spoke with righteous indignation. "I observed the difficulties your factory is facing and, out of goodwill, sought to connect you with potential partners. Yet, it seems you are more preoccupied with ingratiating yourself to leadership than with managing your factory properly." Yu Hainan's face turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "Director Liu, Liu Xiaoshan's voice thundered, cutting him off once more. "The items you provided have already been prepared for submission to the disciplinary committee." He pointed at Yu Hainan with palpable anguish. "Let me be clear, forming cliques and currying favor with superiors is a short-lived strategy. I hope you take heed." With that, Liu Xiaoshan nodded slightly to Li Jianqing and hastily entered the Santana. This scene left Yu Hainan in a state of shock. Was he really leaving just like that? Suddenly regaining his composure, he dashed after the vehicle, frantically shouting, "Liu, you're tearing down the bridge after crossing it. I will report you. I will expose you. That scoundrel Liu Xiaoshan." "Enough." Li Jianqing grasped him firmly, glancing at Guo Ziqiang, feeling that their government's image was at stake in front of the Hong Kong merchants. He spoke in a low tone. "Mind the repercussions. My responsibility lies solely with criminal cases. I will brief the comrades at the disciplinary committee about your situation." The inventory count continued for a solid 5 hours, the air in the warehouse thick with tension. "Report to the captain." A police officer in charge of the inventory approached briskly. "Preliminary statistics indicate that 215 electronic devices are missing, with the involved amount approximately 50,000 yuan. However," Li Jianqing's brows furrowed. "Speak plainly." The officer swallowed hard. "The Soviet expert reported that multiple components of the production line have been stolen, with severe damage to the equipment. The estimated repair costs," his voice dwindled, "not less than 2.8 million yuan." "How much?" Both Li Jianqing and Yu Hainan exclaimed in unison. Not only Li Jianqing, but even Yu Hainan was taken aback. The production line had not been moved since its return, and as an expert himself, he could not fathom how it could be damaged. Aware of the equipment's value, he had even employed someone specifically to guard it. The notion of theft seemed ludicrous. How could stealing such a bulky piece of machinery be more lucrative than pilfering a watch or a camera? Yu Hainan's mind raced as he eliminated all the impossibilities. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him, draining the color from his face. These old Russians were attempting to extort him. His vision blurred, nearly causing him to collapse. What he had thought was a predator had turned him into prey. The most alarming aspect was that there were hardly a few individuals across the entire nation of Huaxia who understood this equipment. If the foreigners claimed something was missing, it was indeed missing. If they said something was broken, then it was broken. This was utter nonsense. Slander. He is slandering me, Yu Hainan shouted. His face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Go Ziqiang. Go Ziqiang, bewildered, pointed to himself. Me? He surveyed the surroundings, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. This is our first meeting, isn't it? You were caught red-handed stealing, and now you want to turn the tables? Turning to Li Jianqing, he spoke earnestly. Captain Li, we will take these items back for now. As for the production line, he cast a significant glance at Yu Hainan. I kindly request that you assign someone to oversee it closely. Rest assured, Li Jianqing replied with unwavering certainty. I will arrange for personnel to monitor it around the clock. There will be no further issues. Go Ziqiang nodded with satisfaction, then swiftly shifted the conversation. When will the compensation be provided to us? He rubbed his fingers together, noting that they needed to promptly reorder equipment from the Soviet Union, as cross-border procurement involves considerable time. Li Jianqing's expression grew troubled. Mr. Go, I understand your predicament. However, the amount is indeed substantial, and I must report it to my superiors. He glanced at Yu Hainan, whose face was ashen, and added, Nevertheless, we will certainly provide your company with a satisfactory response. Excellent. Go Ziqiang firmly grasped Li Jianqing's hand, exclaiming, It is indeed reassuring to have the People's Police on our side. Building 5 of Zy Huayuan. Chen Jialin and her sister Chen Jiaqing were seated in the living room, engaged in conversation. At the age of 46, she wore a custom-made qipao, her hair meticulously styled. Though fine lines adorned the corners of her eyes, they only added to her allure. Observing her daughter as she occasionally stifled a giggle while humming a tune, then twisting her waist in front of the mirror, even pouring a glass of water with a dainty pirouette, Chen Jialin recognized the unmistakable signs of youthful exuberance. With a slight smirk, she refrained from calling it out directly and continued chatting with her sister. Mom, Ani, I'm off to work. Li Wantong greeted them before pushing the door open to leave. Once the door closed, Chen Jiaqing, holding a gold-plated lighter, lit a cigarette and remarked, Sister, Wantong is becoming more and more beautiful, not at all inferior to you in your youth. Chen Jialin chuckled, Stop flattering me. I was merely average back then. However, my daughter is indeed lovely. Chen Jiaqing leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume mingling with the smoke. Sister, what do you think about that matter I mentioned last time? The young man's conditions seemed quite favorable. Chen Jialin cast a sidelong glance at her sister and replied, Does our family need to consider conditions when marrying off a daughter? Oh dear, sister, that is not my intention. Primarily, he is quite charming and has returned from studying abroad. I merely thought of playing matchmaker, Chen Jiaqing explained. Pondering over her teacup, Chen Jialin eventually said, We can arrange for the two to meet, but there is no obligation. If the children find a mutual attraction, I will support it. However, if there is no chemistry, I would prefer the young man not to persist. Chen Jiaqing raised her voice, Sister, rest assured. I promise to handle it properly. Our Wantong is so exceptional. She must find someone of equal standing. Chen Jialin glanced at her sister again, but chose not to elaborate further. She did not oppose her daughter dating. Yet she leaned towards the idea of a suitable match. She understood well how significant equal family backgrounds are in marriage. It signifies closer life perspectives and values, minimizing unnecessary conflicts. Similar family backgrounds and comparable economic conditions lead to shared consumption values, preventing financial disputes and fostering mutual understanding and support. In contrast, she had witnessed too many couples who, having indulged in the joys of romance, ended up tangled in trivialities post-marriage. Chapter 75. A point of indecision the following day. As dawn broke softly, Ma Weiguo led Zhang Shu and Putin into the bustling offices of the Municipal Finance Bureau. The director, Liang Youguang, in his 40s and exuding warmth, promptly greeted the trio with enthusiasm upon their arrival. You must be Manager Zhang. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Liang Youguang clasped his hand, surveying him from head to toe, and remarked, Truly a promising young talent. The development of Yanshi will greatly rely on the contributions of distinguished youths like you. Zhang Shu promptly waved his hand, humbly responding, Director Liang, you flatter us. Our company is new here, and we still require your guidance and support in many areas. The two exchanged smiles and settled onto the sofa in the reception area. Liang Youguang was momentarily taken aback, and he initiated the conversation. Manager Zhang. The Public Security Bureau has already briefed me on the relevant circumstances. First and foremost, I would like to express the government's apologies for the losses your company has incurred. He paused briefly to elucidate, As a Hong Kong-funded enterprise, you may not be entirely aware that according to the Law on State-Owned Industrial Enterprises enacted in 1988, state-owned enterprises operate independently and bear their own profits and losses. This implies that the responsibility for compensation should be borne by the involved state-owned enterprise using its own assets. Liang Youguang spoke earnestly, adding, "Of course, as the supervisory department, we will certainly urge the enterprise to expedite the compensation process." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu's expression darkened, and he forcefully set his teacup down on the table. "Director Liang, are you jesting?" Zhang's voice rose sharply. "The Yanshi automobile factory is already burdened with immense debt. What do they have to compensate with? I genuinely wish to contribute to the development of my hometown, but..." Zhang scoffed coldly, straightened his posture, and turned to leave. Fortunately, the equipment had yet to be installed. He could always invest elsewhere. Liang Youguang, sensing the urgency, quickly signaled to Ma Weigua, who swiftly stepped forward to block Zhang's exit. "Calm down, my friend," he half-pleaded, half-restrained Zhang back onto the sofa. "Director Liang sought me out at the crack of dawn to discuss this matter. His intentions are sincere. Please, temper your anger and listen to the specific proposal first." Zhang maintained a stern demeanor. Although he was drawn back to the sofa, the tightness of his lips revealed his profound dissatisfaction with the situation. Liang Youguang took a sip from his teacup, using the warmth to scrutinize Zhang Shu once more. This young man was certainly not to be underestimated. With that ever-changing expression, a skill that most could hardly emulate, Liang Youguang lowered his head in contemplation, unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup with his fingers. It was undeniably impossible for the municipal finances to allocate funds for such inexplicable losses. Yet, it was equally unacceptable to allow a Hong Kong-funded enterprise to depart without consequence. As early as 1984, the municipal committee had proposed to enhance the four introductions: technology, equipment, talent, and capital, advocating for comprehensive openness across all industries. By 1986, the committee had formulated a series of policies to amplify external publicity and rigorously improve the investment environment, thereby enhancing the allure for foreign investments and encouraging foreign merchants to invest in Yanshi. However, despite the resounding slogans, the actual influx of investors remained disappointingly sparse. Attracting investments was already challenging. If he were to drive away this Hong Kong-funded enterprise, he would undoubtedly face accountability from above. Yet, he also felt a sense of injustice. Attracting investments was not even within his purview. It was exasperating to have to clean up after others due to the compensation issue. Liang Youguang set down his teacup, revealing a troubled expression. "Manager Zhang, the municipal finances truly cannot afford such a substantial compensation. Moreover, you possess neither invoices nor formal documentation. It is unreasonable to demand payment without substantiation, is it not?" Zhang Shu let out a cold chuckle. "Director Liang, your assertion is misguided. We are, in fact, the aggrieved party. Your words suggest that we are merely quibbling. Are they not a state-owned enterprise? They receive the largest fiscal subsidies annually, yet when it comes to compensation, they feign ignorance?" Liang Youguang sighed with a pained expression. "To be candid, the automobile factory is akin to a stubborn adhesive. It pays no taxes, yet is eager for subsidies more than anyone else. The city has long contemplated its bankruptcy. These matters are beyond my purview." Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively, deliberately stating, "My only desire is to secure the compensation swiftly, so I can apply for land to construct a factory. Director Liang, please do not delay my affairs." "Construct what kind of factory?" Liang Youguang suddenly sat upright, slamming his teacup onto the table. "The existing automobile factory is right there. The buildings and equipment are readily available. In my opinion, your company should simply purchase it outright. This would offset the debts while revitalizing the factory. A splendid opportunity." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, striking his thigh with his palm. This would not only clear the confusion of the Hong Kong merchants, but also relieve the financial burden of the automobile factory, all while retaining the Hong Kong merchants. Truly a triple benefit. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Shu shook his head, stating, "Our Soviet experts have assessed the automobile factory and deemed it merely a small family workshop. Should I acquire it, I would still need to dismantle and rebuild, which would be excessively time-consuming. The crux of the matter is that the factory spans only 110,000 square meters. For our complete vehicle production, this space is utterly insufficient." Liang Youguang remained unfazed. "I will coordinate with the Land Bureau on this matter." As foreign investors, you qualify for the exemption from land transfer fees when the time comes. We can simply change the land designation to allocation. However, should there be any demolitions in the vicinity, you will need to cover the relocation and compensation costs. Zhang Shu's brow relaxed slightly, and he promptly pivoted the conversation. By the way, my friends in Hong Kong mentioned that in Pengcheng, there are policies for foreign enterprises regarding the 3 connections and 1 leveling. Is there a similar policy in Yanshi? Liang Youguang's smile faltered, and he cleared his throat twice. I will communicate this with the colleagues from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau and the Management Committee. But wouldn't your company also consider making a gesture? A gesture is not feasible. Zhang Shu flatly refused. Our company's funds must be judiciously allocated, not squandered on leveling the ground or establishing water and electricity connections. He then leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming more significant. Director Liang, you must comprehend that once enterprises of our scale commence production, the taxes we remit annually will be no trivial sum. Liang Youguang's eyes brightened, tentatively inquiring. So, does Manager Zhang imply that your company does not require the 39 exemptions and 2 reductions tax incentives? Incentives are indeed necessary. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. But consider the calculations. By the 3rd year, you will be collecting half the taxes, which is certainly preferable to continually subsidizing expenses, is it not? Observing Liang Youguang's hesitation, he continued. Currently, the Special Economic Zone is implementing 39.5 exemptions and 5 reductions, while our Yanshi policies have fallen behind. You must keep pace. Liang Youguang scoffed. I am merely the head of the Finance Bureau. What relevance do policies have in discussions with me? The conversation continued until noon, at which point Zhang Shu departed from the Finance Bureau. Liang Youguang had agreed to take the lead in coordination, but specific matters would be addressed by representatives from the Investment Promotion Bureau. Someone was running errands, and Zhang Shu naturally welcomed it. Just as they exited the doors of the Finance Bureau, Ma Weiguo cautiously inquired, Manager Zhang, now that the negotiations seem nearly complete, might we settle our factory's payment? Zhang Shu stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, Director Ma, what do you think about offsetting the payment with items like watches, cameras, or telescopes? Chapter 76. Corruption must not be tolerated. Absolutely not. That would be utterly inappropriate. Ma Weiguo exclaimed, visibly anxious. Our factory's employees are just ordinary folks who have no use for such high-end items. Zhang Shu squinted at him for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. Old Ma, why are you in such a hurry? I was merely speaking off the cuff. He then put his arm around Ma Weiguo's shoulders and asked, by the way, how much is your monthly salary these days? Ma Weiguo raised 3 fingers and chuckled, 380. But, he lowered his voice, pride creeping in. I am about to retire, so even without working, I can still collect over 200. He then questioned, why do you ask about this? Zhang Shu shook his head repeatedly, muttering, that's truly far too little. Ma Weiguo's expression darkened, standing tall with evident displeasure in his tone. Manager Zhang, what do you mean by that? He felt insulted by the implication that his lifelong dedication was being belittled, raising his voice. I have devoted my entire life to revolutionary work and am quite satisfied with my compensation. Zhang Shu suddenly released his hold on Ma Weiguo's shoulders and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Old Ma, do you desire to amass wealth? Ma Weiguo instinctively took a step back. I am a veteran party member, and I do not engage in corruption. He appeared somewhat intimidated by Zhang Shu's previous mysterious maneuvers. Furthermore, the Shenyang garment factory could hardly yield any profit. He urged, don't act recklessly. Who said anything about embezzlement? Zhang Shu rolled his eyes and promptly retrieved a stack of U.S. dollars from his suit pocket, delicately fanning them open at his fingertips. I have a legitimate business proposition for you, provided you can secure a deal. He paused for effect, wavering the cash tantalizingly before Ma Weiguo's eyes. 3,000 U.S. dollars. Cash on hand. Ma Weiguo truly wished to dismiss the conversation, yet Zhang Shu's words possessed an almost magical allure that compelled his gaze to follow the green notes. Ultimately, he could not resist asking, what business? Well, we are about to commence mass production of gearboxes, doors, hoods, and other body panels. You will be responsible for business development, and for each contract you secure, you'll earn this amount. He then stuffed the banknotes into Ma Weiguo's breast pocket. But I don't even know what a gearbox looks like, and I am unfamiliar with those body panels. Ma Weiguo's voice faltered, yet his hand instinctively pressed against his pocket. Zhang Shu nonchalantly waved his hand. Just go out and negotiate. I will assign you a couple of Soviet experts to handle the technical aspects. He lowered his voice. Old Ma, after a lifetime of work, have you ever had $3,000 in your savings account? Now, securing just one deal could equate to what you would earn through a lifetime of toil. Zhang Shu's words seemed to echo like a devil's whisper, insidiously eroding Ma Weiguo's resolve. But you don't even have a product yet. How can I negotiate? Ma Weiguo's breathing grew noticeably rapid. Fool. Zhang Shu flicked his finger against Ma Weiguo's work uniform pocket. Isn't there a real vehicle available? When the time comes, you can drive directly over, if necessary. Dismantle it on-site to show the other party. But what about the Shenyang factory if I am out pursuing business? Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Surely you do not believe that Shenyang can no longer operate without you? However, Zhang Shu's expression darkened as he impatiently pulled out a cigarette pack. If you continue to dawdle, I will find someone else for the job. No. Ma Weiguo urgently pressed down Zhang Shu's hand, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will do it. Now that sounds more like it. The old factory director indeed possesses the courage. He had also contemplated hiring a salesman. But given the current socio-economic climate in Huaxia, Ma Weiguo was the more suitable choice. During the early days of reform and opening up, social interactions were heavily influenced by one's institutional identity and hierarchical status. After all, Ma Weiguo was the legitimate head of a state-owned factory. The mere sight of the director personally visiting would command a certain level of respect. If a regular salesman were to camp at the factory gate for 3 days, they would have no grounds for complaint. At that time, most state-owned enterprises still operated under the inertia of a planned economy, where procurement was largely based on higher-level allocations or personal recommendations, leaving no opportunities for unfamiliar sales pitches. On the road, Zhang Shu instructively guided Ma Weiguo on business negotiations while painting grand visions for him. By the end, he even described a future scene of leisurely traveling with his spouse in a Santana after retirement. When the car returned to Shenyang Garment Factory, Ma Weiguo felt somewhat elated, his spirit invigorated, as if he had been rejuvenated by a surge of vitality, appearing at least 15 years younger. As soon as he stepped into the Shenyang guest house, he heard a gentle call from behind. Under the dappled shadows of the phoenix trees in the Salt City at the end of June, Li Wantong stood beneath the shade, her white dress adorned with blue flowers swaying gently in the summer breeze. What's the matter? Zhang Shu turned around to inquire. Noticing his gaze, Li Wantong instinctively hid the movie ticket she held behind her back. Do you have plans tonight? Her voice was softer than usual. I should be free. Why do you ask? Today, Li Wantong had deliberately styled her hair, with her dark braids cascading loosely over her shoulders, the tips tied with a light blue ribbon. She nervously tucked stray strands behind her ears and, lowering her gaze to her plastic sandals, murmured, the factory distributed tickets for the movie Mama, Love Me Again, which I've heard is quite good. I'm not sure why, but they issued 2 tickets. If you don't go, the ticket will be wasted. Zhang Shu paused, surprised by the girl's newfound boldness in directly inviting him. However, her approach felt somewhat awkward. After contemplating, he responded, how about this? You treat me to the movie, and afterward, I will take you out for a late-night snack. Sounds good. Li Wantong's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile transforming into crescent moons as she readily agreed. The movie starts at 7:30. I will wait for you at the cinema entrance. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly thrust the 2 tickets into Zhang Shu's hand and skipped away, holding the tickets in his hand. Zhang Shu shook his head and proceeded directly to Zhou Jiqiang's office. Chapter 77. Director Li will take action. Having dealt with Director Ma, it is only fair to also address Director Zhou. One must not show favoritism. Zhou Jiqiang was engrossed in reviewing documents when he glanced up to see Zhang Shu entering his office. Instantly, a broad smile spread across his face as he rose to greet him. Isn't this Manager Zhang? What brings you here today? Please, take a seat. Zhang Shu, unabashed, plopped onto the sofa and declared, Director Zhou, I have come today specifically to offer warmth and advocate for welfare for the workers. Upon hearing this, Zhou's smile faltered slightly. He felt a sense of déjà vu. He leisurely returned to his chair and replied, Manager Zhang, if we are to discuss warmth, might I suggest you first settle our outstanding payment? That would be genuine warmth, would it not? Old Zhou, how naive. Your perspective is rather limited. Zhang Shu crossed his legs casually, adopting a relaxed tone. Do you honestly think I am in need of that 1 or 2 million? Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the remark. It appeared that Zhang had returned from his trip to the Soviet Union with newfound confidence. However, as he pondered, A frown creased his brow. But if you aren't lacking funds, why the delay in settling our payment? Zhang Shu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Zhou, and lit one for himself, pressing the cigarette but firmly on the table to compact the tobacco, ensuring a richer smoking experience. You see, I've just returned from the old Soviet Union, and our company's account is in US dollars, which is why I have been unable to settle your payment. He explained, acknowledging the moral weight of owing money. In those times, people placed immense value on credit, feeling a sense of shame associated with debt, believing it to be a moral failing. In contrast, in later years, regardless of financial means, one might delay payment for months, often until legal action was pursued. Zhou's eyes lit up at the mention of US dollars. Manager Zhang, our factory also accepts US dollars. We can adhere to the official exchange rate of 1 to 487. I assure you, you will not incur a loss. Zhang Shu smiled, albeit with a hint of mockery. You truly are not foolish at all. However, do not hold your breath for the dollars. I have greater use for them. In the early 1990s, the black market exchange rate for the dollar was nearly double that of the official rate. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation. Old Zhou, would you be interested in providing some welfare for your employees? His voice was laced with temptation. Zhou scoffed, if you continue to withhold our payment. Xinjiang won't even be able to pay wages, let alone provide welfare. Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile lingering on his face. That's precisely why I am here to offer welfare. Have you seen the watches, cameras, and binoculars I brought back? Zhou nodded. Yes, I have seen them. Are you suggesting they are gifts for our factory employees? Dream on. Zhang flicked off the ash from his cigarette. Tell me, how well do you think these items would sell in the salt market? Need you ask? Foreign goods. The salt market has virtually none. One must go to the Shanghai market to purchase them, and the common folk would need connections to acquire foreign exchange vouchers, Zhou replied, smacking his lips. Zhang leaned forward. But with so much inventory, our company lacks the capacity to sell them individually. Instead, why not use them to benefit the employees at Shenyang? What do you mean? Speak plainly, Zhou inquired, furrowing his brow. It was proposed that the employees of Shenyang factory assist in promoting and selling products. A camera for a commission of 30 yuan. A telescope for 20, and a watch for 10. Moreover, the prices I offered were lower than those at the supply and marketing cooperative and from the vendors. He counted on his fingers and remarked, take the watch, for instance. Selling 2 or 3 in a night shouldn't be too difficult, right? Earning 30 a day means in 2 days you could cover half a month's salary for your factory. He paused and added, if I receive payment, I could settle your account as well. Zhou Jiqiang furrowed his brows, questioning, is this feasible? The workers are occupied with their jobs during the day. How would they have the energy to set up stalls at night? Why not? Zhang Shu extinguished his cigarette. It's already 1990, Lao Zhou. There are countless opportunists outside. Who isn't making extra money? Just tell everyone this is a benefit provided by the factory. How much they sell depends on their own abilities. Just see how pleased everyone is. And that's all that matters. Zhou Jiqiang gazed at Zhang Shu's earnest expression and had to admit he was tempted. Since becoming the deputy factory director of Shenyang, he had been contemplating ways to provide benefits for the employees and raise their salaries. Yet, at this moment, he hesitated, feeling that Zhang Shu's approach might not be entirely right. If the employees grew accustomed to quick money, who would still focus on their work? Zhang Shu seemed to read his thoughts and comforted him. Lao Zhou, don't worry. There's only a limited amount of merchandise. Once it's sold out, it will naturally come to an end, and the workers will settle down. Zhou Jiqiang gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I'll notify the workers shortly. Zhang Shu smiled. Exactly. Now that's the spirit of a good factory director. Given the value of the items, I suggest they form teams of 3 or 5, taking one of each product. If there are customers, let them bring them directly to Shenyang factory to make payment, and the commission can be given on the spot. All right, we'll proceed as you suggested. I'll arrange it immediately since there's no work at the factory anyway. Just as Zhou Jiqiang prepared to rise, Zhang Shu grabbed his arm and pressed him back into his chair. Lao Zhou, Zhang Shu said leisurely as he dusted off his suit sleeve. Now that the workers' matters are arranged, shouldn't you think about yourself? Me? Zhou Jiqiang scoffed, crossing his legs. Manager Zhang, you can't be suggesting that I, the deputy factory director, should sell these trinkets on the street? Zhang Shu calmly sipped his tea. Do you know what Director Ma has been busy with lately? What could he possibly be busy with? Zhou Jiqiang dismissed the idea. Helping me with business. Zhou Jiqiang was taken aback. Director Ma was known for his strong principles. And here he was engaging in such endeavors. Could it be that something urgent had arisen at home, requiring money? In that instant, he conjured numerous scenarios in his mind. Zhang Shu slowly extended 3 fingers. Do you know how much I'm paying him? $3,000 for each deal, with no upper limit. Zhou Jiqiang gasped. Realizing why Ma Weigua had been so spirited that morning, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. $3,000 equated to over 20,000 yuan on the black market. Securing just one deal could grant Ma Weigua the means to retire and enjoy life. Suddenly, Zhou Jiqiang felt the ceiling fan in the office was spinning too slowly, suffocating him. He suppressed his racing heart. Should I also help you with business? No. You deserve better. Zhang Shu gazed at him with piercing intensity. You are young and ambitious. I have a more significant task at hand. Naturally, the compensation will be satisfactory. He extended 8 fingers, articulating each word with precision. If the task is accomplished, $8,000. What is the task? Zhou Jiqiang stammered, swallowing hard. First, you must express your interest. If I elaborate for ages and you are disinterested, that would be a waste of time. I'm in. Zhou Jiqiang abandoned his initial aloofness. The offer was simply too enticing. He yearned to shout that he didn't care for the money, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Noticing Zhou Jiqiang's acquiescence, Zhang Shu delved directly into the matter. Our company currently lacks the qualifications for complete vehicle production and sales. Pursuing these independently would be time-consuming. I plan to acquire a qualified factory. This will allow us to manufacture vehicles legally and obtain some technical support. Zhou Jiqiang's expression turned troubled. But I don't understand any of this. You don't need to. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. I'll have Professor Putin accompany you. He will handle the technical aspects. Your sole task is to persuade the other party to sell the factory and negotiate the price down to the lowest possible point. Lower is better. Zhou Jiqiang nodded thoughtfully. So, you already have a target in mind? Certainly. Zhang Shu snapped his fingers. I never engage in battles unprepared. Zhou Jiqiang stroked his chin. I have another question. While Manager Ma handles business, and I focus on the acquisition, what about the workers promoting watches at Shenyang factory? Fear not. Director Li will take charge. Chapter 78. This is love, old Zhou. You have 2 objectives this time, Zhang Shu instructed. One is Yunk Automobile in your province, and the other is the Blue Arrow Automobile Manufacturing Factory in Yun Province. Let me give you a brief overview. The rest you will need to investigate yourself. Yunk was formerly the Xuanyang Aircraft Manufacturing Factory, and it aligns with us fairly well, primarily producing microcars. However, the brand is weak, sales channels are inadequate, and technology is entirely reliant on imports. Blue Arrow possesses a certain level of recognition locally and has considerable fixed assets, yet its brand and technology are rather mediocre. In summary, both of these entities are nearing sunset and struggling to survive. However, if you do not apply pressure, they might linger on for some time. Your mission is to negotiate and persuade them to surrender early, agreeing to our low-priced acquisition. Zhou Jiqiang scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. You are quite cunning. To be honest, was this not your strategy with Shenyang as well? Zhang Shu chuckled. Old Zhou, you are merely projecting your own suspicions onto me. My intentions towards Shenyang are genuine, as the sun and moon can attest. Conscience tells you, did things not improve for you after I arrived? Regardless of whether money has changed hands, the inventory in the warehouse has at least been halved, hasn't it? Zhou Jiqiang scoffed. That makes a lot of sense. I can now confirm that you were indeed targeting Shenyang from the beginning. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Narrow-minded, too narrow-minded. However, having someone as shrewd as you guiding from behind does provide some reassurance, Zhou Jiqiang remarked pointedly. Zhang Shu felt displeased by this comment. How could this fellow unjustly tarnish his reputation? After concluding his conversation with Zhou Jiqiang, he arrived at the Shenyang guest house, where Guo Ziqiang and others were engaged in a game of cards. Hey, Brother Shu is here. Chen Huarong, who was standing behind and observing the game, promptly greeted him. Upon hearing this, the others hastily set down their playing cards. Zhang Shu stepped forward, clapped his hands, and spoke in a serious tone. Brothers, it's time to get to work. Let us take some of the goods from the warehouse. The employees at Shenyang will assist us in selling them, and you can focus solely on collecting the money. The task is straightforward, but we must be meticulous. For every customer they bring in to purchase a product, we will settle the commission on the spot. 10 yuan for each watch sold, 20 for each telescope, and 30 for each camera. Rest assured, Brother Shu, We will ensure that the money is collected clearly and without any issues, Go Ziqiang affirmed. Zhang Shu smiled and continued, the items must be properly secured. And we need to keep a record of every commission paid and every watch sold. If any issues arise, contact me immediately. Chen Huarong nodded eagerly, saying, Brother Zhang, we are fully aware of our responsibilities. The goods are stored in the warehouse. We will sell in batches, and there will be no mistakes. Good. If the finances and accounts are not clear, we can call on Shenyang's finance department for assistance, Zhang Shu advised. Additionally, once we sell a portion of the goods, we should prepare to return home. We have been away for quite some time, and our families must be missing us. A look of joy spread across the group. They had never been away from Huagang town for such a lengthy period, and to claim they did not miss home would be a falsehood. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shu added, Brothers, having accompanied me on this journey for so long, I must ensure that your return is splendid. Sanxiang, please prepare a list. We will make a unified purchase, 2 suits and 2 pairs of leather shoes for each person of a higher quality. Furthermore, I will cover the 3 main household items, Phoenix bicycles, butterfly sewing machines, and watches, with the old Russian watches being of sufficient quality. He scanned the eager faces before him and declared, I will distribute a bonus based on your performance during this period. I cannot make any promises. But once we return to the village, I assure you that each of you will be a person of wealth. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room thickened with anticipation, and the eyes of everyone turned red with emotion as they gazed at him. In 1990, becoming a person of wealth in the countryside was a remarkable achievement. For a rural family to save up 10,000 yuan, the hardships endured were unimaginable, especially considering that the average annual net income for farmers at that time was around 500 yuan. If a rural girl spoke of her prospective husband, a man from a family with 10,000 yuan would likely be a sought-after match, as the prestige associated with such families far surpassed that of ordinary households. At that time, being a 10,000 yuan household in the countryside was akin to possessing a net asset of 1 million yuan in the present day, with an even higher social status. This was due to the relatively minor wealth gap of the era, making 10,000 yuan households exceedingly rare. As the economy accelerated, it was not until after the post-95 generation that households with 100,000 yuan began to replace those with 10,000 as the new benchmark. And by the year 2000, millionaires became the new symbol of wealth. Go Ziqiang felt a profound stir within himself. He had staked everything to follow Zhang Shu. And this day was the culmination of his aspirations. Reflecting on his past, having spent 6 or 7 years struggling in town and pooling together the meager savings of his elderly mother, he had managed to scrape together a little over 1,000 yuan to hitch a ride with Zhang Shu. Now, the prospect of a brighter future was within reach. Who would dare to call him a good-for-nothing in the days to come? He was destined to don a suit and tie as the esteemed Mr. Go. Others were even more so. Qiu Ziqiang was comparatively better off, having once held a dominant position on the streets. However, Zhao Sanxiang, Wang Lin, and Qin Chong were in stark contrast. Their circumstances were far more dismal. Having consumed countless cigarette butts, embodying a typical day-to-day existence with never more than 5 yuan in their pockets. Brother Shu, Zhao Sanxiang stammered, but before he could finish, Zhang Shu interrupted. Enough of the nonsense, focus on your work. These are not my handouts. They are earned through your toil, and you have every right to them. He cast a glance over the crowd, his tone suddenly serious. I hope you can learn something meaningful, whether it be production, sales, or management. If you dedicate yourselves sincerely, there will be opportunities for you in the future. His gaze swept across everyone present. Brothers who wish to conquer the world alongside me, none of you shall fall behind. As his voice faded, he had already exited, leaving behind the sound of eager swallowing. Qiu Ziqiang gazed at his retreating figure, realizing that there truly existed someone who could render the term brother as fervent as molten iron, igniting a fire in one's chest. Throughout this period of interaction, this group had essentially passed his tests. While a lack of ability could be nurtured over time, a crooked heart was irredeemable. Zhang Shu did not demand much from them. He only required that they diligently complete the tasks assigned. Once he departed, the occupants of the room remained in a daze, reflecting on his earlier words, their minds buzzing. Had they truly become potential 1,000 yuan earners in just over a month of following Brother Shu? Qin Chong's hands trembled as he pulled out a crumpled bill, distributing it among those nearby. What Brother Shu just said is true, right? Zhao Sanxiang replied, of course. When has Brother Shu ever deceived us? Damn it. Wang Lin suddenly slammed his thigh, his eyes ablaze. That lame old man from the neighboring village once scorned my family's poverty, refusing to marry his daughter to me. Just wait until I return with my 1,000 yuan earnings. Let us see if he dares flaunt his status then. Chun Huarong exhaled a puff of smoke. That's small-minded. If I marry, it'll definitely be a woman from the city. What do you know? This is about love, Wang Lin retorted. Chapter 79. Lips parting. The evening sun remained scorching as Qian Ruihua stood by the iron gate of Shenyang factory, loosening his tie. He glanced at his Rolex Datejust. It was 5:30, and workers were gradually streaming out. The blue-gray work uniforms appeared somewhat outdated in his eyes. Initially, he intended to outright refuse the match his family had arranged. What insight could a woman from Huaxiao possibly possess? However, upon seeing the photograph in his mother's hands, he was momentarily taken aback. In the picture, Li Wantong donned a light blue dress, embodying both the grace of a refined lady and a touch of youthful playfulness. He prided himself on having encountered many returnees from abroad, yet none could compare to the woman in the photograph. Given her family's status, Qian Ruihua found no valid reason to decline, which is why he had arrived at Shenyang factory early today. She has arrived. Qian Ruihua's heart quickened. Li Wantong was even more radiant than in the photograph. He adjusted his suit collar, preparing to greet her, only to notice that she had paused, seemingly waiting for someone at the entrance. At that moment, a man appeared in the factory, striding directly to her side, prompting him to squint. Clad in the most ordinary work attire and somewhat worn-out shoes, the man's appearance reflected his modest background. Collecting his thoughts, Qian Ruihua stepped forward, the sound of his polished shoes echoing steadily against the cement floor. He raised the corners of his lips, his gaze first landing on Li Wantong's face. But upon encountering Zhang Shu, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. He halted 2 steps away. Miss Wantong, I am Qian Ruihua, sent by your mother to find you. Li Wantong momentarily froze, then politely nodded. Hello, Mr. Qian. Qian Ruihua feigned nonchalance while adjusting his cuff, revealing a Rolex on his wrist. And who might this be? This is my friend, Li Wantong introduced. Zhang Shu extended his hand proactively. Hello. Qian Ruihua suppressed his disdain as he shook hands briefly before releasing it. A pleasure. By the way, where are you headed? We're planning to watch a movie, Li Wantong replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she unconsciously glanced at Zhang Shu. Qian Ruihua felt a pulsing at his temples and struggled to maintain his composure, smiling as he suggested, as it happens, I have no plans either. Why not join us? I'll treat. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, and Li Wantong's brows furrowed instantly. Mr. Qian, I'm afraid it might not be convenient. By the way, what did my mother want you to discuss with me? If there's nothing urgent, we should be on our way. The movie is about to start. Qian Ruihua's nails nearly dug into his palm. It's nothing of great importance. Miss Wantong, feel free to attend to your matters. All right, Zhang Shu, let us go. I must tell you, the movie I chose today is quite good. Qian Ruihua watched helplessly as Li Wantong tilted her head to smile at the man, walking side by side across the street, even brushing off some dust from the man's car seat. As Li Wantong lifted her skirt to climb into the back seat, their figures turned the corner, her hand gently resting on the man's waist. He took out a handkerchief from his suit pocket, slowly wiping his hands, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Salt City Cinema still retained the charm of its vintage architecture. In front of the ticket counter, Zhang Shu checked their tickets and purchased a bag of sunflower seeds. The screening room was dimly lit, with an old ceiling fan rotating, delivering a faint breeze. Not long after they settled into their seats, the sound of the film reel began to whir, and the screen illuminated with a warm, yellowish hue. Li Wantong appeared engrossed in the movie, her head gradually leaning against his shoulder. Zhang Shu suddenly felt warmth creeping up his neck. It was her face brushing against his ear. He turned to assess her, catching her gaze. Stop staring at me, she murmured, her head now fully nestled in his embrace. He inhaled the scent of her shampoo and, in a voice only they could hear, softly asked, Do you enjoy my gaze upon you? The surrounding darkness enveloped them, serving as the perfect cover. Li Wantong heard the rhythm of her own heartbeat and softly responded with a faint She then wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head deeper into his embrace. Zhang Shu could feel her hands gently caressing the skin of his lower back through the fabric of his work attire. Zhang Shu. Li Wantong called his name, her voice trailing off with a hint of sweetness. Your shirt buttons are poking me. He tightened his embrace around her, hearing her muffled groan as her nose pressed firmly against his chest. Is it still uncomfortable? Zhang Shu's right hand slowly lifted, gently resting on the prominent vertebrae of her spine, feeling the soft warmth of her skin through the cotton shirt. Not uncomfortable anymore, but it tickles, unbearably so. Her protest was absorbed by Zhang Shu's shirt, transforming into indistinct whimpers. Li Wantong raised her head, and in the fleeting moment of their gazes locking, she suddenly bit down on his lower lip. The old-fashioned ceiling fan buzzed annoyingly overhead, yet it could not drown out the sound of their intertwined breaths. Does it hurt? She released him, her lower lip still glistening with moisture. Before Zhang Shu could respond, she leaned in again, this time more cunningly, brushing her nose against the corner of his lips before gently pressing her lips against his, carefully aligning to his shape. Li Wantong's kiss was inexperienced, merely a tender brushing of her lips against his, the occasional clash of teeth producing delicate sounds. Zhang Shu cradled the back of her neck, guiding her to find a more comfortable angle. She emitted a muffled sound, and as her nose grazed his chin, she opened her mouth to capture his lower lip once more, gently nibbling as if devouring cotton candy, her tongue occasionally flicking through the seam of his lips. Not allowing her to continue her exploration, Zhang Shu took the initiative, his hand deftly securing her neck as his tongue pried open her tightly clamped teeth. She let out a startled sound, her body instantly tensing but then melting into a puddle of warmth. Submissively tilting her head back, she allowed him to kiss her, inch by inch, molding her inexperienced response. On the screen, a mother wept while cradling her child, but in their world, only the sound of their mingled breaths remained. Li Wantong gradually fell behind his rhythm, left to passively part her lips. It was only when she emitted a whimpering moan that she reluctantly pulled back slightly, gently biting her tongue with her lips, creating a series of moist sounds. This, indeed, is kissing. Li Wantong shot him a glare, yet once more wrapped her arms around his neck, willingly offering her lips. This time, it was not a tentative gesture, but rather a clumsy, all-or-nothing attempt. Her teeth biting his upper lip, her tongue sweeping wildly, her nose glistening with sweat from urgency. Slowly, Li Wantong finally mirrored his actions, her tongue delicately brushing against his, like a young beast that had finally learned to paddle in water, gradually discovering her own rhythm amidst his waves. The theater was filled with the closing theme song, yet neither of them heard it. It was only when the screen was bathed in bright white light that Li Wantong abruptly awakened. Chapter 80. I really like this. As the movie ended, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and the summer night air in the old street of Yanshi still carried the aroma of street food. Beneath the dim street lights, Li Wantong's cheeks still bore a lingering blush, the awkward kiss having rendered her lips more vibrant than usual, her eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. Zhang Shu's work jacket rested on his shoulders, the cuffs of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. Are you hungry? He pointed to a brightly lit stall around the corner, suggesting they grab a bowl of fish soup noodles. Li Wantong nodded, her hair tips gently swaying with the motion. The vendor was an elderly woman with silver hair, busy dropping noodles into the boiling pot, the milky fish soup bubbling up with an enticing aroma. Seating herself at the wooden table, Zhang Shu glanced over, prompting the girl to hurriedly lower her head, her neck curving gracefully. Aren't you quite bold? Just a moment ago, you were biting and nibbling, yet now you seem rather shy, Zhang Shu teased with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Wantong felt her ears flush crimson. Who was biting and nibbling? Her gaze fixated on a crack in the table, her voice dwindling to a whisper, the last few words nearly swallowed by her lips. Would you like some cilantro, young lady? Yes, please, Li Wantong quickly responded, as the elderly woman approached with a bowl of noodles, providing her with a timely escape. However, Zhang Shu was not inclined to let her off the hook so easily. Before the steaming bowl of noodles, Li Wantong gently blew on her spoon, while Zhang Shu leaned in closer, saying, Actually, I quite enjoy the way you bite. He lowered his voice. The spoon clattered into the bowl. Li Wantong wished fervently to bury her entire face in the fish soup, covering her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers with glistening eyes. You mustn't say that. After finishing the noodles, the night deepened. Zhang Shu pushed his bicycle forward, the bell chiming cheerfully. I'll take you home. He swung his long legs over the seat, patting the front bar. Sit here. Li Wantong was taken aback. Ah, the front seat? What else would it be? Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow. The front bar of the bicycle was quite narrow, and she carefully perched herself sideways, her back nearly pressed against Zhang Shu's chest. His arms encircled the handlebars, as if enclosing her entirely. Hold on tight. As the bicycle moved, She instinctively leaned back, her spine against his heartbeat, steady and strong, resonating through the thin fabric of his shirt. Suddenly, he steadied the handlebars with one hand, wrapping the other around her waist, drawing her closer. This is much more stable. Li Wantong felt her ears burn fiercely, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness, his palm warm, the pressure palpable even through the fabric. They were nearing her home, but the warmth of his embrace made her reluctant to part. Leaning back further, she surrendered to his comforting presence. At the entrance of ZY Flower Garden, she looked up at Zhang Shu, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. You should head inside and get some rest. Zhang Shu gently tousled her hair. All right, you take care too. Just as Li Wantong was about to step into the community, she suddenly remembered something and turned back, rising onto her toes. She placed a gentle kiss on Zhang Shu's cheek before darting inside. Zhang Shu touched his cheek where she had kissed him, involuntarily breaking into a smile. Everything seemed to simplify and purify in the company of Li Wantong. There were no convoluted tests, no calculations of interests, just her flustered yet sincere gaze, and her clumsy but heartfelt responses. Upon returning home, Li Wantong flung herself onto her bed without even slipping on her slippers, hugging her pillow and rolling about, her delicate feet swinging wildly. She reached out her fingertips to lightly brush her lips, where the lingering taste of Zhang Shu seemed to remain. She suddenly giggled foolishly. So, this is what it feels like to be in love. Even the most ordinary fish noodle soup transforms into an exquisite delight merely because of his company. She sat up, running barefoot to her desk, where she retrieved a notebook from the drawer. Flipping to a fresh page, she diligently inscribed today's date. Today, I watched a film with Zhang Shu. He looked particularly handsome in his white shirt. The pen paused momentarily as she bit her lower lip. He kissed me, or rather, I kissed him. Although he may appear somewhat awkward at times, I truly adore him. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Liang Yoguang from the Finance Bureau arrived at Shenyang accompanied by a woman in her 30s. Liang introduced her, saying, Zhang, this is Director Lu Wan, who is responsible for investment promotion in the salt market. If you have any needs, feel free to discuss them with her. Hello, Director Lu. Zhang Shu extended his hand with sincerity, his grip firm yet gentle. Being a woman, he was mindful to strike the right balance. Lu Wan's first impression of Zhang Shu was favorable, despite his youthful appearance. Considering his connection to Hong Kong capital, it made sense. It was said that the wealthy in Hong Kong were quite unruly. She surmised that this young man was most likely the illegitimate son of a wealthy tycoon. However, this was of little consequence to her. What mattered was his willingness to invest. Lu Wan smiled slightly, her crow's feet softening. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. Director Liang has specifically instructed us to fully cooperate with Xinqing International's investment plans in the salt market. Her voice was clear and bright, tinged with a local accent. Yet her enunciation was remarkably precise. Zhang Shu invited them to take a seat and personally poured tea. Director Lu, let us not rush into discussions about investment. Let us first talk about the compensation plan for the salt market automobile factory. Lu Wan and Liang exchanged glances, and indeed, this matter was unavoidable. Lu Wan cleared her throat. Mr. Zhang, our bureau has discussed this issue extensively. According to the law on state-owned industrial enterprises, any losses incurred by Xinqing International should logically be borne by the salt market automobile factory itself. Noticing Zhang Shu's furrowed brow, she quickly added, however, considering that Xinqing is a Hong Kong-funded enterprise and may not be very familiar with mainland laws, we have developed two proposals for your consideration. Please, Director Lu. Lu Wan pulled out the documents she had in hand and began. The situation is as follows. Although the salt market automobile factory currently has a total debt of 2.5 million, the 172 acres of land along with the factory buildings and equipment are tangible fixed assets. Given that Xinqing is also interested in automobile production, we suggest that acquiring the salt market automobile factory could be a viable option. This way, you would save time on constructing factory buildings, and we could alleviate the financial pressure on the city, resulting in a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Liang Yoguang nodded incessantly. He had endured many trials with the salt market automobile factory over the years. Lu Wan paused for a moment before continuing, of course. The only challenge lies in the valuation of the salt market automobile factory. Our proposal is that if the land is allocated to Xinqing, your company would only need to manage the resettlement of the factory's original laid-off employees. If we proceed with the formal process, however, Your company would not only need to handle the resettlement of the laid-off workers, but also assume the factory's existing debts, in addition to paying $1.5 million in cash. Chapter 81. The Lion's Demands. After Zhang Shu finished listening to Lu Wan's words, he took a sip of tea and lowered his head in contemplation. Regardless of which of the two proposals was chosen, the government had demonstrated immense sincerity. In 1990, government-supported projects typically acquired factory premises through allocation, with a straightforward approval process. Enterprises merely needed to pay a nominal compensation or tax, enabling swift project implementation at minimal cost, often negligible. The downside, however, was the absence of complete ownership. Allocated land merely granted usage rights, which could not be mortgaged, transferred, or sold, rendering assets illiquid. Should policy adjustments occur, there was a considerable risk of land reclamation or the demand for additional land transfer fees, placing enterprises in a precarious position. Conversely, the advantages of purchasing land through transfer were evident: clear property rights, the ability to secure financing through mortgages, and the freedom to transfer ownership, significantly enhancing asset value. If the area developed, the potential for land appreciation was substantial, yielding additional profits. The drawback, however, lay in the high initial costs, necessitating a one-time payment for land transfer fees. Director Lu, to save us the trouble, I will directly purchase the land for the automobile factory, Zhang Shu stated. However, I will need some time to arrange the funds. I will settle the $1.5 million along with existing debts within 6 months, which can be stipulated in the contract. Without much deliberation, Zhang Shu opted for the land purchase, primarily because it allowed for greater leverage. The vast area, combined with equipment as collateral, could unlock substantial financing. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the future appreciation potential of the automobile factory site. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he were to lie down on this land and wait for the real estate market to flourish, he would never have to worry about sustenance for generations. However, asking for immediate payment was out of the question, with debts owed to the government. Their efficiency might even improve. Before Lu Wan could respond, Liang Youguang was the first to applaud. Excellent. Truly commendable, General Zhang. For him, not only did this action relieve him of a troublesome burden, but it also promised a substantial inflow of funds. Such fortuitous opportunities were rare. Lu Wan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shu several times. Most individuals typically opted for the allocation method when establishing factories, as it entailed minimal risk. Yet, he was taking the opposite route. Was this young man truly wealthy enough to afford such a gamble? Unbeknownst to Zhang Shu, Lu Wan's thoughts were far from his mind. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. Who could comprehend the intrinsic value of a reborn individual? Concerning the automobile factory project in Yanshi, both parties had reached a consensus, paving the way for forthcoming discussions. Zhang Shu slid the meticulously prepared project proposal across the table to Lu Wan. Director Lu, our company plans a total investment of $300 million in establishing a comprehensive automobile production line in Yanshi. As Zhang Shu opened the proposal and pointed to the factory design blueprints, which included stamping, welding, painting, and assembly workshops, all equipped with the latest Soviet technology. Lu Wan and Liang Youguang were taken aback. How much is that? The total investment in Yanshi over the years hasn't even reached $300 million. This was precisely the effect Zhang Shu sought. He aimed to astonish them, thus facilitating his requests. Otherwise, he feared that his audacious demands might frighten them away. This also served as an initial precautionary measure. Lu Wan regained her senses, taking a deep breath, her voice rising half a pitch higher than usual. Mr. Zhang, are you referring to $300 million? She deliberately emphasized the figure of $340 million to confirm her understanding. In 1990, an investment of $300 million was an astronomical figure, capable of significantly impacting the GDP of Yanshi. Lu Wan's mind raced. If this investment materialized, it would not only earn her accolades from the city but also from the province, solidifying her advancement in position. Zhang Shu observed the captivating expressions on their faces, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he sought when faced with immense profit. All moral boundaries tend to soften and become malleable. After all, the total investment was $300 million, and there was no need to produce it all at once. A preliminary sum of $3 million could be secured, supplemented by a bank loan, enabling the project to commence. As Lu Wan raised her head, the astonishment in her eyes remained unabated. Mr. Zhang, I don't mean to pry, but currently, domestic car production requires state approval. You need not concern yourself with that. I have already arranged for the acquisition of a factory with automotive production qualifications, Zhang Shu interjected. Lu Wan scrutinized the young man before her, though he appeared genteel. His words and actions were remarkably astute. She suddenly realized that her previous apprehensions were utterly unwarranted. This young man was not merely floundering with excess capital. He had evidently preemptively addressed the necessary pitfalls before approaching her for collaboration. This realization prompted her to sit up straight. Yinsher had indeed encountered a formidable player. Regarding policy support, I hope the government can extend some assistance. Zhang Shu finally broached the main topic after a lengthy preamble. Lu Wan shifted in her seat, adopting a listening posture. Zhang Shu continued nonchalantly. In addition to the land for the car factory, I would like the government to allocate an additional 100,000 square meters. Lu Wan nearly spat out her tea, striving to maintain a professional smile. Mr. Zhang, 100,000 square meters of land. Her voice trembled slightly. This was almost equivalent to 1/3 of the area of our Yinsher development zone. Zhang Shu disregarded her reaction and continued. The area is merely a foundation. The infrastructure must be managed by your team. Furthermore, I am requesting a 3-year exemption from corporate income tax, followed by a 50% reduction for the subsequent 3 years. An abrupt silence enveloped the office. For a third-tier city like Yinsher, such demands were audaciously exorbitant. Mr. Zhang, Lu Wan finally spoke, her tone lowered. I will need to report your requests to the city leadership. However, I suspect these conditions will be difficult for the city to accept. You are asking for too much, and the finances may not support such extensive infrastructure. Liang Youguang nodded vigorously from the side. He had initially thought this young man was promising, a potential source of support. But now it appeared he intended to strip them of their resources entirely. Zhang Shu, unfazed, leisurely retrieved a document from his briefcase and slid it across the table to them. This is the investment policy from Pengcheng. Director Lu may find it informative. Lu Wan accepted the document, her fingers trembling slightly. Upon seeing the clauses for a 5-year tax exemption and a 10-year 50% reduction, she gasped in disbelief. Although the salt market cannot compare to the special economic zone, Zhang Shu said in a leisurely manner, this is my hometown, and I still wish to contribute to it. He paused for a moment. Of course, if it proves too difficult, I will go to you, General Zhang. Lu Wan suddenly interrupted him, saying, I will promptly report to the mayor. Director Liang, let us go find the mayor now. Chapter 34. Suddenly deprived of the oxygen tank, Liang Youguang tugged at Lu Wan's sleeve, urging her not to rush. Let us first sign the contract for the automobile factory. Lu Wan considered this and agreed. It was best to secure the big client first, with the remainder to be negotiated later. General Zhang, what do you think? No problem. This truly aligned with Zhang Shu's intentions, as he did not currently require such a large space. The land for the automobile factory could be cleared to begin installing the production line. Lu Wan retrieved a stack of neatly bound documents from her bag and gently pushed the contract towards Zhang Shu. General Zhang, this is the asset transfer agreement for the automobile factory. Zhang Shu accepted the contract, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. One must immerse oneself in the contract. As this is not a matter that can be hastily resolved, it requires careful consideration, word by word. While it is unlikely the government would manipulate such documents, there are always nuances in the terms that could skew in their favor. To prevent unnecessary disputes in the future, he read with extra diligence. Suddenly, Zhang Shu's brows furrowed slightly. Director Lu, he set down his teacup, pointing to the 7th clause with an air of dissatisfaction. The transferee shall not dismiss employees within 5 years. This clause requires further deliberation. Lu Wan instinctively glanced at Liang Youguang, who was adjusting his tie with feigned formality. And here, Zhang Shu's finger moved to the 9th clause, which stated that technological renovations must be approved by the original technical team. He chuckled softly, gently pushing the contract back across the table. I am here to manage the automobile factory, not to run a retirement home. The temperature in the office dropped abruptly, leaving Lu Wan somewhat restless, her ears faintly reddening. General Zhang, please try to understand. Lu Wan's expression stiffened, yet she endeavored to maintain a professional smile. We are also working to safeguard the rights of the workers. However, Zhang Shu was not swayed, his gaze turning suddenly sharp. Safeguarding rights is acceptable. But on this employee list, 23 individuals have already surpassed retirement age, and 17 others are part-time at other organizations. Director Lu, is this the protection of rights you speak of? Lu Wan opened her mouth, but was rendered speechless. How about this? Zhang Shu softened his tone. Older personnel may be retained, but they must undergo a competitive assessment for their positions. Those who do not meet the standards will be retired immediately. As his words fell, the previously warm smile in his eyes was replaced by a hint of coldness. Glimmering sharply in the sunlight, akin to the blade of a sword unsheathed, aimed directly at Lu Wan. I hope Director Lu understands that this is a private enterprise, and we do not operate on a communal basis. If anyone intends to coast along, it would be best for you to transfer them promptly. Otherwise, when I take action to terminate, it will reflect poorly on everyone involved. Lu Wan's brow furrowed deeply, a frown creasing her forehead. The most challenging aspect of acquiring a state-owned enterprise lies here. If the employee transfer is mishandled, it could lead to significant issues, and she would be held accountable. However, Zhang Shu's perspective holds merit. It is inconceivable for a private enterprise like Xinjiang to maintain idle personnel as a state-owned enterprise might. Should she persist in exerting pressure on Zhang Shu, there exists the risk that the young man, impetuous by nature, may abruptly resign, jeopardizing the 3 billion project. Should it fail, she would undoubtedly face the repercussions. This predicament thrust her into a conundrum. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and declared, General Manager Zhang, let us visit the automobile factory and ascertain the workers' sentiments, striving to resolve this matter expeditiously. Such issues cannot be prolonged. The sooner they are addressed, the better. If we can decisively cut through the chaos without inciting unrest, the situation will swiftly dissipate. The longer we delay, the more susceptible we are to provocateurs stirring discontent, complicating matters further. All right, let us proceed. Without further delay, the trio boarded Liang Youguang's vehicle en route to the automobile factory. Suddenly, Zhang Shu inquired, by the way, Director Liang, do you have acquaintances in the traffic police department? I wish to obtain a driver's license. Navigating without one is quite inconvenient. Although there were few checks for licenses at the moment, she felt an innate unease without it, influenced by her previous life experiences. Liang Youguang, while driving, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters need not trouble you personally. I shall arrange for them to come to you shortly. Thank you, Director Liang. Acquiring a driver's license at this juncture was exceedingly facile. The duration of training hinged entirely on the strength of one's connections. With Liang Youguang's nearly unparalleled influence in the Salt City, a single phone call could summon someone to facilitate the process. The automobile factory lay directly south of the Salt City, a mere 15-minute drive from Shenyang. It was Zhang Shu's inaugural visit. As the vehicle turned onto Tongyu South Road, she spotted a faded red banner still hanging at the factory's iron gate, barely decipherable with the words resolutely support enterprise restructuring. The gatekeeper, squatting at the entrance, hastily extinguished his pipe upon sighting Liang Youguang's license plate and rushed to open the gate. At that moment, workers gathered in the workshop, engaging in idle chatter. Since the factory director, Yu Hainan, had been taken by the police a few days prior, production had ground to a halt, leaving no one inclined to labor. The factory was divided into two factions, one led by Deputy Factory Director Han Ming, and the other following the former Procurement Department head, Fu Chun, each rallying around 100 individuals. The gatekeeper hurried into the workshop, calling out, "Leaders have arrived. Officials from above have come." Han Ming, glancing through the glass, immediately recognized Liang Youguang, the director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, a high-ranking official. Could it be that he had come to allocate funds for the factory? He hastened over, all smiles, extending his hand. Director Liang, greetings. Welcome to guide our work. Liang Youguang harbored no fondness for Han Ming, who only sought to extract funds from him. Merely responding with a non-committal Lu Wan, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly interjected, extending her hand to Han Ming. Hello, Factory Director Han. I am Lu Wan from the Investment Promotion Bureau, and this is General Manager Zhang from Xinjiang International. Han Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard of Xinjiang International, the very company that had sent Yu Hainan to prison, reputed for its formidable strength. To this day, the factory still housed two of their production lines. However, he was perplexed by the Investment Promotion Bureau's involvement. His mind struggled to grasp the implications. Factory Director Han, the situation is as follows. Lu Wan addressed the matter directly, stating that due to the prolonged losses suffered by the automobile factory, she had been entrusted by the city to initiate bankruptcy proceedings. Han Ming felt a sudden ringing in his ears. He had anticipated that the leadership would arrive bearing financial lifelines, only to discover they had severed their oxygen supply. Momentarily bewildered, he contemplated his nearly two-decade tenure at the factory. What would become of him if it were to close? How would the city accommodate these veteran employees? What about the workers? Han Ming inquired, rubbing his roughened palms together, his gaze fixed earnestly on Lu Wan. Rest assured, the city is always attentive to the needs of the workers. Lu Wan replied, gesturing towards Zhang Shu. The factory will be sold to Xinqing International, and you will all have the opportunity to continue working here. President Zhang has assured us that salaries will not decrease. Han Ming cast a glance at Zhang Shu before responding, but they are a private enterprise. Do not worry. They are a foreign investment firm with excellent benefits. Lu Wan reassured with a smile. What if some workers choose not to stay? Han Ming posed the most pressing question. The streets were currently teeming with job seekers, and other state-owned enterprises were no longer in need of personnel. He wanted to know how the city would manage those unwilling to remain. Chapter 83. Incitement. Lu Wan did not shy away from the inquiry. She brought the issue to the forefront. You are well aware of the current employment landscape's severity. If someone opts not to stay, they will have to remain at home, awaiting notification of suitable positions before resuming work at the factory. By providing the workers with two options, she theoretically minimized the likelihood of unrest. Although the city would oversee the situation, once a worker returned home, it would be challenging to reintegrate them into the workforce. Without waiting for his response, Lu Wan instructed, "You must disseminate this information immediately. I need to compile a headcount so President Zhang can be informed." Han Ming, in a daze, nodded and trudged back to the workshop as if his legs were leaden. Factory manager, what is the situation? When will the subsidies be dispersed? We have yet to receive last month's wages. A group of workers surrounded him, and as he lifted his gaze, he saw desperation etched on each face. He opened his mouth, only managing a mechanical smile that was more painful than tears. The automobile factory was on the verge of collapse, soon to be acquired by Xinqing. A heavy silence enveloped the workshop upon hearing this news. Han Ming finally managed to choke out a few words, his voice dry. Those willing to stay may continue working at Xinqing. Those who are not, he paused, should return home and await notification. Await notification? What notification? Await notification equates to being laid off. With a resounding clang, a wrench struck the concrete floor, sending sparks flying. Fu Chun, his face flushed, shouted, "Why should I be forced to toil in a private firm? I've dedicated over a decade here. How can they just cast me aside? An explanation is imperative." His words ignited the crowd, fueling their agitation. Yes, we deserve a response. This cannot be allowed to stand. The workers began to stir restlessly, for this was a severance of their livelihood. Previously, through his brother-in-law Yu Hainan's connections, Fu Chun had managed to siphon resources from procurement, even reaping kickbacks from suppliers, regardless of the factory's financial woes. Now, having found himself in trouble in Hainan, he realizes that had he remained at Xinqing, he would not only have been deprived of benefits, but would also have to commence his career from the most menial position. The thought of being reduced to a laborer is utterly unacceptable for one so accustomed to leadership. He intends to escalate the situation, to demonstrate to these so-called leaders the error of their ways. Ascending a wooden box piled high with discarded parts, he raises his arms in fervor, questioning the integrity of private enterprises. Are you not aware of their true nature? They will first charm you with sweet words, and once they have stripped away the skin of state-owned enterprises, they will manipulate you at will. He gestures towards the factory, exclaiming, "Are we not the architects of this establishment? To sell it off at a whim, as if we were mere vegetables in a market?" The crowd immediately erupts in anger. As he scans the sea of furious faces, a smirk of satisfaction crosses his lips. If he stirs enough commotion, perhaps those in authority will reconsider the relocation plan. In that event, he could secure a title as a workers' representative, allowing him to remain rooted in the factory while leveraging public sentiment to extract some advantage. We shall confront them. We cannot allow private enterprises to trample over us. He seizes a chunk of brick and hurls it against the factory window, shattering the glass. And the crowd surges towards Zhang Shu and others like a tidal wave. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Han Ming hastily calls for calm. "Everyone, please, let us not escalate this further. Xinqing has assured us that wages will not diminish. Do you truly believe they would deceive me in the presence of city leaders?" Fu Chun interjects, raising his voice above Han Ming's. "Do not heed his deceit. This Xinqing thrives on the blood of workers. We demand the return of our former automobile plant, and we want Xinqing gone." Han Ming attempts to intervene, but is forcefully pushed aside. As the crowd's fury reaches a fever pitch, a fierce glint appears in Fu Chun's eyes as he bellows. They see us as easy prey. When the factory was established, who among us was not hauling bricks and cement bare-chested? Now that profits have dwindled, they seek to cast us aside? Not a chance. He kicks over a toolbox, scattering parts across the floor. Unless we receive a satisfactory relocation plan today, no one shall leave this factory. Several workers who typically align with Fu Chun immediately respond, rushing to the entrance and locking the door with a loud clang. Lu Wan and Liang Yoguang watch the throng of workers pour in, their hearts racing. How did a simple notification from Han Ming escalate to this? In the blink of an eye, dozens of workers encircle the three of them, their heavy breaths mingling with the oily air of the factory. Fu Chun pushes to the forefront, his finger nearly touching Lu Wan's nose. Is it you who intends to sell our factory? Is it acceptable for a state-owned enterprise to sell at will? Did you obtain the consent of the Workers' Representative Assembly? Huh. The crowd erupts in approval, and several workers push forward. Lu Wan, now pressed against a vehicle, realizes with horror that her shirt is drenched in cold sweat. Liang Yoguang's face turns ashen as he admonishes Fu Chun. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Fu Chun, undeterred, slams his hand against the car roof. Do not intimidate me. This is the collective decision of all automobile factory workers. You must provide us with answers today. First, revoke the bankruptcy decision. Second, compensate us for 3 months of wages. Third, he suddenly points at Zhang Shu. This private enterprise dog must leave Yanshi. Fu Chun was completely agitated, growing increasingly fervent as he suddenly seized his belt from his waist, brandishing it to strike the roof of the car. Do you hear me? If you refuse to respond, then don't even think about leaving. The belt buckle clanged against the metal body, producing a jarring sound that startled a few timid female workers who instinctively recoiled, only to be pushed forward by the workers behind them. Zhang Shu squinted and, with a smile, addressed Fu Chun. If you don't want to sell the factory, we shall not purchase it. Is it necessary to resort to violence? His gaze swept over the crowd, and his tone softened with concern. With so many people gathered here, a stampede could occur, and that would be troublesome. You are all talented individuals. You must not get hurt. These words fell like a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing the surrounding workers to exchange bewildered glances. An elderly worker with graying hair trembled as he spoke. Are you the owner of Xinqing? Can you truly decide not to buy the factory? Zhang Shu shook his head, sighed, and replied, Oh dear sir, be honest with yourself. What is there about your perpetually loss-making factory that would entice me to buy? In terms of talent, we have experts brought back from the Soviet Union. Regarding equipment, our company possesses imported production lines. To speak frankly, please do not take offense. Had it not been for the city leadership seeking my assistance for the automobile factory, I would have no desire to take over such a mess. Chapter 84. Initiative. Zhang Shu's words doused the crowd in cold reality. Though harsh, they were undeniably rational, leading the surrounding workers to lower their heads in silence, the earlier fervor dissipating in an instant. Ultimately, they were merely grappling with the sudden prospect of losing their most cherished source of livelihood, feeling lost and helpless. Coupled with subtle instigation, their heated blood had led to the current predicament. At that moment, Han Ming finally managed to push his way through, hands clasped together and moving up and down incessantly. General Zhang, I sincerely apologize. The workers are simply momentarily confused. They did not intend to offend you. Zhang Shu abruptly slapped the car door and declared loudly, wrong. Director Han, to be frank, I originally held a low opinion of state-owned enterprise employees, believing they simply coasted on connections. However, through this incident, I can see that everyone genuinely cares for the factory and does not wish to leave the automobile factory. His words immediately resonated with the workers around him, who had indeed come to regard the factory as their home. He then turned to Han Ming, asking, Director Han, how many employees do we currently have at the factory? What is the monthly salary? General Zhang, the Yanqing Automobile Factory currently has 287 employees, with an average salary of 138 yuan. However, we have only been able to pay half of the salary for the past 3 months, Han Ming replied, his voice heavy, gradually lowering as if ashamed to speak. After listening, Zhang Shu nodded slowly, then turned to the crowd. I understand that each of you is the pillar of your household and values this job above all else. Coincidentally, I am in need of skilled workers like you. Today, Director Liang and Director Lu are also present. As the head of Xinqing, I would like to make a commitment to all of you. Regardless of whether you choose to remain in the factory or seek other opportunities, I will personally make up for the 3 months of unpaid wages." This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. Even Liang Youguang and Lu Wan looked on in astonishment. For him, it was merely a matter of spending a few tens of thousands of yuan. If it could win the hearts of so many workers, then the expenditure would be worthwhile. Zhang Shu gestured downwards with his hand, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. He leisurely retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped it, and took one out, placing it between his lips. Observing this, Han Ming rushed forward, unceremoniously pushing Fu Chun aside, and promptly produced a lighter to ignite it for him. Zhang Shu cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking that this old fellow had quite the knack for handling situations. He took a deep drag of smoke and then extended the remaining cigarettes towards Han Ming, instructing him to distribute them among the uncles and brothers nearby. He then smiled and surveyed the crowd, noting that he had come out in haste today with only one pack, not anticipating such a large gathering. There would not be enough cigarettes for everyone. He assured them to remind him next time for a proper supply, promising to provide a pack for each. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The atmosphere instantly lightened, devoid of the previous tension. Zhang Shu flicked the ash from his cigarette, holding it aloft as he addressed the assembly. Taking advantage of the presence of everyone today, he said, "I wish to speak from the heart, and perhaps we can resolve matters amicably." His voice unconsciously softened. To be candid, as a native of Yanshi, had I not genuinely wished to contribute to my hometown, I would have long since moved to Pengcheng. He gestured towards the factory. "You have all seen the 2 production lines in the factory. These are merely the beginning, with a second and third batch to follow. Director Liang and Director Lu are well aware that I have applied to the city for 100,000 square meters of industrial land." At this juncture, he raised his hand, drawing a large arc in the air, his voice rising sharply. "What I mean to convey is that I harbor ambitions. I intend to establish a complete automobile production line here and genuinely embark on a significant venture." Thus, he reassured everyone not to fear that his words would bear no weight. His home was here. There was no need to worry about his departure, for his roots were firmly planted in this land, which he loved as much as they did. As he spoke, an elderly worker in the crowd discreetly wiped his eyes, and applause rolled through the factory like spring thunder. Zhang Shu once more gestured for silence, stating that discussing ideals without addressing wages was akin to playing tricks. "Everyone knows I am not that kind of person, so let us discuss the compensation. Based on your current wages, from today onwards, employees joining Xinjiang will receive an immediate increase of 10%. Furthermore, the company will regularly conduct skill assessments, and any employee who passes will see their monthly salary adjusted accordingly. I wish to convey to everyone that in Xinjiang, some will always earn a fixed salary, while others may find themselves earning 200, 300, or even more within half a year. Finally, everyone is aware that we are a private enterprise and cannot afford to support idlers. If anyone feels suited for communal living, now is the time to take their 3 months of unpaid wages and leave. I will not stop them. However, within the factory, there is no room for those who aim to take advantage. It is better to depart quickly than to create a situation where everyone is left in an awkward position. In summary, as long as one is willing to work and possesses remarkable skills, I assure you that your wages will undoubtedly rank among the highest in Yanshi. Conversely, those who merely drift through the days will certainly not endure here." The discourse ends here, granting everyone half an hour to ponder their decision, whether to remain or depart. All must register with Director Han. Furthermore, as the inaugural batch of employees, there exists a benefit. Each individual may recommend one eligible friend or relative for employment. A gesture of goodwill from Xinjiang to the elders of Yanshi. Well then, I shall await your responses here. Upon observing the situation, Han Ming realized he could indeed continue in his role as director. He straightened up, his posture now erect, entirely shedding the despondency he had displayed earlier. "Off you go. Let us retreat to the workshop and refrain from disturbing General Manager Zhang any further." Han Ming, akin to herding ducks, urged the crowd of over 100 back to the workshop. Liang Youguang and Lu Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly averting a significant blunder. Had it not been for Zhang Shu, they would have faced dire consequences. Liang Youguang felt relatively unscathed, as he was not deeply entangled in the matter. However, Lu Wan's heart raced with anxiety. She had been commissioned by the city to carry out this task, wielding the authority akin to that of an imperial edict, yet nearly led to a disastrous outcome. Should rumors arise of investors being coerced to withdraw their funds, her position as director would surely be at stake. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. I was meant to assist you in resolving issues, yet you ended up covering for me. Lu Wan's voice trembled with genuine apprehension, her grip on the file still quaking. Zhang Shu waved his hand with a smile. Director Lu, you are being overly polite. Our mutual aim is to ensure the task is executed well, regardless of who is assisting whom. Rest assured, I will faithfully report today's events to the mayor, ensuring your goodwill towards your hometown is conveyed in full. Lu Wan spoke rapidly, as if eager to cast off the previous awkwardness. Yet Zhang Shu replied with a chuckle. The mayor is exceedingly busy. Let us not trouble him with such trifles. In just a few short hours, Zhang Shu's image in her mind underwent a profound transformation. Initially, she perceived him merely as an inconspicuous scion of wealth, dabbling in ventures. However, his remarkable poise in diffusing a crisis and maintaining control was truly astonishing. In a remarkably brief period, he had turned a group of dissenting workers into loyal supporters. His finesse was indeed exceptional. Such dexterity and adaptability. Could these truly be exhibited by a youth in his 20s? Yet here it was, manifestly unfolding before her eyes. Liang Youguang shared similar sentiments, observing Zhang Shu with a sense of admiration, reflecting on his own son, of the same age, who was still idly wandering the streets. He contrasted that with Zhang Shu's decisiveness and efficiency. The comparison was starkly unfavorable. Chapter 85. Passionate blood. You cannot genuinely intend to remain here and allow that young man to exploit you, can you? As the atmosphere grew increasingly unruly, Fu Chun interjected swiftly. Han Ming glared furiously, rebuking him. What is your true intention? Are you truly aiming to shatter the last remnants of camaraderie among our brothers? Fu Chun scoffed. I am unaware of what benefits you have received from Xinxing to advocate for them so fervently. We are formal workers of a state-owned enterprise. Shall we be deceived into becoming their laborers? Cease this attempt to sway the hearts of others. Suddenly, Han Ming bellowed, tearing off his work cap and throwing it to the ground. The workers were taken aback. The usually submissive deputy factory director seemed transformed. Am I receiving bribes? I, Han Ming, have dedicated 23 years to this factory, progressing from an apprentice to the position of deputy director. My character is well known among you all. He pointed at Fu Chun, whose hands trembled. When your brother-in-law Yu Hainan was in power, even purchasing a screw required kickbacks. Do you not realize why the factory has fallen into such disarray? Han Ming's dissatisfaction with these two individuals had long been brewing, as he was merely a sideline deputy director without any real authority. However, the current circumstances had changed, with private enterprises taking over. The good days for such individuals were coming to an end. Ignoring Fu Chun, he turned to address the surrounding workers, brothers. As General Zhang has clearly articulated, salaries will be increased by 10, and each family will additionally receive a quota for factory entry. This means that dual-income families can earn at least 300 yuan a month. Under these conditions, what more can we possibly desire? He surveyed the crowd, speaking earnestly. We are all aware of how dire the employment situation is outside. Workers from textile and machinery factories are now selling breakfast on the streets. Fu Chun has profited enough over the years. He certainly does not care about this job. But what about you? Do you think that escalating matters will yield a better outcome than our current situation? Upon hearing this, Fu Chun trembled with fear. Could such words be uttered in public? He immediately pointed an accusing finger at Han Ming, shouting, You're just spewing nonsense. You only want to curry favor with the wealthy. Did you not hear what that young man said? If you do not perform well, there's a risk of dismissal. If you agree now and later get kicked out, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves. Han Ming scoffed. His words were precisely aimed at parasites like you. You wish to reap benefits without contributing. Do you think Xinxing is your personal pigsty? Why do you not continue with what General Zhang said? There will be monthly skill assessments, and if you pass, your salary will increase. Why was this rule established? It is precisely because of individuals like you, who merely consume without effort, that the atmosphere has soured. He had said all that needed to be said. You are all adults and should be capable of making your own judgments. Those wishing to stay should come to me to register. I will not stop those who wish to continue causing a ruckus, as it holds no consequence for me. With that, he stepped aside, retrieved a notebook and pen, and was the first to inscribe his name, thoughtfully annotating his position. Once one person signed, others followed suit, and soon, those aligned with Han Ming were the first to sign. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, as if struck by a thought, turned and glared at Fu Chan. Are you worried that your good days are numbered, prompting you to feign concern for the group? A few workers who had previously stood beside Fu Chan lowered their heads in contemplation and began to shuffle forward. I wish to register. As Fu Chan noticed the dwindling number of supporters beside him, he grew anxious. You foolish lot. Private enterprises are vampires. Before he could finish, a worker interrupted him. You are the greatest vampire of all. The automotive factory collapsed because of you and Yu Hainan. I have worked here for 15 years. And you wouldn't even provide me with compensation for an injury. Can Xinqing possibly be worse than you? An increasing number of hands reached forth. And soon the ledger was filled to the brim. Gazing at the densely packed signatures, Fu Chun felt as though his molars might shatter. Director Fu, do you need to register? Han Ming shook the ledger and added, you must seek out the factory director. I've heard he is faring quite well in prison. Though I wonder if he has implicated you. The crowd erupted in laughter. Fu Chun glared fiercely at Han Ming, regretting not having dealt with that old scoundrel long ago. Unfazed by his glare, Han Ming scurried over to Zhang Shu and respectfully presented the registration book. Mr. Zhang, all statistics have been compiled. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, revealing that a total of 232 workers had volunteered to stay, while the rest, Zhang Shu knew, were likely those who had coasted on connections. Even if these individuals left the automotive factory, they would surely find another iron rice bowl to continue their complacent existence. Director Han, you have worked hard, Zhang Shu remarked, closing the ledger and fixing his gaze upon him. Tomorrow, I will have Soviet experts come to install the production line. You will assist the workers and take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the machinery and consult the experts frequently. Furthermore, when recruiting new employees, ensure they meet the standards. You will be responsible for personnel allocation and the number of workers needed in each section. He gave Han Ming's shoulder a hearty pat. Old Han, the burden on your shoulders is heavy. Han Ming's face, lined with wrinkles, broke into a joyous smile, his voice trembling with emotion. Mr. Zhang, rest assured. I have worked in the factory for 23 years and will manage everything proficiently. Excellent. That sounds encouraging. By the way, what is your current salary? About 300 or so, Han Ming replied, somewhat bashfully, instinctively rubbing his sleeve. From today onward, your base salary will rise to 600, with bonuses calculated separately. This is far too generous. Zhang Shu waved his hand dismissively. Just focus on working diligently alongside me, and in a couple of years, we will strive to elevate your salary into the 4-digit range. Han Ming's head shot up, his throat constricting, rendering him speechless. Having earned a meager sum of over 100 while on half salary these past few months, the prospect of a salary that had doubled, along with bonuses, was astounding. More importantly, Zhang Shu was genuinely entrusting him with the management of the factory. It was a clear sign of his confidence. Han Ming's eyes suddenly grew moist. Recalling the past when he was sidelined by Yu Hainan, where even procuring parts required an arduous process of multiple reports. The power of personnel allocation he now held was profoundly moving. He felt a sense of loyalty akin to one willing to sacrifice for a true confidant. Yet, before he could fully revel in his exhilaration, Zhang Shu spoke in a calm tone. However, should you dare to engage in any unscrupulous dealings within the factory, I will ensure you meet Yu Hainan. Han Ming, holding his head high, responded, Mr. Zhang, just observe my performance. Zhang Shu nodded, choosing not to elaborate on the matter further. It was a given that financial arrangements would be made for trusted individuals. This was the way of things. By the way, tomorrow you should go to Shenyang and retrieve 2 Ladas, disassemble them completely. He tapped on the car door. Aside from the engine and transmission, provide me with a detailed list of all parts, what we can produce in-house, what requires external procurement, where to purchase them, and at what price. You must have this all firmly in mind. Additionally, establish a human resources department. Do we really need a human resources department in our small factory? Han Ming questioned, his expression one of bewilderment. Zhang Shu suddenly smiled, gesturing towards the open space in the distance. Do not fixate on the current workforce of 200. You must look further ahead. What if the factory expands to 500, 2,000, or even tens of thousands? The HR department needs to establish its framework in advance. Scouring the country for talent. Of course, the primary focus should be on skilled technicians and individuals with management experience. If we encounter top-tier talent and cannot negotiate their salaries, feel free to seek my special approval. Han Ming felt a throbbing in his temples. He stared at Zhang Shu's hand pointing to the empty land, envisioning factories rising there. conveyor belts whirring, thousands of workers clad in uniforms bustling through the workshops. This was not merely about running a factory. It was akin to carving out an automotive empire in the salt market. Han Ming was taken aback by the blueprint Zhang Shu had painted. He swallowed hard, unable to utter a single word, overwhelmed by a surge of warmth rising from his feet. It had been years since he had experienced such an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Chapter 86. Claiming one's territory by the way. Who incited the workers to protest? Zhang Shu had always been vigilant about such troublemakers, as they not only irritate but also pollute the environment. It was Fu Chun, the former factory director's brother-in-law from Hainan. Zhang Shu stroked his chin and directly inquired, "What is this fellow like on a regular basis? Does he have any leverage against you?" Han Ming curled his lip, gaining a deeper understanding of his new boss. He was undoubtedly the type to wear a smile while wielding a dagger behind your back. The issue at hand was not whether Fu Chun wished to leave, but rather if Zhang Shu would allow him to. However, this did not concern Han Ming, nor would he shield Fu Chun from the truth. He replied candidly, "There is no substantial evidence, but over the years, he has undoubtedly benefited from his connection to Hainan. Moreover, he has a reputation for being arrogant, having offended many. If an investigation were to be launched, evidence would not be hard to find." Zhang Shu clapped his hands and turned to Lu Wan with a smile. "Director Lu, who would have thought that our visit to the automotive factory would uncover such a significant pest?" Lu Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the individual who had almost caused her downfall. Zhang's assertion was correct. They had finally identified the reason for the factory's consecutive years of losses. Such individuals who dare to embezzle state property and engage in corruption must be dealt with severely. "I will contact the police to have him detained, preventing him from escaping," she declared, rushing to the communication room to make the call. Upon hearing this, Han Ming instinctively recoiled. Women can be ruthlessly formidable, especially those in positions of power. It is worth noting that in the 1990s, any case involving over 10,000 yuan was classified as a major case. If it resulted in severe consequences, such as bankruptcy or harm to employees' interests, the repercussions could be dire, lasting over 10 years. In Fu Chun's case, the situation could swing either way. Without a whistleblower, he might just slip away unscathed. However, if Lu Wan were to take decisive action against him, attributing various charges, he could very well face life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Lu Wan swiftly assumed her role and coldly instructed, "Director Han, you must promptly begin organizing the accounts that Fu Chun has handled over the years and inquire which workers are willing to testify." "Understood. I will attend to it immediately." Han Ming, perplexed by Fu Chun's mindset, pondered why he had not opted to bury his head like an ostrich, especially with his greatest backing in Hainan now compromised. To instigate trouble, one must first ensure their own hands are clean. With so much dirt on his hands, how could he dance so freely? Han Ming was certain that Fu Chun's fate was sealed, and whether he could extricate himself from this predicament in his lifetime remained uncertain. Lu Wan had already communicated with the authorities, and the police arrived promptly. When Fu Chun was brought out, he still wore an air of indifference, evidently failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout incessantly, "Zhang Shu, is it really necessary to escalate matters like this? I am merely advocating for the rights of the workers, and you have the police apprehend me? This is retaliation, and I will file a complaint against you." Zhang Shu regarded Fu Chun with a faint, inscrutable smile, remaining silent while his gaze radiated coldness. Observing this, Han Ming seized the moment, recognizing it as a prime opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Missing it would be a grave error. He pointed at Fu Chun and rebuked, "Advocating for rights? Spare yourself the embellishment. Under the guise of representing the workers, you have engaged in unsavory dealings behind the scenes, believing no one was aware." Fu Chun, with your neck craned defiantly, retorted, "You sycophant, you are slandering me." Han Ming scoffed, "If others are oblivious, I certainly am not. You have reaped benefits within the factory all these years, thanks to your connections in Hainan. Do you truly think everyone is blind? Embezzling state assets, accepting bribes. Rest assured, we are currently gathering evidence. Prepare yourself for prison." Upon hearing this, Fu Chun's composure shattered. As Han Ming had stated, these matters had previously gone unchallenged, yet that did not imply ignorance of the underlying truths. If someone were determined to investigate, unraveling the entire story would be far from difficult. Regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would not have taken on this role of a scapegoat. He had profited sufficiently over the years. Even if dismissed, he could have exited unscathed. But now, contemplating his future predicament, cold sweat beaded at his temples. With no options left, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Han Ming, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Hainan is Hainan, and I am I. I have committed none of those acts. You merely harbor a grudge against me and seek to ruin my reputation. He turned to the police officers beside him and exclaimed, Comrades, they are slandering me. You cannot take their word at face value. I am innocent, merely speaking on behalf of the workers. The police officers remained impassive. One of them replied, Whether a crime has occurred is not determined by you or them. The truth will emerge once the investigation is complete. Now, please cooperate with our inquiry and come with us. Fu Chun struggled vehemently, shouting curses. I will not go with you. I have committed no crime. You cannot arrest me. Zhang Shu, you despicable person, dare to seek personal revenge. I will not let you escape unscathed. Once I am free, you will see. Han Ming, you too shall await my return. I will settle the score with you. May misfortune befall you all. Fu Chun lamented as he was forcibly escorted by law enforcement towards the vehicle. Just as he was about to be shoved inside, he suddenly became weak and began to plead, Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I was wrong. If you could just let me off this once. I promise I won't cause any trouble again. Old Han, please intercede on my behalf. Zhang Shu shook his head, feeling a sense of disdain for such individuals. Fortunately, the authorities had already taken him away. The most pressing issue of employee placement had been resolved. The parties directly signed the contract at the automobile factory in the presence of over 200 employees. Mr. Zhang, I am grateful for your support. Lu Wan extended her hand, expressing her sincerity once more. Zhang Shu smiled as he grasped her hand, saying, Let us dispense with pleasantries, Director Lu. Please ensure the land and the 3 connections are promptly finalized, as that is of utmost importance. This time, Lu Wan did not evade the responsibility as she had initially done, but rather made a solemn promise. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. I will exert every effort to facilitate this and ensure a smooth collaboration. She and Liang Youguang did not linger long, exchanging a few brief pleasantries before departing in their vehicle. Mr. Zhang, would you like me to show you around the factory? Han Ming suggested at an opportune moment. Zhang Shu nodded in agreement. From this day forth, this would be his stronghold. Although he had managed the 2 plant directors of Shenyang quite adeptly, he had always felt a sense of being an outsider. Now he finally possessed his own territory. Chapter 87. What a family, speaking so harshly. As Han Ming led the way proudly, he introduced, Mr. Zhang. Our factory was once the repair shop for the new 4th Army's 3rd Division, which gradually evolved into an automobile factory. The factory occupies a total area of 172 acres, with this 3-story office building constructed in 1982, housing all the departments. He pointed towards several rows of tidy bungalows on the west side, stating, Over there are the employees' canteen and guest house. Upon reaching the production area, he remarked, This is our core manufacturing zone. Regrettably, due to mismanagement, our equipment is now outdated, limiting us to producing only certain components for tractors. At the northeastern corner of the factory, Han Ming indicated a few somewhat dilapidated structures. That area houses the machine repair workshop and warehouse. After nearly an hour of exploration, they returned to the office building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Han Ming opened the door to an office. Mr. Zhang, this was originally Yu Hainan's office. Would you like to have the walls repainted, or perhaps rearrange the layout? Zhang Shu stood at the door, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room. No need. The layout is quite satisfactory. Just clear out Yu Hainan's belongings. Han Ming nodded repeatedly. As you say, Mr. Zhang. Shall I have it cleaned out today? My office can wait. First, ensure that the room for the Soviet experts is prepared, so they have a place to rest upon their long journey. He then added, By the way, I must return to my hometown for a while. If you need anything, call this number. He wrote down the number for the village committee of Xiahe and handed it to Han Ming, tapping the paper while instructing, Additionally, you must visit the Shenyang factory daily. Should there be any news from their director, inform me at once. There may also be calls from the Soviet side, so keep me updated. Han Ming promptly accepted the note with both hands, tucking it into the front page of his notebook. He followed Zhang Shu's every movement with attentive nods. I've noted everything down. I assure you, I will monitor the Shenyang factory daily and report any developments immediately. Very well. That will be all for now. I shall take my leave. As Zhang Shu rose, Han Ming swiftly dashed forward, dramatically pulling open the office door and extending his arm forward. Mr. Zhang, please take care. He echoed, closely trailing Zhang Shu, maintaining a half-step distance while prattling on. "Mr. Zhang, allow me to see you off." Upon reaching the factory entrance, Han Ming suddenly quickened his pace, jogging to the duty room window to tap on the glass. "Old Li, open the door wide. Mr. Zhang is leaving." He then turned back to Zhang Shu with a smile, saying, "These security personnel are rather slow. I apologize for the wait." Zhang Shu scrutinized Han Ming for a moment, contemplating his adeptness in hospitality. He mentally noted that if Han Ming, the factory director, proved unsatisfactory, he could be reassigned to public relations, assuming he would have no objections. Upon returning to Xingyang factory, Zhang Shu sensed something amiss. The crowd was unusually large, prompting him to head directly to the guest house. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A throng of individuals had formed a winding queue outside, with dozens of people waiting. Chen Huarong sat on the steps, his knees pressed against a ledger, intermittently calling out, "Brother Lu, 1 watch and 1 telescope." Afterward, he gestured to Zhao Sanxiang, instructing him to collect payment, and pointed to Chen Chong, indicating where to receive the commission. A woman with braided hair approached Zhao Sanxiang, handing him the money, and then proceeded to Chen Chong to collect 30 yuan before retreating to the wall, clutching her banknotes. Before long, Go Ziqiang approached with 2 packaged boxes. "Where's Brother Lu? Your watch and telescope." Here, the woman with braids exclaimed, rushing over to receive the items from Go Ziqiang's hands. Zhang Shu marveled silently at the seamless operation. Numbers were called, payments were made, commissions were collected, and deliveries were efficiently executed. He realized he had underestimated these fellows. With some time to spare, he pulled out a blue cigarette, lighting it, and settling down at a distance to observe. Suddenly, a crisp female voice chimed from behind him, followed by a pair of soft hands gently covering his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Li Wantong's nose nearly brushed against the nape of his neck, her hair grazing his ear with a faint hint of jasmine fragrance. A smile involuntarily crept across Zhang Shu's lips as he lowered his voice intentionally. "Let me guess. Is it Xiaohong?" No. Xiaohong's hands are softer than this." "Is it Xiao Li from the textile factory next door?" "Humph." The small hand huffed in annoyance before releasing its grip. Li Wantong stepped before him, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. "In such a short time, you've come to know so many ladies?" Zhang Shu looked up at the flustered girl, teasingly pinching her flushed earlobe, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. "Has Comrade Wantong become angry?" Li Wantong's ears turned warm under his touch, and she raised her foot to step on his shoe, only to have Zhang Shu deftly catch her ankle, causing her to stumble into his embrace. "Ah!" Li Wantong glanced around in a panic, ensuring no one was observing them, before lightly pushing against his chest and springing back from his grasp. "So annoying," she exclaimed, hurriedly adjusting her disheveled attire, her fingernails blushing with a shy pink hue. "You really ought to be more mindful," she chided in a hushed tone, her eyes darting around nervously, fearful of anyone witnessing their earlier exchange. Gazing at her demeanor, Zhang Shu could not resist teasing her once more. "What? Are you still unwilling to embrace me?" She bit her lower lip, her voice a mere whisper. "It's just that there are too many people here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu deliberately leaned closer, raising his hand to adjust her collar. "Then let's go to the boiler room behind. That place is deserted." Li Wantong recalled the reckless moment she had indulged in at the cinema, her earlobes instantly flushed, resembling glistening ripe lychees. "Who would want to go to such a place with you? You must be up to no good," she mumbled softly. "What mischief could I possibly engage in that could rival yours? Why is there so little trust between us?" Li Wantong felt her entire being warm, her knees weak, almost causing her to falter. "Humph, you're talking nonsense. I shall ignore you." Observing her face ablaze with embarrassment, Zhang Shu decided not to press further. He patted the step beside him, indicating for her to sit. "It's so hot. Why are you out here instead of staying in the office?" "Isn't it because of you?" Li Wantong shot him a glare. "If it weren't for you selling goods at the factory, I wouldn't have bothered to come out. If it were anyone else, they would never allow workers to sell goods during work hours, occupying the factory grounds for business." Only he could compel Li Wantong to turn a blind eye. Zhang Shu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we let them go to the automobile factory instead? I just signed a contract with the city, and the space there is ample." Li Wantong tucked the hair clinging to her sweaty cheeks behind her ear and softly replied, "Let us keep it at Shenyang. After all, there isn't much work at the factory now. The automobile factory is too far, and the workers would be exhausted running back and forth. Moreover, there is no way to move all this stock in a short time." Then I shall extend my gratitude to Director Li, Zhang Shu said with a slight bow. Who asked for your thanks? Li Wantong pouted. I am merely being practical and genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people. Zhang Shu was taken aback, wondering what kind of household this was, with such stern words. Chapter 88. A scale in the heart. The sky had completely darkened, and the workers gradually dispersed. Chun Huarong was meticulously reviewing the accounts at his desk. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he looked up and saw Zhang Shu and Li Wantong approaching, prompting him to rise. Brother Shu, you're here. Zhang Shu nodded at him, inquiring, how were the sales? Extremely well, Chun Huarong replied, flipping through the roster, his finger gliding along the records. A total of 553 watches, 181 telescopes, and 123 cameras had been sold, amounting to 286,300 yuan. After deducting the 9,820 yuan commission for the workers, the net income was 276,480 yuan. Zhang Shu nodded, the sales figures aligning with his expectations. Though he knew this situation could only be sustained for a month at most. The market in Yanshi was limited, insufficient to dispose of a significant amount of goods. The remainder would have to be sold to second-hand dealers in other provinces, necessitating a considerable reduction in profits. Currently, by selling at retail prices and only paying the workers' commissions, the profits were substantial. Once the Yanshi market became saturated, he would need to sell in bulk. Otherwise, with so much stock, retail alone would not suffice. Zhang Shu clapped his hands together. During this period, everyone has performed even better than I anticipated. It has been over a month since we set out. Let us tidy up tonight and prepare to return home tomorrow. He paused for a moment before continuing, but before that, let us distribute the bonuses. As he spoke, he approached the table and directly handed 3 bundles of cash to Go Ziqiang. The dark complexion of Go Ziqiang flushed crimson, and he stammered, Shu Go, this is far more than we agreed upon. Take it. You deserve it. He then picked up 2 more bundles and handed them to Zhao Sanqiang. Patting him on the shoulder, Zhao Sanqiang, feeling a lump in his throat, burst into tears. Shu Go, I really haven't done much. Zhang Shu rolled his eyes. Why are you being so melodramatic? Hold it together. Chun Huarong, Wang Lin, and Chen Chong each received 15,000 from Zhang Shu. With reddened eyes, they accepted the thick stacks of cash, their hearts brimming with mixed emotions. Chun Huarong declared, Shu Go, I will follow you for life. He felt particularly fortunate for the decision he had made, realizing the courage it took to sever ties with the past. Otherwise, he would be selling pig heads in town like Han Su and the old sweet potato vendor. While selling delicacies could be lucrative, it paled in comparison to their current situation. He foresaw a brighter future, understanding that even the most inconspicuous rewards from Zhang Shu were tangible wealth. More precious than money were the countless opportunities. Zhang Shu waved his hand. Enough with the sentimentality. Take this money home. It will reassure your families that we are on the right path. He refrained from explaining the criteria for the bonuses, and no one was foolish enough to question why the amounts varied. Each person carried an internal scale of fairness. It could never be perfectly balanced. Among this group, Go Ziqiang undeniably contributed the most, yet he shared the closest bond with Zhao Sanqiang. They currently held no shares, could not claim dividends, and did not officially hold jobs, making salary discussions irrelevant. However, Zhang Shu was well aware that as long as these individuals remained genuine and diligently completed their tasks, even if they lacked skills, he would ensure they never faced hardship, securing their livelihood for life. Should anyone keep pace with him, he would not hesitate to offer equity. Yet, he kept these sentiments unspoken, for the human heart is the most enigmatic entity in existence. By the way, have you bought the 3 essentials? Zhao Sanqiang displayed a wry smile. Shu Go, I've been busy from dawn till dusk. There hasn't been any time to shop. All right, we'll make a detour tomorrow to buy them together. Sanqiang, rise early and go to the automobile factory to find Han Ming. Have him arrange a Liberation 141 truck. There are so many of us and goods to transport, 1 lotta won't suffice. He also needed to visit the finance bureau tomorrow to request some tickets from Liang Youguang. During this period, ordinary daily necessities were gradually becoming more accessible. Items such as soap, matches, sugar, cigarettes, and toothpaste no longer required ration coupons and could be purchased with cash. However, larger items like sewing machines, bicycles, refrigerators, and washing machines remained in high demand, often requiring tickets for purchase. Only a few major cities, like Pengcheng and Yangcheng, had select stores where one could buy with cash, albeit at significantly higher prices. Not lingering too long, he felt uneasy about allowing Li Wantong to return home alone at this late hour. Zhang Shu grasped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested on the window of the Lada, as refreshing breezes flowed in, enveloping him in an exquisite sense of comfort. Li Wantong was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with an undeniable curiosity. Did you plan all along to exchange Xinyan's work uniform for a watch and a camera? Such matters cannot be meticulously planned, he replied. You must have seen the chaos in the Soviet Union. No matter how well laid out the plans are, they are futile if not executable. Ideally, one would barter, selling the work uniforms at a high price and acquiring inexpensive Soviet goods to sell back home at a profit. However, without Ivan's assistance in clearing customs, I would never have chosen this path. The risks are too great. Li Wantong nodded thoughtfully, unconsciously leaning closer to him. So many at the factory had no solution for those uniforms, yet you resolved it effortlessly and made quite a profit. Her eyes sparkled in the night. You are truly remarkable. Zhang Shu reached out and pinched her cheek. The real credit goes to you. Without your help in securing the train cars, any plan would have been mere talk. I am not that important, Li Wantong stammered, her cheeks flushing. If Manager Ma had connections, he could have managed it as well, albeit more slowly. The atmosphere within the vehicle shifted subtly. Zhang Shu had, unbeknownst to her, taken her hand. How long will you be home? Li Wantong gently squeezed his hand as she asked. At most, 10 days to 2 weeks, at least, within a week. Oh, okay. She responded slowly. So, when will you? Zhang Shu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. What? Are you reluctant? Li Wantong suddenly looked up, only to immediately turn her gaze to the window, her eyelashes fluttering. Nonsense. Who would be reluctant? I just want you to return to Yinshu soon. She added quietly. Don't worry. I will be back before long, and then we can go watch a movie, Zhang Shu teased with a smile. Bah, you rogue. Li Wantong's ears turned crimson as she playfully punched his shoulder, though her eyes sparkled with amusement, the melancholy of parting somewhat alleviated by this light-hearted exchange. Chapter 89. The bittersweetness in Li Jinhua's heart. The car came to a gentle halt outside the Zy Huayuan, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, with shadows dancing among the trees. Just as Zhang Shu unbuckled his seatbelt to escort her inside, a voice suddenly called from the entrance of the community. Wantong. The two looked up, and Zhang Shu immediately recognized Qian Ruihua, the well-dressed man he had encountered a few days prior at the entrance of Shenyang factory. Even at this late hour, the man was impeccably dressed, his navy suit crisply pressed, his tie perfectly aligned, and a gentle smile gracing his face. Who are you? Li Wantong asked, clearly having forgotten him, her voice laced with suspicion. Did you just call my name? Qian Ruihua's lips twitched slightly, his expression becoming somewhat stiff. Yet he quickly adjusted, continuing to smile. Miss Wantong, it seems the esteemed tend to forget easily. I am Qian Ruihua. We had the pleasure of meeting at the factory entrance last time. He paused, gesturing vaguely towards the community. I happened to pass by today and took the opportunity to visit your mother for a chat. As Qian Ruihua spoke, his gaze subtly swept over Zhang Shu. Li Wantong responded with a non-committal "oh," nodding at him, uncertain if she truly remembered who he was. She then turned to Zhang Shu, waving, Zhang Shu, I'm heading up. Remember to think of me when you get home. Before her words had fully faded, she skipped into the community. As Zhang Shulian was unable to utter a word of caution on the road, he could only shake his head while watching her retreating figure. Qian Ruihua's expression darkened completely. He had been informed by the introducer that Li Wantong was single, yet the scene before him contradicted that notion. Either this woman was secretly involved with someone, or she had just begun an affair. That wretched woman. He cursed Li Wantong's fickleness in his heart, unable to fathom how she could be mingling with a man at such a late hour. In his eyes, he had long regarded Li Wantong as his own possession, and he could not allow another man to encroach upon her. When faced with Zhang Shulian, his facade completely crumbled. If you understood your place, you would have the decency to distance yourself from Li Wantong. She is not someone of your caliber. Oh, who is this highborn individual? Zhang Shulian raised an eyebrow. Qian Ruihua did not respond, but took a couple of steps closer, lowering his voice. Don't overstep your bounds. Provoke me, and you will invite calamity. Zhang Shulian scanned him from head to toe and retorted, fool. He then got into his car, pressed the accelerator, and the Lada roared to life, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. Damn, a pair of shameless lovers. Qian Ruihua glared at the departing Lada, his teeth clenched in anger as he could no longer contain his fury. Half an hour later, Qian Ruihua slumped onto a genuine leather sofa. The cigarette pinched between his fingers, flickering ominously. Squinting through the curling smoke, he fixed his gaze on the unimposing, diminutive man opposite him. "Help me with a personal matter." The small man frowned at the request. "Mr. Qian, this isn't America. Some things can't be accomplished merely with money. For instance," he made a slashing motion across his throat. Qian Ruihua suddenly chuckled, leisurely tapping off the ash from his cigarette, his eyes icy as he replied. "Then let him lie in a hospital for the rest of his life. Break a leg, render him disabled, do whatever it takes to incapacitate him." The small man nodded, but added, "Just so you know, the price will double. Rest assured, money is no object. Once that brat is rendered useless, Li Wantong will inevitably end up in my bed. I am eager to see how a cripple can contend with me." Building 5, Apartment 301, Ziwei Huayuan. Upon her daughter's return, Chen Jialan immediately inquired, "Wantong, did you see Xiao Qian downstairs?" Li Wantong, realizing her mother was referring to the man she had encountered moments ago, nodded in affirmation. Chen Jialan gently patted the sofa beside her, inviting her to sit. "How did your conversation go? That young man seems quite grounded and not bad at all." "Not bad." Li Wantong quickly grasped her mother's intentions and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Mom, we are in an era that values free love. Please don't meddle in my affairs. Besides, I am already seeing someone, so please refrain from making introductions." Unsurprised by her daughter's relationship status, Chen Jialan thought it only natural for someone as exceptional as her daughter to attract suitors. Moreover, judging by her recent demeanor, it was evident she had entered into a relationship. The heart of a parent is burdened with concern, and marriage is a significant matter that cannot be taken lightly. As a mother, she had to remain vigilant. "Oh, when did you start seeing someone?" Chen Jialan feigned surprise, probing subtly. "We just got together recently. Mom, I must tell you, he's truly wonderful." Li Wantong could not suppress the smile that danced upon her lips at the mention of Zhang Shu. Chen Jialan immediately inquired, "Is he from your workplace? Where is his hometown? What do his parents do? How many people are there in his family?" She breathlessly posed her questions, eager to uncover every detail. Meanwhile, Li Jinhua, who had been engrossed in the newspaper, found his attention diverted entirely to his daughter's conversation, despite his posture remaining unchanged. Li Wantong, being candid, shared what she knew about Zhang Shu's family background. He hailed from Huagang town, and his father worked as a formal employee at the local distillery. She emphasized the word formal. Chen Jialan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications of a worker's family, and replied, "What about his mother?" Li Wantong continued, "She works in agriculture, and he has 3 younger sisters. However, his mother is pregnant again, so they will soon have another child." Chen Jialan's expression darkened with each revelation. "For children? Is that not enough? Such lack of planning. The government has repeatedly stressed the importance of family planning. How can they still be like this?" She gently cautioned, "Wantong, do you believe you are truly compatible with this young man? I find him exceptionally suitable. Zhang Shu is quite remarkable. Although my parents are also impressive, I may fall slightly short. Nonetheless, when averaged, we are barely on equal footing," Li Wantong replied, subtly flattering her own family. Chen Jialan placed a hand on her head, incredulous. "Is this truly how you interpret my words? I am not suggesting he is a bad person, but the disparity in family backgrounds is too great. I do not harbor prejudice against rural individuals. But you know our circumstances. If you were to marry him, would your father not lose face?" Li Wantong dismissed her concerns. "Mother, you cannot engage in class discrimination. Wasn't father a farmer once? Did you not marry him willingly?" With a resounding clap, Chen Jialan struck the table. "That is entirely different. Your father was sent to support rural development. That cannot be equated." "Why not? Both contributed to development. Does a difference in status alter the significance?" "This contradicts what you taught me," Li Wantong retorted defiantly. Chen Jialan was momentarily rendered speechless, her face flushed with indignation. Observing his wife faltering, even the steadfast Li Jinhua could not maintain his composure. "What enchantment has befallen our darling daughter? I have never heard of anyone in Yanshi who could be considered her equal." He set aside the newspaper and cleared his throat. "Wantong, your mother does not mean it in that way. Let us set aside family background. Tell me about this young man as character. Our daughter possesses discerning taste, and anyone she finds worthy must be exceptional. Of course." Li Wantong lifted her chin with pride. "Father, although Zhang Shu's family background is not particularly affluent, he is truly remarkable, knowledgeable, and meticulous in all his endeavors." "Enough, enough," Li Jinhua interjected, raising a hand to interrupt her as his heart tightened, feeling a pang of jealousy. The gleam in his daughter's eyes mirrored the admiration she once had for him, stirring a bittersweet sensation within. What university does this remarkable young man attend? He took a sip from his teacup, trying to regain his composure. Li Wantong was momentarily at a loss for words. Why had her father suddenly posed such a question? She could only respond softly and truthfully. His family is so impoverished. How could they afford to attend university? Li Jinhua furrowed his brow. No university? What qualifications does he possess? He only completed middle school, Li Wantong mumbled while staring at her shoes. What? Just a middle school graduate? Qin Jialan could no longer remain seated. Regardless of how exceptional this young man might be, a middle school education promised little future. Disappointment flitted across her eyes as she mentally marked a red cross against him. It had been established that he came from a poor background. Otherwise, he could easily have been accepted into prestigious universities. He is exceptionally intelligent. No, absolutely not. While we may assist with his financial constraints, a lack of education could lead to significant conflicts should you marry in the future, Qin Jialan asserted resolutely. Meanwhile, Li Jinhua, stroking his teacup, remained silent. His interest in the young man piqued. He understood his daughter well. She was innocent but far from naive. There was no way a boy with merely a middle school education could capture her heart. Is he also from Shenyang Factory? Li Jinhua inquired. No, we met at Shenyang Factory. By the way, Dad, both Manager Ma and Manager Zhou hold him in high regard. Realizing her mother's firm stance, Li Wantong felt a surge of anxiety and quickly turned to her father for support. If he could be persuaded, her mother would likely acquiesce. Ultimately, the household was still under her father's authority. Images of Ma Weigua and Zhou Jiqiang flashed in Li Jinhua's mind. Although his impressions of these men were not particularly favorable, one did not ascend to the position of state-owned factory manager without possessing discernible insight. Their endorsement of this young man suggested he had remarkable qualities. What specifically do your managers admire about him? Li Jinhua asked. Without hesitation, Li Wantong began to recount how Zhang Shu resolved inventory issues, facilitated trade with the Soviet Union, and acquired automotive production lines and experts. As Li Jinhua listened, a sense of familiarity began to gnaw at him. This was the same shell company Ma Weigua had reported to him previously. What was it called? Xinqing. So, your factory's inventory problem has been resolved? Li Jinhua suddenly asked. Of course. Since Zhang Shu took charge, it was bound to be resolved. Moreover, he has already purchased the Yinshi automotive factory. Once he produces the cars, I will have him gift you one. That wouldn't be considered bribery, would it? What? He bought the automotive factory? Qin Jialan's head snapped up. Her perception of Zhang Shu rapidly deconstructing and reconstructing in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. How could a middle school graduate from a rural background be equated with the acquisition of an automotive factory? Li Jinhua, however, had pieced together enough to suspect that Zhang Shu was maneuvering with the backing of Hong Kong capital. Furrowing his brow, he pressed further. What about the laid-off workers from the state-owned enterprises? How has he managed them? Li Jinhua's perspective on the situation differed significantly, leading to distinct inquiries, and he gained a clearer understanding of Zhang Shu. Hold, that is the label I would temporarily affix to him. Most of them stayed, and their salaries have even increased. Li Wantong said, a hint of pride in her tone. No one has caused a ruckus? Qin Jialan, well acquainted with the dynamics of state enterprise employees, found it implausible that there had been no dissent. Only a corrupt individual caused a disturbance, but the public security has already dealt with it. From his daughter's words, Li Jinhua assigned another label to Zhang Shu, indicating that the young man possesses considerable capability. Observing her father deep in thought while sipping tea, Li Wantong could only watch anxiously from the side. She felt a surge of nervous anticipation, fervently wishing for her father to recognize Zhang Shu. Take some time to bring him to meet me. Li Jinhua finally spoke after leisurely savoring his tea for 5 minutes. Thank you, Dad. You're the best, Li Wantong exclaimed, leaping to embrace her father's arm, playfully acting coy. Oldly, Qin Jialan interjected hastily. Rest assured, I am well aware. Li Jinhua reassured his wife with a wave of his hand, then turned to his daughter. Let me clarify. My agreement to meet does not imply my approval of your relationship. Li Wantong brimmed with confidence, believing that once her father met him in person, he would undoubtedly agree. She was determined to seize the opportunity, boldly boasting without a second thought, for hesitation might cost her the chance. Suddenly, she recalled, by the way, Dad, he has to return to his hometown tomorrow, so it will be a while before he can come. There's no rush. Let him finish his important matters, Li Jinhua replied. All right, Li Wantong joyfully bounded off to take a bath. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Chen Jialan tugged at Li Jinhua's arm. "Old Li, what do you think? This young man is extraordinary." He immediately shared the information he had gathered from Ma Weiguo, along with his own speculations. "Isn't this a form of deception?" Chen Jialan was taken aback by the revelations. Li Jinhua chuckled. "Who is he deceiving? Even Ma Weiguo cannot produce evidence of any deceit. But this is unethical." "How so?" "He sold work uniforms to the Soviet Union, genuinely helping Shenyang factory clear its inventory. He acquired the automobile factory, raised workers' wages, and alleviated the financial burden on the city. Yet he should follow the proper path. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Have you forgotten his background? It is incredibly difficult for a rural child to rise to such heights in a short time." Li Jinhua set down his teacup. "If I were in his shoes, I might not possess such ambition. His ability to maximize resources while controlling risks is indeed remarkable." Chen Jialan nodded thoughtfully. "Your words increasingly hint at something mysterious. So, it seems Li Wantong's assertion of his intelligence is not an exaggeration? One could say that. In that case, our daughter, with her naive heart, might be oblivious to being taken advantage of, still counting the money for him," Chen Jialan remarked, furrowing her brow. Li Jinhua patted his wife's shoulder. "Thus, I wish to meet him beforehand. Besides, they are merely dating. We have ample time to observe." "Very well. Let us take a closer look. I still find it hard to believe that such feats can be accomplished by a young individual in his 20s. Li Jinhua smiled. "It's not just you. I have never encountered anything like this either. How about this? Since you have some free time, visit his automobile factory, gather some insights. After all, no one will recognize you." Chen Jialan found her husband's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement without hesitation.